Chapter 1: A Moonless Night. Upon returning from work, Lin Miao was near Lisa suffocated bethepper vase of Esenko smoke that filled the house. She could not fathom how anyone could endure such an environment for an entire day. Hastily, she rushed to the window, drawing back the curtains and flin jinjit open, light flooded in, illuminating her span sprawled on the sofa, sound asleep. A wavy of helplessness washed over her, prompting her to sullen like question, as many married women do, what on earth did I see in him that led me to marry him? Back already, was Zhang Wenyuan mumbled, turning gover without fully waking, and prompt liar summat hishlamber. The sight oft he take out boxes and the coffee table, the cigarette butte strewn across the floor, and duras bands continued slumbrig knitted her pinto panger. Zhang Wenyuan, is the show where I going to live? Theman lying the rest red slide lieth her was but remainsilent, seeming lit disdain fuel off her concern. Unable to bear Thessini and Alanger, Lin Miao grabbed her bag and stormed out, staying in that suffocating was soon bearable. She immediately drove to her parents' house. Upon seeing her daughter's troubled expression, Mother Link knew that yet another quarrel had erupted between the couple. She had never approved of Zhang Wenyuan neither during their university years nor during their marriage. But Lin Miao had insisted on marrying him, leaving her mother with no choice but Lin. Mother Lin reminded herself that this was the path her daughter had chosen, and regretted it was futile. Yet, watching her daughter's spirit wither like Hiroshi over theirs, it was impossible not to feel heartbroken and frustrated. Now you what happened at this time, she asked, concerned at Cheatenherfus. Initially holding back her emotions, Lin Miao broke down, burying her face into sofa sobbing. Even after the most intense arguments with Zhang Wenyuan, she had never cried like this before. Start led by her daughter's tears, Mother Lin rushed to her side, asking Miao what's going on. Don't scream. She held her daughter tightly, feeling the weight off her heartbreak. After calming down, Lin Miao were account Etheris and Evans, hurt and filled with exasperation. Mother Lin listened, her expression reflecting the helplessness of Semiono who could not comprehend the depths of their struggles. For them, the civil service exam was not Zhang Wenyuan's sunlapath, yet the was fixate donut. Reflecting on their university days, Lin Miao remembered the promise that they made to return to city together, preparing for various sex. Eventually, she's data king position at all regarded middle school, while Zhang Wenyuan remained adrift, which made him feel inferior in her eyes. Over time, passing the exam becoming an obsession for him. Fortunately, he eventually succeeded. Heffelthu was finally on equal footing with Lin Miao. They begin to plan their married life, finding comfort in their shared existence within the system of Asmalter to your city. However, married life wasn't what Lin Miao had envisioned. Zhang Wenyuan began associating with a group of French edema d'important, leading to frequent social engagements that left him reeking of smoky alcohol upon his return. After more than 2 years of marriage without children, Lin Miao became a source of scrutin in Zhang's family, with his parents often hinting for her to undergo a medical checkup. Seeing the stark interest between Zhang Wenyuan and Shahad married and Thimon had become, Lin Miao began to wonder if her inability to conceive had sapped a disinterest in family life. After undergoing tests to trivial nuances, she suggested that Zhang Wenyuan accompany her, but it seemed to touch a nerve. What really shattered Lin Miao's shops for their marriage was discovering Zhang Wenyuan's debts from online loans. The first call from a debt collector came just after she finished teaching a class, initially assuming it was a scam. She was taken aback by the accuracy of the information provided. When she called Zhang Wenyuan for details, his eaten responses felt like a thunderclap. Upon returning home and confronting him about the extent of his debts, Herman excellent, stammering, Miao, don't worry, Ilhan light, Heathen left, disappearing for a tanather night. Lin Miao and tears streaming down her face as he reflected on theirs they had shared. Zhang Wenyuan's debts loomed over Lin Miao like a ticking time bomb. She naively hoped would resolve his situation himself, until his parents received calls about the debts, which had grown significantly. The promptly summoned both Lin Miao and Zhang Wenyuan back him. As the enlightened Zhang Wenyuan had not come from wealth, both his parents managed 2 shops. While they were frustrated with their son's debts, Thea still wished to help. However, Mother Zhang's words pierced Lin Miao shart Miao Wenyuan isn't did immature beautify Hajaven him achil sooner, he wouldn't bear an anger around all the time. So, it was your fault that the husband was responsible. Lin Miao retorted, Mom, it's not hat I don't want children have been checked and found noisus. But when Wenyuan refuses to jettisted, having got children not so lim a responsibility. Moreover, his maturity didn't start yesterday, didn't he, not a seed long ago? Other words, Zhang Wenyuan's expression darkened. It was humiliating for him to hear Lin Miao speak so candidly in front of his parents. What do you mean by that? He snapped. Lin Miao glanced around the room and suddenly realized she was merely an outsider in this family. Chapter 2: A Moonless Night Part 2. Upon returning home, another argument erupted between Zhang Wenyuan and Lin Miaoyue. Eventually, he embraced her, repeatedly apologizing, promising never to touch online alone again and to cut with his reckless friends. Reflecting on their shared history, Lin Miaoyue to forgive Hyman begin to encourage Zhang Wenyuan to take their attempts at conception seriously. At 27, seeing her friends become parents, she to avel thyrnen for a child. Initially, Zhang Wenyuan Simed committed to her as they shared breakfasts, commuted to work together, and even pickadera after work. On weekends, they would take road trips to Narba City. As this simple, tranquil was what Lin Miaoyue had always desired. She thought in such a harmonious atmosphere, Ackles would soon find its way to them. However, they good times were short-lived. Another Fanical Dao said hearing cold water. Zhang Wenyuan had fallen back into online alones, this to meju a line of gambling, and the amount had significantly increased. Lin Miaoyue sat in the living room, watching him busily boot in the kitchen, pondering why she had failed to see through him after all these years. They had met during Thierse of Marie year at University in City A, where at their shared background fostered essence of closeness. Their relationship blossomed naturally, and he treated her well. Even when she insisted on returning to City after graduation, he had followed without hesitation. Despite his repeated failures to pass the civil service exam, she never complained. Even when their parents opposed their marriage, she remained steadfast, believing wholeheartedly that Zhang Wenyuan would treather well, and she did not want to invest in jetting no Simeonanu. Now however it felt like a grave mistake. It became clear that a man could not be understood simplified though time spent together, nor did longevity guarantee goodness. Now you had dinner is ready, immediately our favorite esteemed pork, Zhang Wenyuan called from the kitchen. Noticing Lin Miaoyue's excellence, he removed a discipline and approached her, puzzled. Another call from the loan company today. Wenyuan, how long are you planning to deceive him? Lin Miaoyue said, striving to keep her emotions syncing. Now you don't worry. This time I can hand like myself is still have some money left, and he word from a friend de Buddha stock I can invest in a few days. When it trisses, he'll pay it back, trust me, he said, holding her close. Lin Miaoyue felt an icicle in her heart. How could Simeon be so foolish and do nowhere? How McDoyuo? I've told ya, Ilhan light. Then why are Thiki calling? Do you even consider Mao your wife, Zhang Wenyuan? Do you even care? Do you care, Lin Miaoyue? What more do you want from? Igovu pabigsa deforio, returnet to city to avoid embarrassing you in front of your colleagues, and no I'm trying to earn more for our sake. Is that wrong? I've still take care of it. What do I want? I want to tell a grounded life, to stop dreaming of key cricks. I appreciate your return to city C, but we could live well by simply following their routine. What do you have it a gambling in line? Zhang Wenyuan, feeling exposed, erupted, your parents have always looked on me, don't think I don't know, I just want to earn more so they'll respect me. What's wrong with that? I'll say it again, the money I will be paid back soon, so I don't need to worry. Hester out, slamming Thedo Orbum. Lin Miaoyue started to spread off food before her. In the past, she might have felt happiness on event posted a booty ton line, but now, bitterness filled her heart. Theism between marriage and love was stark, and it became clear that those halakid parental approval might not be the right choice after all. The situation escalated when the debt collectors began contacting Zhang Wenyuan's colleagues and parents. To mitigate the negative impact, his workplace insisted he stay home for a high letter resolved haisu. Fearing Thierson might lose he assured one job, Zhang's parents scrambled to raise money to pay off his debts. Meanwhile, Zhang Wenyuan, feeling utterly humiliated, shut himself in his room, refusing to see Neon. Lin Miaoyue, witnessing his retreat, couldn't live exasperate his scour de suicide appeaning. Mother Zhang, initially furious about their son's online borrowing, shifted her ranger token, fearing he might harm himself in his isolation. Shepa said the living room, while Lin Miaoyue saw theory unaffected, quickly directing her mother-in-law's retort her. Remembering how satisfied they had been with Lin Miaoyue when they first married, her beauty, respectable job, and good family background, Mother Zhang now questioned the value of those qualities. After years of being together, without a child to show for it, Zhang Wenyuan's reckless behavior seemed even more intolerable. If they had a child, he surely wouldn't be acting so responsibly. No, that trouble had struck. Lin Miaoyue's calm demeanor was infuriating. Chapter 3 Dark Moon, Part 3. Upon learning of the unfortunate incident involving the young couple, Lin's parents hurried over, their hearts heavy with concern for their daughter. Yet, Zhang Wenyuan remained holed up indoors, his frustration evident. What kind of behavior was this, hiding away? Zhang's mother, seeing her son had not emerged all day, sat weeping on the sofa. After a prolonged period of knocking, just as Zhang's father was about to summon a locksmith, the door creaked open. Zhang Wenyuan, disheveled and with bloodshot eyes, scanned the living room before turning to kneel before his parents, uttering, "Mom and Dad, I'm so sorry." In the face of such a sight, both sets of parents found it difficult to cast blame. Lin's father inquired, "In-law, how much have we managed to gather so far, how much more do we need?" "About 100,000 remains," he replied, then turned to Zhang Wenyuan, asking, "Be honest now, aside from the debt collection agencies, are there any other debts we should be aware of?" Crouched on the floor, Zhang Wenyuan shook his head in despair. "I recently changed cars, leaving us with little spare cash. Here is 150,000, take it to pay off the debts, or we might face issues with work." Upon hearing this, Lin Miaoyue glanced at her parents. Despite their reservations about Zhang Wenyuan, they were willing to lend a helping hand for her sake, such is the nature of true parents. Zhang Wenyuan's parents expressed their profound gratitude, yet he tightened his grip on his hair. Feeling increasingly looked down upon by her family with the debt settled, Zhang Wenyuan returned to his post at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. However, he could not shake the feeling that others were whispering behind his back. His work ethic began to wane, mistakes became a frequent occurrence, and slowly, he grew to detest his job, forgetting how fervently he once desired it. Thus, the sight Lin Miaoyue encountered upon returning home became a regular occurrence. After seeing her rush out one day and not return for several days, Zhang Wenyuan seemed to awaken to his reality. He gazed upon the home that once brimmed with their hopes. How spirited he had been back then, but now, he sensed Lin Miaoyue's disappointment, her tenderness towards him replaced by a growing coldness. And what of his feelings for her? Did he truly not care anymore? No, he still loved her deeply. He could neither bear to lose her nor afford to irresolute. He made his way to her family's home. Upon his arrival, Lin's mother welcomed him warmly. Though dissatisfied with her son-in-law before their marriage, she recognized her daughter's affection for him now. Several years into their union, she wished for the young couple to thrive together. While Zhang Wenyuan had faltered in certain aspects, everyone is fallible, and the past should remain in the past. "Mom, where's Miaoyue?" he asked. "In her room. Go see her, I'll prepare dinner," she replied. Lin Miaoyue had sensed Zhang Wenyuan's arrival and, upon seeing him, was not surprised. She coolly asked, "What brings you here?" "Miaoyue, I was wrong. I've been in such a slump lately. I'm sorry. Can you forgive me?" Lin Miaoyue remained silent. "Ever since that incident, I feel as if my colleagues at work are judging me. Do you understand how unbearable that feels? Please, give me some time to recover." "How long do you need? Do you realize how ridiculous you sound? Wenyuan, everyone makes mistakes, we move on from them. That situation has been resolved, so why are you still wallowing?" "Darling, it's all my fault. I'll change. Let us live well together moving forward. I truly cannot imagine my life without you." With that, Zhang Wenyuan embraced Lin Miaoyue tightly. Glancing at the photograph of them from their university days on the desk, Lin Miaoyue ultimately found it hard to resist his warmth and gently returned his embrace. Their relationship rekindled, life resumed its steady course. On this day, Zhang Wenyuan's birthday, Lin Miaoyue left work early, taking special care to dress up for his return. However, the Industrial and Commercial Bureau was in disarray due to the arrival of the Finance Bureau Chief, Zhao Tingchuan. As the youngest deputy-level official in C City, Zhao's reputation resonated throughout H province, not only for his youth and capability but also for his personal life. At 36, he was a widower, his wife having perished in a car accident 5 years prior, leaving him with a daughter. During the inspections at the bureau, Zhao Tingchuan was flanked by a throng of media and officials, yet his tall stature made him a striking figure amidst the crowd. After the inspections concluded, the routine meetings ensued, followed by a banquet. Taking a private call, Zhao Tingchuan retreated to his vehicle. It was his daughter, Jebo, calling, her soft voice calling out, "Daddy." The little girl was unwell at home. Since his wife's passing, she had been cared for by her grandparents, and Zhao's demanding job often kept him from seeing her. After hanging up, he reflected on her words, "Daddy, when will you come to see me? I miss you." "Daddy, I'm sick, but I didn't cry when I got my shots." "Daddy, I love you." Flipping through a photo album, he came across pictures from her infancy, a time when his wife was still present, capturing a rare family moment. Closing his eyes, it felt as if it had been but yesterday, yet years had slipped away. Meanwhile, Lin Miaoyue, who had come to pick up Zhang Wenyuan, grew impatient waiting for him, so she stepped out of the car to stretch her legs, strolling leisurely through the parking lot. From a distance, her silhouette resembled a graceful painting, captivating anyone who glanced her way. In the crisp autumn air, the wind tousled her hair and makeup. Unfazed, Lin Miaoyue casually applied lipstick in front of a nearby car while adjusting her hairstyle, her face radiating an expectant smile that enhanced her already stunning beauty. This enchanting scene unfolded before Zhao Tingchuan, seated in his vehicle, his attention utterly captivated. Chapter 4 of The Dark Moon, Part 4. Thus, an unintentional adjustment of her makeup caught Zhao Tingchuan's eye and stirred his heart. As Lin Miaoyue approached Zhang Wenyuan, teetering on the edge of impatience, she recalled that today was his birthday and, like a butterfly, fluttered over to grasp his hand. It was the time when everyone was leaving work after a late shift. The stunning Lin Miaoyue, having adorned herself more than usual, was simply irresistible, and her demure gesture of linking arms as she awaited her own departure filled Zhang Wenyuan with a burgeoning sense of male pride. Seated in his car, Zhao Tingchuan observed Zhang Wenyuan and smirked slightly, noting how well-suited they appeared as a couple. After the throngs of departing employees had dissipated, he exited the vehicle and made his way to the conference room. The banquet was organized by the Bureau of Industry and Commerce at a discreet private restaurant, known to many within their circle. At the dinner table, an initial air of restraint enveloped the gathering. Even the seasoned director of the bureau, who had navigated the corridors of power for years, found himself perplexed by the young and dynamic city finance director, whose future seemed boundless. Aware of their apprehensions, Zhao Tingchuan, in his capacity as a superior, took the initiative to ease the atmosphere with a few toasts. During the meal, he casually mentioned how many new recruits the Bureau of Industry and Commerce had welcomed in the past 2 years. The attendees recounted the figures, with one jesting that all those who joined were exceptionally attractive, citing Zhang Wenyuan as an example. Handsome himself, with a strikingly beautiful wife. However, another chimed in about his previous issues with online loans, and though Zhao Tingchuan appeared indifferent, he silently noted the mention of Zhang Wenyuan's name. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, Zhang Wenyuan inexplicably sneezed, watching the girl who had stood by him for years blossom into a radiant woman, still shining brightly amidst the crowd. Unable to resist, he grasped Lin Miaoyue's hand. Sensing his gaze and gesture, Lin Miaoyue looked up and smiled, saying, "Are you very happy, Director Zhang?" "Indeed, Teacher Lin, I am immensely grateful for your gift and companionship. It seems I must begin planning for your birthday right away," he replied. After dinner, the two strolled through the streets, and upon returning home, they rediscovered a long-lost connection. Winter had quietly arrived, and the leaves of the sycamore trees at the school had nearly all fallen. Upon returning home after work, Lin Miaoyue noticed that Zhang Wenyuan had yet to arrive, and not being adept at cooking, she pondered his tardiness, as he usually informed her in advance if he would be late. However, reassured by his recent normalcy, she dismissed the thought and sank onto the sofa to play on her phone. Suddenly, she remembered that her menstrual cycle had yet to arrive this month, causing her heart to race with anxiety. Could she be pregnant? Just as she was about to message Zhang Wenyuan to ask him to pick up a pregnancy test, he called her. Upon answering, Lin Miaoyue couldn't help but pout. "Yuan, I'm starving." "Why are you still not home?" "Meow meow, I have to work late tonight. I've ordered takeout for you. Please eat without me," he replied. "What time will you be back?" "I'm not sure yet, you should get some rest. I have a lot to wrap up before the end of the year." "Alright then, please be safe on your way back." After hanging up, Lin Miaoyue found his response odd. It wasn't the end of the month, so why was he working late at the bureau? Shaking her head, she resolved not to dwell on it and awaited the delivery, planning to buy a pregnancy test later. The thought filled her with an unprecedented excitement. Meanwhile, Zhang Wenyuan was at the card table, engaged in lively banter with his good friends who had returned from out of town for a welcome dinner, making the card games an inevitable routine. As for why he hadn't told Miaoyue, he knew she disapproved of his mingling with those friends. He figured it was just this once and wouldn't matter. That evening, Zhang Wenyuan's luck at cards was exceptional, making it hard for him to leave the table. Ultimately, he treated his companions to a lavish outing before heading home. Lin Miaoyue was nearly jumping with joy when she saw the double lines on the pregnancy test. Finally, her baby was on the way. She was eager to share the news with Zhang Wenyuan but decided to let him experience the surprise firsthand. All night, she anticipated his return, and when he stealthily entered the room to find her already asleep, he let out a sigh of relief. He hurried to the bathroom to freshen up, aware that he reeked of smoke and alcohol. Once Zhang Wenyuan settled onto the bed, Lin Miaoyue softly called out, "Husband." Startled, he turned to see her, a delicate figure lying there, and his heart melted like sugar. Unable to resist, he embraced her, kissing Lin Miaoyue while his hands began to explore it gently. Lin Miaoyue grasped Zhang Wenyuan's hand and kissed him, saying, "Close your eyes, I have a surprise for you." With that, she retrieved the pregnancy test from beneath her pillow. Upon opening his eyes and seeing the test, Zhang Wenyuan's heart raced. Answers were on the cusp of revelation. When he spotted the double lines, his eyes sparkled with joy. He was going to be a father. Tightly embracing Lin Miaoyue, he exclaimed, "Miao Miao, we are finally going to have our own child. I'm going to be a dad, thank you, Miao Miao." With that, he couldn't help but kiss her again. In that moment, Lin Miaoyue felt an unparalleled sweetness and happiness swelling within her heart. Chapter 5 of The Dark Moon, Part 5. At the moment the blood test results were revealed in the hospital, Lin Miaoyue, who had been somewhat anxious about the possibility of a false alarm, felt a wave of relief wash over her. 6 weeks into the pregnancy, there was already a discernible fetal heartbeat in embryo. As the days unfolded, with 2 heartbeats residing within her, she could not help but tenderly caress her abdomen, whispering, "My dear baby, do grow up obediently." Since the news of Lin Miaoyue's pregnancy broke, Zhang's mother had expressed her desire to care for her, but recalling some previous unpleasant encounters, Lin Miaoyue declined the offer. Regardless, she still had to attend work. Zhang Wenyuan would prepare the morning and evening meals, while lunch would be taken care of at school. Currently, she experienced no pregnancy symptoms, so she figured that being a little more cautious would suffice. After work that day, upon returning home, Lin Miaoyue found herself waiting for an unusually long time for Zhang Wenyuan's return. With neither phone calls nor WeChat messages being answered, a sense of unease crept over her. Meanwhile, Lin's father and mother were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, for their son-in-law had been apprehended by the police for participating in illegal gambling. As a frontline officer in the police force, Lin's father was already aware that there would be a crackdown on gambling in the city as the year drew to a close, but he never imagined that his own son-in-law would be among those arrested. He informed Lin's mother at the earliest opportunity but withheld the information from Lin Miaoyue, fearing it might distress her. When Lin's mother arrived at the couple's residence, she feigned ignorance, merely stating that she had come to check on her daughter. Lin's father reached out to Zhang's parents in hopes of leveraging connections to secure Zhang Wenyuan's release. However, those who had been caught gambling with him insisted that Zhang Wenyuan was the ringleader of the operation, and he was indeed found seated at the card table at the time of the raid. At that moment, Zhang Wenyuan was in a state of utter disarray and deep regret. Sitting in a corner of the detention center, he looked around, filled with dread at the thought of encountering one person, his father-in-law, Lin Feng. He feared he would never be able to hold his head high in front of this couple again. Overcome with frustration, he could not help but tug at his hair. Lin Miaoyue's anxiety deepened. Lin's mother could only offer solace, suggesting that he was merely working overtime. Unable to contain herself, Lin Miaoyue placed a WeChat call to Zhang Wenyuan's colleague, learning that he had taken the afternoon off for personal matters and had done so several times recently. This revelation sent a jolt of alarm through her. A stranger's call came in. "Hello, Teacher Lin, I am Li Fei's wife, we met last time." Lin Miaoyue recalled that Li Fei was one of Zhang Wenyuan's dubious friends. "Hello, is there something you need? Li Fei and Zhang Wenyuan have been arrested. I heard your father works at the police station, could you possibly help us find some connections to get Li Fei released as well?" "What do you mean they've been arrested?" "They were taken to the police station this afternoon. Didn't you know that rascal Li Fei, despite my countless warnings against gambling, never listens? With the year-end approaching, there's a mountain of work at the store, how am I supposed to manage?" Her voice cracked, tinged with desperation. "Teacher Lin, I beg you. Please help us, surely your family has connections to get Wenyuan out. I implore you to assist in getting Li Fei released as well." Lin Miaoyue seemed to hear nothing but the key phrases echoing in her mind: gambling, arrested, police station. A wave of warmth surged through her legs, and she fainted. Witnessing Lin Miaoyue collapse, Lin's mother, who had been busy in the kitchen, rushed over to embrace her daughter. Spotting the blood on her dress, she immediately dialed for an ambulance, tears streaming down her face with worry for her child. After posting bail, Zhang Wenyuan and the others were released later that day. As a public servant, he was originally supposed to have a criminal record. However, Lin's father managed to persuade several officials to suppress the matter. Upon stepping out of the police station, Zhang's father and mother rushed forward to greet Zhang Wenyuan. Unable to contain himself, Zhang's father slapped his son. Zhang's mother, witnessing this, immediately burst into tears, stroking Zhang Wenyuan's face and saying, "He just got out. Why would you hit him? Chen Fengmei, his current state is entirely your indulgence." Observing this family drama, Lin's father sighed deeply. In hindsight, he should have done everything in his power to separate them. Otherwise, Miao Yue would not have found herself in such dire circumstances. As the eldest daughter, she had always been well behaved and cherished, enduring hardships and grievances only after marriage. Truth be told, he had always favored this daughter more than his younger son. Let us not dwell on this. We should go to the hospital and check on Miao Miao, Lin's father suggested. Zhang Wenyuan froze momentarily. The hospital? What happened to Miao Miao? Lin's father's expression darkened as he silently drove away, unwilling to converse further with his son-in-law for fear of losing his temper and striking him. Zhang's father spoke up. Miao Miao found out about today's incident and fainted. She is currently at the hospital. On the way to the hospital, Zhang Wenyuan was gripped by an unprecedented fear. He did not know how to face Lin Miaoyue or how to explain the situation. After a prolonged ordeal, they arrived at the hospital in the dead of night. Upon seeing Lin Miaoyue's pale face on the hospital bed, Zhang Wenyuan's heart ached profoundly. He gently inquired of Lin's mother, "Mom, how is Miao Miao? Is she still unconscious?" "Zhang Wenyuan, do you not possess a shred of responsibility? Why do you continue to act recklessly?" "Mom, I'm sorry. It's all my fault." "Whose fault would it be, then?" Lin's mother could no longer contain her anger. As Zhang Wenyuan faced the relentless accusations from Lin's mother, Zhang's mother interjected, "Dear mother-in-law, please calm down. We have already punished him. Right now, the priority is Miao Miao and the baby." "Humph, the baby?" Lin's mother cried, "The baby is gone." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenyuan collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face. Lin's father, sitting nearby, also felt his eyes well up. His little grandson was gone just like that. The atmosphere in the hospital room descended into an unbearable silence. Chapter 6, The Dark Moon, Part 6. When Lin Miaoyue awoke, an unsettling awareness washed over her. She had lost the child. In the haze of yesterday's turmoil, she had felt something flowing from her body, a poignant reminder of her failure to safeguard this fragile life. Tears streamed down her cheeks at the thought. Zhang Wenyuan, witnessing Lin Miaoyue's expression, grasped her hand tightly, repeatedly murmuring apologies. However, the sight of him filled Lin Miaoyue with nausea, compounded by the weakness following her miscarriage, prompting her to lean over the hospital bed and retch uncontrollably. Lin's mother gently patted her daughter's back, offering comfort, while Zhang's mother interjected, "Miao Miao has always lacked exercise, her physical constitution is too frail, otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. In my day, while pregnant with Wenyuan, I still had to rush around to procure goods." "Mom, please stop," Zhang Wenyuan interrupted, sensing his wife's disappointment. Lin Miaoyue felt her heart turn to ash concerning this family and her husband. Without even glancing at them, she softly addressed her mother, "Mom, I wish to go home." Her mother nodded vigorously, signaling to Lin Feng to speak. Clearing his throat, Lin Feng suggested, "Let Miaoyue stay with us for a few days. Her mother can take care of her, and you have your business to manage. Wenyuan, you still need to work today." "Dad, I want to speak with Miaoyue alone." "Is that all right?" Zhang Wenyuan, increasingly anxious at Lin Miaoyue's disappointment, pleaded. "We have nothing to discuss. In a few days, once I've rested, I will file for divorce." Lin Miaoyue's words left everyone stunned. Lin's mother quickly tugged at her sleeve, fearful that her daughter's anger might manifest into reality. Though she harbored reservations about her son-in-law, she understood the profound impact a divorce would have on her daughter. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenyuan urgently grasped Lin Miaoyue's hand, declaring, "Miaoyue, I was wrong, truly wrong. I know you don't believe anything I say now, but in front of our parents, I promise there will never be a next time." Lin Miaoyue let out a soft laugh, a sound laced with irony directed at both Zhang Wenyuan and herself. She withdrew her hand and, with an impassive expression, replied, "I will no longer trust you, nor do I wish to die. I never want to see you again in this lifetime." With that, she rose from the bed and exited the ward, with Zhang Wenyuan chasing after her. The parents exchanged glances, each understanding the gravity of the situation. Zhang's father, acknowledging their son's shortcomings, remarked, "It is our son's fault, but as the saying goes, it is better to dismantle a temple than to ruin a marriage. They have endured much together over the years since university. I implore you, as in-laws, to counsel Miaoyue. Despite Wenyuan's failings, he does care deeply for her." Lin Feng frowned, "The youth are impulsive. Let her stay with us for a while, both need to cool down. Wenyuan has indeed gone too far this time." Zhang Wenyuan caught up with Lin Miaoyue and led her to the stairwell, desperately seeking her forgiveness. "Miaoyue, I beg you to calm down and listen to me, please." Overwhelmed by suppressed emotions, Lin Miaoyue could no longer contain her tears. She gazed at the man before her, reflecting on how each act of forgiveness had culminated in the loss of their child. She had longed for his arrival, yet now he was gone forever, the architect of her sorrow being none other than Zhang Wenyuan himself. How could she not harbor resentment? "Oh, Zhang Wenyuan, what have I gained by forgiving you time and again? You always claim you will change, but what have you truly altered?" "Miaoyue, it is all my fault. When Li Fei and the others invited me, I initially hesitated, but I thought I could win some money at the table to provide a better life for you and the baby. This was my first time in months, I swear." "Miaoyue, believe me." Confronted by Zhang Wenyuan's web of deceit, Lin Miaoyue felt a profound sense of betrayal. She had foolishly placed her trust in him repeatedly, ultimately leading to the demise of a precious life. "Please, spare me your excuses. You know whether this was your first time or not. I truly don't understand why you always deflect responsibility onto others, claiming it was for our benefit." "And what now?" Wiping her tears, Lin Miaoyue continued. "Enough, I do not wish to see you, not even a little." With that, she forcefully pushed past Zhang Wenyuan, attempting to leave, but he silently wrapped her in a tight embrace. Their conversation was overheard by Zhao Tingchuan, who happened to be descending the stairs to fetch medication. Observing Lin Miaoyue, once vibrant and lively, now visibly frail and sorrowful, he felt a pang of compassion. Clearing his throat softly, he descended the stairs, causing Zhang Wenyuan to release Lin Miaoyue. Seizing the opportunity, she rushed back into the ward, resolutely instructing her parents to take her home. After a week of rest, Lin Miaoyue lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. Her mind replayed the fragments of her relationship with Zhang Wenyuan, realizing how naive she had been. She had known of his penchant for gambling during their university days and had dismissed it as mere folly. The current outcome was a consequence of her poor judgment, but regrettably, it was too late. No, it was not too late for a divorce, even if it meant accepting loss. It was a choice worth making. Letting go of what could not be held was preferable to clinging to it. The pain she felt now was transient. If she continued this way, her life would be an unending struggle fraught with anxiety and anguish. Every encounter with him would evoke the haunting memory of the loss she had endured, and she could no longer bear such torment. Chapter 7 Moonlit Solitude. Lin Mu gently knocked on the door before entering, her gaze falling upon Lin Miaoyue, who lay upon the bed. As a woman herself, she could not help but empathize with her daughter's sorrow, a sorrow that mirrored her own and seemed to magnify within her. "Miao, dear, please don't cry. It is not good for your eyes to weep during the confinement period. Let us focus on regaining your health. There will be other children in the future. Be obedient." Her mother's words pierced Lin Miaoyue's heart anew, evoking memories of the joy her mother had displayed upon learning of her pregnancy. During this time, she had diligently read books on postpartum care, eagerly anticipating the role of a loving grandmother. Unable to restrain herself, she tenderly caressed her abdomen, a place where life had once flourished, a life she had nurtured. "Mother, I wish to divorce." "Truly? Miao, have you considered this thoroughly? This is not a trivial matter, and you are no longer a child. When you and he wed, your father and I were not entirely in favor. You insisted on marrying him. Now, you wish to part ways. Marriage is not child's play. I am not speaking out of anger. I genuinely feel incapable of facing him. His presence reminds me of the child we lost, and I fear I will shatter." Lin Miaoyue's voice trembled with the weight of her emotion. "Do you still love him?" Upon hearing this question, Lin Miaoyue glanced at the framed photograph on the table. Memories flooded back to her sophomore year, when he had pursued her. Being from the same city fostered a sense of closeness, compounded by his handsome demeanor and considerate nature, leading them to naturally become a couple. Like many ordinary couples, they had their quarrels but always reconciled. She recalled the most intense argument, stemming from Zhang Wenyuan forgetting their date while playing cards with friends, yet, a few sweet words from him would mend the rift. As graduation approached, she had no desire to relocate. She wished to remain near her parents. Conversely, Zhang Wenyuan, having studied accounting, aspired to move to a bustling metropolis, suggesting they part ways post-graduation to avoid hindering each other as futures. To her surprise, he immediately changed his mind for her sake, pledging to return together. At that moment, she felt deeply touched by his commitment, and even as he struggled through several years of examinations, she uttered not a single complaint. As for marriage, it was perhaps merely a matter of habit. Having been together from college through graduation, she lacked the interest to start anew with someone else. She had already invested her heart and soul in him. They understood each other well and were compatible for daily life, Their family backgrounds also being quite satisfactory, her parents' objections were genuine, yet the docile girl she had always been stubbornly insisted on this matter, leading her to reap the bitter consequences. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she asked, "Mother, I still do not comprehend why you disapproved of him back then?" Lin Mu sighed, "We are, after all, individuals with experience. When you were in college, your father investigated his family background. His mother was quite indulgent, and we felt he lacked decisiveness. When you secured your position, he had not, and we worried about his stability. To be honest, we were very pleased when he eventually succeeded. We no longer had to worry about the challenges of a long-distance marriage, but who could have foreseen his gambling habit? Were you not aware of it during your college years?" "During college, he played cards with his roommates, and I thought little of it. Who would have imagined it would escalate to this over the past 2 years?" She paused before asking, "Mother, if I divorce him, would you and father be upset?" "Oh, my foolish girl, why would we be angry? You will always be our daughter. If you truly feel unhappy, then part ways. Your father and I will support you. When I saw you faint and bleed so profusely yesterday, I wished I could deliver a few slaps to Zhang Wenyuan myself." Lin Miaoyue sat up and embraced her mother, weeping silently. Her phone buzzed incessantly, with Zhang Wenyuan's apologies flooding in one after another, yet she felt no desire to read them. The question of to divorce or not lingered in her mind. She also worried about the whispers of others, not only regarding herself but also her parents. After a few days of recuperation, Lin Miaoyue prepared to return to work. With the semester nearing its end, her colleagues were busily teaching as if mending the heavens, while her own class felt akin to the creation of the universe. During these days, Zhang Wenyuan had come to understand what it meant for time to stretch interminably. Miao Miao refused to answer his calls or messages, and when he visited her home, she remained hidden in her room, her parents' reactions subdued. Furthermore, news of the incident at the police station had reached their superiors, resulting in nothing more than a reprimand for him to reflect on his actions. At present, the priority was Miao Miao. He recognized that he had hurt her deeply, yet he sincerely did not want to lose her. As his phone rang, he hurriedly glanced at the screen, hoping it was Miao Miao, but instead found it was Li Fei. "Li Fei, what is it?" After hanging up, Zhang Wenyuan felt as though the world was crumbling around him. A month and a half ago, due to Lin Miaoyue's absence at her mother's house, he had gone out to play cards with Li Fei and others, subsequently drinking excessively and unwittingly spending the night with a woman. The shock of that morning rattled him, yet the woman had been remarkably nonchalant, stating that a night of passion need not be remembered. To his utter disbelief, she had now informed him that she was pregnant and was seeking him through Li Fei, who inquired about his plan. If there were such a thing as a regret remedy, even if it cost him a kidney, Zhang Wenyuan would have traded it in an instant, but alas, there was none. He needed to resolve this matter immediately. Should Miao Miao learn of it, divorce would be inevitable. After contemplating, he decided to ask Li Fei to transfer 20,000 to her, urging her to terminate the pregnancy. Meanwhile, even with makeup, Lin Miaoyue could not disguise her pallor. Her close friend Lu Su, aware of her situation, looked at her with concern and insisted on attending her classes in her stead. Lin Miaoyue offered a faint smile, recognizing that her weariness stemmed not solely from lack of rest but from the profound anguish within her heart. Chapter 8, Moonlit Silence, Part 2. Zhang Wenyuan had underestimated the situation. The young woman, Yi Qing, was well aware of his family's financial standing and, being a public servant herself, was unwilling to settle for a mere 20,000 yuan, insisting instead on a sum of 100,000. However, without any means to contact him directly, she resorted to incessantly seeking out Li Fei, even causing a scene at his establishment. Li Fei, feeling overwhelmed, ultimately provided Zhang Wenyuan's contact information, only to discover that he was ignoring Yi Qing's calls. Li Fei's wife, suspicious of a potential affair between him and Yi Qing, promptly informed Lin Miaoyue, urging her and Zhang Wenyuan to resolve the matter at the shop. Lin Miaoyue felt as though her world had crumbled once more. She had lost her child, and Zhang Wenyuan had fathered a child with another woman. Overcome with rage, she trembled uncontrollably and fainted. Lu Su quickly took Lin Miaoyue to the hospital and notified her mother. In less than a month, Lin Miaoyue had visited the hospital twice, each time in a state of utter disarray. Upon regaining consciousness, she recounted the events to her mother, who was equally enraged and immediately called Zhang Wenyuan to berate him. Lin Miaoyue, lying on the hospital bed, remained eerily calm, as if she had not heard a word. Zhang Wenyuan's parents, upon learning of the situation, rushed to the hospital to visit Lin Miaoyue, while Zhang Wenyuan sat there, utterly despondent. Observing both families gathered in the ward, Lin Miaoyue coldly declared, "I will proceed with the divorce tomorrow, there is nothing further to discuss." Upon hearing this, Zhang's father kicked Zhang Wenyuan hard, exclaiming, "You scoundrel, what the hell are you doing?" Turning to Lin Miaoyue, he said, "Miaoyue, our family has wronged you. Feel free to hit or scold him, those matters he has caused outside are ours to handle. We will not acknowledge the child born from another. I have no interest in how you handle the situation or whether you choose to recognize it. I am determined to divorce," Lin Miaoyue replied calmly, not even glancing at Zhang's family. Zhang's mother interjected, "Miaoyue, everyone makes mistakes, Wenyuan is simply immature, you have always been the more sensible one. Please refrain from constantly mentioning divorce." "More sensible?" Lin Miaoyue laughed bitterly, "So I should just endure all of this? That is not what I meant, let it be then. My life, as Miaoyue, has indeed been difficult." Lin Feng, who typically spoke little, interjected, his words seemed to lower the temperature in the room, and Lin Miaoyue looked at her father with gratitude before covering her mouth and weeping as she exited. Zhang Wenyuan remained seated, as if devoid of sensation. Zhang's mother nudged him, urging him to go after Lin Miaoyue, but he lacked even the strength to rise, let alone the courage to face her alone. As Lin Miaoyue stepped out of the hospital, her figure appeared markedly frail, accentuated by the black coat she wore. Zhao Tingchuan, who had come to retrieve their daughter from the hospital, caught sight of her. Pondering the last conversation he overheard, he was left wondering why she was at the hospital again, yet he lacked the position to inquire. Observing her demeanor filled him with an inexplicable concern. "Dad, what are you looking at?" Jia Bao asked, noticing her father's intense gaze fixed outside, his expression growing more serious. "Nothing. Once you are discharged, you must exercise for at least 30 minutes each day, no slacking off, or I shall impose a penalty," Zhao Tingchuan replied, softening his tone. "Okay." Lin's mother, particularly anxious about Lin Miaoyue being alone, enlisted Lin Feng to search for her. When she called, Lin Miaoyue simply stated, "Mom and Dad, I need some time alone, please don't worry. I'll return home shortly." Lin Miaoyue lingered in a corner of a coffee shop for a considerable time, from the sunlit hours until the streetlights flickered on. The melancholy and sorrow radiating from her drew the attention of passers-by. After all, a beautiful woman in tears is strikingly more captivating than an ordinary person, she pondered deeply, her initial hesitations now solidified into resolute determination. It was time to divorce and reclaim her own life. Letting go of her youthful passion that had been squandered upon exiting the CAF, she spotted Zhang Wenyuan waiting for her. Without uttering a word, she turned away with indifference, yet he pursued her, gently grasping her arm and pleading, "Miaoyue, please look at me one more time." Lin Miaoyue remained silent, shaking off his hand as she prepared to walk away. Zhang Wenyuan, choked with emotion, confessed, "I agree to the divorce." "Then let us meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow at 10 a.m. With that, Lin Miaoyue walked away without glancing back. Zhang Wenyuan watched Lin Miaoyue retreating into the distance, lacking the courage to follow her. He sank to the ground amidst the bustling street, wishing fervently for her to turn back and look at him. Although he had committed numerous wrongdoings over the years, there was no denying his love for Lin Miaoyue. From the moment he first laid eyes on her in college, he had been captivated. He had unhesitatingly abandoned a lucrative job in another city to return to C-City, simply to ensure he would not lose her, for she cherished a stable and tranquil life. During the grueling years of civil service examinations, she had never voiced a complaint, always offering him gentle encouragement. Even when her parents disapproved of their union due to his lack of a stable job, she resolutely married him at the peak of her youth. When did everything begin to change? The comfort following his success in the examinations led him to seek thrills, and gambling, initially perceived as an easy and exhilarating pursuit, soon became a regular occurrence. The initial winnings had filled him with pride, but he later realized that losses were merely part of the game, and borrowing money seemed inconsequential, all within his control. But now, everything was spiraling uncontrollably. Despite having repaid many debts, the most devastating loss was their child. He had betrayed her trust, even if it was merely an accident. Faced with this reality, even if Miaoyue were to forgive him in the future, he would bear the weight of everyone's scorn and would never be able to hold his head high. So let it be. Perhaps divorce would grant everyone the liberation they sought. Chapter 9 The Silence of the Moon, Part 3 The divorce proceedings were completed swiftly, as there were no considerations regarding child custody. Each party retained one vehicle, while the house was awarded to Zhang Wenyuan, who was obligated to compensate Lin Miaoyue with 500,000 yuan, given that she had financed the renovations. The process unfolded more smoothly than Lin Miaoyue had anticipated, and the staff handling the paperwork seemed somewhat taken aback. This couple appeared truly radiant, with the man being handsome and the woman exceptionally beautiful. Even clad in the most unremarkable attire, she would stand out in any crowd. As they exited the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lin Miaoyue couldn't help but glance up at the sky, marveling at the splendid weather. Miao Miao, I'm sorry. I couldn't provide you with the life you desired, but now you are free, he said. Let us refrain from such talk, let us each find peace, Lin Miaoyue replied calmly, her gaze devoid of love or resentment. I will list the house for sale. I don't have that much cash on hand, so the 500,000 will be transferred to you later. Alright, I shall take my leave now. Lin Miaoyue turned to depart. Miao Miao, do you still harbor any fondness for me? Zhang Wenyuan grasped her hand, his gaze unwavering. Such sentiments are rather pointless now. I am truly exhausted, particularly fatigued. This arrangement is for the best. It is a liberation for both of us. Liberation, I hope that is the case, Miao Miao. I genuinely wish for your happiness. I owe you this in this lifetime, as well as to Xiaobao. At the mention of Xiaobao, Lin Miaoyue's eyes involuntarily welled with tears. She looked skyward, struggling to suppress her emotions, and said, let us leave it at that for now, I have a class to attend. She turned and walked away briskly. Once inside her car, Lin Miaoyue could no longer contain her sobs. The years of love and shared experiences had reached their conclusion. The stability she had once envisioned had turned out to be a fleeting dream, leaving behind a trail of devastation and countless emotional scars. However, it would be alright, she would find her way. Lin Miaoyue, you will thrive on your own, with your family supporting you, do not fear. With this thought, Lin Miaoyue wiped her tears and started the engine, yet she felt the tears still trickling down her cheeks. After school, Lin Miaoyue returned directly to the Lin family home. There, she found her younger brother, Lin Jiangping, seated in the living room. Despite the significant age difference, they shared a particularly close bond. He had returned home for the winter break from university. Upon seeing his sister, and aware of the recent events, he said nothing but approached her for an embrace. Sister, this will always be your home. Lin Miaoyue lightly patted him and replied, humph. As if you needed to remind me. Children, dinner is ready. With both her son and daughter at home, Lin's mother felt her spirits lift slightly. She had endured too many distressing matters lately and simply wished for her family to be together, wanting to forget everything else. With the final examinations approaching, Lin Miaoyue busied herself for several days. She had heard that this particular exam was of great importance to the school, as officials would be visiting for inspection, emphasizing the need for all teachers to adhere strictly to work discipline, with strict prohibitions against tardiness or leaving early. On the last day of examinations, Zhao Tingchuan and his team arrived at Chaoyang Middle School, the finest junior high in the city. The cold wind howled, and both the principal and the secretary were on high alert, fearing any potential slip-ups, with the district education director, Gui Yu, accompanying them. As Zhao Tingchuan observed the tranquil campus, his mind wandered back to the image of Lin Miaoyue at the hospital entrance. She was here now. What could she possibly be doing? Recalling the investigation into her background, he remembered that she taught Chinese. He glanced around and soon spotted her nameplate, prompting him to approach. Amongst the many teachers, he immediately recognized Lin Miaoyue. Even in the standard attire of a suit, she stood out remarkably, her eyes sparkling with mirth and her long hair cascading elegantly over her shoulders. Noticing that his gaze lingered on her, the astute director Gui turned to Principal Wang Xiaobin and remarked, Principal Wang, your teachers are not only capable educators but also quite stunning. He gestured towards Lin Miaoyue. Principal Wang understood the implication and replied, indeed, Teacher Lin is exceptional. Her classes yield excellent results, and she is known for her gentle demeanor and humility, serving as a role model among the younger faculty, and she is particularly beloved by her students. Such teachers are indeed rare. Principal Wang, it is essential to encourage such talents to emerge, inspiring more individuals to follow suit and fostering growth among the teaching staff, Director Gui articulated with conviction. Absolutely, absolutely. In the future, our school will place greater emphasis on the exemplary roles of outstanding teachers. Rest assured, Director, Principal Wang hurriedly affirmed, listening to their conversation. Zhao Tingchuan interjected, while it is vital to recognize the exemplary roles of outstanding teachers, it is equally important to consider their personal well-being. Subjecting them to excessive pressure is not beneficial. Upon hearing this, Director Guo mused, goodness, is this still the same Zhao Tingchuan, known for his decisive and vigorous approach? Everyone knows that reporting to him is a nerve-wracking ordeal. After overseeing the final examination, Lin Miaoyue thought she could finally relax. However, as soon as she sat down, she received a call from the principal, requesting her presence at a dinner with city officials that evening, along with several other young teachers. Previously, she had always found excuses to decline such invitations, and the leaders had never pressed her, but today, Principal Wang countered all her reasons with persuasive arguments laced with entreaty, leaving Lin Miaoyue little choice but to acquiesce. Chapter 10. As the wind rises. The dinner was set in a private room on the 5th floor of the school canteen, which boasted 2 rooms. Lin Miaoyue had previously visited the smaller one, but this time she found herself assigned to the larger chamber, accompanied by several colleagues. Holding on to the notion of being a modest diner, she stood quietly to the side. The entrance of Zhao Tingchuan and his entourage stirred a slight commotion. Upon taking his seat at the head of the table, he immediately spotted Lin Miaoyue, who wore a light purple coat and had tied her hair in a low ponytail, exuding a sense of competence and grace, with a gentle demeanor as she lowered her gaze. When Principal Wang called upon Lin Miaoyue to sit beside Zhao Tingchuan, she appeared utterly bewildered, uncertainly inquiring, "Me?" Principal Wang chuckled and replied, "Teacher Lin, as a distinguished representative of our young faculty, please assist Director Zhao by pouring him a drink." At this pronouncement, all eyes turned toward Lin Miaoyue, and for the first time, her gaze met Zhao Tingchuan's. A director of the finance bureau at such a young age, Lin Miaoyue forced a smile and walked over. Once everyone was seated, Principal Wang gestured for Lin Miaoyue to pour Zhao Tingchuan some wine. After complying, she was asked to fill her own glass, to which she promptly stated that she had recently undergone a minor surgery and was unable to drink. Just as Principal Wang was about to respond, Zhao Tingchuan interjected, "If you can't drink, then there's no need to push it. Your health is paramount, Teacher Lin, feel free to do as you wish." Grateful for his understanding, Lin Miaoyue glanced appreciatively at Zhao Tingchuan. He was remarkably different from the leaders she had previously encountered, lacking the typical pompous demeanor and portly figure. Smiling softly, she whispered, "Thank you." The atmosphere at the dinner became more relaxed due to Zhao Tingchuan's affable nature. Guests continually approached to offer toasts, and Lin Miaoyue adeptly poured drinks from the sidelines, occasionally indulging in her meal. Seizing a moment while Zhao Tingchuan chatted with others, Principal Wang approached Lin Miaoyue, subtly suggesting that she partake in a drink as a gesture of respect. Lin Miaoyue furrowed her brow in silence, yet it was Director Guo who remarked, "No worries, Teacher Lin. Just do as you please." Meanwhile, she contemplated her own thoughts. As the toasts flowed, Zhao Tingchuan became slightly more inebriated. He glanced at Lin Miaoyue, who was diligently enjoying her meal. Her focused demeanor was indeed captivating. Noticing her fondness for fish, he casually asked, "Are you from City C, Teacher Lin?" Startled by his unexpected question, Lin Miaoyue choked momentarily. Zhao Tingchuan chuckled and poured her a glass of beverage. Once she had regained her composure, Lin Miaoyue quickly replied, "Thank you, I am a native of City C. City C is a wonderful place, it has nurtured such an outstanding and beautiful individual as you, Teacher Lin. Director Zhao, you flatter me. Allow me to toast to you with this drink." With that, she raised her glass slightly, while Zhao Tingchuan's gaze remained fixed on her. He lifted his wineglass and clinked it lightly against hers before downing its contents. Observing his empty glass, Lin Miaoyue thought to herself, "Goodness, that's strong liquor." Silently, she finished her own drink. Director Guo, who had been attentively observing the two, quickly urged, "Teacher Lin, do fill Director Zhao's glass again." "Oh, certainly." Lin Miaoyue obediently poured more wine. Afterward, Zhao Tingchuan stepped out for a moment, and Lin Miaoyue felt a wave of relief wash over her. She glanced around at the diners, feeling inexplicably fatigued. She had always found such gatherings distasteful. Amidst the clinking of glasses and formalities, it felt as though everyone wore masks. As the dinner drew to a close, Zhao Tingchuan noticed the weariness in Lin Miaoyue's eyes. Clearing his throat, he announced, "Tonight, let us extend our gratitude to Principal Wang for his generous hospitality. It appears everyone has had a splendid time. However, considering the frigid weather, I suggest we all head home early." Chaoyang Middle School undoubtedly stands as the finest junior high in our city, and I believe it will continue to excel. Now, let us raise our glasses once more. Director Zhao, Principal Wang interjected with a sycophantic tone, the success of our school is greatly attributed to the support and concern from all of you leaders. As the saying goes, a train runs swiftly, thanks to the engine leading the way. Lin Miaoyue felt a twinge of discomfort at the principal's obsequious demeanor. As they exited the private room, Zhao Tingchuan's secretary whispered something to Director Gua, who immediately reacted, calling out to Lin Miaoyue, Teacher Lin, Director Zhao's driver has an urgent matter and has left. Since we've all had a few drinks, could you kindly drive Director Zhao home? What, leader? Before she could refuse, Principal Wang stepped forward, insisting, Teacher Lin, there's no need for hesitation. Director Zhao has expressed great satisfaction with our school today. We will need funding from the City Finance Bureau for our upcoming building project, so please do not let us down at this critical juncture. Internally, Lin Miaoyue felt overwhelmed. Director Gua turned to Zhao Tingchuan with a smile, the car has been arranged, let Teacher Lin take you home. Zhao Tingchuan responded with a knowing smile of approval. Thus, the group watched as Zhao Tingchuan climbed into the passenger seat of Lin Miaoyue's car, exchanging knowing smiles among themselves. This was undoubtedly the most nerve-wracking driving experience for Lin Miaoyue, seated next to a man who wielded considerable influence in this small city. Time seemed to drag on. Why did he live so far away? The car was infused with a subtle, pleasant fragrance, and as she glanced at the seemingly relaxed Lin Miaoyue, he remarked with a light chuckle, drive slowly, don't be nervous. I one tea bite. No, I'm not nervous, my driving skills are just not particularly good. After this, silence enveloped the car, punctuated only by the occasional navigation prompt. I heard your father works at the Public Security Bureau? Yes, he's been there for quite some time. How did you know? For me, getting to know someone is quite simple, wouldn't you agree? Yes. Lin Miaoyue was filled with confusion. What did he mean by that? Upon reaching their destination, Lin Miaoyue let out a sigh of relief. However, it seemed that the esteemed guest had no intention of alighting from the vehicle. She gently reminded him, Director Zhao, we've arrived. Thank you for your efforts. Teacher Lin, would you like to come in for a bit? Lin Miaoyue immediately shook her head vigorously. No, it's quite late, and I must hurry home. Otherwise, my husband will worry. Fearing a misunderstanding, she invoked Zhang Wenyuan as a shield. Aren't you divorced? Lin Miaoyue turned sharply to Zhao Tingchuan, who was watching her with a bemused expression. Chapter 11 of The Rising Wind, Part 2. Upon witnessing Lin Miaoyue's astonished expression, Zhao Tingchuan was reminded of his daughter's beloved toy, the big-eyed frog. However, the one before him appeared far more intriguing. Amused by this thought, he felt an urge to pinch her cheek. Director Zhao, you might be a bit inebriated, she suggested cautiously. I am quite lucid at the moment and fully aware of my words, Teacher Lin. The future is long, and we shall meet again. Zhao Tingchuan replied with a smile, as he opened the car door and stepped out. Drive carefully and ensure your safety on the way back, he advised, closing the door behind him. Lin Miaoyue's face inexplicably flushed. What did he mean by we shall meet again? She hurried to leave the area, expressing her gratitude with a quick, thank you for your concern, Director, before pressing down on the accelerator and speeding away. By the time she returned home, it was already 10:30. Although she had informed her mother in advance that she would be home late, she found her waiting in the living room. In this world, only parents will always love you unconditionally. They chatted briefly about the evening, and Lin Miaoyue tactfully downplayed the details, merely stating it was a gathering with school teachers, omitting any mention of the dinner or the fact that she had escorted Zhao Tingchuan home. Seeing her daughter seemingly emerging from the shadows, Lin's mother felt a surge of joy. She then brought out the 5 red soup that she had prepared earlier that afternoon, believing it would help replenish Lin Miaoyue's energy and vitality following her recent health scare. Once in her room, Lin Miaoyue let out a sigh of relief, feeling utterly exhausted from the day's events. As she took out her phone, she noticed a new friend request, none other than Zhao Tingchuan himself. His WeChat name was simply his own, accompanied by the note, Teacher Lin, have you arrived home? Staring at the message, Lin Miaoyue fell into deep contemplation. Had it not been for today's school inspection, she would have never crossed paths with the influential director of the Municipal Finance Bureau. His attentiveness towards her at the dinner table and the subsequent conversation in the car were not typical of a leader towards someone of her inconspicuous standing. Moreover, given his age, he was likely married. Did he harbor ulterior motives? The thought left her feeling a wave of revulsion. Indeed, men seem to share a singular nature. It was foolish of her to have initially perceived this director as charmingly distinguished, believing he to be different from other Mediterranean leaders, viewing him as somewhat more imposing. Yet, it turned out that at their core, they were all the same. No, to be precise, the essence of men remained unchanged. Reflecting on Zhang Wenyuan's indiscretions and his illegitimate child only added to her disgust. In a fit of frustration, she tossed her phone aside and proceeded to wash up. Meanwhile, Zhao Tingchuan, in Jinjiang City, glanced at his phone intermittently, anxious not to miss any updates. Was she still not home, or perhaps she had simply not checked her phone? He had her number, but he hesitated to call, fearing it might upset her. In the car earlier, he had spoken some rather suggestive words that were uncharacteristic of him. Looking around his sparsely decorated apartment, he remembered that he lived alone while Jiabao resided with her grandparents in a more secluded, tranquil villa. The thought of Jiabao then led him to reminisce about her mother. Truth be told, he hadn't thought of her in quite some time. Their relationship had felt like merely ticking off boxes in the checklist of adulthood. They had met through the matchmaking efforts of their parents, both of whom held high-ranking positions in government. She was a gentle and compliant girl, perfectly suitable for marriage in every regard. Their union felt more like the completion of a societal ritual than a romantic endeavor. Yet, while he was stationed in County A and she in the tax bureau of County B, their time together was scarce. The birth of Jiabao had brought them closer, but tragedy struck when Jiabao was still an infant. Her mother perished in a car accident. He vividly recalled the day of the accident, attending a meeting when he received the news. Rushing to the hospital, witnessing her frail form on the hospital bed stirred a profound ache within him. They had once envisioned a bright future together, only for it to be shattered too soon. Her final words to him echoed in his mind: "Take good care of Jiabao, and don't let her suffer." These past years, Jiabao had been enveloped in the affection of her grandparents and maternal grandparents, yet the love of her parents remained a glaring absence. Due to work commitments, he had been unable to fulfill his responsibilities as a father, and he had not considered remarriage, not out of lingering attachment to Jiabao's mother, but rather a belief that marriage was not a pivotal aspect of life. After her passing, his life had continued largely unchanged. He remained in County A, perpetually busy, seldom returning home. Only in the past 2 years had he ascended to a position within the Municipal Finance Bureau, returning to City C. On a rare visit home, while sorting through Jiabao's mother's belongings, he stumbled upon a photograph of her with another man, not himself. The inscription on the back read, "My one true love." In the picture, she beamed radiantly beside the man, a stark contrast to the gentle detachment she had shown him. Now, gazing at the photograph, he felt no pang of emotion. She had not given him her entire heart, and he bore her no blame for that. People encounter different individuals at various stages of life. The fervor of youth and the pragmatism of adulthood often lead to divergent choices. The subsequent tranquility of life might ultimately clarify one's desires. Of course, certain boundaries should never be crossed, such as betrayal within marriage. Nonetheless, it was fortunate that both Lin Miaoyue and he were currently unencumbered by relationships that might breach such boundaries. Could this perhaps be fate's benevolence towards him? After much contemplation, he decided to call her. However, she seemed to have dozed off, and the call was abruptly disconnected. He then added her on WeChat. Her profile picture depicted a silhouette beneath a crescent moon, exuding a cool yet alluring charm. Chapter 12 of The Rising Wind, Part 3. Last night, I had a dream in which Principal Wang berated me mercilessly, causing Lin Miaoyue to awaken in fright. Upon picking up her phone, she noticed a new friend request from him, sent at 1 o'clock in the morning. After contemplating the dream, she decided to accept the request. After all, it was better to avoid trouble and keep her distance in the future. She had no intention of replying to any messages, nor did she care much for her social media, as she seldom posted. After tidying up, she headed to school, where she was expected to participate in a collective computer grading session and could not afford to be late. From a distance, she spotted Principal Wang and was about to circumvent him when Lu Su, with a mischievous grin, stopped her and inquired, "Lin Ye, I heard you made quite an impression last night. You even accompanied Director Zhao from the Finance Bureau home." Lin Miaoyue rolled her eyes dramatically. "That impression is all yours." "No, I can't handle that, I'm not worthy." Just as they were joking, Principal Wang approached and remarked, "Teacher Lin, thank you for your hard work yesterday. You're too kind, Principal, Lin Miaoyue replied with a smile. Now, we must hurry to grade the papers. With that, she pulled Lu Su along at a brisk pace. By the way, where does someone like Director Zhao reside? Over by Jinjiang City. You have no idea how embarrassed I felt yesterday. I wished I could have launched a rocket to send him home. Huh, keep dreaming about rockets. Truly, beauty draws attention wherever it goes. I can't fathom why they chose you to escort him. I've heard that this finance director is both efficient and charming. Well, I was the only one who hadn't been drinking, Lin Miaoyue retorted, pouting. Let us not discuss that. I am definitely avoiding such gatherings in the future. Alright, let us go grade the papers. On the day of the holiday, Lin Miaoyue felt an immense sense of relief, as if the world had suddenly brightened. However, this tranquility was shattered by a phone call from Zhang Wenyuan, who had vanished from her life for the past half-month since their divorce. Miao Miao, are you on holiday? How have you been lately? Yes, quite well. I guess there's something you need? My grandmother's birthday is approaching, and she is still unaware of our situation. I was wondering if you could join me to celebrate her birthday, just a meal. That might not be convenient. Since we're divorced, it's best to keep things final. Besides, I plan to travel far away in a few days, out of Sea City. Where are you headed? Does it concern you? Lin Miaoyue replied, growing impatient. Miao Miao, I miss you. Zhang Wenyuan, we really don't need to maintain any contact. It is truly unnecessary. I must hang up now. Miao Miao, your heart is so hardened. After all these years, if you say you don't care, you truly don't. Lin Miaoyue hung up before he could finish, feeling that delayed affection was as worthless as grass. If he truly loved her, he would not repeatedly cause her disappointment, nor would he father a child with someone else. Thinking about the child, she couldn't help but touch her lower abdomen. If he had survived, he would be nearly 3 months along. A wave of sorrow washed over her. This winter holiday, she indeed intended to travel far, not returning for the new year to avoid the endless inquiries from relatives, granting herself the time and space to restart her life. While packing her luggage, her mother continued to fuss, cautioning her about the dangers of traveling alone, recalling how many beautiful young women had encountered misfortune while outside. Mom, I'm not a girl anymore. I am a divorced woman. Lin Miaoyue feigns sadness. Even if you're divorced, you're still quite beautiful. Divorce seems far more common these days. After a pause, she added, listen to your mother. Let your brother accompany you. Mom, that is really unnecessary. I just want some time alone to sort out my feelings. Please don't worry, I'm not a child. Lin's mother sighed in resignation, saying, just remember to call me every day and send messages to the family. When the plane landed in Yuncheng, Lin Miaoyue felt the vastness and richness of China. The weather here was entirely different from Sea City, living up to its reputation as the spring city, where every season felt like spring. After settling into the pre-booked guesthouse, she informed her family of her safe arrival and took some photos and videos to share with them. As she walked to the window, the enthusiastic female owner greeted her warmly. Reflecting on the instructions the owner had just given her, Lin Miaoyue felt fortunate to have encountered such a wonderful guesthouse proprietor. Her days in Yuncheng seemed particularly fulfilling. She wandered through the ancient city, made flower cakes, conversed with locals, and met a variety of guests staying at the guesthouse. Some had been there for quite some time, while others planned to stay even longer. No one questioned why she was alone in this place as the new year approached. During this period, she also rested exceptionally well, maintaining a regular routine, reading, writing, and occasionally playing the pipa. It was a state of life she had long dreamed of, though regrettably, she could only stay for a month. On New Year's Eve, the guesthouse owner, Hong Jie, organized a dumpling-making event for the guests. There were only 6 or 7 outsiders present, along with Hong Jie's family, creating a lively atmosphere. Lin Miaoyue recorded several videos to send to her mother, who felt genuine satisfaction upon seeing her daughter's happiness. When relatives inquired about Miao Miao, she candidly mentioned her divorce and that she was taking a break in another city. As a fellow woman, Lin's mother understood that an unhappy marriage was hardly better than none. Rather than forcing a compromise, it was far wiser to move forward with grace. Once the dumplings were cooked and served, Hong Jie had placed auspicious items in some of them. Lin Miaoyue discovered a dumpling containing a coin, prompting Hong Jie to encourage her to play a few pipa pieces for everyone's entertainment. Lin Miaoyue, not one to feign modesty, seized the opportunity to fetch her pipa from her room, donning a pastel pink qipao and styling her hair up. Sitting in the already elegant and artistic courtyard of the guesthouse, she appeared like a painting, captivating everyone's gaze. Once settled, she effortlessly played Pipa Xing, mesmerizing everyone in the courtyard. It was their first experience of such a visual and auditory delight. Even Hong Jia, who had seen much in her life, was momentarily entranced before bursting into applause. Following this, she performed a few popular songs in collaboration with a fellow guest known as De Qiu Gu, who claimed to travel the world with his guitar, drawing cheers from the crowd and even attracting guests from the neighboring guesthouse. The courtyard was filled with a warm, joyful atmosphere, and without a doubt, Lin Miaoyue was the most enchanting presence there. Thus, a group of people from all corners of the world gathered together, and soon fireworks lit up the sky. The photographer, Mai Zi, captured a series of photos of Lin Miaoyue, claiming they were flawless shots that required no editing and could be posted directly on social media. Every expression and smile of Lin Miaoyue was breathtaking, and against the backdrop of the fireworks, she radiated an astonishing beauty. Chapter 13 of The Wind Rises, Part 4. As they were all young, the revelry continued late into the night, and Lin Miaoyue experienced her first night in Yun City. By the time she returned to her room, it was already 2 or 3 in the morning. She recalled the words of Yasunari Kawabata, at 3 in the morning, listening to the begonia flowers that have not yet slept. Casually picking up her phone, she noticed that her WeChat was inundated with group messages of New Year greetings, alongside several missed calls from unfamiliar numbers, which she chose to disregard. She diligently saved the photos taken by Mai Zi that evening, which indeed possessed a unique charm, and couldn't resist sharing one on her moments, accompanied by the words of forever enamored by the fireworks that light up the sky and the embers that fade away. May the new year surpass the old, and may all endeavors meet with success. After posting, she proceeded to freshen up, and gazing at her reflection in the mirror, Lin Miaoyue whispered, "Happy New Year, Lin Miaoyue. Live as joyfully and radiantly as you did today." Once she finished tidying up and lay down in bed, ready to turn off the lights and succumb to sleep, her phone rang again, revealing yet another call from the same unfamiliar number. Intrigued yet puzzled, she answered, "Hello? Teacher Lin, Happy New Year." Zhao Tingxuan's voice was somewhat husky, the sound was slightly unfamiliar to her. "Happy New Year, may I ask who this is?" The first New Year greeting of the day made her smile involuntarily. "I am Zhao Tingxuan, do you remember me, Teacher Lin?" Of course, of course." "Happy New Year, Director Zhao, are you still awake?" "Indeed, I've been waiting for your reply, and then I saw your moments." He had sent her messages. Lin Miaoyue was taken aback, scrolling through her WeChat, and indeed, he had sent several. "My apologies, Director Zhao. I thought they were all group messages, so I didn't pay much attention. Thank you for your concern. Where are you? Your moments suggest you're not in C City." "Oh, I'm in Yun City." A wave of fatigue washed over Lin Miaoyue, her voice losing its vigor. "Alone?" "Yes, Director Zhao, is there anything else?" "I am quite sleepy." After speaking, she couldn't suppress a large yawn. Imagining her yawning, Zhao Tingxuan couldn't help but smile. "Then you should get some rest. Good night." Goodbye, Director Zhao." After hanging up, Lin Miaoyue fell asleep almost instantly, leaving the lights on. On the other end, Zhao Tingxuan still held his phone, carefully examining Lin Miaoyue's moments, magnifying each image, which were indeed a feast for the eyes. Clad in a rose-red qipao, she held a sparkler, radiating light against the dim background, her eyes and smile exuding an undeniable beauty. It was evident she was enjoying her time in Yun City. After adding her on WeChat last year, Zhao had been exceptionally busy with year-end summaries and inspections from the provincial authorities. He had only taken leave yesterday, as his parents had initially intended to celebrate the new year in the provincial city. However, considering his solitary status and inability to leave C City at will, they chose to stay with him. During the New Year's Eve dinner, his mother subtly broached the topic of remarriage, even mentioning a minister's daughter from the province who was of similar age. Although he laughed it off in front of them, Lin Miaoyue's face lingered in his thoughts, and he found himself wondering what she was doing. After sending her several messages without any response, he felt a twinge of annoyance upon seeing her moments, prompting him to call her. He was unsure if her explanations were genuine, yet hearing her soft and melodic voice dissolved any tension in his heart. When had he become so easily swayed? On the first day of the new year, Lin Miaoyue awoke only as lunch approached. In her drowsy state, she recalled the events of the previous night and the phone call from Zhao Tingxuan, sending shivers down her spine. Being disturbed by a married man, especially one of considerable standing, felt exceedingly uncomfortable. After some contemplation, she decided to save his number, allowing her the option to answer or not in the future. The courage to block his number outright was something she had yet to muster. Scrolling through the moments she had posted yesterday, she noticed a flurry of likes and comments. Just then, her stomach protested, prompting her to rise and seek out something to eat downstairs. A video call from her mother came through. "Mom, Happy New Year. Meow meow, your photos are stunning, who took them?" "A girl I celebrated the New Year with at the guest house, she is a photographer." "No wonder. But still, it's you who looks beautiful. I've saved all those photos," her mother said, her voice filled with pride and delight. "Sis, why don't you come back early?" Lin Jiangping chimed in, munching on sunflower seeds. "No, I rarely get to come here, and I'm so comfortable that I don't want to leave." "Mom, look at how sis doesn't want us at all," Lin Jiangping complained to their mother. "As long as your sister is happy." Her mother turned back to Lin Miaoyue, saying, "Meow meow, remember to stay safe out there. This world has many bad people, especially thieves. Your father has been busy patrolling everywhere these past few days." I know. My stomach is protesting. I'm off to find something to eat." After ending the call, Lin Miaoyue sent a message to Lin Feng. "Dear Officer Lin, Happy New Year. Wishing you a joyful work year ahead and a safe return home." A few minutes later, she received his reply, "Happy New Year, meow meow, may you enjoy good health and happiness in the coming year." Reading the message, Lin Miaoyue suddenly felt incredibly fortunate, blessed with a family that always supported and loved her. For their sake, she resolved to live well and cherish herself. Chapter 14 The Wind Rises, Part 5. After casually preparing a meal in the guesthouse kitchen, Lin Miaoyue silently vowed to learn how to cook in the new year. Life in Yun City was leisurely and carefree, and happiness seemed to drift by at a comfortable pace. As the winter break drew to a close, Lin Miaoyue began to plan her return journey. During this period after the new year, she would occasionally receive messages from Zhao Tingchuan, but more often than not, she either did not respond or replied rather late, and the same applied to phone calls. Employing the cold shoulder was the most prudent approach. Having just emerged from a tumultuous marriage, she had no desire to entangle herself with a married man. When the plane landed in City C in the morning, the airport was bustling with activity due to the commencement of the new academic term at various universities. Even though many of her belongings had been shipped back from Yun City in advance, Lin Miaoyue still found herself navigating through the crowd with a large suitcase in tow. Zhao Tingchuan was somewhat taken aback when he spotted her. Had she returned, he had just sent his parents and Jiabao off on a flight to the provincial capital for a few days, and unexpectedly, he saw her. When someone grabbed her suitcase, Lin Miaoyue was momentarily stunned. Looking up to see Zhao Tingchuan only added to her bewilderment. How had he ended up here? By the time she glanced down, the suitcase had already been taken by Director Zhao, prompting her to hurriedly chase after him, exclaiming, "Director Zhao, what are you doing here?" "I can manage on my own, I've already called for a car." "Teacher Lin, you helped me last time, so why not let me have the chance to assist you this time?" Zhao Tingchuan replied with utmost seriousness. "There's really no need, I assure you. The car I called is already waiting for me," Lin Miaoyue insisted, attempting to retrieve her suitcase from Zhao Tingchuan's grasp, only to find it immovable. "Do you dislike me?" Zhao Tingchuan asked, his smile fading as he looked directly at Lin Miaoyue. "Not at all. I just thought you must be very busy and did not wish to trouble you," she replied. "What if I say it's no trouble at all?" Lin Miaoyue hesitated. "Then, thank you." After placing her luggage in the parking lot, Lin Miaoyue instinctively moved to sit in the back seat, avoiding the front passenger seat beside a married man, as was her habit. However, Zhao Tingchuan insisted she sit in the front, to which she jokingly responded, "No need, I fear your wife might have objections." She won't have any objections, Zhao Tingchuan thought to himself, she would never raise an issue. But I'm not accustomed to sitting in the front seat of someone else's car. Zhao Tingchuan chuckled lightly, "Suit yourself." His vehicle was an SUV, spacious in the rear, yet Lin Miaoyue felt a sense of confinement. What a ridiculous twist of fate this was. "Teacher Lin, where is your home?" "Near Xingyue Bay, thank you." Through the rearview mirror, Zhao Tingchuan noticed Lin Miaoyue's awkwardness and tension. "Teacher Lin, what are you so nervous about?" I 1T bite. I'm not nervous, I'm merely a bit taken aback. It's not every day one gets to ride in the car of a director. You'll become accustomed to it if you ride with me more often. Lin Miaoyue remains silent. Why the silence? I'm just a bit tired from the long flight, she replied, shifting the topic. What brought you to the airport? I was seeing my parents and daughter off on their flight, and happened to run into you. Indeed, what a coincidence. You are quite the devoted father, and surely a good husband as well. Lin Miaoyue attempted to awaken Zhao Tingchuan's conscience. Regrettably, that is not the case. I am far from being a competent one, Zhao Tingchuan said, his tone laced with a hint of introspection, for he knew he fell short in both roles. As they approached Xinghabei, Lin Miaoyue expressed her desire to get out. She did not wish for Zhao Tingchuan to see her to the entrance, fearing the judgment of onlookers. Sensing her thoughts, Zhao Tingchuan drove directly to the entrance of Xinghabei and locked the car doors. Gathering his courage, he voiced the sentiments he had been holding back. Teacher Lin, you must have noticed that I feel somewhat differently about you. I wonder how you perceive me. I believe you are a good official. Lin Miaoyue found his frankness somewhat disconcerting but mustered the courage to continue. Director Zhao, although I am divorced, I cannot accept you. Such a morally questionable affair is beyond my capability. Is being with me morally questionable? You have your own family, that undoubtedly renders it so, Lin Miaoyue stated earnestly. Thus, was her inability to accept his family? Noting her serious expression in the rearview mirror, Zhao Tingchuan, with a stoic demeanor, silently unlocked the car doors. Thank you, Director Zhao. Lin Miaoyue immediately opened the car door and stepped out. Watching his car drive away, she felt an immense sense of relief wash over her. It was a relief to have spoken her mind, alleviating the tension that had weighed heavily upon her. As for work, she hoped he would not make a mountain out of a molehill. Shaking her head, she dragged her suitcase homeward. After the new year, everyone had returned to work, including Lin Jiangping, who had gone back to school. After tidying up her belongings, Lin Miaoyue took a shower and prepared for bed. When her mother returned and saw Lin Miaoyue home, she appeared far more spirited than she had been before the new year, her heart considerably lighter. It was indeed the right decision for her not to spend the holiday at home. Reflecting on the family gatherings during this time, she recalled how people had pried into the details of Miao Miao's divorce, speculating wildly. Had it not been for Miao Miao's father losing his temper, who knows what outrageous comments might have been made. Since Lin Miaoyue had declined Zhao Tingchuan's advances, his mood had soured considerably. He genuinely liked her, yet she could not accept his family. In other words, she could not accept his daughter, and that was equally unacceptable to him. Zhebo was his daughter, an irrefutable fact that could not be altered, so he would simply let it be. Chapter 15. The cloud sinks. The new academic term has commenced, and life is proceeding in an orderly manner. The news of Lin Miaoyue's divorce has gradually spread among an increasing number of people. Some of the older teachers at the school have begun to seek potential partners for her, thinking it best to keep the resources within the family and recommending eligible suitors from their own households to Lin Miaoyue. Lin Miaoyue is left speechless by their well-meaning but overwhelming enthusiasm. Eventually, unable to tolerate their fervor any longer, she solemnly informs them that she has suffered greatly from the trials of marriage and is currently grappling with mild depression. Thus, she has no intention of considering marriage at this time and intends to embrace the single life wholeheartedly. Principal Wang has recently found himself in a state of exasperation, as the school aims to construct a laboratory building. Although the building is not large, it has encountered numerous challenges, primarily related to funding. Even though the best school in the city has a certain amount of financial resources, government fiscal support is still essential for the construction of a building. After several visits to the Education Bureau, he has been repeatedly told that the matter is under discussion at higher levels. On this particular day, he seeks out Director Guo once more. Principal Wang, I have submitted your application, but we must await approval from above. Please refrain from seeking me out daily, Director Guo remarks, visibly pained by the persistent visits from Principal Wang. Director Guo, once the project is approved, there will still be design and bidding processes, which are quite cumbersome. I was hoping to have all of this settled before the summer break, so we could commence work immediately afterward. I share your desire, but what can be done about the slow fiscal approvals from above? Director Guo observes the increasing gray in Principal Wang's hair, knowing that he wishes to achieve more accomplishments before his retirement. After taking a sip of tea, he suddenly seems inspired. The person in charge of this matter is Zhao Tingchuan, perhaps you could reach out to him. Principal Wang's eyes light up with realization as he slaps his thigh. Of course. How could I have overlooked that? Your resource allocation skills are indeed commendable, Director Guo. I shall take my leave now. Director Guo, with a smile, waves him off. Upon returning to the school, Principal Wang's first order of business is to summon Lin Miaoyue. Ms. Lin, please come to my office at once. Upon receiving the call, a large question mark forms in Lin Miaoyue's mind. Principal, you called for me. She knocks on the door. Ms. Lin, come in and take a seat. A sense of unease washes over Lin Miaoyue. Clearing his throat, Principal Wang states, Ms. Lin, you are likely aware that our school has a significant task this semester concerning infrastructure development, the construction of a laboratory building. Currently, the municipal fiscal approval has yet to reach the Education Bureau, and the official in charge is none other than Director Zhao, who held you in high regard during your last encounter. Could you perhaps give him a call to inquire about the status of this matter? That might not be appropriate, as I am not particularly familiar with him. Principal, you overestimate my connections. Lin Miaoyue's internal alarm bells ring loudly, prompting her to decline outright. It's merely a phone call to check on the progress. Why are you so tense? As a member of Chaoyang Middle School, you ought to elevate your perspective a bit, he insists. Principal, I genuinely do not know Director Zhao well enough. He has likely forgotten someone as inconspicuous as me. Let us not engage in such undignified actions, she retorts. Nonsense, there is no way a talented individual like you could be so inconspicuous. You even drove Director Zhao home that day, and he was quite pleased with the school's inspection, which certainly owed much to your efforts. After a brief pause, he adds, Ms. Lin, please do not evade this. It's simply a matter of making a phone call. The completion of the laboratory will greatly benefit your cohort's practical experiments in the second half of the year. You should consider your students. Lin Miaoyue, rendered speechless and expressionless, resolves to remain silent. Observing her demeanor, Principal Wang continues, Miao Miao, I know your parents well. To speak candidly, I have taken good care of you during your years at our school. When your father expressed concerns about your health and your capacity to handle the pressures of being a homeroom teacher, I promptly ensured that the administration never assigned you that role. Now, all I ask is for you to make a simple phone call. With a hint of desperation, Lin Miaoyue clings to the last shred of hope. Principal, it's not that I am unwilling. I simply do not have the director's personal number. Should I really call the mayor's hotline to ask for it? That's easily resolved. I have it right here. I specifically asked Director Guo to help me procure it. Lin Miaoyue's expression darkens further. Using Principal Wang's phone, she dials the number, a wave of anxiety washing over her. Hello, who is this? Zhao Tingchuan's steady voice comes through the receiver. Caught off guard, Lin Miaoyue is at a loss for words until she is nudged by the impatient Principal Wang. Director Zhao, hello? This is Lin Miaoyue from Chaoyang Middle School. You've changed your number? Principal Wang, upon hearing this, casts a knowing glance at Lin Miaoyue, pondering why she claimed not to have his number when he clearly has it saved. Lin Miaoyue lowers her head, avoiding Principal Wang's gaze. This is Principal Wang's phone. Director Zhao, I called primarily to inquire about the municipal arrangements for the reconstruction of the laboratory at Chaoyang Middle School. Zhao Tingchuan, recognizing the purpose of the call, responds, the matter has yet to be discussed in a meeting. Several schools' infrastructure plans are still pending. Upon hearing this, Lin Miaoyue gestures to Principal Wang, who is listening in on speakerphone, indicating that he too has received the information. Ah, understood, thank you for your time. She is about to hang up and leave. Principal Wang interjects hurriedly, Director Zhao, hello, I am Wang Xiaobing, the principal of Chaoyang Middle School. I was wondering when you might have time to discuss our laboratory building plans in detail. Perhaps I could have Ms. Lin follow up with you on this matter? Lin Miaoyue rolls her eyes, growing increasingly irritated. What does he take her for? No need, I have a business trip coming up, and the city's finance bureau will handle the overall planning. It should be expedited soon. Alright, understood. My apologies for the interruption. Let us leave it at that for now, I have other matters to attend to. Zhao Tingchuan hangs up the phone, reflecting on Lin Miaoyue's eagerness to end the call, which clearly indicated her reluctance to make it in the first place, and he cannot help but smirk. Principal Wang, please refrain from involving me in significant projects like this in the future. I truly lack the capability, and my aspiration is merely to be a regular teacher. Of course, I appreciate your support, however, it would be challenging to explain to my parents if they were to learn of the extent of your patronage. Lin Miaoyue emphasizes the word patronage, causing Principal Wang to chuckle awkwardly. Alright, Niu Miao, I promise not to involve you again. Focus on your teaching. This time, I was too hasty. I assure you, there will be no next time. Then I shall take my leave. With that, Lin Miaoyue exits the office. Watching her retreating figure, Principal Wang muses that he had initially perceived her as compliant and willing to follow orders, but today he realizes he has underestimated her spirit. With thoughts of the laboratory building swirling in his mind, yet another wave of frustration washes over him. Chapter 16 of The Clouds Gather, Part 2. The half-month leading up to my trip to the provincial capital was a whirlwind of activity, leaving me scarcely a moment to breathe. My days were filled with work reports, investment solicitations, and research studies. In the rare moments of leisure, I found myself engaging in social networking over lavish banquets, despite my advantageous familial background allowing me to navigate various social settings with ease. An overwhelming sense of fatigue pervaded my being. On the eve of my departure from Beijing, a few university classmates organized a private dinner gathering. Although we were all nearing graduation, our current standings in the bureaucratic hierarchy displayed notable disparities. Zhao Tingchuan, without a doubt, stood as the paragon of success among us, yet, those gathered that evening were all commendable in their own rights. At the dining table, mere wine was insufficient. Seated beside Zhao Tingchuan was an undeniable beauty, adept not only at pouring drinks but also at toasting with finesse. She was Director Wang from a department in the provincial capital. In the midst of laughter and conversation, she leaned closer to Zhao Tingchuan, and by the time the dinner was drawing to a close, she had entwined her arm with his. As we departed for the hotel, the enchanting woman boldly proposed a visit to Zhao Tingchuan's room. Though slightly tipsy, Zhao Tingchuan remained composed, responding, "My room is quite ordinary and small." "It may not suit a lady of your caliber, then let us seek a larger room," she replied seductively, her gaze lingering on him, punctuating her words with a playful poke at his waist. It was indeed rare to encounter someone of his stature with such a lean and toned physique, complemented by his striking features and tall, upright demeanor, which undoubtedly stirred fanciful thoughts. Zhao Tingchuan gently repositioned her, aware of the intensified fragrance of her perfume as she leaned in closer, a scent he found somewhat overwhelming. With a smile, he declined, "Director Wang, your enthusiasm is appreciated, but I have an early flight tomorrow, and I fear it may cause delays." At the mention of her title, she seemed to regain her composure, chuckling lightly, "Director Zhao, your reputation precedes you, your integrity is indeed daunting." "I am flattered, Director Wang. I shall feel quite embarrassed if I fail to host you properly should you visit Sea City in the future." "Very well, then we have a mutual agreement, do not renege on it," she replied, gracefully ascending into her vehicle and departing. Upon returning to the hotel, my secretary had everything arranged. My flight was scheduled for 9 a.m. the next day, arriving in Sea City by 11. I nodded in acknowledgement, rubbing my temples, for I felt utterly drained from the relentless pace of recent days. Suddenly, an idea struck me. "Could you check if there are any vendors nearby selling candied hawthorn or toy stores? I would like to bring something back for my daughter." "Candied hawthorn might be hard to find at this hour, but I can look for a toy store." "What does your daughter like? Perhaps a doll." "She adores rabbits and frogs. Please choose something suitable, as I have a slight headache from the wine." "Understood, please rest early." The secretary exited, closing the door behind him. Leaning back on the sofa, I closed my eyes, reluctant to move. Upon my return to Sea City, I continued my frenetic pace, buoyed by promising news from the investment solicitations in the provincial capital, with inspections planned in the coming days to finalize cooperative agreements. Meanwhile, Lin Miaoyue enjoyed a leisurely lifestyle, free from the constraints of marriage, seemingly thriving in her newfound independence. Her work ethic remained steadfast during office hours, while her evenings were spent reveling with friends and colleagues, indulging in shopping sprees, all embodying the ethos of one-person feasts. The family need not fret. Lu Su playfully remarked that she appeared rejuvenated, resembling a fresh graduate brimming with vitality. Lamenting the burdens of matrimony, however, Lin Miaoyue had discovered a pursuit she deemed valuable, refining her skills in playing the pipa. Initially, her studies were aimed at passing examinations, but after her divorce the previous year, she rekindled her passion for the instrument. Since that New Year's Eve, she found great joy in playing the pipa and sought to enhance her proficiency, envisioning the possibility of teaching students in the future, which could yield a considerable income. Thus, she contacted her former teacher, the renowned pipa master Lu Danyang. Attending weekly lessons, Master Lu was elated to see his former student returning to deepen her craft. Although Lin Miaoyue possessed innate talent, he was aware that the prospects for traditional music in the country were bleak, and he hesitated to encourage her to pursue it professionally. Nonetheless, as an instructor, she could embrace this as a cherished hobby, potentially imparting her knowledge to others in due course. Every Sunday morning, Lin Miaoyue visited Master Lu's studio, both to learn and occasionally assist him in teaching beginners. On one such morning, a delicate little girl, seemingly no older than 6, arrived, eager to learn the violin. As she was a student of Master Lu's partner, watching her play, Lin Miaoyue found her utterly charming and approached to engage her in playful conversation. The little girl, enamored with her beautiful elder sister, expressed a desire to learn the pipa instead of the violin. In Jabo, that is not feasible, the pipa is too large for you. You'll have to wait a few years, Lin Miaoyue replied, embracing Zhao Jiayan. How about this? I'll play the pipa, and you can play the violin. It's a splendid combination. Would you like to perform with me in the future? Alright then. Zhao Jiayan reluctantly acquiesced. Chapter 17 of The Cloud Descends, Part 3. April in City C is the most delightful time of the year, and Lin Miaoyue, seizing the favorable weather in her buoyant mood, purchased several dresses. She was slightly taken aback when she received a call from Zhang Wenyuan. Miao, the house has been sold. They mentioned needing to clear out the items. When will you have time for us to go together? No need, I'll arrange to go with my mother at my convenience. How much did you sell the house for? 15 million, paid in full. I will transfer 500,000 to you later, and since your parents lent me 150,000 to pay off the loan, I will transfer that to you as well. Alright, by the way, where will you be staying? Lin Miaoyue was somewhat surprised that he was concerned about returning the 150,000, prompting her to show some concern for him in return. I'll stay with my parents or in their 2-bedroom apartment at Shinju Garden, which is also close to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Sounds good. Lin Miaoyue had no further comments. Miao, how have you been lately? Quite well, she replied. That's good to hear. Miao, I feel guilty about the past, and for our baby let bygones be bygones. I don't wish to dwell on it. What about your other child? Lin Miaoyue asked with a hint of sarcasm. I gave her 100,000 to terminate the pregnancy. The child was truly an accident, and even if born, wouldn't he have been happy? Zhang Wenyuan, even if it was an accident, it was still your doing. Lin Miaoyue could not help but scold. Yes, it was my fault. If there is nothing else, I'll hang up. Miao, can we still be friends? Not possible. Let us part ways amicably and live our own lives. After hanging up, she sent her bank account details, not wishing to complicate matters over money. In the afternoon, Lin Miaoyue drove her mother to the house to pack up their belongings. Although they had only lived there for 2 or 3 years, to say she felt no sorrow would be a lie. She had harbored many hopes here, only to lose so much as well. The mother-daughter duo fell silent. The items they needed to take were minimal, just some clothing and jewelry. Much of it Lin Miaoyue discarded outright. However, after removing her belongings, the house appeared significantly emptier. As they left, she placed the keys in the entrance, contemplating that she would not return, rendering the keys unnecessary. In the car, Lin Miaoyue mentioned to her mother the matter of Zhang Wenyuan returning the 150,000. Her mother pondered for a moment and replied, Zhang Wenyuan is indeed unreliable and lacks responsibility, but I didn't expect him to voluntarily return that money. Indeed, people learn from experience. It seems he has matured somewhat since the divorce. However, it no longer concerns me. Miao, you've grown up. I'm truly happy for you. Thank you, Mom, Lin Miaoyue said sincerely. That evening, Lin Miaoyue invited Lu Su to dinner to celebrate reclaiming a substantial sum of money. The two enjoyed themselves, drinking merrily. 2 beautiful women naturally attracted attention, especially while indulging in drinks, causing many nearby men to steal glances in their direction. When Lin Miaoyue went to settle the bill, 2 men approached with insidious smiles, saying, Beautiful lady, allow me to cover your bill. Come drink with us. Thank you, but that won't be necessary, Lin Miaoyue replied, catching a whiff of the man's alcohol-laden breath and wishing to leave promptly. Hey, why so rude? One of them said, attempting to grab Lin Miaoyue. Lu Su stepped forward, saying, What are you doing? Oh, is this beauty joining us as well? The lewd man said, and seeing the lewd grin on his face, Lu Su, aware of the potential trouble, smiled and said, Big brother, our husbands are on their way. You all enjoy yourselves. After saying this, she pulled Lin Miaoyue away, but the man was relentless, appearing quite intoxicated. The two women felt uneasy when several men with northeastern accents approached, saying, "She said she doesn't want to drink." "Have you never seen a woman before?" Upon hearing this, the lewd man became aggressive, and his companions approached, creating a tense atmosphere. The owner hurried over to mediate and gestured for Lin Miaoyue and Lu Su to leave quickly. Unfortunately, the group was not willing to let it go, and it looked like a fight was about to break out. Just then, several police officers rushed in, shouting, "What's all this commotion?" The owner quickly explained that everyone had been drinking and was a bit tipsy. The drunken man gradually retreated, and the northeastern men returned to their seats. Seeing this, Lin Miaoyue and Lu Su hastily exited. Upon leaving, they encountered Zhao Tingchuan and his entourage at the entrance, as he had brought investors to examine the nightlife in City C. Their eyes met, and Lin Miaoyue quickly turned, linking arms with Lu Su as they walked past him, feeling that the night had truly been unpropitious. Zhao Tingchuan noticed Lin Miaoyue's flushed cheeks and caught a whiff of the alcohol on her, frowning involuntarily. He then saw the police emerging and instructed his secretary, Li, to inquire about what had transpired, before continuing to lead the investment team through the night market. Back at home, Lin Miaoyue lay on her bed, still shaken. The night had been perilous, and had it not been for the northeastern gentleman and the police, the outcome was too dreadful to contemplate. Ding dong, Lu Su messaged to ask if she had arrived home. Lin Miaoyue quickly replied and inquired about Lu Su, both feeling a lingering unease, vowing never to drink out again. The Cloud Descends, Part 4. Upon returning to the office, Zhao Tingchuan's expression grew increasingly grave as he listened to his secretary's report. The secretary, feeling anxious, quickly assured him, "We've properly educated the drunken man and coordinated with the police. They will enhance patrols in the area." Thankfully, nothing serious occurred last night, otherwise, it would have reflected poorly on us in front of the investors. Ensure that the police not only patrol this street but also other areas with a high concentration of drinking establishments. Furthermore, anyone caught causing a ruckus while intoxicated should face severe penalties. We cannot allow a single miscreant to spoil the whole lot. Understood. I will communicate with the police tomorrow. Have the investors been settled? Zhao Tingchuan asked, rubbing his temples. They've all been accommodated. The Development and Reform Commission and the Investment Promotion Department are currently hosting them for dinner. Very well, if there is nothing else, you may leave for the day. Tell the driver not to wait for me. I will drive myself home. Once Li left, Zhao Tingchuan let out a sigh of relief, flipping through the saved photos of Lin Miaoyue. He pondered how she dared to go out drinking with just another girl. Did she truly feel that post-divorce, nothing mattered? With that thought, he tossed his phone onto the desk, then reconsidered and grabbed his car keys, heading out. Upon seeing Zhao Tingchuan's call, Lin Miaoyue recalled the look in his eyes from earlier, cold yet probing. After a moment's hesitation, she answered, "Hello, Lin, come downstairs. I'm at the south entrance of your community." "Director Zhao, I've already gone to bed," Lin Miaoyue said, her expression perplexed by the unexpected call, but she firmly declined. "I said come down, or I'll come up to find you," Zhao Tingchuan asserted before hanging up. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Miaoyue decided to go downstairs. Upon reaching the community entrance, she indeed spotted Zhao Tingchuan's car, a black SUV that seemed even more imposing in the night. Glancing around and finding no one else, she approached the vehicle. Zhao Tingchuan had been watching her since her arrival, still clad in that blue floral dress with a white sweater draped over it. He turned off the engine, stepped out, and awaited her approach. "Director Zhao, is there something you need?" she inquired, her breath still carrying the scent of alcohol. How much had she consumed? "Nothing in particular, just wanted to ask if today is some special occasion, prompting you to indulge so freely in drink." Lin Miaoyue sensed the sarcasm in his words, but she was unsure of his reasoning. Did he believe she had nearly disrupted social order? But hadn't the police resolved the situation? Besides, many people drink. What business was it of his? Why the silence? Seeing her remain quiet, Zhao Tingchuan felt an inexplicable surge of irritation. "Director Zhao, please maintain your decorum. My drinking habits are none of your concern. Whether I drink little or much does not affect you whatsoever," Lin Miaoyue retorted, equally incensed that he had come all this way to question her. Who did he think he was? At that moment, Zhao Tingchuan suddenly pulled Lin Miaoyue close, encircling her neck and leaning down to kiss her. Startled, Lin Miaoyue widened her eyes and pushed against him with all her might, muffled sounds escaping her lips. After a prolonged kiss, just as she felt she could not breathe, he finally released her. "Zhao Tingchuan, are you out of your mind? What are you doing?" Lin Miaoyue exclaimed, disbelief etched across her face. "I am not out of my mind. What did you just call me?" Zhao Tingchuan inquired, seemingly in a surprisingly good mood. Lin Miaoyue's face flushed with anger, and she turned to leave, unable to suppress her internal tirade against his shamelessness. Zhao Tingchuan grasped her wrist, noticing her flushed cheeks, and fought the urge to squeeze her playfully. Do not venture out drinking alone again tonight. You were fortunate to have encountered the police. What if they hadn't arrived? Do you think you could handle those drunken men? Lin Miaoyue thought to herself that he was more frightening than the drunken men. Reluctantly, she nodded, eager to escape, straightening her posture and creating some distance between them. Lin, from now on, just call me by my name. Referring to me as Director Zhao feels too formal, Zhao Tingchuan said with a light chuckle. Lin Miaoyue stared at him as if he were a fool, remaining silent. Noticing her continued silence, Zhao Tingchuan pulled her close again and lowered his head to kiss her once more. Zhao Tingchuan, what is wrong with you? Perhaps I am indeed losing my mind. Otherwise, why do thoughts of you linger in my mind? It perplexes me why you resist my affections so fiercely. Zhao Tingchuan's voice carried a hint of melancholy. How absurd. Why should she accept his affection? Lin Miaoyue felt as though she were speaking to a summer insect who could not comprehend ice. This man, clearly of a certain age, had a family of his own. He was merely coveting what he could not have, a truly despicable man. Because I do not like you, your affections hold no significance, Lin Miaoyue replied coldly. Did he think he was someone special? Upon hearing this, Zhao Tingchuan's expression turned frosty. Lin, your honesty is quite refreshing. Thank you for the compliment and your affections, Director Zhao. I can treat tonight's events as if they never occurred, but please refrain from such impulsive behavior in the future. It is unbecoming of your position. Lin Miaoyue finished her statement, casting a glare at Zhao Tingchuan before hastily departing. Watching her flee, Zhao Tingchuan felt a mix of confusion and frustration. He had never been so thoroughly rejected before, yet the sensation of kissing her lingered pleasantly in his mind. Her soft lips, her bewildered expression, and the faint scent of alcohol. Hearing her say his full name, Zhao Tingchuan, was particularly delightful. It was neither Director Zhao, nor Mr. Zhao, nor simply Tingchuan, but the complete, intimate name of Zhao Tingchuan. Yet he could tell she was genuinely angry, akin to a squirrel whose tail had been stepped on, wanting to run but unable to escape. When would he have another chance to step on her tail? Reflecting on the upcoming school construction approval meeting that had recently been mentioned, he guessed it would be soon. Lin Miaoyue hurriedly returned home, shutting the door behind her and instinctively wiping her mouth, unable to suppress her inner curses against Zhao Tingchuan. In her room, she angrily pounded her pillow, as if it were Zhao Tingchuan, venting her frustrations with a few more blows. After calming down, she realized that her nighttime escapade had indeed brought trouble, and she vowed never to repeat such an experience. Yet, having spoken so bluntly to Zhao Tingchuan, she worried about potential repercussions. Oh well, she would face whatever came her way. After all, she had a stable position. He could not simply dismiss her. Today had truly been a day of misfortunes, fraught with calamity. When Principal Wang received a call from Secretary Li, who worked closely with Zhao Tingchuan, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. The caller mentioned issues with the application for the reconstruction of the experimental building, noting that the planned area for the new building exceeded the standard. Principal Wang hurriedly opened the original document on his computer, realizing that the submitted application indeed contained errors. Cursing the General Affairs Office for their carelessness, he quickly assured the caller that he would resubmit a corrected application to the municipal government. However, upon reaching the municipal government, Secretary Li was unreachable, leaving him in a state of utter frustration. He dared not contact Director Zhao without caution. Immediately, he thought of Lin Miaoyue and instructed Director Wu from the General Affairs Office to escort Lin Miaoyue to the municipal government without mentioning anything else. Chapter 19 Cloudy Descent, Part 5. As soon as Lin Miaoyue finished her class, she was hastily whisked away by the fervent Director Wu. By the time she realized what had happened, they had already arrived at the entrance of the municipal government. Principal Wang, spotting what seemed like a savior, rushed over. Miao Miao, for the sake of the school, could you please call Director Zhao and submit this flawless school construction application? Otherwise, our school's experimental building will be utterly hopeless, he implored. Aware of her blunder, the plump Director Wu turned to Lin Miaoyue, saying, Miao Miao, I beg you, it's all my fault for printing the application incorrectly. Understanding the predicament, Lin Miaoyue observed the expectant yet helpless expressions on their faces and felt a twinge of compassion. Suddenly recalling that fateful night, she hardened her heart and retorted, Leaders, please do not put me in a difficult position. I am not on familiar terms with Director Zhao. We can always build next year. Miao Miao, just give it a shot as if it's a dead horse being treated as a live one. Otherwise, I will become the great sinner of our school, Director Wu said, her usual cheerful demeanor giving way to concern. Just as Lin Miaoyue was about to relent, Zhao Tingchuan and his entourage appeared at the entrance. Principal Wang, whose tongue often outran his thoughts, called out, "Director Zhao," drawing the attention of the group before quickly adding, "This is our school's construction application. There were some minor issues previously, could you please take a look?" Zhao Tingchuan glanced a few more times at Lin Miaoyue, who was hiding behind Director Wu, and said, "Just resubmit it, but it will take some time to find the previous version." "Thank you, Director Zhao," Principal Wang responded gratefully before turning to Lin Miaoyue. "Then it falls upon you, Teacher Lin, to locate it." In an environment where refusal was not an option, Lin Miaoyue could only nod reluctantly. Zhao Tingchuan nodded in satisfaction at Principal Wang and then proceeded into the municipal government hall. Lin Miaoyue remained rooted in place, stating, "I have no idea what that application looks like." "Director Wu, please accompany me to search for it." Principal Wang, feeling guilty, replied, "Very well, the two of you should go together, it will be quicker." He gestured for them to follow. As Lin Miaoyue arrived at the director's office for the first time, she felt a flutter of nerves at the doorway, eager to resolve the matter swiftly, and began discussing with Director Wu, "Where is Secretary Li? We need to ask him where those applications are." "You two are here?" Secretary Li approached from behind, carrying a stack of documents, opened the office door, and gestured for them to enter, surprising them with his approachable demeanor. Upon entering, they discovered it was a suite, and upon not seeing Zhao Tingchuan, Lin Miaoyue let out a sigh of relief. She focused on rummaging through the pile of documents that Secretary Li had brought out, pondering why they needed someone to search here. It didn't seem like a vast amount. Secretary Li discreetly observed Lin Miaoyue, noting her beauty, and understood why Zhao, during an incident at the food street, had been so upset. It was because of this enchanting woman. Today's application was indeed unnecessary to have someone search for personally, but he knew he had brought it up to be near her. He smiled and remarked, "Teacher Lin, you are quite young, you must have just graduated, right?" "Not at all, I've been teaching for nearly 5 years, Lin Miaoyue replied with a smile. "Young and accomplished indeed. Do you have a partner?" "No, I just got divorced." Secretary Li was momentarily taken aback by Lin Miaoyue's candor. He was well aware of her recent divorce, having been instructed by Zhao to investigate. "Secretary Li, if there are any suitable candidates in the municipal government, please do introduce them." "Teacher Lin is only 28 and still so lovely," Director Wu interjected. "Director Wu was just joking, I am not considering such matters at the moment," Lin Miaoyue clarified. Understood. You young people have your own aspirations. Is that application in here? Why can't I seem to find it?" Lin Miaoyue expressed her confusion after searching several times. Secretary Li thought to himself, "You certainly won't find it, as it's on the director's desk. I remember placing it here. Why don't you both look again? I need to deliver a few documents and will be back shortly." As lunchtime approached, the two had still not located the application. Director Wu, feeling anxious but powerless, watched as Zhao Tingchuan entered the room, prompting them to cease their searching. Zhao Tingchuan turned to Secretary Li and said, "Secretary Li, it's almost lunchtime, and I can see these two teachers are likely hungry. Could you please fetch a few meals from the cafeteria?" "Of course, Director Wu, would you accompany me to get them?" Secretary Li tactfully invited Director Wu to leave, who nodded with a smile, having heard that the municipal government had excellent cuisine. Lin Miaoyue wanted to join but feared it might seem overly eager, so she continued to sift through the materials. With only Zhao Tingchuan and Lin Miaoyue remaining in the office, she felt a bit awkward and at a loss. Zhao Tingchuan approached her, placing his hand on the documents she was examining. Startled, Lin Miaoyue looked up and met his smiling gaze. Their eyes locked, and Zhao Tingchuan smiled. "Teacher Lin, we meet again." Lin Miaoyue forced a smile, intending to wait outside for Secretary Li and the others to return, but Zhao Tingchuan grasped her hand. "Would you like to search my desk?" "And no, that's not necessary." "Is this how you intend to fulfill your principal's request?" he asked, pulling her into his office. Upon entering, they indeed found the application on his desk. Lin Miaoyue, feeling somewhat irked, exclaimed, "You knew it was here all along, why did you make us search?" "How else could I find a moment alone with you?" Zhao Tingchuan's words left Lin Miaoyue momentarily stunned. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, Director Zhao, I believe I made my feelings quite clear last time with your esteemed position. You could have any woman you desire. I am neither suitable nor interested in you. But I only want you. Why don't you like me? What makes me inferior to others? Lin Miaoyue had received confessions before, but never from someone of his stature, and standing beside him felt like being in an entirely different world. Chapter 20 of The Cloud's Descent, Part 6. I simply feel nothing. As you are well aware, I have just gone through a divorce. At this moment, I wish to relish the pleasures of solitude. Director Zhao, I implore you not to put me in a difficult position, Lin Miaoyue beseeched, her brow furrowed in earnestness. What if I confess that I have feelings for you? Director Zhao's forthrightness left Lin Miaoyue momentarily speechless. That is of no concern to me. It is your own affair, she retorted, turning to leave. Zhao Tingchuan grasped her arm, saying, Then you mustn't reject my kindness towards you. The municipal government is looking to borrow personnel from various departments, and I would like you to come over and spend some time with me. Absolutely not. I merely wish to focus on teaching. I beg you not to meddle, Lin Miaoyue quickly objected. Listen, my dear, I present you with two choices. Either I make a grand spectacle of transferring you, making it known to all, or I quietly pursue you, with only us aware of it. Which do you prefer? Zhao Tingchuan whispered softly in her ear, causing Lin Miaoyue's ears to visibly redden. Just pursuing, no further entanglements? She contemplated placating him, wishing to avoid any public spectacle. I shall hold true to my word, Zhao Tingchuan replied cheerfully, sensing that he had caught her interest. I agree, but you must promise not to use your position to disturb my work in any way, Lin Miaoyue declared with utmost seriousness. Agreed. With that, Zhao Tingchuan could not resist planting a gentle kiss on her ear, causing it to flush a deeper shade of crimson. She hastily pushed him away and fled with the application in hand. Feeling rather buoyant, Zhao Tingchuan chuckled to himself, pondering that whether Lin Miaoyue would eventually accept his affections was merely a matter of time. Perhaps neither of them would ever reach the altar, yet his feelings for her were undeniably genuine, and he sensed her regard for him was distinct from that of an ordinary superior. Upon exiting to the outer office, Lin Miaoyue took a moment to steady her breath and calm her expression, apprehensive that Zhao Tingchuan might emerge to pursue her further. At that moment, Secretary Li and Director Wu arrived with lunch in hand. Noticing the application Lin Miaoyue held, Secretary Li remained silent, fully understanding the situation, while Director Wu expressed surprise. Miaoyue, you found it, where was it? It was on the desk, obscured by other items. Please hurry and retrieve the erroneous document, Lin Miaoyue deflected. Indeed, Miaoyue, the food at the municipal cafeteria is truly remarkable. It has everything one could desire. Let us eat. Seizing the opportunity while Secretary Li took the food inside, Lin Miaoyue whispered, Let us return to the school. It feels rather strange to dine here. Director Wu contemplated this and agreed that it was indeed somewhat awkward. Having completed their task, she gathered her belongings and prepared to leave, turning to Secretary Li, Since the application has been located, we shall take our leave. I will leave the correct document on your desk. Very well, you drove here, so please drive safely on your return. Of course, Secretary Li, if I may be so bold, when do you anticipate the approval will come through? Soon, I believe. The specifics will be communicated to the Education and Sports Bureau in due course. Excellent, we shall take our leave now. With that, Director Wu and Lin Miaoyue departed. On the way back, Director Wu reflected on the day's events, marveling at having encountered the director, a figure she had only seen on television, who exuded charm and grace. They had spent quite a while in his office and enjoyed a meal from the municipal government. Noticing Lin Miaoyue's lack of expression, she asked, Miaoyue, did you speak with Director Zhao while we were getting lunch? Not at all. I scarcely dared to look at him. True enough, such prominent individuals are not within reach for those of our standing. However, I did hear that you sat next to him at a meal. Considering your beauty, he must have taken notice of you. Do you really think he would remember? He has encountered countless people. Nevertheless, I genuinely appreciate your assistance. Miaoyue, had the application issues prevented the reconstruction of the laboratory building, I would surely have been dismissed as General Affairs Director. Wu Jia, the matter has been resolved. There is no need for further concern. Lin Miaoyue felt particularly fatigued today and settled into the passenger seat, nearly dozing off. A few days later, during a faculty meeting, Principal Wang joyfully announced that the approval for the reconstruction of the laboratory building had been granted, and the next steps would involve issuing the bidding announcement and other related processes. He also publicly commended several teachers, including Lin Miaoyue, for their efforts in this matter, leaving her feeling quite embarrassed as she attempted to play it off nonchalantly. On her way home after work, Lin Miaoyue received a call from Zhao Tingchuan. "Miaoyue, have you finished work?" His relaxed tone resonated through the phone. "Yes, I'm on my way home," Lin Miaoyue replied, slightly taken aback by his affectionate address. "Would you join me for dinner this evening? My mother has prepared a meal for me at home." "Miaoyue, what was your promise to me last time? You now refuse to accept a dinner invitation. Is it just the two of us?" Lin Miaoyue responded with resignation. "Yes, I'll come to pick you up," Zhao Tingchuan said cheerfully. "There's no need for that. I will drive myself, just send me the location." Lin Miaoyue preferred not to get into his car outside her home. "That works, drive safely." After hanging up, Zhao Tingchuan felt quite elated and changed into a casually elegant light blue polo shirt in preparation for their outing, instructing Secretary Li that if there were no pressing matters, she could leave early. Witnessing this version of Director Zhao, Secretary Li, being significantly older, likened him to a peacock displaying his plumage in search of a mate, realizing that after so many years of singlehood, it was indeed time for him to seek companionship. Chapter 21 The Ascendance of Clouds, Part 1 After Zhao Tingchuan instructed the driver to take him to Tingyun Pavilion, he sent him away, eager to await someone's arrival. It had been a long time since he had waited for anyone as he was today. Upon spotting Lin Miaoyue's beige beetle through the floor-to-ceiling windows on the second floor, the setting sun bathed the nearby trees in a golden hue, rendering the scene even more tranquil and beautiful. As Lin Miaoyue alighted from her vehicle, her initial reaction to Tingyun Pavilion was one of admiration for its exquisite ambience. Even as a native of City C, this was her first visit, and she could not help but glance around with curiosity. A notification chimed, revealing Zhao Tingchuan's message, "Look up and ahead." Obediently, she complied, meeting his gaze filled with warmth, a stark contrast to the usual authoritative demeanor he exuded. Pushing open the door to their private room, she found him alone, and today, he appeared more youthful than usual, dressed in a manner that was both casual and dignified. In a moment of reverie, Zhao Tingchuan approached, gently taking Lin Miaoyue's hand and leading her to the table by the window. Startled, she quickly withdrew her hand and shot him a reproachful glance. Zhao Tingchuan, unfazed, settled into the seat across from her and picked up the menu, inquiring, "Teacher Lin, is there anything you would like to eat?" Lin Miaoyue, eschewing any pretense, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her pearl earrings, and studied the menu with earnestness. Zhao Tingchuan found it hard to tear his gaze from her. Her gentle demeanor at that moment evoked a long-forgotten sense of yearning and contentment within him. "Let us have the eggplant casserole and steamed pork ribs," she suggested after taking a sip of water. Zhao Tingchuan called the waiter to place the order, adding several more dishes. When Lin Miaoyue remarked that such excess was wasteful, he chuckled, "Are you suggesting I should save on expenses?" With a slight pout, she fell silent. "Would you care for some wine? The sweet rice wine here is delightful." The mention of alcohol reminded Lin Miaoyue of the troubles that had ensued from her last drinking experience, prompting her to respond, "I drove here. How could I possibly drink?" "I can have someone drive us later," he offered. "No, drinking would be irresponsible, my tolerance isn't great," she replied firmly. "Rest assured, there is no rowdy drunkard here to cause a scene. I truly don't want any." "If you wish to drink, you may do so alone," she insisted. "Drinking alone lacks charm, then let me order you a beauty tonic." As the conversation flowed, Lin Miaoyue began to perceive that Zhao Tingchuan was not as distant as she had once thought. After their meal, he suggested they take a stroll outside. Lin Miaoyue quipped, "Aren't you worried about being pointed at by the public, given your high-ranking position? We too deserve to live our own lives, and besides, this place is quite private." "Come on. May I ask, do leaders like you dine in such secluded establishments often?" she inquired. "More or less. There are even more discreet venues. I shall take you to one next time." With that, Zhao Tingchuan opened the door for her. The small park beneath Tingyun Pavilion was a quaint and uniquely designed space. Lin Miaoyue walked quietly, deliberately maintaining some distance from Zhao Tingchuan. Sensing her intent, he chose not to address it. Simply enjoying the serene walk with her felt gratifying. Distracted by the steps, Lin Miaoyue suddenly stumbled, nearly losing her balance, only to be caught in Zhao Tingchuan's embrace. Startled, she noticed his ears flushing a deep shade of red, prompting her to extricate herself from his hold. Yet, he softly chuckled, I truly enjoyed our meal today. To be candid, I haven't felt this relaxed in a long while. Lin Miaoyue thought to herself, I am not at ease. Your wife would certainly not be either, and felt an inexplicable pang of guilt, prompting her to distance herself further. Unable to suppress her feelings, she murmured, Director Zhao, I feel uncomfortable with this. What do you think your family would say? She lowered her gaze, kicking at the small pebbles beneath her feet. She wouldn't mind. Why must you be so concerned about her? She has no bearing on you. My affection for you is entirely distinct from my feelings for her, Zhao Tingchuan replied, his earlier lightheartedness fading. How could he claim that the existence of a mistress would have no impact on her? Lin Miaoyue, unable to contain her indignation, retorted, What do you mean it has no effect? I assure you, even if I were divorced, I would not lack suitors. Why should I play the role of your third party? What constitutes a third party? Besides, it's not as if I am asking you to marry me, we're merely spending time together. I have no desire to engage in this conversation. I wish to go home, Lin Miaoyue declared, anger rendering her speechless. This scoundrel truly knew how to belittle someone, thinking he could brazenly expect her to accept being a mistress. Noticing Lin Miaoyue's ire, Zhao Tingchuan felt a pang of regret and frustration. Why did discussions of Jiabo always lead to this? He quickly wrapped his arms around her. All right, let us not dwell on that. Allow me to accompany you a little longer. Zhao Tingchuan, refrain from pulling and tugging in public. Let go of me, she insisted. Then don't move, let me hold you for just a moment, he pleaded. Lin Miaoyue glanced around, wary of onlookers, feeling exasperated by this high-end, troublesome entanglement, pondering how she might extricate herself from it. I really must return. It is quite late, and my mother will worry, she stated. Your mother works at the Medical Insurance Bureau, nearing retirement, correct? How do you know that? She asked, surprised. I know everything about you, he replied. Taken aback by his words, Lin Miaoyue wondered if he was also aware of her past with Wen Yuan. How can you so casually investigate others? Because I have feelings for you and wish to know you better. With your status, you could have anyone. As memories of the past year flooded her mind, her husband's gambling, online debts, her pregnancy, miscarriage, and eventual divorce, and inexplicable sadness washed over her. That was not your fault. Besides, I don't care about that. Try to accept me. Perhaps I can care for you better than anyone else, Zhao Tingchuan said earnestly, cupping her face in his hands. A gentle evening breeze enveloped them, and the atmosphere grew subtly intimate. Lin Miaoyue, eager to shift the topic, suggested, let us head back, I have several classes tomorrow. Zhao Tingchuan released her hand, yet he couldn't resist the urge to hold it once more. Her hand was soft and small, fitting perfectly within his grasp, and he found himself unable to resist giving it a gentle squeeze, feeling like a youth newly acquainted with love. Later, Lin Miaoyue reluctantly agreed to drive Zhao Tingchuan home. Initially resistant, she relented when he pitifully mentioned that his driver had already left, and it was difficult to find a taxi. Considering he had treated her to dinner, she decided to repay his kindness. Zhao Tingchuan invited her inside for a moment, but upon seeing her vehemently shake her head, he refrained from insisting. As they reached the car, Zhao Tingchuan suddenly pulled Lin Miaoyue close and kissed her, justifying it as a gesture of gratitude for her escorting him home. Incensed by the kiss, Lin Miaoyue felt her anger surge. This man had an audacity that knew no bounds. Without a backward glance, she swiftly departed. Observing Lin Miaoyue's hasty retreat, Zhao Tingchuan could not help but smile triumphantly. Miaoyue, we have plenty of time ahead. Upon returning home, Lin's mother was still in the living room, watching television. When she saw Lin Miaoyue arrive, she beckoned her to join, and the mother-daughter duo shared laughter, reinforcing Lin Miaoyue's belief that divorce was indeed a wise choice. She felt no desire to remarry. This happiness was more than sufficient. Chapter 22 The Ascent of Clouds, Part 2. Before long, the weekend arrived once more, signaling the time for Lin Miaoyue's people lesson. As she entered the studio with her instrument in hand, she was pleasantly surprised to find little Jiabao awaiting her arrival. With a warm smile, she gently ruffled the child's hair and exclaimed, "Jiabao, your hair looks absolutely adorable today." "Yeah, Jia, I brought you a gift," Zhao Jiayan chirped in her sweet, childlike voice. "Wow, what kind of gift? Let me see it right away," Lin Miaoyue exclaimed, setting her belongings down. "Look, I made this hairpin all by myself," the little one proudly presented her DIY creation. "It's so beautiful, you are incredibly talented." Lin Miaoyue couldn't resist pinching Jiabao's cheek, planting a loud kiss on her face. She felt an immense fondness for this charming child, whose warmth reminded her of the baby she had lost, deepening her affection even further. "Yeah, Jia, my birthday is next weekend. Will you come celebrate with me?" Upon hearing this, Lin Miaoyue couldn't help but smile. If she were a child herself, or had a child, it might be more appropriate to attend. After pondering for a moment, she replied, "Jiabao, delightful children like you usually celebrate their birthdays with their parents, grandparents, or friends. Auntie Yaya is an adult, so it wouldn't be quite suitable." Upon finishing her sentence, she noticed the little girl's face fall in disappointment. "How about this, Jiabao? Auntie Yaya will give you a birthday present." "I think of you as my sister, not as an aunt. Aunts have babies," Jiabao retorted. "Well, Auntie Yaya's baby slipped from my grasp and accidentally flew up to the sky," Lin Miaoyue said, feeling a tinge of sadness as she spoke of it. "Just like a balloon, right?" Jiabao asked. "Exactly," Lin Miaoyue replied, hugging Jiabao and smiling. "Then my mother must have flown up to the sky too." "Ah? Your mother?" "Yes, I don't have a mother. The aunt at home says she passed away, and I've never met her," Zhao Jiayan said, her tone heavy with disappointment. Lin Miaoyue understood now why she had never seen Jiabao's mother pick her up, nor had she ever seen her father. It seemed she had grown up with her grandparents, and this revelation only deepened Lin Miaoyue's compassion for the little girl. "Your mother must be very sad not to be able to accompany you, so every night, she transforms into a star to watch over you." "Really?" "Absolutely. What kind of birthday gift do you wish for?" Lin Miaoyue swiftly changed the subject. "I haven't thought about it." "Then let us keep it a surprise. Auntie Yaya will choose a wonderful gift for you." "Okay, thank you, Yaya Jia." After saying this, Jiabao gave Lin Miaoyue another kiss on the cheek. "Alright, off you go to practice your piano in the classroom," Lin Miaoyue said, leading her to the door of the classroom. The morning passed swiftly. During lunchtime, Lin Miaoyue had a meal with Master Lu, discussing the recent national folk music competition. Master Lu believed Lin Miaoyue's skills warranted a try. Lin Miaoyue felt a surge of excitement. If she decided to participate, she would need to practice diligently. The thought thrilled her. Casually mentioning Zhao Jiayan, Master Lu remarked, "Her father is a city leader, and her grandfather is a retired provincial leader, yet she has no mother. It's quite heartbreaking." "Indeed, it is a pity. Miao Miao, have you considered remarrying since your divorce?" Master Lu inquired thoughtfully. "Teacher, to be honest, I haven't. I believe marriage is rather overrated. Being single suits me just fine. Some things depend on fate. You're still young, perhaps your destined partner awaits you." "Let us not dwell on that, teacher. Where is the folk music competition being held?" "Nanjing. Be sure to practice diligently." "Yes, I will." After returning home that day, Lin Miaoyue took the opportunity to play the pipa whenever she had time, rediscovering her long-lost motivation, especially since it was something she loved. Before she knew it, the weekend had arrived once again, and this time, Lin Miaoyue brought along a gift for Jiabao to the dancing studio. On this day, little Zhao Jiayan was brimming with joy, having woken up early, as her father was rare to spend a day with her. Running to her father's room, she found it empty and assumed he had gone to work again. Just as she was about to run downstairs to complain to her grandmother, she suddenly spotted Zhao Tingchuan, drenched in sweat, returning from his morning exercise. She dashed over, throwing her arms around him and exclaimed, "Daddy, I thought you went to work again." "Daddy promised to spend your birthday with you, didn't he?" Zhao Tingchuan said with a hint of guilt, gently ruffling Jiabao's hair. Seeing this, Jiamu approached and said, "Jiabao, let your father spend the day with you today, there is no need for piano practice." Lu Huizhen, realizing her son had finally found time amidst his busy schedule, decided to let him enjoy quality time with Jia Bao, making up for the absent paternal love. Grandma, I want to practice piano. Yaya Jia Jia will bring me my birthday gift. Who is Yaya Jia Jia? Zhao Mu inquired. She is the sister from my piano class. She is so beautiful and plays the people wonderfully. Go ahead then. Whatever Jia Bao wishes to do today, Daddy will accompany you, Zhao Tingchuan said, playfully pinching his daughter's cheek. Yay, Daddy, I love you so much. The little girl twirled in delight before running off to share her happiness with her grandfather. Jia Bao is growing up and becoming more understanding. Just the other day, she asked if her mother was in the sky. Missing her to it nearly broke my heart, Zhao Tingchuan remarked, glancing at his mother. I'm not pushing you, but we all believe you should consider starting anew. Jia Bao needs a complete family, especially since she'll be in first grade soon. Mom, I understand. I'll go wash up first, Zhao Tingchuan interjected, heading upstairs. Do you remember Lu Feilua, my colleague's daughter? She used to say she didn't want to marry, but now at 30, she is reconsidering. She wouldn't mind Jia Bao. Perhaps you could meet her? Zhao Mu suggested, noticing her son's softened attitude. Mom, I know what I'm doing. Please don't interfere. Go call Jia Bao for breakfast. I'll take her out later, Zhao Tingchuan replied, hastening upstairs. Seeing her son like this, Lu Huijin sighed. 3 children, none of whom brought her peace of mind. The eldest, Zhao Zichuan, was busy with his expanding business, but his relationship with his wife was deteriorating. The second child, a daughter just a year older than Zhao Tingchuan, had been married for many years without children. Although their marriage was stable, their age was becoming a concern. And then there was the youngest, who had tragically lost her partner at a young age and remained single for years, despite her flourishing career. Zhao Qingyun entered, sensing his wife's distress, and wrapped his arm around her shoulders, saying, Lu, the fortunes of children and grandchildren are their own. You shouldn't worry so much. Old Zhao, could you please pay more attention to the children's personal lives? Look at other families our age, they're all lively and bustling, while ours feels so desolate. Yes, I'll talk to him. Come on, let us go get Jia Bao for breakfast. Zhao Qingyun urged his wife towards the dining area. Chapter 23 The Ascent of Clouds, Part 3. As they drove to the interest class, little Jia Bao was chattering excitedly, her joy palpable as she anticipated spending the entire day with her father. Today, Zhao Tingchuan dressed casually, a baby water bottle slung over his shoulder, embodying the image of a devoted father. However, his long-standing career in the political arena lent him an aura that was notably striking. In the parking lot, Lin Miaoyue hurriedly exited the car, juggling her pipa and gift. Having overslept due to her late-night preparations for the lesson. Initially, she contemplated skipping her pipa class, but remembering her promise to Jia Bao, she stifled her yawns and drove on. Yaya Jia Jia. Hearing Jia Bao's call, Lin Miaoyue looked around but didn't see her, assuming it was a figment of her imagination as she proceeded toward the classroom. Ms. Lin, good to see you again, Zhao Tingchuan said, appearing with Jia Bao in tow. Lin Miaoyue rubbed her eyes in disbelief, wondering if she were dreaming. Yaya Jia Jia, is this my gift from you? Jia Bao eagerly stepped forward. Yes. Happy birthday, Jia Bao. This is a set of kitchen cooking tools. It'll make playing house even more fun. Lin Miaoyue replied, still somewhat dazed but smiling brightly at Jia Bao. Thank you, Yaya Jia Jia. I love it. Jia Bao exclaimed, quickly tugging Lin Miaoyue to her father, saying, Daddy, look, this is Yaya Jia Jia. Watching the ecstatic Jia Bao, Lin Miaoyue couldn't help but marvel at how small the world felt. Zhao Tingchuan was equally surprised. He hadn't anticipated that the Yaya Jia Jia his daughter had been so fond of would be Lin Miaoyue. Judging by her expression, she seemed just as astonished. Had she known all along that Jia Bao was his daughter, would she still have been so friendly? Jia Bao, it's time for class. Let your father put the gift in the car, alright? Lin Miaoyue suggested, glancing at the time. Okay, Daddy, please put the gift in the car. I'll go to class with Yaya Jia Jia first. Zhao Tingchuan looked at Lin Miaoyue and said gently, alright, I'll come find you later. Which floor are you on? A bit awkwardly, she replied, the second floor. Jia Bao was in room 206. Hand in hand, they made their way upstairs. Watching the two depart, Zhao Tingchuan felt an immense sense of gratitude for having brought Jiao Bao to class today, his heart filled with warmth. After escorting Jiao Bao to her classroom, Lin Miaoyue headed to her own practice room, aiming to practice for 2 hours before leaving, as she still had a public class to prepare for. Later, Zhao Tingchuan, peering through the glass window, caught sight of Jiao Bao earnestly playing the pipa in class, a smile breaking across his face as he snapped a few photos. As he walked further, he accidentally stumbled upon Lin Miaoyue's classroom. Indeed, there she was, dressed simply in a white t-shirt and denim skirt, her long hair tied up. She was diligently playing the pipa by the window, occasionally exchanging words with the female instructor beside her. The scene was so serene it resembled a painting, making it hard for him to tear his gaze away. Sensing someone watching her, Lin Miaoyue turned to see Zhao Tingchuan standing outside. With his hands clasped behind his back and an inscrutable expression, he stared at her intently, making her feel uneasy and causing her to hit several wrong notes. Master Lu also noticed something amiss and glanced outside, recognizing Zhao Tingchuan but unable to place his name. He decided not to comment, returning to instruct Lin Miaoyue on her finger positioning. During a break, Lin Miaoyue approached Zhao Tingchuan, who was still lingering outside. "Why aren't you watching Jiao Bao play? Why are you standing here? You look more captivating," Zhao Tingchuan replied with a raised eyebrow. "I can't be bothered with you." Lin Miaoyue shot him a glare, preparing to re-enter the classroom. Just then, Zhao Tingchuan pulled her into a side room at the stairwell S-corner. "Isn't Jiao Bao adorable?" "Yes, quite adorable." "Can you accept her now?" Zhao Tingchuan asked, a hint of anticipation in his voice. "Is your acceptance of me equivalent to accepting her? What else would you think?" Zhao Tingchuan responded, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Lin Miaoyue almost laughed, having previously thought he was brazenly suggesting she play the role of a mistress. Regaining her composure, she said, "Let go of me, I need to go to class." Suddenly, Zhao Tingchuan asked, "Did you think I wanted to keep you as a mistress?" Lin Miaoyue met his gaze and said earnestly, "Director Zhao, regardless of your intentions, I currently have no thoughts on this matter. Please let me enjoy some peace." "Yue, how would you like to have your peace?" He then cupped Lin Miaoyue's face and kissed her. Lin Miaoyue struggled to push him away, but it seemed to provoke Zhao Tingchuan further, deepening the kiss. After the kiss, Lin Miaoyue was slightly breathless. In a fit of anger, she exclaimed, "A director like you should not behave this way." "That just means your charm is too overwhelming for me to resist," he said, leaning in to kiss her again. In a moment of panic, Lin Miaoyue quickly placed her hand against his cheek, blocking his advance. At that moment, Master Lu, who had just stepped in to retrieve something, was taken aback to catch sight of the two locked in a close embrace, with the woman caressing the man's face while he smiled down at her calmly. Lin Miaoyue's face flushed crimson in an instant, and with a forceful shove, she pushed Zhao Tingchuan away, about to say something when Master Lu, feeling awkward, quickly apologized and retreated. Left alone together, Lin Miaoyue glared at Zhao Tingchuan, who remained unfazed, smiling at her. In a fit of anger, she kicked him lightly before dashing out of the room. Zhao Tingchuan, taken by surprise by the unexpected kick, let out a muffled grunt, pondering, "It appears that even a rabbit can kick when cornered." Reflecting on her misunderstanding, he regretted not having been direct with her. Perhaps it would have saved them both some trouble. He also realized he had been overly confident, assuming that once he expressed his feelings, she would naturally inquire about his circumstances. The fact that the Finance Bureau director was widowed was not a secret within the municipal government, and this had led to various introductions of women to him, both openly and subtly. After splashing water on her face, Lin Miaoyue returned to the classroom, her ears still flushed. Master Lu teased her, "Miao Miao, there is no need to feel embarrassed. A graceful lady, a gentleman seeks." "Trust me, I understand." He finished with a knowing smile. For the first time, Lin Miaoyue felt utterly powerless against words. Because of Zhao Tingchuan, she found herself somewhat distracted during her pipa practice that morning, ultimately deciding to abandon her session, expressing a desire to head home early. Master Lu, understanding her state, said, "Then practice more at home. I've already registered you for the competition." "Thank you, teacher. I'll head back now." After packing her sheet music and pipa, she prepared to leave. As she stepped outside, she spotted Zhao Tingchuan waiting like a sentinel. Rolling her eyes, she attempted to walk past him, only to be grabbed again. "Where do you think you're going?" Lin Miaoyue impatiently shook off his hand and continued walking. Master Lu approached and greeted Zhao Tingchuan, saying, "Hello, I'm her teacher, she seems a bit out of sorts today." Hearing this, Zhao Tingchuan extended his hand, saying, "Hello, I'm Zhao Tingchuan, Jiabao's father and a friend of Ms. Lin." He emphasized the word friend. Master Lu's eyes widened in recognition. No wonder he looked familiar, he was Jiabao's father. Smiling, he said, "What a coincidence, it seems you two are already acquainted. Jiabao really adores Miao Miao." Indeed. Once Lin Miaoyue had left, Zhao Tingchuan said, "You carry on. I'll go check on her." With that, he quickly made his way after her. Chapter 24 of The Rising Cloud, Part 4. As Lin Miaoyue prepared to open the car door, she was suddenly yanked back by Zhao Tingchuan, who had rushed up behind her. Turning around, Lin Miaoyue glared at him, her voice laced with fury as she shouted, "Zhao Tingchuan, let go of me." Sensing her immense anger, Zhao Tingchuan inwardly cursed himself. I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry for my impulsiveness." "Please don't be angry, just be good. Do you not understand when I tell you to let go?" she exclaimed, striking Zhao Tingchuan's hand away. All right, just don't hurt your hand." With that, he seized her wrist and pressed his lips against it. "Zhao Tingchuan, do you even know what respect means?" She paused before adding, "What exactly are we to each other? Your repeated actions put me in an awkward position, do you realize that?" "Then doesn't it make sense for us to be together?" he countered. "That's not the same thing, I've told you, I'm not considering that right now. I have no feelings for you." Lin Miaoyue averted her gaze. "Look at me and tell me, is it that you have no feelings, or that you are afraid to have them?" After a long silence, Zhao Tingchuan spoke again. "Does it matter?" "The former means you do not like me at all, while the latter indicates that you fear your feelings." I can sense that you belong to the latter category. What are you afraid of?" Taken aback by his question, Lin Miaoyue pondered for a moment before coldly replying, "Director Zhao, I fear that your self-perception is overly inflated." "I apologize, but I fall into the former category and now, please respect yourself, I need to go home." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tingchuan slowly released her, an air of chill emanating from him as he asked in a low voice, "Why? Why should I like you?" "Just because you are a high-ranking official, you like me, so I must like you in return, besides, we are so different." The last part of her sentence trailed off, her voice growing softer. "Are you implying that you find me old?" "I suppose that could be one reason." "Director Zhao, we simply are not suited for each other," Lin Miaoyue asserted firmly. "But I like you." Zhao Tingchuan raised his voice, prompting Lin Miaoyue to look at him, her expression tinged with annoyance. He continued, My wife passed away several years ago. I have been single all this time, and it is only now that I have found someone I truly like. If you dislike those intimate gestures, I'll be more mindful next time. But you cannot refuse my pursuit or affection, that is simply unfair. Moreover, you promised me in the city government office the last time we met. I cannot argue with you, but I genuinely do not feel that way towards you, and I have yet to move on from my previous marriage. I am not interested in dating or marriage. Then I assure you there will be no next time. I will respect and understand you, but you must give me the opportunity to express my love for you. Do not treat me as just an ordinary friend, alright?" Lin Miaoyue, feeling somewhat helpless, nodded reluctantly and said, "Jiabao's class is about to end, you should go pick her up. Then wait for us, and we can have dinner together. Today is her birthday, and she adores you." "I won't be joining, I have matters to attend to at home." It's just a meal. We can eat and then you can go back." "Zhao Tingchuan, what did you just promise me?" Lin Miaoyue frowned. "Fine. If you don't want to, then take care on your way home." After hearing this, Lin Miaoyue nodded, got into the car, and prepared to leave. Zhao Tingchuan leaned into the vehicle. "Remember to text me when you get home." "Don T, keep ignoring my calls." He then affectionately ruffled Lin Miaoyue's hair. Once home, Lin Miaoyue recalled Zhao Tingchuan's forceful kiss, which was witnessed by teacher Lu, and her subsequent outburst towards him, along with his submissive demeanor. She also remembered the last time they had lunch at school, where others showed him great respect. A strange feeling surged within her. Shaking her head, she reminded herself not to overthink and sat by the computer to continue preparing for her public class. Suddenly, her phone chimed with a new WeChat message from Zhao Tingchuan. Upon opening it, she heard, "Sister Yaya, are you home yet?" It was Jiabao's sweet voice. "Yes, Jiabao, I'm home now," Lin Miaoyue replied with a voice message. "Sister Yaya, Daddy is taking me to eat KFC. Do you want to join us?" "Thank you, Jiabao, but I have things to attend to." "Alright then, Sister Yaya, goodbye, love you." "Goodbye, moi." Lin Miaoyue found Jiabao's way of speaking, influenced by Zhao Tingchuan, amusing, and she set her phone down to focus on her tasks. Zhao Tingchuan repeatedly replayed Lin Miaoyue's voice message, a smile creeping onto his face. Jiabao, with greasy hands, was gnawing on a chicken leg when she looked at her father and asked, "Daddy, why do you keep listening to that?" "Daddy thinks Sister Yaya's voice is lovely." "What do you think?" "Yes, she's very pretty too." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tingchuan's joy swelled, and he affectionately patted Jiabao's head. "Good girl, eat up." He then snapped a photo of her enjoying her chicken leg and sent it to Lin Miaoyue. However, when Lin Miaoyue did not respond, Zhao Tingchuan felt a restless itch and longed to keep his eyes glued to his phone. In the afternoon, Jiabao spent her time at the amusement park, and Zhao Tingchuan couldn't help but marvel at how energetic children are. She bounced around all afternoon without tiring. Upon returning home, she eagerly shared her new gifts with everyone. After unwrapping her presents, she immediately began playing with them, while Zhao Tingchuan lounged on the sofa, still awaiting any reply from Lin Miaoyue, silently cursing her for being ungrateful. He pondered for a moment before sending another picture of Jiabao tinkering with her toys. Soon after, he finally received a response. "So cute." Upon reading her message, Zhao Tingchuan's heart soared, and he began chatting with Lin Miaoyue. Observing her son, who was grinning at his phone like a fool, Lu Huijin couldn't help but wonder at this change. Usually, when he was on his phone, his expression was either blank or as cold as ice. Seeing him so animated today was quite a surprise. She nudged her husband, signaling him to take a look at Zhao Tingchuan, both of them wearing puzzled expressions. After finishing her preparations for the public class, Lin Miaoyue felt utterly relieved. The flurry of lesson planning, revisions, and teaching weighed heavily on her, and she felt she had lost a significant amount of weight in just a few days. When Zhao Tingchuan called her, she was tidying up her belongings, preparing to head home early. On the other end, she heard Zhao Tingchuan's cheerful voice. Are you done?" "Yes, I just finished teaching," Lin Miaoyue replied weakly. "Are you unwell? You sound exhausted." "I've just been too tired these past few days. I'd like to go home and sleep. I haven't rested well in days." "You're so worn out, how about I come pick you up after work?" Zhao Tingchuan suggested tentatively. Upon hearing this, Lin Miaoyue perked up and replied, No, that is too much trouble. I can manage on my own." She certainly didn't want to impose on a high-ranking official like him. Do you have to refuse me so directly?" Seeing that the office was empty, Lin Miaoyue lowered her voice and said, "How could I let a director like you pick me up? You should focus on your own work. I finished my work for today, I'm coming to get you now in my own car." With that, he hung up. In recent days, the communication between Zhao Tingchuan and Lin Miaoyue had grown much closer than before. Knowing she had finished her public class today, he deliberately postponed all his social engagements for the evening, intending to take her out for a relaxing meal. Chapter 25 of The Cloud Rises, Part 5. Having taken the car keys, Zhao Tingchuan was poised to depart when Secretary Li entered, holding the itinerary for the following day. Zhao interrupted, "Just send it to my phone, I have matters to attend to." "Understood," Secretary Li replied respectfully. After taking a couple of steps, Zhao turned back and inquired, "Secretary Li, do you think I look old?" "Ah." Secretary Li was taken aback. "I mean, when I stand next to someone in their late 20s, do I appear too old?" "Not at all. Director Zhao, you're just in your 30s, and you exercise frequently, you look like you're in your late 20s, I would even say you exude more charm than those in their 20s. Secretary Li, having guessed who Zhao was about to meet, said with a smile. Satisfied by the response, Zhao Tingchuan left, still pondering over Lin Miaoyue's previous remark about their age difference of 8 years, neither too large nor too small. The car came to a stop at the side entrance of Chaoyang Middle School, where the light traffic made the wait for Lin Miaoyue feel both lengthy and anticipatory. As she approached with her bag slung over her shoulder, Zhao noted her professional attire, a white V-neck blouse paired with a light blue fishtail skirt, accentuating her slender, tall figure. Her hair was elegantly styled, and she wore pearl stud earrings, undoubtedly the most exquisite adornments she had ever donned. Upon entering the car, she headed straight for the back seat. Zhao, displeased, remarked, "Come sit in the front." Unhurriedly, Lin Miaoyue settled into the passenger seat. "From now on, you are not to sit in the back of my car." Lin Miaoyue chose not to argue. She suspected the comfort of Zhao's car made her drowsy, and before she could fully process her thoughts, she had drifted off to sleep. Observing the slight dark circles under her eyes, Zhao furrowed his brow, wondering if the teaching pressures were weighing heavily on her. He retrieved a blanket from the back and gently covered Lin Miaoyue, driving slowly to avoid waking the sleeping beauty. Even the slowest of journeys eventually reached its destination. Zhao had chosen a rustic restaurant that appeared unremarkable from the outside, yet boasted exquisite decor and cuisine within. Turning to glance at Lin Miaoyue, he noticed her hair slightly disheveled, cascading on either side of her face, her delicate nose twitching as she breathed, lips slightly parted, revealing her collarbone and the V-neck blouse, adorned with a fine necklace that elongated her neck. With someone he admired so dearly seated beside him, any lack of sentiment would signal a problem. Contemplating this, Zhao Tingchuan couldn't resist a fleeting kiss upon Lin Miaoyue's lips. He remained still, reluctant to disturb her, but the honk of a nearby vehicle stirred her awake. Rubbing her eyes, she murmured, "Where are we?" "A restaurant. Would you like to sleep a bit longer?" Yawning, Lin Miaoyue replied, "I'm a little hungry now, let us eat." "Then let us get out." Upon seeing the interior decor, Lin Miaoyue realized the hidden charm of the place, and after tasting the dishes, her impression of it deepened. Noticing Zhao Tingchuan across from her, smiling yet scarcely eating, she couldn't help but ask, "Why aren't you eating?" "I'm not hungry, I primarily came to treat you, Teacher Lin, for your recent public lecture." "Thank you so much, Director Zhao, for being so considerate of the common people," Lin Miaoyue said, sipping her sesame soup. "You are no ordinary person. You are my beloved." After saying this, he took a napkin and wiped the sesame paste from her lips, his eyes brimming with affection. Lin Miaoyue felt her heart flutter at Zhao Tingchuan's gesture but feigned ignorance and changed the subject. "Did Zhao Bao like the gift I sent her?" "She adored it. I've heard she prepares a grand meal for my parents every day after school." Lin Miaoyue was amused by Zhao's teasing tone, finding it delightful to see her smile so freely in his presence, sending ripples of joy through Zhao's heart. After their meal, Zhao Tingchuan drove Lin Miaoyue home. Their relationship seemed to have grown closer, yet when faced with Zhao's candid affections, Lin Miaoyue mostly brushed it off with a smile. She lacked confidence in her significance to Zhao, feeling that probing deeper would reveal her insecurities. In her situation, it seemed more prudent to observe quietly. Moreover, who could tell how many others had received such words? Being overly concerned could lead to self-inflicted wounds. It was unnecessary. Arriving at Lin Miaoyue's building, just as she prepared to exit the car, Zhao suddenly grasped her wrist. "Yue, this is a gift from a friend. It would suit you perfectly." Puzzled, she opened the exquisitely wrapped box to find a string of pearl bracelets and a pair of pearl earrings, each pearl identical in size, lustrous and undeniably valuable. "Thank you, but this is too extravagant." "I cannot accept it," Lin Miaoyue said, closing the box and handing it back. "Just pearls, what makes you think it's extravagant? I simply believe you would wear it beautifully. Yue, remember, only what you cherish holds true value." Zhao gazed intently at Lin Miaoyue, having seen astonishment glimmer in her eyes. Their gazes locked, and Lin Miaoyue's heart raced at his words, yet she replied, "Director Zhao, while the items are indeed exquisite, not all beautiful things need to be possessed. I believe Zhao Bao deserves them more than I do." "Yue, please don't call me Director Zhao. It makes me feel distant from you. Here beside you is Zhao Tingchuan. You may call me by my full name or simply Tingchuan." He paused. "Furthermore, beautiful things ought to be claimed, just as you are a beautiful thing to me." At his words, Lin Miaoyue glanced nervously out the window, taken aback by his articulate charm. Even someone not smitten would feel their heart race. "I truly cannot accept this. It's rather late, so I must head home." The atmosphere grew slightly ambiguous, and Lin Miaoyue felt uncertain, wishing to escape the tension. "How about a trade? You accept it, and we'll call it even," Zhao suggested with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "I have nothing of equal value to offer," she replied, attempting to exit the vehicle. Zhao chuckled softly, swiftly gripping the back of Lin Miaoyue's head and kissing her, simultaneously turning off the car lights. Before she could react, Zhao fervently explored her lips, and as she tried to push him away, she realized her efforts were futile, letting out a soft whimper. Zhao Tingchuan, not again. Zhao chuckled lightly, withdrawing from her soft lips, and affectionately stroked her face. Be good. We are merely exchanging gifts. Lin Miaoyue felt captivated by his flirtatious demeanor and magnetic voice, unsure of how to respond to Zhao. Seeing her dazed expression illuminated by the outside light, remarked, "What a silly girl." His heart stirred, prompting him to plant another gentle kiss on her lips. Having been kissed again, Lin Miaoyue finally regained her composure, easily pushing him away this time, her cheeks flushed with indignation as she attempted to exit. "You err, please accept it, be good. Otherwise, I might just kiss you again as part of our trade," Zhao teased, slipping the box into her bag. Lin Miaoyue, this man truly has no sense of propriety. Chapter 26, The Rising Clouds, Part 6. As May approached its midpoint, Lin Miaoyue had meticulously arranged her teaching duties in preparation for the upcoming competition. Given that the event was located out of town, she requested 2 days of leave, which, coupled with the weekend, afforded her a delightful 4-day respite. Lu Su had initially intended to accompany her, relishing the opportunity for a brief getaway. However, due to his child's slight ailment, he ultimately decided against the trip. Meanwhile, Zhao Tingchuan found himself ensnared in an unrelenting whirlwind of activity. The success of the investment conference had significantly propelled the development of City C. As the supervisor overseeing this domain, he was met with both accolades and formidable challenges. When he called Lin Miaoyue, it was the most relaxed moment of his day, yet, regrettably, she rarely reached out to him, leaving him to ponder whether her busyness was genuine or simply a lack of interest. The investment industry brought forth by the investors had already matured considerably in Nanjing, prompting the city to dispatch an inspection team to Jiangsu, set to embark in a few days. Zhao Tingchuan, nonetheless, decided to inform Lin Miaoyue of his impending departure. Upon hearing this, Lin Miaoyue couldn't help but chuckle. "Do you know where I am right now?" "Where are you?" he inquired. "I am in Nanjing," she replied, glancing at the bowl of duck blood vermicelli soup before her. "How did you end up there?" "I came to participate in a competition." "I've been preparing for it during this time." "What competition?" "The Chinese folk music competition. In other words, I'm here for a pipa performance contest." "Oh, so Miaoyue is quite impressive?" Zhao Tingchuan chuckled softly. "Just a casual endeavor, and a chance to unwind," she replied lightly. "Well, take care of yourself while you're alone." After hanging up, Zhao Tingchuan promptly instructed Secretary Li to notify the members of the inspection team to depart a day earlier. Although Secretary Li was perplexed by the sudden change, he could not overlook the unmistakable delight radiating from Zhao Tingchuan's face, prompting him to relay the message without hesitation, for as a subordinate, his duty was to execute orders. The entourage arrived in Nanjing in the afternoon, and after settling into their accommodations, they were treated to a welcoming banquet hosted by the local government. The reception was managed by Zhang Duan, an old friend and senior of Zhao Tingchuan's from law school. Having graduated a few years before Zhang had worked under Zhao Tingchuan's father and had always looked out for him due to their friendship. Observing Zhao Tingchuan, who now wielded considerable influence in City C, Zhang couldn't help but reflect on his own position as the deputy director of the Economic Development Zone for several years. He felt a surge of emotions, recognizing the boundless potential that lay ahead for Zhao. Typically reserved during such gatherings, Zhao Tingchuan adeptly navigated between drinking and maintaining composure. However, as he was on a mission and had encountered an old acquaintance, he indulged a bit more than usual, though he remained far from intoxicated. Once the banquet concluded, Zhang Duan invited Zhao Tingchuan to explore the picturesque Qinhuai River area, renowned for its night views. Despite the recent Dragon Boat Festival, the area remained bustling with activity. Amidst the enchanting scenery, they found a vantage point at a local establishment to both sober up and relish the ambience. As they engaged in casual conversation about personal lives, Zhang Duan jestingly remarked, "You must be reluctant to leave the vibrant world behind, which is why you remain unmarried. Once you tie the knot, the outside world loses its allure." "Not at all, I would appreciate having someone to care for me, but the right person isn't interested," Zhao Tingchuan replied with a light laugh. "Oh. So you do have an objective?" "I suppose so. She recently divorced and is still navigating her feelings," Zhao Tingchuan admitted. "That's rather unethical of you, attempting to disrupt someone else's marriage," Zhang Duan exclaimed, nearly spilling his tea. "Speak properly." I pursued her after her divorce. She's merely struggling to move on, Zhao Tingchuan clarified, taking a sip of tea while gazing aimlessly out the window. That's fortunate, otherwise, your father would certainly intervene. How old is she? What does she look like? Men's curiosity rivals that of women. Zhao Tingchuan appeared oblivious to the questioning, suddenly rising and declaring, I need a moment to myself, you can head back first. I'll take a taxi later. With that, he swiftly turned and exited, leaving Director Zhang in a state of bewilderment. Lin Miaoyue was no stranger to Nanjing, yet each visit compelled her to admire the enchanting night view of the Qinhuai River. After participating in the competition earlier that day, she now strolled along the riverbank, still clad in the qipao she had worn during the event. The light green fabric accentuated her figure exquisitely, adorned with a delicate pearl necklace, her hair elegantly pinned up, and small earrings swaying gracefully amidst the shimmering lights, creating a scene reminiscent of a painting. Despite her high rate of attention from passers-by, she felt an inexplicable sense of loneliness, realizing that the destination was inconsequential. It was the company that truly mattered. At this moment, she found herself thinking of Zhao Tingchuan, wondering if he had arrived in Nanjing yet. A vendor's call caught her attention, leading her to a stall selling various candied hawthorns. Meanwhile, Zhao Tingchuan spotted Lin Miaoyue from a distance in a teahouse. She was simply breathtaking, drawing the gaze of passers-by, some even capturing her image on their phones. He hurried downstairs, weaving through the crowd to follow her direction, finding her at the candied hawthorn stall, seemingly selecting something with a satisfied smile. The vendor had complimented her beauty and offered her a skewer, inquiring about her origins. Lin Miaoyue, beaming, was just about to accept the treat when another hand intercepted it, Zhao Tingchuan's. What a pleasant surprise! I thought you weren't coming for a few more days, she exclaimed, seeing her eyes light up at his arrival filled Zhao Tingchuan with joy. Upon learning you were here, I adjusted my schedule to come sooner, he said, gently draping his arm over her shoulder to guide her forward. The vendor observed the charming couple, noting their striking compatibility. Although the man appeared slightly older, his aura radiated affluence, while the woman's beauty spoke for itself. Why did you rush here? Lin Miaoyue asked. I simply wish to stroll along the Qinhuai River with you, Zhao Tingchuan replied earnestly. I've missed you dearly but have been too preoccupied to reach out. As soon as I discovered you were in Nanjing, I orchestrated a change in plans to come find you, never anticipating this serendipitous encounter. What about you, have you thought of me? Lin Miaoyue felt an unexpected warmth from Zhao Tingchuan's words, yet she maintained her playful facade, retorting, not at all. Why would I think of you? Oh, come now, I saw how delighted you were to see me just now, he countered, hitting the mark. Lin Miaoyue chose silence, merely offering a faint smile. Zhao Tingchuan was taken aback by her gentle expression. Could it be that she was beginning to harbor feelings for him? Overwhelmed by this thought, he couldn't help but embrace her. Caught in Zhao Tingchuan's strong embrace, Lin Miaoyue surprisingly did not push him away this time. Sensing the faint aroma of alcohol on him, she teased, Have you been drinking? Just a little, but I'm not intoxicated, he replied. Looking around, Lin Miaoyue noticed that while the crowd was sparse, their embrace was drawing considerable attention. You should loosen your grip. Too many eyes are upon us, she insisted. You attracted quite the audience when you were walking alone just now, Zhao Tingchuan remarked, refusing to relent. That's different, hurry up, otherwise, I might get upset, she playfully warned. Only then did Zhao Tingchuan slowly release her, naturally taking her hand as they walked forward like an ordinary couple, yet this time, Lin Miaoyue did not withdraw her hand. Chapter 27 of The Cloud Stir, Part 1. As the night deepened, the streets grew increasingly desolate. Glancing at his watch, Zhao Tingchuan remarked, At this hour, it is time to head back. Where do you reside? Where? I live nearby. I can take a taxi by myself, she replied. It would be unwise to let such a stunning beauty ride alone in a taxi, Zhao Tingchuan chuckled. The two locations were indeed quite close. Upon arriving at the hotel, Lin Miaoyue was taken aback to see Zhao Tingchuan alight from the same vehicle. Allow me to escort you to your room, he offered gently. Lin Miaoyue, not a naive girl fresh to the world, quickly sensed the implication and hurriedly declined. Oh. No, I can manage on my own. Are you truly so afraid of me? Not at all, what if I told you I am staying at this hotel as well? Would you believe me? Zhao Tingchuan produced his room key and placed it in Lin Miaoyue's hand. Now it was Lin Miaoyue's turn to feel embarrassed. she had not anticipated that they occupied the same hotel, albeit on different floors, and his accommodations were evidently more luxurious. As they shared the elevator, both gazed into the mirror, lost in contemplation. "I've arrived, you should return to rest as well," Lin Miaoyue said at her room's door, glancing at Zhao Tingchuan. "One tea, you invite me in for a moment?" "Perhaps not. My room is rather ordinary, while yours appears to be a lavish suite," she declined. "Then why not come to my room for a while?" "No, it's too late." The scent of alcohol wafted from Zhao Tingchuan, causing Lin Miaoyue to turn her head uncomfortably, her earrings swaying gently, her delicate features illuminated alluringly under the corridor lights. Zhao Tingchuan chuckled softly, taking the room key from Lin Miaoyue's hand, and in a swift motion, he embraced her and closed the door behind them. Before Lin Miaoyue could fully comprehend the situation, she found herself captured by Zhao Tingchuan's kiss. In the darkness, her attempts to push him away seemed futile, and soon she realized she could barely maintain her footing. Having experienced the world, Lin Miaoyue felt his transformation and tried to extricate herself. You are utterly enchanting," Zhao Tingchuan murmured softly in her ear. "This is too fast." "We are moving too quickly," she protested, striving to remain composed amidst Zhao Tingchuan's assertiveness, leaving her feeling somewhat lost. "What do you mean by too fast? We haven't truly explored our relationship, how can we leap ahead like this?" Lin Miaoyue continued to push him away, fearful of this uncontrollable and inescapable sensation. "We can take our time to explore love. My affections for you do not conflict with that who dictates that a certain duration of courtship is necessary to advance." "But I feel," before Lin Miaoyue could finish, Zhao Tingchuan pressed his lips against hers once more, and ultimately, she succumbed to his overwhelming presence. Thus, the night culminated in an intimate encounter. In the aftermath, Zhao Tingchuan held Lin Miaoyue close, relishing this tranquil moment. Be with me." Lin Miaoyue remained silent, somewhat bewildered by her current state. She was acutely aware of the disparity in their social standings, yet they had progressed to this point. "What occupies your thoughts?" Zhao Tingchuan inquired earnestly, lifting her chin to meet his gaze. "I am contemplating whether the gap in our social status is too vast." "It is not, We are both ordinary individuals, each with our desires and emotions. I admire you, wish to be with you, and if you do not harbor disdain for me, we can explore this together. That is all that matters." Lin Miaoyue, taken aback by Zhao Tingchuan's sincerity, found herself at a loss for words, musing that perhaps they could take it one step at a time. Seeing her bewildered expression, Zhao Tingchuan felt a surge of tenderness and kissed her once more. The night stretched on interminably. Chapter 28 The Cloud Moves, Part 2. That evening, Lin Miaoyue profoundly comprehended the meaning of the beast in human clothing. The usually composed and unsmiling director Zhao appeared to have transformed into an entirely different individual. The sequence of events that led her to bed became somewhat hazy. She only vaguely recalled that he had left for a brief moment before returning. Upon awakening the next day, she found herself alone in the room, noticing a note at her bedside. "Miaoyue, I have a field trip today. Please rest well. I will return in the evening to keep you company and have arranged meals for you." Zhao Tingchuan. The vigorous handwriting revealed his true character, domineering and assertive. Reflecting on the previous night, Lin Miaoyue couldn't help but scratch her head in frustration. As she attempted to rise from bed to wash up, she discovered her body was sore and fatigued. Suddenly, a thought struck her: he seemed to have neglected to take precautions last night. Cursing him for his selfishness, she hastily ordered contraceptive pills for delivery. The doorbell rang, presumably the food delivery. Gritting her teeth against her discomfort, she dressed and descended from her bed. The server presented a lavish breakfast before her. After a while, a message from Zhao Tingchuan arrived. "Miaoyue, are you awake?" Sitting by the window, she munched on her breakfast while glancing at her phone, choosing to ignore Zhao Tingchuan's message. After the events of the previous night, she felt utterly uncertain about how to face him. Having just extricated herself from a dismal marriage and finally tidied her mind and spirit, she found herself stepping into another quagmire, the depth of which remained unknown. Wasn't being single more appealing? Regaining her composure, Lin Miaoyue reminded herself that she should not engage in such internal strife. She decided to view the previous night as merely a brief encounter, albeit with a rather distinguished counterpart. Adults have needs that are entirely understandable. With this thought, she felt more invigorated during breakfast. After finishing her meal, she scrolled through her phone, planning to rest in the morning and perhaps explore a nearby area in the afternoon, leaving him out of her considerations. During the inspection, Zhang Duan observed Director Zhao intermittently checking his phone, seemingly awaiting some message. He couldn't resist teasing, "Are you waiting for a message from some lovely lady? Why not just call her?" Zhao Tingchuan merely smiled in response, offering no further reply. Later, during lunch, he inquired of Zhang Duan about suitable places in Nanjing to take a girl for a stroll. Understanding the underlying intention, Director Zhang promptly sent him a link titled Top 10 Romantic Spots in Nanjing. Turning back, he spotted Director Zhao meticulously studying the list. The afternoon's exchange seminar proceeded efficiently, as Zhao Tingchuan's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of his beloved, leading to the formulation of a mutually beneficial cooperation strategy and the establishment of developmental directions. After the meeting, Zhao Tingchuan, citing feeling unwell, excused himself from further discussions over drinks, delegating Secretary Li and the Director of the Development and Reform Commission to continue the collaboration. Upon discovering that Lin Miaoyue had not responded to his message or answered his calls, a sense of worry crept into Zhao Tingchuan's heart. However, when the hotel front desk informed him that breakfast had been delivered to her room, he hurried back to the hotel in a panic. Throughout the day, his thoughts were consumed by Lin Miaoyue. He had never anticipated that someone could have such a profound effect on him, nor did he realize that a man who had always prioritized work could become so distracted. This morning, he had even contemplated postponing the inspection, but he remembered the importance of adhering to the schedule. Arriving at the hotel, he knocked on Lin Miaoyue's door for quite some time before hearing a response, as if she had been asleep. His heart settled momentarily. After a brief wait, Lin Miaoyue sluggishly opened the door, asking, "I was just sleeping, what's the matter?" Seeing her adopt a demeanor of aloofness, Zhao Tingchuan suppressed his displeasure with a knowing smile. This girl had become quite adept at feigning ignorance. With that thought, he pushed the door open, stepped inside, and closed it behind him, sweeping her into his arms as he made his way to the bed. "Zhao Tingchuan, put me down." Once he placed Lin Miaoyue on the bed, he leaned over her, asking, "Miaoyue, why are you acting like a stranger again? When have I ever acknowledged you?" Lin Miaoyue muttered, avoiding his gaze. "Last night, shall I help you recall?" He leaned in closer, brushing his face against hers. "Don't do that." Embarrassed, Lin Miaoyue buried her face in the blankets, attempting to become an ostrich. Sensing her shyness, Zhao Tingchuan held her tighter, planting a kiss on her cheek as he said, "Miaoyue, do you know when I first saw you?" Lin Miaoyue thought to herself, "Wasn't he it during your inspection at the school?" Noting her silence, he continued, "I first saw you in the parking lot of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. I happened to be there for an inspection. While sitting in my car, I saw you wandering around the parking lot, and later, you stood by my window, retouching your makeup and applying lipstick. You couldn't see me inside, but your face was etched in my memory. I distinctly remember you wearing a red dress that day, fluttering in the wind like a beautiful butterfly that flew straight into my heart. Seeing you linked arm in arm with Zhang Wenyuan, I dismissed any further thoughts, knowing you were married." Pausing for a moment, he added, "But later, I heard about his online gambling and, by chance, witnessed you two arguing in the stairwell of a hospital. You were in tears, which prompted me to investigate further. Upon learning of your divorce, I began to reconsider my feelings for you. Regarding that inspection at your school, I didn't have to go, but the thought of you being there compelled me to seize the chance to meet you under the pretense of a professional visit. Guiyu and the others, perceptive as they were, sensed my intentions and arranged for you to sit beside me. The rest, as you know, unfolded naturally. Miaoyue, my affection for you is not a fleeting whim. It has been a long-held desire." With that, he pulled her even closer. Hearing Zhao Tingchuan's heartfelt words, Lin Miaoyue felt a swell of emotion, and it would be disingenuous to say she was not moved. She lifted her gaze to meet his, lowering her defenses as she confessed, "I just feel it's too fast. We haven't known each other long, and our time together has been so limited. It seems I've just emerged from the whirlpool of love and marriage, only to plunge right back in. Miaoyue, we are both adults with our own histories. The past is not our fault, so there is no need to pay for it with guilt or remorse. As for speed, in matters of the heart, time does not define significance, does it?" Lin Miaoyue sighed, recalling her years with Zhang Wenyuan, realizing that even after so much time, she had never truly understood him. Noticing her silence, Zhao Tingchuan gently turned her face to meet his gaze, saying, "Miaoyue, do not fear or doubt my affection for you. Embrace it, and you will discover that you deserve all the beauty life has to offer." With that, he kissed Lin Miaoyue. The words "you deserve" moved Lin Miaoyue to the brink of tears. For a long time, she had questioned her worth, feeling inadequate, yet now, this man before her, a dignified city finance bureau director, was affirming that she was worthy of all the goodness in the world. Lin Miaoyue's response unleashed a torrent of longing within Zhao Tingchuan. The atmosphere in the room gradually warmed, while the sunset outside blushed against the window. Chapter 29 of The Clouds Shift, Part 3. The curtains in the room were drawn, and a wall lamp cast a dim, golden light throughout the bedroom, subtly illuminating the entwined silhouettes of two figures. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as Lin Miaoyue felt utterly drained, while Zhao Tingchuan beside her bore an expression of deep slumber. Instinctively, Lin Miaoyue stirred, contemplating rising to tidy herself up, when Zhao Tingchuan pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead, asking, "Would you like to go out for a stroll this evening?" "I don't feel like moving," she replied. "What about tomorrow? Will you accompany me?" Lin Miaoyue thought to herself, "Aren't you here for work?" Zhao Tingchuan pondered for a moment before responding, "Tomorrow might not be possible, but I can accompany you the day after, anywhere you wish to go." Lin Miaoyue nodded and muttered, "I feel a bit hungry." "I arranged 3 meals for you this morning, and they'll be delivered shortly," he reassured her. "Director Zhao, your room is upstairs. Isn't it inappropriate for you to be here now?" Lin Miaoyue teased. "Then how about you come stay in my room?" Zhao Tingchuan leaned closer, inhaling the comforting scent that enveloped her. "Please, don't be ridiculous." Zhao Tingchuan chuckled softly at her response, feeling as if time had paused in a serene moment. After dinner, Zhao Tingchuan attended to official duties, organizing the work for the following day, and took Lin Miaoyue for a leisurely boat ride along the Qinhuai River. Under the glow of the lights lining the riverbanks, Lin Miaoyue appeared even more exquisite, radiating an enchanting charm, while Zhao Tingchuan held her close, whispering sweet nothings. "How did your competition go yesterday?" he inquired. "I think it went well. The results will take some time to come out. Why didn't I know beforehand that you could play the pipa?" "Humph, I have many talents," she replied playfully. "Play a piece for me when we return to the hotel." "Absolutely not. I might be a master by then. How could I play just for you?" Lin Miaoyue said with a proud grin. Zhao Tingchuan tightened his grip around her waist, a smirk on his face. "Then tonight, I shall take good care of you." "Will you grant me that honor?" Upon hearing this, Lin Miaoyue's mind wandered to the previous night, and she playfully swatted his hand away, blushing, "You are incorrigible." "Where's the age in that?" Zhao Tingchuan was notably concerned about her choice of words. "Think about it yourself." Upon returning to the hotel, they encountered members of the inspection team. Lin Miaoyue immediately distanced herself from Zhao Tingchuan, as the others did not recognize her and merely perceived Nanjing as a treasure trove of beauty. Secretary Li quickly spotted Lin Miaoyue walking past Zhao Tingchuan and, understanding the implications of this inspection, pretended not to recognize her. After confirming the tight work schedule for the next day with his subordinates, Zhao Tingchuan knocked on Lin Miaoyue's door, even bringing a change of clothes, hoping she would join him in his room. Yet, she steadfastly refused. When Zhao Tingchuan entered, he found Lin Miaoyue indulging in fruit while applying a facial mask, planning the itinerary for the next day. Seeing him again made her internally grumble, "Doesn't he worry about being seen? It's quite inappropriate." After a moment's contemplation, she removed the mask and voiced her thoughts. "Are you worried about me, or about yourself, Yue?" Zhao Tingchuan asked lazily, a smile playing on his lips. "I'm worried about both, of course. But being a mere transparent figure, I'm of no consequence to its your reputation, Director Zhao, that is at stake." "If you can't handle such a minor influence, how can you be a director?" he replied, stepping closer to embrace Lin Miaoyue. "Then it seems you often deal with such matters." "I haven't dealt with anyone like you before, but don't fret too much. I will handle it well." He then planted delicate kisses along her neck. "Could you stop thinking about this? It was just during the day," Lin Miaoyue said, pushing Zhao Tingchuan away intermittently. "Which day?" "I forgot, please remind me, Teacher Lin," he teased, a light laugh escaping him. The atmosphere of spring returned to the room. The next morning, Zhao Tingchuan awakened early, gazing at Lin Miaoyue's serene sleeping face, reminiscent of the Sleeping Beauty from the fairy tales often read to him. Unable to resist, He pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead and noted that she was still asleep, seemingly more indulgent in slumber than most. He quietly dressed and returned to his luxurious suite upstairs, preparing for the day ahead. Lin Miaoyue ventured alone to the Nanjing Massacre Memorial Hall, carrying a deep reverence for the site due to her background in history. Yet, upon entering and witnessing the haunting black and white photographs and chilling artifacts, she was overwhelmed by a profound sorrow. The peace and stability enjoyed in the present were purchased with the blood of countless ancestors. Lin Miaoyue felt grateful not to have been born in tumultuous times. Even though her current life had its challenges, it paled in comparison to the despair of that era. After exiting the memorial, Lin Miaoyue felt a heavy heart and a chill enveloping her. Longing to return to the hotel for some rest, she noticed a few pictures Zhao Tingchuan had sent, seemingly taken in an industrial park, and replied, "Director Zhao, please work diligently." At the evening banquet, Zhao Tingchuan had no reason to decline, for inspections and social engagements were never mutually exclusive. He naturally informed Lin Miaoyue that he would be returning late. To his own surprise, he found himself anxious for updates on her whereabouts. At the banquet, Zhao Tingchuan was seated beside a beautiful woman, yet his cold demeanor left her feeling awkward. Known for her striking appearance and conversational skills, she usually captivated those around her, yet tonight, Zhao Tingchuan seemed to wear a visible barrier against her advances. Zhang Duan, observing the unusual behavior of his old friend, chose to remain silent. He had heard from the hotel staff that Zhao Tingchuan had not returned to his opulent suite but had been staying in the room of a beautiful woman from City C. After dinner, additional entertainment events were arranged in Nanjing, but Zhao Tingchuan feigned illness from drinking too much and excused himself. A secretarially recognized this as merely an excuse. Zhao Tingchuan's drinking capacity was never so limited. Secretarially, everyone has worked hard these past few days. Our schedule is tight, so let us allow some personal arrangements for tomorrow and the day after. We'll reconvene for a summary meeting in City C on Monday morning. Understood, I will relay the message. Please remind them to maintain discipline. We ought not to indulge too late. After all, we are here for inspections. I'll take my leave now. Shall I escort you back? No need, you may continue with your tasks. After speaking, Zhao Tingchuan conversed with Zhang Duan for a while before departing for the hotel. Chapter 30 of The Clouds Shift, Part 4. Returning to the hotel past 10 o'clock, Zhao Tingchuan expertly swiped his room card to enter Lin Miaoyue's quarters. Observing her asleep, he retreated to his own room upstairs to wash up before descending once more. With utmost care, he climbed into bed beside the soft, fragrant Lin Miaoyue, placing a gentle kiss on her before surrendering to sleep. The next morning, Lin Miaoyue awoke to the warmth radiating from Zhao Tingchuan, feeling as though she lay beside a furnace. Attempting to distance herself, she realized this furnace was quite mobile. Following her movements, turning to see Zhao Tingchuan lying beside her with an arm draped around her, she gently pushed his hand away, preparing to rise for a drink of water, inadvertently waking him in the process. "Where are you off to?" he asked, still groggy. "I'm thirsty and want some water." "Don't move. I'll get it for you." He rose to fetch her a glass, and when Lin Miaoyue hadn't finished, he casually drank the remainder, their familiarity resembling that of an old married couple. "What time did you come in last night?" "I had no idea," Lin Miaoyue inquired with curiosity. "Maybe around 10. You were already asleep, so I didn't want to disturb you. Where do you wish to go today? I have the entire day to accompany you," Zhao Tingchuan replied, nuzzling her forehead. "I visited the Nanjing Massacre Memorial Hall yesterday. Today, I'd like to go to Jiming Temple." "Sounds good. I've heard that Jiming Temple is quite effective for seeking romantic fortunes. Shall we give it a try?" "You actually know about that?" "I happened to read a travel guide yesterday. I'm not seeking romance. I'm hoping for a windfall," Lin Miaoyue replied with a dismissive glance as Zhao Tingchuan chuckled softly. "Then I'll seek romance while you seek wealth. Together, we shall be perfect." "Who wants to be with you?" "Then who do you wish to be with?" As he spoke, Zhao Tingchuan's hands began to wander. Sensing his movements, Lin Miaoyue quickly pushed his hand away and slipped out of bed like a fish, determined not to let him disrupt their plans for the day. As Zhao Tingchuan, observing her antics, couldn't help but smile with affection. Once Lin Miaoyue finished her makeup, she radiated a vibrant glow, drawing attention effortlessly. Clad in a blue top and a white cotton skirt, with a side braid cascading down her shoulder, she exuded freshness and vitality. Zhao Tingchuan couldn't help but remark, "I suddenly feel older standing next to you." Why do you say that? Lin Miaoyue questioned, puzzled as she donned her earrings. Nothing, let us go. Lin Miaoyue. To reach Jiming Temple, they took the subway, which was crowded and devoid of seats. Zhao Tingchuan found a corner and enveloped Lin Miaoyue in his embrace. Due to their height difference, Lin Miaoyue had to tilt her head to gaze at him. It is often said that this angle reveals the truth, yet she found Zhao Tingchuan quite handsome, the high bridge of his nose, the subtly pursed lips, and the clean-shaven chin. A sudden jolt nearly caused her to stumble, and she instinctively clung to him for support. Are you so captivated by my charm? Zhao Tingchuan teased, a playful glint in his eyes. Lin Miaoyue quickly released her grip and shot him a glare, only to lose her balance again as the subway lurched, nearly falling if not for Zhao Tingchuan's steady hold on her waist. Though the cherry blossoms had already fallen at Jiming Temple, the place remained bustling with worshippers. As they ascended the steps, sunlight filtered through the lush trees, and Zhao Tingchuan held Lin Miaoyue's hand, guiding her slowly. Noticing her breathlessness, he resolved to encourage her to exercise more in the future. Upon reaching the busiest incense altar, Lin Miaoyue was already sweating profusely. She lit several sticks of incense, solemnly bowing in all four cardinal directions before entering the main hall to kneel and pray thrice with utmost sincerity. Watching her earnestness, Zhao Tingchuan, though an atheist, found himself silently wishing for her happiness and safety. As they descended the mountain, Lin Miaoyue purchased several strings of 18 seeds for friends and a sandalwood bracelet for her father, Lin Feng, praying for his safety. Seeing her so thoughtfully select items, Zhao Tingchuan cleared his throat meaningfully, prompting Lin Miaoyue to chuckle in both exasperation and amusement. She then picked out a sandalwood bracelet for him as well. Not far from Jiming Temple, a short walk led them to Xuanwu Lake. Given Lin Miaoyue's lack of stamina, walking the entire distance was out of the question, so Zhao Tingchuan decisively bought tickets for a sightseeing car. Even so, after their tour of Xuanwu Lake, Lin Miaoyue felt quite exhausted. At the lakeside, there was a booth for instant photos, and Zhao Tingchuan insisted on taking a picture together. In the photograph, they stood side by side. He exuded calmness and charm, while she appeared strikingly beautiful, her smile enchanting. The photo developed quickly, and the owner couldn't help but ask if he could enlarge and print it for promotional purposes. Lin Miaoyue immediately declined, requesting the owner delete the negatives, fully aware of Zhao Tingchuan's status and the potential repercussions of such exposure. Seeing her serious refusal, Zhao Tingchuan felt a gentle warmth in his heart, akin to a feather brushing against his skin. Upon returning to the hotel, Lin Miaoyue collapsed onto the bed, utterly spent. Zhao Tingchuan took out the photos from the day, admiring them as if it were his first time posing for a picture, and carefully placed them into his wallet. After a while, Zhang Duan called to inform Zhao Tingchuan that he would be returning the following day and suggested they share a meal together. Glancing at the motionless Lin Miaoyue, Zhao Tingchuan politely declined. Tingchuan, you're showing a classic case of forgetting your friends in the face of beauty, Zhang Duan teased. That's not the case. I am simply a bit tired from today's outings. When are you free to visit City C? We'll drink until we drop. Sure, but only if you're not too busy enjoying your romantic escapades. Let us not discuss that, old Zhang. Your assistance during our visit to Nanjing has been invaluable. Should you ever need my help, do not hesitate to ask. Let us refrain from being so formal. After hanging up, Zhao Tingchuan turned to find Lin Miaoyue already asleep. He gently tucked her in before returning to his room to organize important materials from the past few days. When he re-entered Lin Miaoyue's room, he carried with him some famous local snacks from Nanjing, which he had asked secretarially to procure for her to take back. Waking up around 8 or 9, Lin Miaoyue found herself stirred by hunger. Spotting Zhao Tingchuan working on his computer, she hesitated to interrupt just as she was about to order takeout. He remarked, "You must be hungry. I'll have someone bring food." Lin Miaoyue wondered, does he have eyes in the back of his head? After satisfying their hunger, Lin Miaoyue reclined on the bed, leisurely reviewing the photos from the day. Zhao Tingchuan, noticing her swinging feet, shut his laptop and approached the bed. Did you sleep well? Zhao Tingchuan asked with a hint of flirtation. Yes, I slept well, Lin Miaoyue replied, still engrossed in editing the photos. Then let us get down to some serious business. What serious business? Lin Miaoyue finally looked up, puzzled. Zhao Tingchuan tossed her phone aside, his actions speaking volumes. The room's temperature began to rise, and an atmosphere of spring enveloped them. Chapter 31 of The Cloud Moves, Part 5. The following day, as Zhao Tingchuan prepared to return to City C, he expressed a desire for Lin Miaoyue to accompany him on the same high-speed train. However, Lin Miaoyue stubbornly refused, insisting on taking a later train. Upon arriving at the high-speed rail station in City C, she discovered that Zhao Tingchuan had been waiting for her all along. Feeling a surge of emotion at the thought of having kept such a busy man waiting, she found it in her heart to forgive his earlier disregard. The memories of the previous night made her heart flutter. His audacity was simply unrestrained. "Are you tired from the journey?" Zhao Tingchuan inquired as he helped her arrange her belongings, noticing her slightly wilted demeanor. "I'm a bit drowsy, I couldn't sleep on the train." "A nap at home should remedy it," she replied. "Miaoyue, would you consider moving in with me?" He proposed. "That's not feasible, it's too far from school," she offered as an excuse, though deep down, she was unsure of how to explain this to her parents. "Then I could purchase a place near your school?" he suggested. "I asked the director, really that affluent?" "No, thank you, I believe things are quite fine as they are, and what is so fine about it?" "Living with my parents, of course, and what about me? Things will remain as they were." Lin Miaoyue's voice gradually dwindled. Zhao Tingchuan fell silent, his expression impassive as he stared ahead, suddenly slamming the brakes to pull over to the roadside. "Are you implying that our future meetings will be problematic? Is this your way of severing ties?" A chill enveloped the car. "That's not what I meant." Lin Miaoyue stammered, somewhat intimidated by Zhao Tingchuan's intensity. "Miaoyue, why don't we consider marriage?" Zhao Tingchuan took the initiative. "What? No, I just got divorced. What will others think of me? If you prefer to delay, then during our courtship, you must frequently stay over at my place," Zhao Tingchuan stated earnestly, signaling the need for a clear commitment if she found marriage too hasty. "All right, but may I make a request?" Lin Miaoyue said, a hint of shyness in her tone. "Speak your mind," Zhao Tingchuan urged, sensing her hesitation. "I don't want anyone to know about our relationship. I fear their judgment." Understanding her concerns, Zhao Tingchuan gently cupped her face. "I comprehend your wish for discretion at this moment, but eventually, the world will come to know of us. I don't wish to wait indefinitely, Miaoyue. I have feelings for you and desire to be together openly." With that, he leaned in and kissed her. Lin Miaoyue's heart felt as if a solitary drop had fallen into a tranquil ancient well, the sound echoing in her ears. Upon returning home, Lin's mother noticed the abundance of local delicacies Lin Miaoyue brought back and curiously inquired about it. Lin Miaoyue concocted an excuse, having previously told Zhao Tingchuan not to buy so much. Having taken 2 days off, Lin Miaoyue found herself quite busy upon her return to school, engaging in conversations with Zhao Tingchuan over WeChat like any ordinary couple. Lu Su distinctly sensed a change in Lin Miaoyue since her return from Nanjing, describing it as if she had entered a second spring. Lin Miaoyue neither affirmed nor denied, simply smiling with her eyes. Days passed languidly, with only a week or two remaining until the semester concluded. During this time, Lin Miaoyue occasionally stayed at Zhao Tingchuan's Jinjiang city residence. Frequently, he would pick her up from work under the pretext of companionship, coaxing her to stay a few more days. When she first visited his home, Lin Miaoyue was taken aback by its stark coldness. The decor was rather austere, and the entire space lacked the warmth of human habitation. Zhao Tingchuan guided her through the house, casually remarking, "Aside from the cleaning lady, you are the first woman to visit here." "Am I truly so honored?" Lin Miaoyue chuckled, surveying the surroundings. "Do you find the place rather chilly?" he asked. "A bit, yes, let me show you somewhere more inviting." Without heeding Lin Miaoyue's protest, he lifted her and carried her toward the bedroom. After their intimate encounter, Zhao Tingchuan held Lin Miaoyue close, his fingers idly playing with her hair. "Miaoyue, what are your plans for this summer vacation?" "I'm not certain yet, I'm somewhat inclined to visit Xinjiang," she replied. "Traveling that far? Please don't, stay here with me, I'm hungry, I want something to eat." Lin Miaoyue attempted to change the subject. "Miaoyue, don't evade the topic, but I genuinely wish to go to Xinjiang. It has been on my mind for years," she pouted. "In that case, aside from your trip to Xinjiang, you must spend the rest of your summer here," he insisted. "That's quite a long time." "How do I explain that to my parents?" "Just tell them you'll be in Xinjiang for the summer. You spent last winter in Yunnan, didn't you?" With that, Zhao Tingchuan kissed her forehead. "That's different, let us discuss it when the vacation arrives," Lin Miaoyue said, wishing to end the conversation. Taking the initiative, she kissed Zhao Tingchuan, and unable to resist her rare assertiveness, he once again swept her into another passionate embrace. As summer vacation commenced, Lin Miaoyue found herself free, yet Zhao Tingchuan departed City C for City S to attend a 2-week cadre training program. The night before his departure, Lin Miaoyue felt as if he were a werewolf transforming under the full moon, keeping her awake until the early hours. During Zhao Tingchuan's absence, Lin Miaoyue leisurely planned her trip to Xinjiang. Although Zhao Tingchuan was preoccupied with training and had less time to call her, he made it a point to reach out whenever he could. Lin's mother perceptibly noted the changes in her daughter's life. She understood that given Lin Miaoyue's various qualities, remarriage would not pose a challenge. However, this time, she was resolute in ensuring her daughter made the right choices, determined not to let history repeat itself. Subtly probing her, she was often met with evasive answers. Noticing the expensive local specialties occasionally brought home, Lin's mother could only hope her daughter wouldn't be ensnared by sweet words once more. Chapter 32 of The Clouds Shift, Part 7. When Zhao Tingchuan returned from training in S-City, Lin Miaoyue had already boarded a flight to Xinjiang. This left Zhao Tingchuan feeling a twinge of disappointment. Lin Miaoyue was traveling to Xinjiang with her good friend Chen Yaya, as only the unmarried Lin could accompany the divorced Zhao on spontaneous trips. Xinjiang is vast, divided into southern and northern regions. This time, they ventured to the south, where a group of young people rented a vehicle, taking their time and enjoying each other's company. Focusing on the experience itself throughout the journey, Lin Miaoyue frequently shared her observations and experiences with Zhao Tingchuan, which considerably eased his feelings of loss. During the trip, one individual took a particular interest in Lin Miaoyue. Wherever she went, he seemed to follow. This was Gao Qingyan, a fellow graduate of S University, who was a year ahead of Lin. Through their conversations, he learned of her divorce and single status. Although he had never married, he did not mind her past in the slightest. This seemingly delicate and beautiful woman refrained from complaints and pretentiousness during the journey, often serving as a source of comfort for the entire group. Lin Miaoyue sensed Gao Qingyan's attentive care for her, as he would help her carry things and buy water. She attempted to refuse his offers but did not want to be overly dismissive, especially since he had not yet made any direct declarations of affection. Thus, she chose to remain close to Chen Yahadai in Kashgar ancient city. Lin Miaoyue had a photoshoot. With the makeup artist's touch, her already vibrant beauty was transformed, making her appear almost like a foreign princess. The group was captivated, and Gao Qingyan found himself increasingly enamored with Lin Miaoyue, secretly thinking that after years of being single, he had finally found someone special. After taking a few selfies to send to Zhao Tingchuan, she found that he was in a meeting and could not appreciate them immediately. When he finally opened the message during a break, he was taken aback by her beauty and silently lamented his inability to join her on the trip, but he could only express his longing through his phone, saying, You are so beautiful. I wish only I could see your beauty. Beauty should be shared. Didn't your elementary school teacher tell you that? Lin Miaoyue playfully rolled her eyes. I forgot it, Teacher Lin. Could you come back soon to give me a makeup class? Only if you pay the tuition first, she replied with a hint of arrogance. While chatting, a smile lingered on Zhao Tingchuan's lips as he transferred 50,000 to her. He added, Come back quickly, my beautiful gardener Lin. Upon reading this, Lin Miaoyue couldn't help but laugh, wondering if this was still the composed and serious Zhao Tingchuan she had seen on television. Regarding his transfer, Lin Miaoyue chose not to accept it, as her upbringing taught her that a woman should not accept money from a man casually. I'll be back in 2 or 3 days. Just be patient, Zhao classmate. After a moment, she sent another message, We're going to eat now, but we'll chat when we get back tonight. Zhao Tingchuan put away his phone, resuming his usual calm demeanor, his expression unreadable. Observing him, Li Qiuyuan inquired thoughtfully, Tingchuan, you seem to be in a rather good mood lately, Not bad, but it can't compare to your good fortune, Minister Li, Zhao Tingchuan replied with a subtle smile. Both were at the deputy department level, yet due to Zhao's background and work achievements, he often overshadowed Li Qiuyuan, prompting the latter to speak with a hint of sarcasm at times. 2 days later, Lin Miaoyue and her companions began their journey home. After nearly 10 days of camaraderie and travel, they had forged friendships, fully aware that no gathering lasts forever. After enjoying a meal near the airport, they each headed to their respective boarding gates. Since both Lin Miaoyue and Chen Yaya hailed from C-City, they were on the same flight. At the airport, Gao Qingyan called Lin Miaoyue aside to express his feelings. Lin Miaoyue, in a straightforward manner, informed him that she currently had a boyfriend and thanked him for his care and affection throughout the trip. Gao Qingyan's disappointment was palpable, yet he still offered his blessings and encouraged her to visit him in S-City anytime. By the time Lin Miaoyue arrived in C-City, it was already evening. The thought of parting ways with Chen Yaya weighed heavily on her heart, but Chen Yaya playfully pushed her away, saying, It's not like we won't see each other again. What's there to be sad about? My ride is here, goodbye. Zhao Tingchuan spotted Lin Miaoyue amidst the crowd. Even in a simple white t-shirt and a red floral skirt, she shone brightly, unadorned yet captivating. After nearly a month apart, he could not resist embracing her. Alarmed, Lin Miaoyue cast a worried glance around, fearing he might be recognized, and quickly pushed him away. As Zhao Tingchuan took Lin Miaoyue back to Jinjiang City. As soon as they entered, he eagerly kissed her, his hands becoming restless. However, having endured a long journey, Lin Miaoyue was not in the mood, persistently pushing him away until she held his face, pouting, "I'm so tired, can I rest for a moment?" Noticing her fatigue and recalling his unfinished work, Zhao Tingchuan relented, "I'll let you off the hook for now. Go take a shower and have something to eat, I've asked the auntie to prepare it." "Ah, Director Zhao, you are too kind." After saying this, she pecked him on the cheek and dashed off. Perhaps due to sheer exhaustion, Lin Miaoyue fell asleep almost instantly on the soft, comfortable bed after her shower. The moment Zhao Tingchuan entered the bedroom, he noticed that the room had transformed into a fragrant, cozy haven due to Lin Miaoyue's presence. In her slumber, with her eyes closed, she appeared less dazzling yet endearingly cute, her soft pink lips slightly parted, evoking an irresistible urge to kiss her. Desire propelled him into action, and after a tender moment, Lin Miaoyue sleepily remarked, "I'm hungry." "Then I shall cook you a bowl of noodles," Zhao Tingchuan replied, detecting her tone of discontent and smiling cheerfully. "Can you even cook?" Lin Miaoyue's expression was one of disbelief. "Silly Yuer, just wait here. I'll call you when it's ready." Chapter 33 The Cloud Surge, Part 1. Lin Miaoyue harbored doubts regarding Zhao Tingchuan's culinary skills when he carried her to the dining table and revealed 2 bowls of noodles. She remained skeptical. "Give it a try. It's all I could make with the ingredients at home," Zhao Tingchuan said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he casually placed his hand behind her. After taking a bite, she was pleasantly surprised by the taste. Lin Miaoyue had impeccable table manners, but her small appetite meant that even when she was hungry, she could not finish her bowl. "The noodles are delicious, but I can't eat anymore. Now, do you believe I can cook? Just eat a little more, be good. My noodles are not something everyone gets to enjoy." "I truly can't eat anymore," Lin Miaoyue protested, frowning. Seeing her reluctance, Zhao Tingchuan took her bowl and began to finish the remainder. Watching him eat her leftovers so effortlessly, Lin Miaoyue felt a warmth spread through her, dispelling her earlier discontent. In the following days, Lin Miaoyue stayed in Jinjiang City. During this time, Zhao, who usually favored overtime, became punctual in leaving work and demonstrated increased efficiency, as he did not wish to stay late. With little to do, Lin Miaoyue decided to ask Zhao Tingchuan to refrain from sending the housekeeper, opting instead to immerse herself in culinary endeavors. However, her lack of aptitude resulted in dishes that were hardly palatable, rendering her unwilling to eat them. One day, feeling utterly defeated by her kitchen failures, Lin Miaoyue decided to return home. Noticing her dejected and exhausted demeanor, Lin's mother assumed the fatigue stemmed from the trip to Xinjiang and did not think much of it. When Zhao Tingchuan returned from work and saw the chaotic kitchen, realizing Lin Miaoyue had left, he felt a surge of frustration. Exercising restraint, he called her, hoping to persuade her to return. "Yuer, you don't need to learn all this. We have a housekeeper at home." "No, I want to learn to cook properly and be self-sufficient." "Then come back, I will teach you." "I don't believe you. When will you come back here to stay with me again?" Zhao Tingchuan had grown accustomed to seeing Lin Miaoyue when he returned home from work, no longer feeling like a solitary soul. Lin Miaoyue had returned home under the pretense of learning to cook, but a part of her was also weary of Zhao Tingchuan's relentless demands. She sometimes wondered if he had truly not engaged with anyone since his ex-wife's passing, seeking solace in her presence. However, she chose not to dwell on such thoughts. She simply wanted a few days of peace at home. Just as she thought she could relax, Lin's mother whimsically decided to visit the sea, and Lin Miaoyue was compelled to accompany her, especially since her brother was away interning at a foreign company for the summer. Though Zhao Tingchuan felt displeased upon hearing the news, he had no choice but to request Lin Miaoyue to spend some time with him before her departure. "What time is your bus tomorrow?" Zhao Tingchuan playfully bit Lin Miaoyue's shoulder. "Hey, that hurts," she exclaimed in irritation. "You heartless person, and yet you feel pain? What do you mean by heartless? Do you have one? Let me check." With that, Zhao Tingchuan kissed Lin Miaoyue. After an intimate moment, Lin Miaoyue insisted on returning home as Zhao Tingchuan was somewhat displeased with her frequent desire to leave, especially after her last abrupt departure. His tone hardened. "Why are you in such a hurry to go back?" "That's my home. My mother is waiting for me to help her pack," Lin Miaoyue replied as she dressed. "And what about here?" "What about me? What do you take me for? You just up and left last time without a word." Zhao Tingchuan's tone shifted from stern to accusatory. Lin Miaoyue found his sudden moodiness baffling. Just moments ago, they had shared tender moments, and now he was questioning her. "Director Zhao, are you not clear about our relationship? Why does my returning home concern you? Didn't you just get what you wanted?" "You err, what do you mean by that? What do you think I am? Is that how you perceive me, Zhao Tingchuan?" His expression darkened, unprepared for her judgment. "I don't want to argue with you, let go of me, I need to go home." Lin Miaoyue attempted to push Zhao Tingchuan away, but he held her down firmly. "Explain yourself." Startled by his forceful demeanor, Lin Miaoyue felt her temper flare. "You never considered my feelings. I told you my mother is waiting for me. What will I say if I come back late? And last time I stayed here, it was only about that. What do you take me for? And besides, this is your home, not mine. You seem to be very clear about the distinction between us and are worried about how late it is to return home. In your eyes, am I someone to be hidden away?" Zhao Tingchuan's anger turned to sarcasm. "Yes. I don't want to be pointed at and accused of climbing the social ladder by associating with you, Zhao Kaishan. Then what do you think you are doing lying here?" Zhao Tingchuan's fury surged, causing him to speak without thinking. Upon hearing this, tears welled in Lin Miaoyue's eyes. Indeed, if she felt unworthy of him and believed there was no future for them, then what was this entanglement all about? It was foolish of her. As she struggled to get up, Zhao Tingchuan's phone rang. Initially intending to ignore it, she noticed it was the city committee secretary Meng Guiqing, so she hurriedly left the bed to answer in the bathroom. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Miaoyue quickly dressed and left without a backward glance. When Zhao Tingchuan emerged from the bathroom, he found the room empty, the lingering scent of Lin Miaoyue still present. By the time he made it to the parking lot, her car was long gone, driving away at breakneck speed. Lin Miaoyue couldn't shake Zhao Tingchuan's words from her mind. "What do you think you're doing lying here?" Reflecting on it, she felt foolish for being so easily swayed by a high-ranking official's attention, losing herself in a fleeting moment of affection. Her phone rang incessantly with Zhao Tingchuan's calls. Stopping at a red light, she took the opportunity to block him on both WeChat and her phone. Upon returning home, Lin's mother noticed her daughter's troubled expression but refrained from reprimanding her for being late. After a night of emotional recovery, Lin Miaoyue resumed her routine and set off for the seaside with her mother the next day. Meanwhile, Zhao Tingchuan, realizing he had been blocked on all fronts, felt his pent-up anger rise again. He contemplated impulsively visiting her home to confront her about her intentions, yet, recalling her wish for their relationship to remain a secret, he feared pushing her away completely. What was he to do now? The usually composed and strategic Zhao Tingchuan found himself at a loss as he stared at his phone. Chapter 34 of The Gathering Clouds, Part 2. Lin Miaoyue and her mother traveled to a picturesque coastal city in the north, where the scenery was breathtaking, albeit marred by the throngs of people. The splendid vistas, coupled with her mother's presence and the need to plan their itinerary, alleviated her lingering thoughts about Zhao Tingchuan, leading her to perceive this trip as an excellent remedy for her worries. Lin's mother had taken her annual leave specifically for this journey, having long cherished the idea of a solo trip with her daughter, and now the dream had finally come to fruition. Throughout their travels, the mother-daughter duo engaged in lively banter, capturing countless photographs. Lin's mother frequently shared snapshots on social media, where Miaoyue's images invariably garnered an avalanche of likes and comments, such as "This fairy is so beautiful," and "Sister flowers," which filled her mother with pride. On this particular day, upon returning from their adventures, the sun had left them feeling somewhat drained. Lin Miaoyue noticed her complexion had darkened several shades, prompting her to indulge in a facial mask alongside her mother as soon as they reached the hotel. Lin Feng sent a video call, and upon witnessing the cheerful interaction between the two women, he couldn't help but laugh. He shared news of recent visits from city officials to the Public Security Bureau, mentioning that the director of the Finance Bureau, Zhao Tingchuan, had even shaken his hand. At the mention of Zhao Tingchuan, Lin Miaoyue's ears perked up, intrigued by her parents' conversation. "I've heard our Finance Bureau director is quite young. What's he like in person? Lin's mother inquired, sipping her water. Indeed, he is quite youthful, only around 36 or 37, Lin Feng replied. I've heard he is the youngest at the deputy department level. Remarkable, his prospects must be boundless, Lin's mother remarked. Absolutely, he seems quite affable, even inquired about our family and what we've been up to. Lin Miaoyue's interest piqued. What was Zhao Tingchuan after? Is that true? He actually took an interest in us? Lin's mother exclaimed, her excitement evident. Yes, I was taken aback as well. I mentioned you work at the Medical Insurance Bureau, and that Miaoyue is at Chaoyang Middle School, while Jiang Ping is about to graduate. Ha, old Lin, you finally made an impression. That's nothing. It was merely unexpected. How are you two enjoying your trip? We're having a wonderful time. I've been posting on social media, and everyone keeps saying Miaoyue is stunning, calling us sister flowers. As Lin Miaoyue listened to her parents' exchange, she noted her usually reserved father was unusually cheerful today, all due to his handshake with Zhao Tingchuan and a few friendly remarks. If only he knew she had been secretly involved with Zhao Tingchuan for the past 2 months, she wondered how he would react. Upon reflection, Lin Miaoyue realized that a future with Zhao Tingchuan seemed implausible. Despite his youth and high-ranking position, she was merely a faceless teacher among countless others, and their backgrounds were worlds apart. How reckless she had been in Nanjing, engaging with him so casually. Even if he claimed to have liked her for a long time, it was merely her exterior that attracted him. Beauty fades, and such superficiality cannot endure. What if one day he grew tired of her? She would be left as the punchline of a joke. After all, their initial connection was fundamentally unequal. With this realization, Lin Miaoyue resolved to sever ties with Zhao Tingchuan decisively, while her feelings for him remained unrooted, before their entanglement grew deeper and before anyone else became aware of their liaison. Lost in thought, she eventually drifted off to sleep. Zhao Tingchuan had just finished a meeting and returned to his office, stifling a sneeze. He couldn't help but wonder if Lin Miaoyue was thinking of him. They had been out of touch for several days, and he regretted their quarrel. He should have let her go home without protest. He should have listened to her thoughts instead of clashing with her. That day, when he had angrily spoken to her, her eyes had glistened with tears, and she had clearly been hurt. Ultimately severing all means of communication with him, there was no remedy for regret. If only he could find some, he would have consumed it to ease his anxiety over the past few days. After a while, he received a call from Jiabao, who was about to return from her grandparents' home. Although his ex-wife had passed away years ago, he maintained a cordial relationship with her family. Each year during summer and winter vacations, Jiabao would spend some time with her grandparents. As the summer drew to a close, she was preparing to come back. "Dad, are you still at work?" Jiabao asked. Yes, what are you up to?" he replied. "I'm playing with my little brothers and sisters. In a couple of days, my uncle will accompany me home." "Great, I'll come to pick you up." "Really, you have to keep your word." "Of course, I always do," Zhao Tingchuan assured her, hanging up the phone and glancing at the calendar, feeling a flutter of excitement at the thought of her imminent return. When Lin Miaoyue and her mother arrived back in Sea City, it was just in time for the weekend. Lin Feng, noticing that Lin's mother had tanned rather noticeably, teased, "Did you both visit the same place? Why is Miaoyue unaffected, while this lady has become so dark?" Lin's mother retorted, "Could you please be quiet? Miaoyue is young, she recovers quickly." Observing their playful banter, Lin Miaoyue felt as though she was witnessing a romantic comedy, and instinctively turned to unload their belongings into the trunk. Zhao Tingchuan arrived at the station to pick up Jiabao, intentionally arriving early in hopes of encountering Lin Miaoyue, and to his surprise, he indeed spotted her. Today, she wore a white spaghetti-strap dress paired with simple canvas shoes, her long hair braided and shielded under a sun hat, unmistakably having just returned from the beach. Resisting the urge to exit the car and approach her, he could only gaze at her intently, hoping she might glance back at his vehicle. To his dismay, she did not turn her head, leaving him to simmer in frustration from within the car. Before long, Jiabao and her uncle arrived. Daddy, Jiabao exclaimed excitedly as she rushed towards Zhao Tingchuan. Seeing this, Su Zheng couldn't help but reflect on the unbreakable bond of blood. Despite Zhao Tingchuan's occasional lack of attention towards Jiabao, she would always rush to her father after even a month apart. "It's been a while, Tingchuan." "Brother, it has indeed been too long," the men exchanged simple yet meaningful greetings. As the car cruised smoothly along, they discussed their recent busy schedules. Su Zhang held a prominent position in the judicial system of B City. Looking at Jiabao, he suddenly remarked, Tingchuan, it's been several years since Xiaoyan passed. You should consider finding someone new, our family would have no objections. Well, that depends on fate. Jiabao has been a bit of a burden for you during this time, Zhao Tingchuan replied. Don't say that. It sounds impolite. Her grandparents are overjoyed to see her. If it becomes inconvenient for you, you can leave her with my mother, Su Zhang offered sincerely. That's not an issue. Moreover, if the other party cannot accept her, then there's no need to consider it. Brother, rest assured, Jiabao is my daughter, and always will be. Indeed, do as you see fit. Your future is bright, and having a stable marriage and family will be beneficial for you, Su Zhang concluded. Chapter 35 of The Gathering Clouds, Part 3. Upon returning home, Lin Miaoyue had only a few days left before school resumed. She planned to spend this time resting and recuperating, feeling an inexplicable fatigue from her whirlwind summer of activities. As Zhao Tingchuan attempted to call her from the office phone, Lin Miaoyue had just awoken from her afternoon nap. Miaoyue, it's me, he said, uncertain of how to respond. Lin Miaoyue hesitated, and he continued, pull my number from the blacklist, or I won't hesitate to call your father. Was he really threatening her? Director Zhao, is there something you need? She replied, her tone laced with cold detachment. Let's discuss this in person. I'll come to pick you up outside your building, Zhao Tingchuan suggested, momentarily taken aback by her frigid demeanor. Before hanging up after contemplating for a moment, Lin Miaoyue decided it would be best to confront him face to face, so she unblocked his number and got out of bed. Zhao Tingchuan, upon spotting Lin Miaoyue sneaking out of the community gate, deliberately honked his horn. If she wanted to keep this under wraps, he would make sure she couldn't. Once inside the car, Lin Miaoyue couldn't help but ask, why did you honk? I was worried you wouldn't recognize my car after such a long time, he replied, starting the engine. We can just talk in the car. Where are you taking me? She inquired. I don't want to discuss things here, Zhao Tingchuan replied, his expression unreadable. The car soon arrived at a nearby residential complex, Shuayuan Mansion. As Lin Miaoyue pondered this development, Zhao Tingchuan had already opened her door and pulled her out, leading her towards the elevator. Once inside the apartment, Lin Miaoyue surveyed the space, about to ask Zhao Tingchuan why he had summoned her, when he abruptly pulled her into his embrace and kissed her. Lin Miaoyue cursed inwardly, frustrated by his familiar tactics, and struggled against him, further aggravating Zhao Tingchuan. Since their meeting today, her icy demeanor had persisted, as if the past 2 months had been erased from existence. Zhao Tingchuan, if you continue this way, I will genuinely be angry. Lin Miaoyue exclaimed, her voice rising. Zhao Tingchuan paused. Does that mean you won't be upset if I stop? That's a different matter, let go of me, she retorted, fuming. Miaoyue, I'm sorry. My attitude last time was inappropriate, and I failed to consider your feelings. Please, don't be angry, okay? Zhao Tingchuan coaxed, pulling her onto the sofa. Lin Miaoyue sought to rise from his grasp, finding it difficult to articulate her desire to end things while he held her so closely. Seeing her still fuming, Zhao Tingchuan refused to relinquish her. Miaoyue, please don't be angry, I truly regret my actions. From now on, I will prioritize your feelings in every aspect. Lin Miaoyue bit her lip, contemplating her words carefully. Director Zhao, I've thought this through, and I believe we are fundamentally incompatible. For the sake of our well-being, it would be best to part ways and cease all contact moving forward. With that, she attempted to rise, ready to leave. Hearing her declaration, Zhao Tingchuan seized her tightly. Miaoyue, don't jest. I'll pretend I didn't hear that. I'm not jesting, I am being serious, she insisted, her expression resolute. So, the reason you agreed to meet me today is to break up? Zhao Tingchuan's demeanor shifted, his earlier warmth replaced by an inscrutable coldness. Yes, let us part amicably, Lin Miaoyue replied, unnerved by his expression and eager to escape. What if I refuse? Zhao Tingchuan asked, suppressing his rising anger and striving for calmness. This is fundamentally a mutual decision. Regardless, I do not wish to continue this relationship, and your disapproval holds little weight, she asserted. Is it merely because of incompatibility, Lin Miaoyue? What exactly is incompatible? Is it in bed or outside of it? Zhao Tingchuan raised his voice. This was the first time Zhao Tingchuan had addressed her by name so bluntly, and his crude choice of words shocked Lin Miaoyue, leaving her feeling insulted. "It's simply that we are incompatible in every aspect, alright?" she retorted, turning to leave. However, Zhao Tingchuan swiftly picked her up and carried her toward the bedroom. Realizing his intentions, Lin Miaoyue struggled fiercely. The room was furnished with brand new items, the plastic still clinging to them. As she was thrown onto the bed, Lin Miaoyue barely had time to gather her bearings before Zhao Tingchuan pinned her down. "You claim we are incompatible, then let us find out, shall we? Let us see who is truly seeking whom." "Zhao Tingchuan, you cannot do this, let me go," she pleaded, fear swelling within her, her voice trembling. "Miaoyue, I have never invested this much effort into any woman before. You are the first, yet, here you are, after 2 months together, dismissing me with a mere claim of incompatibility. Do you truly think I can be so easily cast aside?" With that, he captured her lips, devoid of the tenderness he once exhibited. Lin Miaoyue couldn't stifle her tears any longer. Regretting ever getting involved with him, she shielded her eyes with her hands, unwilling to witness Zhao Tingchuan's face. Seeing her cry, Zhao Tingchuan's heart softened instantly. He halted all actions and embraced her, gently wiping away her tears while lost in contemplation. As Lin Miaoyue ceased crying, she attempted to distance herself from him, only to find herself lifted and placed onto the sofa in the living room. Zhao Tingchuan turned to retrieve a gleaming red property deed from the drawer of the coffee table. He opened it to reveal Lin Miaoyue's name inscribed within. Stunned, she gazed at Zhao Tingchuan in disbelief. "Miaoyue, I truly have no intention of arguing with you today. I purchased this apartment upon returning from Nanjing, intending to let it air out over the summer and to have you stay here once school started. I envisioned coming here after work to be with you, yet you casually dismiss me with incompatibility, as if my existence is inconsequential to you." Zhao Tingchuan pulled her close once more, continuing, "When two people encounter difficulties, they should seek solutions together, not resort to breakups at the drop of a hat. Miaoyue, my feelings for you are not fleeting, they have been steadfast. So, how do you truly feel about me?" He lifted her chin, their eyes locking. Lin Miaoyue felt moved by Zhao Tingchuan's heartfelt analysis. "I believe we differ vastly in status, family background, and personal experiences. I prefer to end things now rather than risk parting over these issues later." "Is that your honest sentiment?" "Yes, I've reflected on this, and I believe a quick resolution is better than prolonged suffering." "So, you do indeed have feelings for me?" "Ah." Lin Miaoyue was taken aback. "That's a separate matter. In my eyes, your affection for me and your acceptance of Jiabao are paramount. We are both adults. Other factors are equally significant." Zhao Tingchuan, seeing that Lin Miaoyue did not deny her feelings for him, couldn't help but smile. "Miaoyue, don't worry about those things. My family wishes for me to remarry sooner rather than later, and they won't impose restrictions based on background. Besides, you are hardly lacking in that regard. As for your concerns about social status, aside from being the director of the finance bureau, I am merely seen as a widower of many years, older than you by 7 or 8 years. In the eyes of others, you are a flower blooming amidst my cow dung." Lin Miaoyue couldn't help but laugh at his last comment. Seeing her smile, Zhao Tingchuan embraced her and continued, "Moreover, no two people are perfectly suited from the start. I know I can be somewhat domineering at times, but I genuinely want you by my side. Miaoyue, I truly like you. Then why do you act so fiercely toward me?" Lin Miaoyue recalled how he had spoken so aggressively last time. Was that truly fierce? "You have no idea how I behave at work. Alright, I'll improve, but you shouldn't bring up breakups so casually." Lin Miaoyue pondered for a moment before asking, "What if we continue down this path and discover we are genuinely incompatible? A fisherman goes out to sea every morning, uncertain if he will return with a full catch, yet he still ventures forth. Miaoyue, our situation is no different. We cannot abandon each other due to uncertainty. At least for now, I wish to walk this journey with you until the end." Chapter 36 of The Rising Clouds, Part 4. Lin Miaoyue stared blankly at Zhao Tingchuan. During the time spent together, despite the unsettling factors that rendered her feelings of insecurity, it was undeniable that she found joy in his company. Zhao Tingchuan's steadiness fostered an inexplicable reliance within her, and his attentiveness towards her was markedly different from the Zhao Tingchuan perceived by others. Yet, she pondered whether this tenderness was exclusive to her or a mere reflection of his experience in matters of the heart. A string of sweet nothings, who knows how many people you've said those to? Lin Miaoyue remarked, pouting slightly. I assure you, I've only spoken them to you, he replied. What about your ex-wife? Our union was arranged by our families after we began working. At that time, I felt it was the right age to marry, and she seemed suitable. However, after we wed, we found ourselves often apart, and while having a child did strengthen our bond somewhat, it was short-lived as she tragically passed away in an accident not long after. And afterward? Perhaps the 2 years I spent in that marriage led me to believe that happiness in marriage was elusive. Consequently, I never sought another relationship, dedicating my focus entirely to my work. You speak as if you lead a life of abstinence. Lin Miaoyue thought of his antics in bed and found it hard to believe his words. While I cannot claim complete abstinence, I am a normal man who encounters many women, yet I have never felt a stir of emotion for any of them. You err, my feelings for you are distinct. With that, Zhao Tingchuan cupped Lin Miaoyue's face, their eyes locking, each seeing reflections of themselves in the other. He glanced outside at the darkening sky, then embraced Lin Miaoyue and drew her to the window, pulling the curtain shut before kissing her deeply. After an intimate interlude, both were left breathless and glistening with perspiration. Lin Miaoyue suddenly realized that Zhao Tingchuan had not employed any protective measures. Zhao Tingchuan, why did you neglect to take safety precautions again? Zhao Tingchuan, holding her close, playfully nibbled at her ear, murmuring something inaudible. But that is not safe, Lin Miaoyue blushed, playfully hitting his arm. All right, I'll make sure to stock up next time, placing them in every drawer, he said, his face radiating affection as he held her. Rogue, do you like this house? He asked, kissing the back of her hand. By the way, why did you put my name on the property deed? It's a gift for you. That is far too valuable. I cannot accept it. This was a renowned school district property. Value is relative. Living here is more convenient for you, and it is indeed your home. Surely, you do not intend to keep running back home, do you? I cannot accept this, Zhao Tingchuan. Lin Miaoyue sat upright, her expression serious. We are still in the process of getting to know each other, and that does not imply I should accept everything you offer. I cannot, nor do I dare, take this house. Seeing Lin Miaoyue poised atop him, Zhao Tingchuan's gaze deepened, and his hands began to wander. You err, do not overthink it. The property deed is already in your name. Consider it a gift from me. You may stay here whenever you wish. Being with me, you will not suffer any losses, financially or otherwise. With that, he leaned in once more, capturing her lips in a kiss. In that moment, the air brimmed with romance. By the time they collected themselves, night had fallen. Zhao Tingchuan took Lin Miaoyue on a tour of the home, a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room layout that was particularly well-oriented and designed, and Lin Miaoyue genuinely liked it. As it was fully furnished, there was no time for renovation. Zhao Tingchuan arranged for furniture to be delivered. Tomorrow, I will have someone come and clean thoroughly. Once school starts, you can move in, alright? That's not necessary. My home is not far from school. I wouldn't know how to explain to my parents. Just tell them that you'll be teaching the graduating class in the upcoming semester, and it's going to be busier and more exhausting. Therefore, you've decided to reside in the staff dormitory. Zhao Tingchuan, you've clearly been planning this for some time. Lin Miaoyue said, half amused, half exasperated. Unfortunately for you, you've caught me, he replied. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that living here feels wrong, as if I'm being kept. The one who should feel uneasy is me. You are the rightful owner of this house. Alternatively, there is another solution. What is it? Let us marry. Absolutely not, it's too soon. When do you think would be appropriate? Zhao Tingchuan, do you genuinely wish to marry me? I've proposed twice already, both times with utmost seriousness. Why? Why me? Lin Miaoyue asked, voicing a question that had lingered in her heart. The moment I laid eyes on you, I was captivated. Initially, it may have been mere desire, and I did not envision marrying you. At most, I thought of a fleeting romance. However, as I spent more time with you, your significance in my life grew immensely. I find myself thinking of you unbidden, and I cannot articulate why. The time we spent together after returning from Nanjing has made me accustomed to having you in my life, a feeling I have never experienced before, which I deeply cherish. Thus, when you suggested we part ways, I truly found it unbearable. Seeing Lin Miaoyue in a daze, he teased, moved, are we, Yue? Aside from this, I have other thoughts. I am 37 now. If I do not consider marriage soon, I may miss my chance, which could have numerous potential implications for my career. Now that I have finally encountered someone I cherish, how could I easily let go? Upon hearing this, Lin Miaoyue felt a sense of calm wash over her. She thought how this man's sweet words could charm her so effortlessly and replied, regardless, marriage is not feasible now, it's simply too rapid. Let us continue as we are for now. Who knows, you may grow weary of me soon. With a frown, she concluded. Yue, I will acquiesce to your wishes, let us be together wholeheartedly. He leaned in and kissed her softly. But you must promise not to casually mention breaking up. Arguments are inevitable, and even lips may clash from time to time, especially since we hold differing views. Understood. I've suddenly realized how chatty you are. I've only been this chatty with you. Now, let us go, I'll treat you to dinner. Chapter 37 of The Rising Clouds, Part 5. As the school year commenced, life seemed to regain its rhythm. Lin Miaoyue did not take on the graduating class but frequently stayed at the house in Shuefu Garden, explaining to her family that she wished to spend more time alone. Zhao Tingchuan, for the most part, resided there as well, and Lin Miaoyue had arranged the space to feel like a cozy home compared to the property in Jinjiang City. Although this one was smaller and simpler, it provided him with a sense of belonging. On weekends, Zhao Tingchuan would visit his parents, and before long, the Mid-Autumn Festival arrived, prompting the two to return to their families. Lin Miaoyue's relatives were mostly aware of her divorce and resumed their inquiries into her personal life, which became quite tiresome. Thankfully, her mother stood up for her, declaring she could support her for a lifetime if necessary. Meanwhile, Zhao Tingchuan's siblings returned home, and the atmosphere was lively. Noticing her younger brother still single, his sister Zhao Yun couldn't help but express her concern. Are you truly not planning to find someone? No, I am in the process of searching, Zhao Tingchuan replied, smiling enigmatically. Are you currently seeing someone? Let me see her, Zhao Yun probed, knowing her brother was notoriously tight-lipped about such matters. We'll see about that. If it works out, would you still need to ask your second sister? He turned as Lin Miaoyue called, excusing himself to answer. Yue? What are you up to? I just finished a family dinner. What about you? Just had dinner and was chatting with my sister. What are your plans for the afternoon? I think I'll take a nap. That's rather dull. Let us find a place to explore and perhaps stay the night. Where to? A large resort has recently opened in Qinghe County, and the scenery seems quite lovely. Wouldn't that be inconvenient for you? Not at all. I'll come pick you up at the entrance of your neighborhood shortly. After hanging up, Zhao Tingchuan bid his parents farewell and drove off. Zhao Yun watched him leave, her thoughts racing, and couldn't help but share her suspicions with their mother. Due to prior arrangements, the resort had prepared a warm welcome for them, eager to provide impeccable service. Lin Miaoyue walked alongside Zhao Tingchuan, who was treated as a distinguished guest by the staff. Upon entering the room, Lin Miaoyue couldn't resist exploring, marveling at the spacious suite adorned with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking a bamboo grove. The entire ambience was serene and elegant, and the small room even had a private bath, which Zhao Tingchuan explained was filled with spring water that could automatically adjust its temperature. Noticing her curiosity, he took her hand and led her outside, where staff continued to provide guidance and information. Feeling that their intimate moment was being interrupted, Zhao Tingchuan said, "Let us wander on our own. You all may attend to your duties. Of course, please do not hesitate to call us at the front desk if you require anything. We will send someone right away," came the polite reply. Thank you, Zhao Tingchuan responded. Once the staff departed, Lin Miaoyue couldn't help but chuckle. Wow, Director Zhao, you certainly have quite the presence. Did you only just realize my influence? Zhao Tingchuan teased knowingly. I can't be bothered with you, she replied, turning away with a smirk. Privately, she mused that this was certainly not the stoic, composed Zhao Tingchuan she had known. He was unmistakably a rogue at heart. Let us head over there, he said, leading her by the hand. This resort, which integrated tourism, leisure, and entertainment, was one of Qinghe County's key projects in recent years, effectively capitalizing on its natural resources. As it was still in its initial operational phase, there were few visitors, allowing them to roam freely. They explored for most of the afternoon, surrounded by lush waters, with the vacation homes beautifully arranged throughout the landscape. Zhao Tingchuan's accommodation boasted the best view and experience in the entire resort, albeit situated at the highest elevation. As Lin Miaoyue began to tire, Zhao Tingchuan, without a second thought, scooped her up onto his back. Initially hesitant, she soon relaxed, realizing there were few onlookers, and comfortably nestled against his shoulder, relishing the treatment. The resort staff, witnessing this scene, were taken aback. The accomplished director was already a figure of esteem, but seeing him carry a young woman like this was unexpected. It was indeed true that even the most capable of men could be rendered helpless by beauty. Feeling the staff's curious gazes, Lin Miaoyue insisted on getting down, and Zhao Tingchuan complied, inquiring if they needed anything further. It turned out the resort manager had heard of his arrival and had hurried over from another location, wishing to invite him for dinner that evening. Zhao Tingchuan pondered for a moment, then asked Lin Miaoyue if she would like to join. Feeling shy, she agreed. At dinner, Lin Miaoyue changed into a dress and applied light makeup, acknowledging that this was her first time publicly attending a dinner with Zhao Tingchuan, albeit with a small gathering. The resort's owner, the specific manager, and a few county leaders were present, each astute. They could observe how attentive Zhao Tingchuan was toward Lin Miaoyue. The usual banter and exchanges at such gatherings were noticeably restrained. At one point, when the guests wished to toast Lin Miaoyue, who was savoring her meal, Zhao Tingchuan politely declined on her behalf, as he did not want others to witness her drinking. After dinner, Lin Miaoyue returned to their room first while Zhao Tingchuan stayed behind to discuss the future direction of the resort with the others. Upon entering the room, Zhao Tingchuan found Lin Miaoyue perched by the floor-to-ceiling window, sipping from a glass of red wine, her cheeks slightly flushed from intoxication. "You're back," Lin Miaoyue said, taking a sip. "Why are you drinking alone?" "You little glutton," he teased, embracing her affectionately. Under the soft light, Lin Miaoyue's hair was slightly tousled, her eyes sparkling, her lips glistening like jelly, and the fragrant breath of wine added to her allure, her face bearing the charming flush of inebriation, making her appear like an enticing little sprite. "I wanted to drink, but you wouldn't let me," Lin Miaoyue complained. Zhao Tingchuan felt relieved he had prevented her from drinking earlier, otherwise, she would have been exposed to prying eyes. He took her glass away, worried she might intoxicate herself too much. "What are you doing?" "I want to drink," she protested. "Give me a kiss, and I'll let you have some," Zhao Tingchuan replied, laughing softly as he pulled her closer. Upon hearing this, Lin Miaoyue, indeed tipsy, leaned in and kissed him. She was never this bold under normal circumstances. Come, let us drink together." He took a sip from his glass and then shared it with her, allowing their lips to dance together in an intoxicating embrace. "How annoying. Who asked you to feed me? I can drink myself," Lin Miaoyue pouted, attempting to reclaim her glass. Seeing her so alluring, Zhao Tingchuan could no longer restrain himself. The night had only just begun its enchanting spell. Chapter 38 The Clouds Gather, Part 6. The consequences of intoxication are akin to being at the mercy of others. Lin Miaoyue possessed a vague recollection of the events from the previous night, her entire body aching, which gradually brought her memories back to the surface. She cast a glance at the perpetrator of her troubles, soundly asleep beside her, and inwardly lamented her poor tolerance for alcohol. Checking her phone, she noted it was already past 10. She donned a bathrobe and made her way to the adjacent bathhouse, where she sat immersed in warmth, slowly alleviating her bodily discomfort. Zhao Tingchuan entered the bathhouse without her noticing, and when he enveloped her in his arms, she nearly jumped in surprise. She averted her gaze, refusing to acknowledge him, still irked by his actions from the previous evening. "Miaoyue, why are you ignoring me so early in the day?" he inquired. "I'm too exhausted to speak," she replied. "Then let us engage in other activities," he suggested, his hands roaming freely in the water. No, I don't want to." Zhao Tingchuan, could you perhaps refrain for a moment?" Upon hearing her words, Zhao Tingchuan silenced her with a kiss. In the depths of their physical communion, her refusal seemed feeble and powerless. The desires within her body expressed a far more profound love than words could convey. After emerging from the bathhouse and completing their grooming, it was nearly noon. Zhao Tingchuan summoned someone to deliver lunch to their room, and after his repeated apologies, Lin Miaoyue finally consented to speak with him and eat. He was aware that he had been reckless these past few days, yet he had undeniably derived immense pleasure from it. On the way back, Lin Miaoyue purchased some local delicacies in Qinghe County, lest she find it difficult to explain her absence from home the night before. Following the brief mid-autumn holiday, both of them returned to their respective busy lives. Zhao Tingchuan seemed to have wound himself up with work, often appearing in various news articles around the city. In Lin Miaoyue's office, discussions occasionally veered towards politics, invariably mentioning the young director who stood out among the officials, appearing composed and self-assured. In the words of young women, he exuded an aura of asceticism, which elicited eye rolls from Lin Miaoyue, who mused that hedonism was more fitting. As the day approached its end, she received a call from Zhang Wenyuan. Had it not been for his call, she felt she might have almost forgotten about him. "Miao Miao, would you like to join us for dinner tonight?" "No need, my mother has prepared dinner at home. Some college friends, including Wang Chao, are in town. We thought it would be nice to get together since we're all in City C, nothing more." "Do they know about us?" "They probably don't, but even if they did, we all know each other." "Must you be so concerned?" "I'm not familiar with them, you should go by yourself," Lin Miaoyue thought to herself. "My concern is not them, but you." "Miao Miao, are you still angry with me?" "No, I've moved on." "Let us leave it at that, I have another call coming in." It was Zhao Tingchuan. "Miaoyue, who are you speaking with?" His voice bore a hint of fatigue. "A telemarketer, I want to be home for dinner tonight. I might be quite late." "Alright, that's fine, I was planning to visit home anyway." Lin Miaoyue's spirits were somewhat dampened, likely due to her conversation with Zhang Wenyuan. Zhao Tingchuan noticed her altered demeanor and inquired about it, but she deflected his concern. After hanging up, Lin Miaoyue realized she was still not adept at managing her emotions. A single phone call from Zhang Wenyuan could affect her mood so profoundly. It wasn't that she missed him, but the mere thought of him brought back the painful memories. Zhao Tingchuan was taken aback when he encountered Zhang Wenyuan at the dinner gathering that evening. He recognized Zhang as Lin Miaoyue's ex-husband, yet they had never interacted. In his mind, he held Zhang in low regard. The evening's gathering was organized by Zhang, a prominent figure in the city's leading enterprise, who had come with his friend Wang Chao, who happened to be Zhang's nephew. Zhao Tingchuan maintained a composed demeanor while engaging with the others, showing no outward concern for Zhang Wenyuan. However, Zhang Wenyuan felt a surge of excitement upon spotting Zhao Tingchuan, the renowned director of the finance bureau, thinking it incredible that a mere civil servant like himself could dine alongside such a distinguished figure. He owed this opportunity to his college friend Wang Chao, who had mentioned that his uncle was hosting a dinner with high-ranking officials, providing him a chance to make a good impression. As Zhang Wenyuan approached Zhao Tingchuan to offer a toast, General Zhang enthusiastically introduced him as a youth from the city's commerce bureau, a college classmate of his nephew. Zhao Tingchuan offered a faint smile, taking a sip of his drink as he casually inquired about Zhang Wenyuan's alma mater. "I graduated from University A." Wang Chao chimed in, his wife also graduated from University A. They were famously known as the perfect couple. "And where is your wife now?" Zhao Tingchuan seemed to ask with a smile, appearing more approachable. "She teaches at Chaoyang Middle School." "A commendable profession, indeed," Wang Chao echoed. "Absolutely. His wife is among the most beautiful in their department, and he married her right after graduation, from school uniform to wedding gown." Zhao Tingchuan's expression remained unchanged, but internally, it felt as if something had been overturned. He had never discussed such matters with her, nor had she ever brought them up. It seemed she had truly loved him, but what about now? He merely remarked, "Indeed, quite enviable," before allowing the topic to fade. Yet, he overheard Wang Chao ask Zhang Wenyuan, "Why didn't she join you for dinner after you called her this afternoon?" "She had to return to her mother's home tonight," Zhang Wenyuan replied casually. "I'll invite her to dinner tomorrow night. Perhaps it will ease the tension between you two." Zhao Tingchuan's demeanor visibly darkened. It was no wonder she had seemed off during their earlier call. After all, they had loved each other since their youth. How could such feelings simply vanish? The dinner gathering concluded early due to Zhao Tingchuan's unforeseen commitments, but instead of returning to Zifuyuan, he headed directly to Jinjiang City. Zhang Wenyuan noted the hour was not too late and decided to share a late-night meal with Wang Chao, during which they discussed his divorce from Lin Miaoyue. Wang Chao was taken aback. The perfect couple had separated. Zhang Wenyuan took a sip of his drink, saying, "I felt it inappropriate to mention it at the dinner table. Besides, who but you knows Miaoyue?" "True enough. What happened between you two?" "The fault lies with me. I made numerous mistakes, and she could no longer forgive me," Zhang Wenyuan lamented, his face a picture of despair. "Have you considered remarrying her?" "Of course I have, but it's impossible now. She appears delicate, yet once she decides on something, nothing can sway her. Tomorrow, I'll call her and invite her to dinner. Perhaps we can mend your relationship." "Chaozi, thank you. Honestly, I regret divorcing her and lament my past mistakes, but there is no remedy for regret in this world." "What exactly did you do?" "I committed every error a man could." "Then you brought this upon yourself," Wang Chao stated bluntly. "Let us not dwell on that. To speak frankly, I feel guilt whenever I see her. Perhaps that's why she so readily agreed to the divorce." "Then let us drink." Wang Chao clapped Zhang Wenyuan on the shoulder, and the two resumed their drinking. Chapter 39 of The Cloud Unrolls, Part 1. The following day, Wang Chao indeed called Lin Miaoyue. Lin Miaoyue candidly stated that she had prior commitments, yet Wang Chao was resolute in his determination to bring her and Zhang Wenyuan together. Ultimately, Lin Miaoyue had no choice but to acquiesce. Meanwhile, Zhao Tingchuan found himself ruminating on the tale of love that transitioned from campus to wedding, a thorn seemingly lodged in his heart that throbbed with pain at the slightest touch, unbeknownst to anyone. In the afternoon, Zhao Tingchuan called Lin Miaoyue, inviting her to dinner that evening. Lin Miaoyue mused, "Why must it coincide with tonight?" However, recalling her earlier promise to Wang Chao, she replied, "But I have plans with a college classmate this evening." "Which college classmate?" Zhao Tingchuan's expression darkened, though his tone remained unchanged. "From a university, a year my senior." "Is it just one person?" Zhao Tingchuan asked, twirling a pen between his fingers, still feigning nonchalance. "No, there are other classmates as well," Lin Miaoyue replied, omitting any mention of Zhang Wenyuan, uncertain of his attendance. "Just remember not to drink, as I have work to attend to," Zhao Tingchuan concluded, abruptly ending the call, causing the pen in his hand to fly from his grasp. Lin Miaoyue found his sudden disconnection bewildering but dismissed it. Assuming he was busy that evening, Lin Miaoyue invited Chen Yaya to accompany her for dinner. Seeking companionship, Chen Yaya was well aware of the situation between Lin Miaoyue and Zhang Wenyuan and harbored an aversion toward him that rivaled Lin Miaoyue's own. At the dining table, Wang Chao feigned ignorance, praising the seemingly celestial bond between Zhang Wenyuan and Lin Miaoyue. Just as Lin Miaoyue was about to speak her mind, Chen Yaya, having observed the flirtations between Wang Chao and Zhang Wenyuan, interjected bluntly, "They are divorced, didn't he, you know?" The atmosphere froze for a fleeting moment, and Lin Miaoyue felt grateful to have brought along a forthright companion, silently picking at her food. Zhang Wenyuan, caught off guard, forced a laugh. "Yeah, you are as straightforward as ever." "Indeed, it is far better than some who speak with forked tongues and harbor treachery," Wang Chao remarked, glancing at Chen Yaya, who he thought was rather impolite. He turned to Lin Miaoyue earnestly, "No one is perfect, who is without fault." "Miaoyue, I have watched you both navigate this journey, and it has not been easy. Would you consider giving Wenyuan another chance?" Chen Yaya was left speechless by this man's audacity, pretending to be a well-meaning mediator without understanding the full story. Lin Miaoyue set down her chopsticks, stating firmly, "Senior, some matters are best left unadvised, for one has not endured the other's suffering. There is no possibility left between us. If not for your prior kindness, I would not have joined this dinner." Wang Chao glanced at Zhang Wenyuan, realizing further insistence would be futile. Zhang Wenyuan, fully aware of the irreparability of their relationship, suggested, "Miao Miao, let us share a drink, as a final farewell." "Let us forego the drinking, I do not handle alcohol well." Lin Miaoyue was resolute, wishing to avoid any further engagement with him. "Miao Miao, do you truly despise me so?" Lin Miaoyue's annoyance flashed briefly, and as she watched him exit the private room, Zhang Wenyuan followed suit. Chen Yaya prepared to pursue him but was restrained by Wang Chao, who gestured for her not to interfere. In the restaurant courtyard, Zhang Wenyuan exclaimed, "What are you doing, going on about drinking? Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough?" "Embarrassed, Miao Miao, you were not like this before." "You said before. We are divorced now, do you remember? Hence, there is no need to dwell on the past." Meow meow, do you truly feel no affection for me anymore? He stepped closer and embraced Lin Miaoyue. Startled by his sudden move, she attempted to break free, but under the influence of alcohol, Zhang Wenyuan's strength combined with his lingering feelings for her made her regret attending this dinner deeply. Zhao Tingchuan had not anticipated such a coincidence. Amidst the plethora of restaurants in Sea City, he found himself in the same establishment as Lin Miaoyue that he had merely sought a breath of fresh air and to check if Lin Miaoyue had returned, only to find her in an embrace with her ex-husband. His expression darkened, threatening to spill over with anger. Clearing his throat to capture their attention, both turned. Momentarily stunned, Zhang Wenyuan was taken aback to see Zhao Tingchuan, while Lin Miaoyue felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, regretting how long he might have been watching. Director Zhao, what a coincidence! I did not expect to see you here, Zhang Wenyuan approached, attempting to ease the tension. Indeed, quite the coincidence. Is this your beloved? Zhao Tingchuan enunciated the word beloved with palpable disdain. Yes, my beloved Lin Miaoyue. He turned to Lin Miaoyue. Miaoyue, this is Director Zhao. Lin Miaoyue shot Zhang Wenyuan a glance of reproach and silently retreated into the private room. Zhang Wenyuan awkwardly added, I apologize for the scene, we were just having a disagreement. Then you ought to reconcile swiftly, Zhao Tingchuan replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. I shall take my leave now. Zhang Wenyuan followed Lin Miaoyue into the room. Seeing both return with strained expressions, Wang Chao and Shen Yada set down their glasses. Unable to contain himself, Zhang Wenyuan remarked, Meow meow, you really embarrassed me just now. That was Director Zhao. What happened? Wang Chao inquired. Zhang Wenyuan recounted the events, while Lin Miaoyue prepared to assist Shen Yaya in departing. Shocked to discover her friend had become inebriated, Wang Chao expressed his exasperation. Zhang Wenyuan, glancing at Lin Miaoyue's expression, swallowed back any further comments. Lin Miaoyue, her tone serious, stated, Zhang Wenyuan, we are divorced, we share no ties now. I have no obligation to uphold your reputation in public, and I hope you will candidly inform others of our divorce to avoid unnecessary complications. With that, she supported Chen Yaya and exited. After escorting Chen Yaya home, Lin Miaoyue went to Zifuyuan. Upon entering, she was greeted by the smell of smoke and, upon changing her shoes, was surprised to find Zhao Tingchuan smoking. Realizing he might be upset over the events of the evening, she set her things down and approached him, wrapping her arms around him. Chuan, are you angry? Lin Miaoyue gently inquired. Am I permitted to be angry? What right do I have to be? Zhao Tingchuan replied, his expression impassive as he exhaled a plume of smoke. Lin Miaoyue extinguished his cigarette and playfully draped herself around his neck. All right, I concede. I shouldn't have gone to dinner tonight. I promise I won't dine with him again, all right? Did you used to act this way with Zhen? Zhao Tingchuan's countenance was as deep as the ocean, gripping Lin Miaoyue's chin. She seldom displayed such affection towards him, and today, it seemed Zhang Wenyuan had put her in an awkward position. Why do you bring him up? Am I not allowed to mention him? Has he sullied the love that blossomed from campus to wedding? Must you always speak with such sarcasm? It was my fault for not informing you about the dinner with him in advance, but he was not the one who invited me, and I could not be certain of his attendance. That's why I refrained from telling you. Lin Miaoyue frowned. Sarcastic, is this what you consider sarcasm? Lin, your sensitivity is rather excessive, perhaps seeing an old acquaintance stirred up some emotions? Zhao Tingchuan emphasized the term old acquaintance heavily. How long will you persist? I have clarified everything, what more do you desire? Lin Miaoyue, already in a foul mood, found herself losing patience with Zhao Tingchuan. What can I desire, Lin Miaoyue? How do you perceive me in your eyes? Your boyfriend, of course. Have we not been relating as such? Then tell me, in your view, who holds greater significance, your current boyfriend or your ex-husband? Zhao Tingchuan's gaze bore into Lin Miaoyue. Chapter 40 Clouds Gather, Part 2. Does Mayor Zhao mind that I have been married before? I must apologize, my relationship with him spanned years, from romance to marriage and then to divorce. Is today the first time you are learning of this? Upon hearing the term ex-husband, Lin Miaoyue felt as though she had touched a raw nerve, and she uttered those loathsome words with an impassive expression. Observing Lin Miaoyue's demeanor, reminiscent of a shattered vessel, Zhao Tingchuan let out a cold laugh. Such deep affection, you still uphold the love you shared for so many years. What am I upholding? That was my past, my life. Can I deny it? If you take issue with my history, then we need not engage in this entanglement. Besides, with your status, even the purest of souls could find companionship. You speak as if you were stepping on my tail. You claim there should be no entanglement, yet one dinner rekindles your old flames, and now you intend to cast me aside? Zhao Tingchuan nearly gritted his teeth as he spoke. Rekindle old flames? Indeed, I appreciate your well wishes. Lin Miaoyue's words grew sharper. Let this fleeting affair conclude here. With that, she turned to leave, ignoring him. Lin Miaoyue, after all this time spent together, you dismiss me with a mere fleeting romance? Am I truly so insignificant? Zhao Tingchuan grasped Lin Miaoyue's arm, filled with fury. It is I, Lin Miaoyue, who has impeded you, Director Zhao, in your pursuit of pure love, as well as my own peace. Let us clarify this now, neither of us hinders the other. Lin Miaoyue forcefully shook off Zhao Tingchuan's grip, her eyes devoid of the usual softness, replaced instead with defiance and anger. Finally, the truth spills forth. Blame me for holding you back, yet why did you not voice this sooner? Had I known you still cherished your ex-husband, I would not have clung to you so desperately. Lin Miaoyue felt as though the Zhao Tingchuan before her was a stranger, or perhaps this was the true essence of him. Taking a deep breath, she slowly said, Very well, we have nothing left to discuss, farewell. After changing her shoes, she left without a backward glance. This time Zhao Tingchuan made no move to stop her, remaining rooted in place. After what felt like an eternity, Zhao Tingchuan finally stirred, touched his face, glanced around, and then turned to leave this space. Lin Miaoyue drove home in tears, wiping her face repeatedly in the garage, but the tears seemed relentless, the grievances and sorrow within her unable to be restrained. The more she cried, the worse she felt, unable to comprehend how things had spiraled so drastically. She had just severed ties with her ex-husband, only to turn around and end things with her current partner. What had happened today, most infuriating, was Zhao Tingchuan, who had known of her past yet now feigned concern for it. Where was he when she needed support? His sweet nothings now felt utterly revolting. It was only her own foolishness that had led her to believe him. Did he not have a past of his own? The more she pondered, the more unjust she felt, realizing that men often took what they desired and then cared little for it. For the past 6 months, she had felt like a pliable dough in his hands, utterly foolish. After sitting in the car for what felt like an eternity, Lin Miaoyue finally composed herself and ascended the stairs. Her mother and the others were already asleep, allowing her to quietly return to her room. Checking her phone, she found no missed calls or messages. A wave of disappointment washed over her, and tears flowed once again, the unspoken grievances swelling like an ever-growing snowball. The next day was a weekend, perfect for Lin Miaoyue to catch up on sleep. Unbeknownst to her, she missed several calls from Zhao Tingchuan, who was feeling like a cat on a hot tin roof. The previous night's argument had taken him by surprise. When he had seen Zhang Wenyuan tugging at her, he had been consumed by anger, wishing to confront him. Moreover, during the dinner gathering, Wang Chao had mentioned their romance from campus to wedding, which was a bitter pill for him to swallow. All those cherished moments she had shared with Zhang Wenyuan made him feel like nothing more than a fleeting romance in her narrative, and how could he not be enraged? Ultimately, her declaration of not wanting to hinder one another, did she truly believe she was the one holding him back, or was it merely a heated remark? The only solace he found was that she had not blocked his contact information. Upon waking, Lin Miaoyue observed the numerous missed calls on her phone but had no inclination to return them. Through her reflections from the previous evening, she realized, the grievances are self-inflicted. If I did not care, there would be no grievances. Zhao Tingchuan's so-called affection was merely an attraction to her exterior. He had never delved into her inner world. It was akin to a pet owner who only cared if someone else touched their pet, oblivious to the fear and anxiety it might experience. Even more troubling was the fact that the pet genuinely believed its owner cared for it and relied entirely on that trust. The thought of herself as that pet only fueled her anger, both at her own lack of restraint and at Zhao Tingchuan for his sweet but hollow words. The phone rang again, and Lin Miaoyue reluctantly answered, remaining silent. Yue, what are you doing? Yue, I was wrong, I drank too much last night. Yue, please say something. Zhao Tingchuan's voice echoed through the phone, and Lin Miaoyue found his calling her Yue to be both amusing and infuriating. Lin Miaoyue, please respond. His true nature had been laid bare. Lin Miaoyue sneered. Everything that needed to be said was said yesterday, and the things that should not have been said were said as well. What more is there to discuss? And so? Zhao Tingchuan's tone shifted from urgency to calm. Therefore, Director Zhao, let us no longer hinder one another. Yue, are you serious? Very serious. Is this because of our argument last night, or do you still harbor feelings for Zhang Wenyuan? I believe those concerns are now irrelevant. Farewell. Lin Miaoyue prepared to hang up the phone. Lin Miaoyue, dare you hang up? Zhao Tingchuan, I am tired of you. If you wish to return to your past, consider this fleeting affair as evaporated dew. I shall not hinder your pursuit of the next chapter in your life. I wish you happiness. Goodbye. With that, Lin Miaoyue ended the call. Zhao Tingchuan never anticipated that someone could infuriate him to the point of trembling. Lin Miaoyue was the first. How could those lips he often kissed utter such heart-wrenching words? With rage coursing through him and no outlet for it, Zhao Tingchuan was like a furious lion, pacing in his room and smashing several items in frustration. Internally cursing, Lin Miaoyue, you truly are something. After hanging up, Lin Miaoyue felt a wave of relief wash over her. She no longer glanced at her phone and instead ventured into the living room to chat with her mother. Chapter 41 Clouds Gather, Part 3. Thus, Zhao Tingchuan and Lin Miaoyue seemed to fade from each other's lives. Lin Miaoyue never returned to the apartment in Shuefu Garden, even though she felt a slight urge to retrieve her belongings. She held back, reminding herself that she could not go. Shortly after their argument, Zhao Tingchuan left on a business trip for nearly 2 weeks. During this time, he yearned to contact Lin Miaoyue, yet each thought of her resolute words felt like a fire scorching his heart, leaving him in discomfort. So, he poured all his energy into work, but upon returning to City C, he found the flood of longing for Lin Miaoyue overwhelming and impossible to contain. When he arrived at the apartment in Shuefu Garden, harboring a glimmer of hope to encounter Lin Miaoyue, he found that she had seemingly not returned. The small apartment felt eerily vacant with just him in it. That weekend, Chen Yaya called Lin Miaoyue, frantically urging her to get ready and dress beautifully to accompany her for a meal. Confused, Lin Miaoyue soon discovered Chen Yaya's intentions. Pressured by her parents to attend a blind date, Chen Yaya sought to use Lin Miaoyue as a decoy to avoid being favored by the suitor. Spotting Lin Miaoyue from afar, Chen Yaya rushed to greet her. As the striking beauty stood out in the crowd, the owner of the dental clinic, seated across from Lin Miaoyue, visibly brightened at the sight of her, appearing somewhat flustered. As Chen Yaya introduced Lin Miaoyue, showering her with compliments, Lin Miaoyue remained silent, watching her friend perform without revealing the ruse. The meal passed quietly, with only sporadic exchanges. After the meal, the dental clinic owner delicately informed Chen Yaya that he felt no attraction toward her but was genuinely interested in Lin Miaoyue, believing they were well suited. Chen Yaya expressed her understanding and cleverly concocted an excuse to step away. Ms. Lin, may I add you on WeChat? I'm sorry, but that's not convenient. I deactivated my WeChat due to constant harassment from my ex-husband, Lin Miaoyue replied with a faint smile. You have been married before? The man looked shocked. Yes. I find you exceptionally admirable. May I ask what led to your divorce? I am infertile. Lin Miaoyue took a sip of juice. The man nearly choked on his drink. Shortly after, Lin Miaoyue sent a message to Chen Yaya, it's over. Come back quickly. After the polite farewell from the dental clinic owner, he parted ways with Chen Yaya. Chen Yaya burst into laughter upon hearing Lin Miaoyue's words, unable to fathom how her friend managed to speak such truths while maintaining a smile, yet she could easily imagine the man's expression. Clearly, her instincts had not failed her today. Miao Miao, to express my gratitude, I vow to bring you along next time such an event arises. I truly appreciate it, but perhaps such opportunity should be afforded to others. Oh dear, I see you feel wronged. Let me treat you to a beauty spa. As Lin Miaoyue drove home alone, she spotted Zhao Tingchuan's car parked across from her as she prepared to exit the parking lot. In her moment of confusion, she saw him step out and stride directly toward her, tapping on her window with a casual air. Lin Miaoyue ignored him, remaining seated in her vehicle, perplexed by his sudden reappearance after nearly half a month. Zhao Tingchuan, observing her indifference, felt a deepening frown. He pulled out his phone, stating, "Open the car door, or I will go straight to your apartment, Building 26, Room 1601. With that, he ended the call. Hearing his threatening tone, Lin Miaoyue understood he might indeed follow through, and fearing her parents would become involved in the fallout, she silently unlocked the door and stepped out. Upon her exit, Zhao Tingchuan wasted no time, pulling her toward his car. Lin Miaoyue struggled, but the intensity in his gaze only deepened, and he scooped her up, tossing her into the car before locking the doors and driving off. Angry, Lin Miaoyue protested, "Zhao Tingchuan, what madness is this? On what grounds do you treat me this way? Zhao Tingchuan, let me go." Seeing Lin Miaoyue finally display some spirit, Zhao Tingchuan's anger began to subside. The car headed toward Jinjiang City, where Zhao Tingchuan carried Lin Miaoyue into his home, pinning her against the door as he kissed her. This kiss bore the weight of punishment yet was infused with longing, only releasing her when she could barely breathe. Gazing at the tearful woman before him, Zhao Tingchuan felt his heart soften. "Yue, I am sorry, I was too impulsive last time." Lin Miaoyue turned her head, unwilling to acknowledge him. "That night, I was petty. I envied Zhang Wenyuan, jealous of the memories he shared with you. When I saw him embrace you, I wanted to confront him, yet I hated myself for not meeting you sooner. Yue, I do not care about your past. What I care about is whether I hold a place in your heart now. When you kept speaking of our fleeting romance and hindering one another, do you know how much that hurt me? Yue, please say something," Zhao Tingchuan pleaded, sensing the distance between them. During this time, he had reflected on their last argument, realizing it stemmed from insecurities about the past and present, fueled by jealousy. As Lin Miaoyue listened to Zhao Tingchuan's words, her grievances surged anew, tears welling in her eyes. Seeing this, Zhao Tingchuan recognized that she had absorbed his sentiments. He continued, "The night before our argument, I encountered Zhang Wenyuan and Wang Chao at a dinner. You cannot imagine how it felt to hear him refer to you as his beloved. And when he invited you to dinner, you declined, yet the next day, you shared none of this with me, as if your past with him had nothing to do with me. That was because Wang Chao invited me." I was uncertain if Zhang Wenyuan would attend. Lin Miaoyue finally spoke. "Moreover, I brought a friend along to avoid misunderstandings. But all I saw was Zhang Wenyuan embracing you, pulling you close," Zhao Tingchuan lamented. "That was because, inside, Wang Chao urged us to reconcile. I insisted it was impossible, then stepped outside for some air when Zhang Wenyuan stubbornly pursued me, intoxicated, and I could barely push him away." Lin Miaoyue's voice rose. She shoved Zhao Tingchuan, but he remained unmoving, tears streaming down her face. "Yue, it is my fault. I should not have overthought things. I am sorry." Hearing this, Zhao Tingchuan felt the weight lift from his heart, lowering his head to kiss Lin Miaoyue again. Lin Miaoyue pushed his face away, striking him repeatedly as if releasing the pent-up frustrations of the past weeks. Zhao Tingchuan held her tightly, allowing her to vent her emotions, feeling both guilty and heartbroken. Chapter 42 Clouds Gather, Part 4. It seemed Lin Miaoyue eventually grew weary of her outburst, her voice trembling as she said, "You know nothing, yet you relentlessly criticize me with your barbed words. Zhao Tingchuan, on what grounds do you accuse me? That will never happen again. If you are truly bothered by my past, then why pursue me? There are countless others who would gladly court you. Yue, I only want you. I apologize for my chaotic emotions. I have said I do not care about your past, but I care about who holds significance in your heart. Zhang Wenyuan is nothing but scum in my eyes. Yes, we were together for many years, but do you know how he harmed me? Gambling, infidelity, causing me to miscarry. Each instance fills me with disgust, and yet, you use him to provoke me? Zhao Tingchuan, you are equally scum." Uttering these long-buried truths felt like purging the pus from a festering wound, and Lin Miaoyue could no longer contain her tears, her strength to stand faltering. Seeing her in such distress, Zhao Tingchuan lifted her and seated her on the sofa, regretting his previous ignorance. He had only known of Zhang Wenyuan's gambling debts, unaware of the deeper scars he had inflicted, and his heart ached for her past grievances as he held her tightly, permitting her to release her emotions in his embrace. "Yue, I truly erred. I had no idea he caused you such suffering. I once believed you divorced him solely out of spite. I am sorry." Noticing Lin Miaoyue's emotions calming, Zhao Tingchuan softened his tone. "I will never mention him again. If he dares to approach you, inform me, and I will handle it. It was my mistake not to consider your feelings, focusing only on what I saw. It will not happen again." Gently, Zhao Tingchuan wiped away Lin Miaoyue's tears, gradually leaning in to give her a tender kiss. "Apologies mean little. What need have we for police? Your words are merely sweet nothings. Lin Miaoyue cast him a reproachful glance, her voice hoarse. Then, Yue, how would you have me make amends, should I allow you to strike me? I have no desire to hit you. It would only hurt my hand. Then grant me a chance to make this right. It has been over half a month since our argument, and you should have sought to make amends long ago. I was in a city on business for nearly 2 weeks, only just returning yesterday. That time made me realize my feelings for you, Yue. I missed you. You know, I even visited a university, wandering through the campus where you once studied, imagining how beautiful you must have been then. Lin Miaoyue scoffed, I doubt I was as lovely as I am now. My Yue is beautiful at any moment. It is just regrettable I could not witness you back then. Flattery will get you nowhere, Lin Miaoyue muttered. Yue, since our argument, have you not returned to Shuefu Garden? What purpose would that serve? I went there yesterday upon returning to City C, hoping to see you. Did you miss me during this time? I had no desire to see you, you were too much of a scoundrel. Yue, do you realize that calling a public servant a scoundrel carries legal repercussions? Now, let me see if your heart is as resolute as your words. With that, Zhao Tingchuan unhesitatingly kissed Lin Miaoyue, but after the storm of emotions had passed, Zhao Tingchuan held Lin Miaoyue close, both enveloped in a sweet atmosphere, momentarily forgetting all previous discord. Yue, I brought you a gift from a city. Even amidst our quarrels and the tension between us, I still thought of you. Zhao Tingchuan instinctively caressed Lin Miaoyue's hand. In my eyes, after that night, we were broken up. Why are you so petty, always threatening to break up? Am I so inconsequential in your eyes? Zhao Tingchuan playfully nibbled at Lin Miaoyue's hand. You brought this upon yourself with your sardonic remarks and harsh demeanor. Lin Miaoyue retorted, squeezing Zhao Tingchuan's hand defiantly. Yue, from now on, if I grow angry, please just cry. When I see you in tears, I forget everything else, consumed only by the need to comfort you like just now, seeing you cry tore at my heart. Sweet words and empty promises, Lin Miaoyue whispered, leaning into Zhao Tingchuan's embrace, savoring the moment of tranquility. The following day, they both visited Shuefu Garden, where Zhao Tingchuan presented Lin Miaoyue with a gift, a platinum bracelet adorned with small diamonds. Exuding an air of luxury, Lin Miaoyue initially intended to refuse it. Zhao Tingchuan, however, removed it from the box and fastened it onto her wrist, planting a kiss on her hand. It looks exquisite on you, do not reject my gifts if you still consider me your boyfriend. Isn't this rather expensive? Lin Miaoyue couldn't help but inquire. Do you like it? Yes, quite a bit. Then it is not expensive. Yue, your happiness is what matters most. Zhao Tingchuan asserted earnestly. But I have given you nothing in return. You are a gift, a remarkably beautiful gift. Zhao Tingchuan kissed Lin Miaoyue once more. As Zhao Tingchuan's thoughts began to wander, Lin Miaoyue grasped his wandering hand. I am hungry, let us go eat. Then I shall order food to be delivered, for now, I will simply fill my stomach. Zhao Tingchuan said with mock seriousness, though the desire in his eyes was unmistakable. Seeing this, Lin Miaoyue gently pushed him away as Zhao Tingchuan embraced her with one arm while he took out his phone to call for food, instructing that it be left at the door. Once he hung up, he whisked Lin Miaoyue away to the bedroom. On the pink silk sheets, Lin Miaoyue wore a blue shirt and a white skirt, her long black hair cascading around her, accentuating her delicate features. Zhao Tingchuan gazed at the alluring yet innocent Lin Miaoyue and leaned in to kiss her. The room soon filled with sounds that would make anyone blush. Their dinner extended late into the night, leaving Lin Miaoyue exhausted and sore, attending her evening class in a daze. Thinking of Zhao Tingchuan, she could not resist touching the shimmering bracelet on her wrist. Chapter 43 The Cloud Unfolds, Part 1 Days drifted by in a tranquil manner, and Zhao Tingchuan felt that this life bore little distinction from marriage itself. During busy times, Lin Miaoyue would return to her own home, while in quieter moments, they would indulge in each other's company at their residence in Zifuyuan. On weekends, they would often take Jiabao along for leisurely hikes. Zhao's mother, upon hearing about the lovely Yeye from Jiabao, was filled with excitement, convinced that her son Zhao Tingchuan was experiencing a second spring in his life. However, when she inquired about her, Zhao Tingchuan always deflected her questions with vague responses. In truth, he had long desired to introduce Lin Miaoyue to the Zhao family, but she was reluctant, insisting they savor the present moment. As October drew to a close, Lin Miaoyue's birthday approached, and Zhao Tingchuan resolved to surprise her. He sought advice from some of the younger female staff, who were astonished to see the usually stoic and composed director Zhao so preoccupied with planning. Their curiosity grew about the extraordinary woman who could inspire such devotion in him. Lin Miaoyue, for her part, was content with her current situation. Zhao Tingchuan afforded her ample freedom and a sense of security, a rarity for someone of his stature. Particularly memorable were the occasions when she returned home from work to find him donning an apron, busily engaged in the kitchen. She cherished his thoughtful gestures, yet at times, they felt almost surreal. In her previous relationship, she had not erred, but the affection she once felt had diminished, leaving her to wonder if this was a common occurrence once one entered marriage. Thus, she hesitated to accept Zhao Tingchuan's suggestions of meeting his parents. On the day of her birthday, Lin Miaoyue received a bouquet from Zhao Tingchuan early in the morning, accompanied by a card that read, "To the most beautiful little moon in the world, happy birthday." Her heart warmed at the words, and her ears flushed red. It was the first time anyone had addressed her in such a manner. Coincidentally, it was a Friday, and Zhao Tingchuan had taken the initiative to leave work early to pick her up. In keeping with the occasion, Lin Miaoyue dressed exquisitely in a light purple traditional dress, her hair elegantly styled in an updo, adorned with pearl earrings gifted by Zhao Tingchuan, radiating an enchanting charm. From the moment Zhao Tingchuan laid eyes on her, a smile graced his lips, for she was his woman, his beloved. "Why are you home so early, Chuan?" she inquired. "I missed you," he replied, pulling her close and kissing her. Lin Miaoyue, startled, attempted to push him away, aware of the high likelihood of encountering acquaintances nearby, yet he was reluctant to part, and after their kiss, he gazed at her intensely, saying, "Yue, happy birthday." "Thank you," Lin Miaoyue responded, feeling an inexplicable wave of emotion. Their dinner took place in a romantic, trendy restaurant that Lin Miaoyue had heard of before, though she was surprised that Zhao Tingchuan knew of it as well. Upon entering the private room, she was taken aback by the lavish display of flowers and candles that surrounded them. It was undeniably romantic. Zhao Tingchuan took her hand and led her to the table, drawing out a chair for her with gentlemanly grace. "Thank you," she murmured softly. Zhao Tingchuan looked at her with a smile, his eyes brimming with affection. He clapped his hands gently, and a group of waitstaff entered, pushing in a magnificent cake. After lighting the candle atop it, Zhao Tingchuan dimmed the lights in the room, the candlelight casting a warm glow on Lin Miaoyue's face, enhancing her beauty. "Make a wish, my little moon," he urged gently. She closed her eyes and silently wished. "Happy birthday, my dear," Zhao Tingchuan said, planting another kiss on her cheek. After dinner, Zhao Tingchuan took Lin Miaoyue to the riverside that bisected the entire city of Xi, where he guided her onto a pre-arranged boat. Together, they admired the cityscape illuminated by the night, relishing their romantic time together. Lin Miaoyue nestled in Zhao Tingchuan's embrace, gazing up at him, captivated by his defined jawline and the hint of stubble, exuding the charm of a mature man. She instinctively sank deeper into his hold. "What's wrong, are you feeling cold?" he asked, tightening his embrace. "Not really, it's just that it suddenly feels like a dream, a bit surreal," she confessed. "Silly girl, everything here is tangible and real, and I will always be by your side." As they cuddled on the boat, whispering sweet nothings to each other, the moonlight grew hazy, and the breeze stirred along the riverbank. Upon returning to their home on Jinjiang Street, Zhao Tingchuan encouraged Lin Miaoyue to open the door. As she did so, she was met with a path adorned with twinkling lights and petals leading to a luminous moon at the end. Zhao Tingchuan embraced Lin Miaoyue from behind and kissed her gently. "Do you like it?" he asked, with tears glistening in her eyes. She replied, "I love it. When did you prepare all this?" "As long as you like it." "Come, let us take a closer look." Hand in hand, they walked along the romantic path that filled the house with warmth. Suddenly, Zhao Tingchuan knelt before the moon, retrieving a ring from his pocket. "Yue, marry me." "From the moment I first laid eyes on you, my heart has been captivated." You mentioned feeling like you were dreaming at night. Sometimes, I feel that way too. To prevent this dream from fading, let me stay by your side forever. Tears streamed down Lin Miaoyue's cheeks, overwhelmed by Zhao Tingchuan's heartfelt efforts for her birthday. The sensation of being cherished felt foreign yet delightful, especially coming from someone she once perceived as unattainable. "Yue, my knees are getting tired, please have some sympathy for this middle-aged man," he joked. Lin Miaoyue nodded, and Zhao Tingchuan slid the ring onto her finger before rising to embrace her. I am so happy you agreed to my proposal," he said, sealing his words with a kiss. The kiss left her breathless, and Zhao Tingchuan lifted her into his arms, carrying her into the room where the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate, suffused with love. In the aftermath of their passion, as their breathing gradually steadied, Zhao Tingchuan held Lin Miaoyue close, savoring the moment. His voice, slightly husky, broke the silence. "Do you remember what you promised me tonight?" "Yes, I do," she replied, glancing at the ring on her finger. She had accepted his proposal but had not specified when they would wed. "So, when will we meet your parents?" "Director Zhao, please don't frighten them. Let me give them a heads up first." "That is fair, but don't make me wait too long, or I might just show up unannounced." Upon hearing this, Lin Miaoyue playfully smacked his arm, feigning anger. "You wouldn't dare." Zhao Tingchuan chuckled and replied, "All right, my dear wife, I won't." Lin Miaoyue felt a rush of shyness at the term wife, yet she reveled in the joy of being with him. That night, Lin Miaoyue was utterly captivated by Zhao Tingchuan's vigor. Despite both of them often spending long hours at the office, his stamina was astonishing. Chapter 44 The Clouds Relax, Part 2. Ever since Lin Miaoyue accepted Zhao Tingchuan's marriage proposal on her birthday, his desire for marriage has become increasingly restless, prompting him to frequently inquire whether she has mentioned him to her parents. Lin Miaoyue consistently deflected with the excuse that she was still contemplating the matter. The prospect of entering another marriage filled her with trepidation, despite Zhao Tingchuan's unwavering devotion to her. Moreover, she felt a tinge of anxiety regarding her parents' stance, as Zhao Tingchuan was significantly older, held a prominent position, and came from a vastly different social background. However, on this day, she broached the subject with her mother. "Mom, I've been seeing someone recently," Lin Miaoyue nonchalantly remarked while serving herself some dishes. "I know, which organization does he work for?" Lin's mother responded with an expression of knowingness. "How do you know?" Lin Miaoyue asked, bewildered. "You are my daughter. How could I not notice your changes? You're always smiling at your phone. Tell me about him, I want to ensure your happiness this time." "He works at the municipal government, is a bit older than me, and has a daughter," Lin Miaoyue spoke vaguely. "He has a child? Are you okay with that?" "I've met the child, she's quite adorable, but her mother passed away when she was very young." "That's quite unfortunate. How much older is she than you?" "About 7 or 8 years, Lin's mother nearly choked on her drink, exclaiming, "That's quite a significant age gap." "Is he immature? You're seeking someone mature, but not someone so much older." "Mom, what does he have to do with this? Please don't mention him." "I just think the age difference is rather unsuitable, and you'd be taking on the role of a stepmother. Given your qualifications, you could do better." "But what if I end up unmarried?" "Firstly, you will never be left without suitors. Secondly, even if you choose not to marry, we will always be your parents and will support you." "Mom, you are too good to me." Lin Miaoyue couldn't help but snuggle into her mother's embrace, seeking comfort. "Miaoyue, we've learned from our past experiences. This time, keep your eyes wide open. Don't rush, those relatives and friends can speak freely without bearing the burden." Yes, I understand." "How long have you been together? Let me see a picture." "Not long." "Let us wait until next time. I want to observe him a bit more. Please don't tell Dad." Lin Miaoyue thought to herself, "You see his pictures often enough." "All right, I have a colleague whose nephew is 2 years older than you. He mentioned wanting to be introduced to you." "Mom, please don't meddle. I'm currently seeing someone." If Zhao Tingchuan discovers she is keeping her options open, it would cause a ruckus. Fine. You pursue your relationship, but do remain vigilant. Don't let anyone take advantage of you, especially avoid pregnancy. Do you hear me?" "I understand." Lin Miaoyue sighed, slightly exasperated by her mother's straightforwardness. As the year drew to a close, various organizations were bustling with activity, and Zhao Tingchuan was no exception, often working late into the night. By the time he returned home, Lin Miaoyue was already sound asleep. One night, after finishing work past 10, he gazed at her peaceful sleeping face, feeling a surge of longing, as it had been many days since they had shared an intimate moment. On a cold winter night, the hours seemed to stretch indefinitely. The following day, before Lin Miaoyue awoke, Zhao Tingchuan had already departed, having prepared breakfast for her beforehand. Recently, aside from her school commitments, she was also busy preparing for a cultural performance in the city. Ever since her talent for playing the pipa became known at school, she was expected to showcase her skills at every cultural event, which left her feeling somewhat troubled. On the day of the performance, Zhao Tingchuan deliberately postponed other work commitments. He had known that Lin Miaoyue played the pipa and had occasionally seen her practice, but he had merely regarded it as a way to pass the time. She had mentioned her participation in the performance to him, and since city officials were scheduled to attend, he had no reason not to go. Lin Miaoyue's group represented the city's education system, performing alongside several teachers from other schools in a collaborative rendition of Blue and White Porcelain. As the curtain rose on stage, Zhao Tingchuan immediately spotted Lin Miaoyue seated in the center, adorned in a traditional red hanfu. She had donned stage makeup, her hair styled in an elegant updo, with decorative flowers accentuating her forehead, rendering her even more radiant, as if she had stepped out of an ancient painting. As her fingers danced gracefully across the strings of the pipa, the melody flowed effortlessly, enchanting and ethereal. Zhao Tingchuan was captivated. He had never realized how exceptionally talented Lin Miaoyue was at playing the pipa, and his admiration for her deepened, accompanied by an indescribable sense of pride. As the performance concluded, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Lin Miaoyue rose, smiling as she bowed in gratitude. Her gaze swept across the crowd until it met Zhao Tingchuan's, a fleeting hint of shyness flickering in her eyes. During her performance, Zhao Tingchuan couldn't resist recording a video on his phone, drawing curious glances from nearby officials. While the audience had seen him remain composed and expressionless during the earlier acts, he now wore a broad smile as he filmed. Only Guo, the director of the Education Bureau, seemed to understand, grinning knowingly, for it was Lin Miaoyue who held the center stage. After the show, Lin Miaoyue found herself still reeling from the excitement in the dressing room. The formal nature of the event had taken her by surprise, especially with Zhao Tingchuan's unexpected presence. Although she had mentioned the performance to him, she hadn't insisted he attend, knowing how busy he had been. Yet, seeing him there filled her heart with uncontainable joy. "I never expected my wife to be such a remarkable pipa player." Zhao Tingchuan's message arrived, accompanied by several photos. Lin Miaoyue smiled, preparing to respond when a colleague nudged her, revealing the arrival of Guo and other officials to congratulate the performers. Guo specifically addressed Lin Miaoyue, saying, "Teacher Lin, you truly play the pipa beautifully." Lin Miaoyue humbly replied, "Thank you, director, you flatter me." However, Guo's approving expression conveyed his sincerity, stating that for future large events, the Education Bureau would ensure Lin Miaoyue was invited to participate. He noticed the ring on her finger, recalling the earlier moments. After watching Lin Miaoyue's performance, Zhao Tingchuan had lost interest in the rest of the program, citing an upcoming meeting as his reason for leaving. He exchanged pleasantries with several city leaders before overhearing the director of the district's Development and Reform Committee inquiring about which school Lin Miaoyue taught at. "Director Chen, this is Teacher Lin from Chaiyang School," Guo replied, stealing a glance at Zhao Tingchuan. "I wonder if she is married. My nephew is around her age." Guo was aware of her situation but refrained from commenting, "I'm not sure, but she is indeed an outstanding teacher." "Director Guo, please keep an eye on her for me," Director Chen requested. Before Guo could respond, Zhao Tingchuan interjected, "Didn't you notice she is wearing a ring?" Director Chen innocently replied, "Is that so? However, it's quite common for young people to buy rings for themselves nowadays." Zhao Tingchuan chuckled softly, "That ring was purchased by me, and she wears it because of me. I have a meeting to host, I must take my leave now." Leaving Director Chen in a state of bewilderment, it took a moment for him to process that Lin Miaoyue was Zhao Tingchuan's wife. Had he just dug his own grave? Chapter 45 of The Clouds Unfurl, Part 3. As the artistic performance drew to a close, Lin Miaoyue and her companions' ensemble was awarded the prestigious first prize at the municipal level. The group agreed to seize an opportunity to celebrate their achievement over a meal, a sentiment that Lin Miaoyue wholeheartedly endorsed, for there is a certain delight in reaping the rewards of one's efforts. Upon returning to the academy, she discovered that Zhao Tingchuan had yet to arrive. A wave of subtle disappointment washing over her, compounded by her gnawing hunger, she resorted to a hidden stash of instant noodles, a secret purchase she had concealed. Zhao Tingchuan had always disapproved of her indulging in such junk food, often chastising her whenever he spotted it. Just as she prepared to savor her meal, the door swung open, revealing Zhao Tingchuan. Their eyes met, and Lin Miaoyue, still adorned in her performance attire and lacking any makeup, sat there innocently, ready to indulge in her instant noodles. Zhao Tingchuan furrowed his brow, striding over to her without uttering a word, and snatched the noodles from her grasp. "Why are you eating instant noodles again? I've told you countless times that it's junk food," he admonished, his tone laced with reproach. Lin Miaoyue blinked, her expression one of feigned innocence as she replied, "I was hungry, and we won an award today. I thought I deserved a treat." With a resigned sigh, Zhao Tingchuan placed the noodles back on the table and gently urged Lin Miaoyue to stand. "Come now, no more of this. I'll take you out for a proper meal." "But I haven't changed my clothes yet," she protested, glancing down at her traditional hanfu. "You look splendid just as you are," Zhao Tingchuan replied with a smile. "You wear the hanfu beautifully. Let us celebrate with something wholesome." With that, he took her hand and led her out the door. As Lin Miaoyue felt the warmth of his palm, a comforting sensation enveloped her heart. After their meal, Zhao Tingchuan insisted on taking a leisurely stroll, and by the time they returned, Lin Miaoyue was utterly exhausted. Once home, she intended to freshen up, but Zhao Tingchuan swept her off her feet, carrying her into the bathroom. He gently placed her on the sink and, without uttering a word, soaked a towel to tenderly wipe her face. His touch was so delicate, as if he were handling a precious work of art. Flustered by his attentiveness, Lin Miaoyue attempted to turn her head away, but Zhao Tingchuan firmly held her chin. "Don't move," he whispered, his eyes aflame with a possessive fervor. "How delightful, Miaoyue, this version of you is for my eyes alone." His breath caressed her ear, sending a shiver through her body. Slowly, he leaned in, his lips brushing against her earlobe, and then, one by one, the vibrant red layers of her hanfu slipped to the ground, and rather than feeling impatience, Zhao Tingchuan found exhilaration in unwrapping each layer like a present. Before him was his beloved, strikingly beautiful, yet in this moment, her alluring vulnerability was a sight reserved solely for him. After their passionate encounter, Lin Miaoyue nestled against Zhao Tingchuan, finding solace in the rhythm of his strong heartbeat. He inhaled her fragrant essence and, feigning nonchalance, inquired, "Miaoyue, have you mentioned us to your parents?" "Well, I brought it up with my mother," she replied softly. "And what did she say?" "She mentioned that there is quite a gap in our ages," Lin Miaoyue murmured. "What?" Zhao Tingchuan sat up, contemplating her words before asking, "And what about you? What do you think?" "I think it's perfectly fine," she responded. "Have you sung my praises before your mother?" he queried, resting his forehead against hers. "I have. I told her you are handsome, mature, and charming. Little imp, are you teasing me?" Zhao Tingchuan said, noticing the triumphant glimmer in her eyes, igniting a spark of mischief within him as he leaned in for a kiss. Another wave of warmth enveloped the room, both drenched in perspiration, and as he observed Lin Miaoyue's fainting state, Zhao Tingchuan pondered deeply. Since Zhao Tingchuan had publicly acknowledged Lin Miaoyue's identity at the performance, rumors began to swirl around them. Initially, Lin Miaoyue paid little heed to the gossip, unaware of the implications of Zhao Tingchuan's words that night. However, after the school recognized her as an outstanding teacher, the whispers transitioned from hushed tones to open scrutiny. Through Lu Su, she learned of the situation and couldn't help but express her grievances about Zhao Tingchuan's loose tongue. She had believed she was adept at keeping their relationship discreet, even from Lu Su. Lu Su, with a conspiratorial air, remarked, "Miaoyue, well done, managing to keep such a significant matter from me. I had intended to wait until things were more stable before sharing. You know that in terms of status, he and I are from entirely different worlds." "So how long have you been together now?" "About 8 or 9 months. "That long? And how do you feel about him now?" "He is the director of the Municipal Finance Bureau, after all, a veritable god of wealth. He's just as he is, quite good. I'm simply irked by the outside chatter." "Why concern yourself with that? Your capabilities speak for themselves. As for you and Director Zhao, both unmarried, what is there to fear? They are merely sour grapes." Su, do you think I am that kind of person?" Lin Miaoyue sighed. "What kind?" "Climbing the social ladder, seeking higher status, using any means necessary. Is that what they are saying about me?" Lin Miaoyue's eyes widened. She knew the gossip was unflattering but had not anticipated it to be this harsh. Miao, I've told you not to mind those things. I know your character." Lin Miaoyue merely nodded slightly, apprehensive about the situation that had unfolded so swiftly. Upon returning to the academy after work, she found Lin Miaoyue lying on the sofa with a glum expression. Zhao Tingchuan set down his belongings and approached her with concern. "Little Moon, what troubles you? You look as if someone owes you money." Lin Miaoyue glared at him. "You are the one who owes me." Under Zhao Tingchuan's persistent questioning, Lin Miaoyue finally recounted the recent happenings, and a flicker of satisfaction crossed Zhao Tingchuan's eyes. He had wished for others to recognize his relationship with Lin Miaoyue, but he did not desire her to be burdened with such negative labels. "All right, Miaoyue, do not worry, I will handle this," he reassured her. "And how will you manage that? Will you force people to refrain from discussing me? That would only draw more attention." "This is all your fault for speaking carelessly," Lin Miaoyue retorted, displeased. "Are you blaming me? Humph, if I hadn't said anything, that Director Chen would have introduced his nephew to you. Or is it that you have some ulterior motives?" Zhao Tingchuan's eyes darkened. "What motives could I possibly have? I am simply frustrated with the current circumstances." "Then let us marry, that way, they will have nothing to say, and you will be Mrs. Zhao. I cannot dare to take on such a title. Are you prepared to continue this way indefinitely?" Zhao Tingchuan frowned, a hint of impatience in his gaze. "Let's discuss marriage later, I am not ready yet. My mother has something to discuss with me, so I need to return home tonight." Lin Miaoyue resolved to evade the conversation, intending to slip away back to her family. "You shall not leave." Zhao Tingchuan was decidedly displeased with Lin Miaoyue's current attitude. Chapter 46 Clouds Unfold, Part 4. Sensing Zhao Tingchuan's discontent, Lin Miaoyue was about to say something when her mother's call came through. "Miao Miao, we've made chicken soup at home for dinner. Come back early." "Got it, I'm on my way back." After hanging up, Lin Miaoyue glanced at Zhao Tingchuan's expression and affectionately kissed him. "I understand your feelings, please don't be anxious, just wait a little longer." Zhao Tingchuan was always defenseless against Lin Miaoyue's playful charm, and he sighed, "I've already told my parents about us. They're constantly asking when I'll bring you home, yet here you are, keeping me a secret." "Don't worry, my dear Chuan, I'll mention you to them tonight, alright?" "Really, then I'll go back with you." No. I need to give them a heads up first." "Humph, you'd better not keep me waiting too long," Zhao Tingchuan said with a hint of exasperation. "Understood, I'll take my leave now." Lin Miaoyue leaned in for another kiss, but he turned the tables, and after the kiss, her lips resembled bright red jelly. Upon returning home, she found her mother bustling in the kitchen while Lin Feng had not yet returned. Approaching the kitchen, Lin's mother noticed the frown on Lin Miaoyue's brow and asked, "What's wrong? Did you have a fight with him?" "No, it's about work. The holidays are just around the corner, bear with it a little longer and come help out." After a while, Lin Feng returned home, and the three of them shared a harmonious moment. Suddenly, Lin Feng spoke up, "I heard that a teacher from your school has gotten together with Director Zhao?" Lin Miaoyue nearly choked. "It seems there is such a thing." "Then she'll be soaring high in no time," Lin's mother chimed in, curious. "Who knows? Being the wife of a director isn't an easy role," Lin Miaoyue replied. "True, someone so young to reach that position must be extraordinary. I heard both of his parents have retired from provincial positions. But if they marry, they'll likely seek someone beneficial for their careers. As for the teachers at Miaoyue's school, who knows how things will turn out." Lin Miaoyue listened to her parents' conversation silently, deep in thought. After Lin Miaoyue returned, Zhao Tingchuan went out for dinner. That evening, a group from B City arrived to inspect the city government's work, several of whom were acquaintances of his, including Lu Feiluo, the matchmaker his family had introduced to him previously. At the dinner table, Lu Feiluo gazed at the increasingly composed and powerful Zhao director, regretting not seizing the opportunity back then. Now that the chance had returned, she could not let it slip away. Tonight, she sat next to Zhao Tingchuan, having deliberately donned an elegant and charming dress, pouring him drinks and engaging him in conversation in a warm and intimate manner. The others from B City were aware of her intentions, knowing their families had been old friends, and now the woman was being so proactive. It all depended on Zhao Tingchuan's response. Zhao Tingchuan felt as though he were being overwhelmed by the scent of Lu Feiluo's perfume, especially as she kept leaning closer to him throughout the evening. Both had made it clear before that they were not suitable for each other. What was her intention tonight? During the banquet, Minister Li from B City chatted with Zhao Tingchuan, glancing at Lu Feiluo beside him and deliberately stated, "Feiluo, you should drink a few more glasses with Vice Mayor Zhao tonight. Your families are familiar, it's a childhood bond, isn't it? Minister Li, you're quite observant. It's true we often met as children. Then you must make sure to drink a bit more, for this reunion with your childhood neighbor is a rare fate." Lu Feiluo lowered her head with a smile and raised her glass. "Come on, brother Tingchuan, let us drink to that." "Alright, take it easy, don't rush," Zhao Tingchuan replied sincerely. Their conversation flowed, and the atmosphere was amiable. The savvy folks from C City couldn't help but feel sympathy for Lin Miaoyue, knowing it would be tough for her, especially with the formidable Lu prosecutor around. After dinner, Lu Feiluo appeared to be somewhat intoxicated. Zhao Tingchuan observed her leaning naturally against him, feeling a twinge of displeasure, and called over her colleagues for support. Unfortunately, they all seemed to be enjoying the spectacle, which only added to his annoyance. If Lin Miaoyue were to see this, he couldn't imagine the chaos it would cause. He signaled Secretary Li to come over quickly, but Lu Feiluo leaned directly into Zhao Tingchuan's embrace, making it difficult to separate her. With a deepening frown, Zhao Tingchuan patiently helped her into the car. However, Lu Feiluo, her eyes glazed from the alcohol, wrapped her arms around his neck and murmured, "Brother Tingchuan, will you take me back to the hotel?" Zhao Tingchuan chuckled coldly, "No, I'm afraid my wife would be upset." Lu Feiluo was taken aback by this revelation. He was married? Her hand slowly slipped away, maintaining a facade of drunkenness. The group from B City, hearing Zhao Tingchuan's words, realized he was already committed, yet Lu Feiluo continued to pursue him, leaving everyone pondering how to play matchmaker. After the delegation from B City departed, Zhao Tingchuan headed to his official vehicle, loosening his collar. The dinner had not been enjoyable, and he could still faintly detect Lu Feiluo's lingering perfume, prompting an intense desire to return home for a shower. Lu Feiluo, unaware of the underlying tension, had previously sensed her family's intention to matchmake her with Zhao Tingchuan, but both had failed to connect. Tonight's awkward encounter made her regret missing the chance, and she decided to seek hints from his parents. Listening to them, it seemed Zhao Tingchuan hadn't disclosed everything, hinting she might still have an opportunity. With this thought, Lu Feiluo's smile grew even brighter. Chapter 47: A Cloud's Turn, Part 1. That evening, Lu Feiluo stayed at Zhao's house for dinner, and the meal brought joy and laughter to Zhao Tingchuan's parents, who felt it had been ages since their home was so lively. Zhao Tingchuan observed Lu Feiluo striving to please his parents with a slight smile, while she mostly engaged with Zhao Bao. After dinner, Zhao Tingchuan escorted Lu Feiluo back, his profile illuminated by the streetlights, exuding the charm of a mature man. Unable to contain herself, Lu Feiluo remarked, "Brother Tingchuan, were you not welcoming when you saw me tonight?" "Of course I was. My parents rarely get to see someone as lively as you, so they were quite happy." "And you? Are you happy to see me?" "Of course, a brother would be happy to see his sister." "Do you have someone you like?" Lu Feiluo pressed, eager to get to the point. "Yes, we've been together for quite a while. Planning to settle down by the end of the year." "Congratulations, I was just wondering if I still had a chance before coming. Didn't we say a couple of years ago that we weren't suitable? I didn't realize your charm was so great back then." Lu Feiluo replied boldly. "Stop joking. I am not right for you." "Who is? What does she do?" "She was just an ordinary teacher," Zhao Tingchuan said, recalling Lin Miaoyue, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. Realizing she had no hope left, Lu Feiluo responded, "That sounds nice. Don't forget to invite me to the wedding." After dropping Lu Feiluo off at the hotel, Zhao Tingchuan returned to his parents' villa, contemplating it was time to introduce Lin Miaoyue. "Tingchuan, you're back. Did you drop Fei Fei off?" "Yes, she's at the hotel." "Did you find a place to sit and chat?" Zhao's mother inquired with a smile. "No, Mom. Where's Dad? I have something to discuss with you." Seeing both of his parents present, Zhao Tingchuan took a deep breath and said, "I have nothing going on with Lu Feiluo. Rather, I've started dating someone else. We've been together for over half a year, and I'm thinking of introducing her to you soon." "Really? Where is she from? How old is she? Which organization does she belong to?" Zhao's mother asked, intrigued. Just from Sea City, significantly younger than me, and she is a teacher. Teachers are great, they have plenty of holidays. She got divorced last year due to her ex-husband's gambling addiction. Divorced? Zhao's mother's smile dimmed slightly. Mom, why do you care about that? I don't mind. What about children? She asked, glancing towards Jia Bao's room upstairs. No, Jia Bao has met her and likes her quite a bit. Is she the Yeye's sister Jia Bao mentioned? Zhao's mother exclaimed, delighted. For her, the most concerning aspect of her son remarrying was how it would affect her granddaughter. She worried about whether Jia Bao would be liked or bullied. That's her, Zhao Tingchuan confirmed, looking at his father. Dad, what do you think? Your mother and I are alike. We hope you find someone and that she can be beneficial for your career. You don't need to worry about my career. I know what I'm doing. Even though she comes from an ordinary family, I genuinely like her. What matters is your happiness. We read just offering suggestions. Since you like her so much, when will you bring her home to meet us? After this busy period, maybe when she is on winter break. I wanted to let you know so you wouldn't worry about my personal life anymore. If anyone tries to introduce me to someone else, just decline. Upon hearing their son say this, his parents fell silent. They knew his capabilities and had witnessed his rapid ascent in recent years. Now that he had finally found someone he liked, they decided not to meddle too much, believing that starting a family would benefit his career. Alright, just make sure to inform me ahead of time when you bring her home. Don't rush it and neglect her. Invite your brother and sister back too. Let us have a lively family gathering. Zhao's mother said cheerfully. Sure, I'll head upstairs now, Zhao Tingchuan replied before going to Jia Bao's room. Dressed in her pajamas, Jia Bao pretended to be asleep as soon as she saw her father come in, having been eavesdropping on his conversation with her grandparents. Jia Bao, are you asleep? Zhao Tingchuan asked, having spotted her peeking from the stairs. I'm asleep, Jia Bao replied, eyes closed. Then I'll leave? Daddy, don't go. Jia Bao immediately opened her eyes. Seeing her like this made Zhao Tingchuan laugh. She was such a clever little girl. Daddy, are you going to marry Sister Yeye? Not so soon, Jiabiao.do. You like Sister Yeye? I do. But if you get married, you'll have a baby and won't like me anymore. In Jia Bao's understanding, married people always had babies. That's not true, you'll always be Daddy's treasure. Even if I marry Sister Yeye, more people will love you. Really? Jia Bao asked, a bit worried. Really, Daddy promises. Besides, Sister Yeye likes you a lot. She often tells me how sweet and adorable you are. Really, that's great. Hearing her father's assurance, Jia Bao beamed with joy as Zhao Tingchuan lovingly ruffled her hair. At that moment, Jia Bao suddenly looked up at Zhao Tingchuan and earnestly said, Daddy, I hope you and Sister Yeye are happy. Zhao Tingchuan felt a warmth in his heart as he embraced Jia Bao softly, whispering, Thank you, my dear. Daddy hopes you will always be happy too. The father and daughter sat together, savoring the warmth of the moment. Zhao Tingchuan knew that no matter what happened in the future, he would protect his family and provide them with a happy and fulfilling home. Meanwhile, Lin Miaoyue was nestled under her blankets, sneezing loudly. With finals approaching, she felt overwhelmed with work. She no longer paid much attention to the gossip swirling around her. Let them talk, it wouldn't diminish anything for her. However, she couldn't help but think of her parents' words and wondered about Zhao Tingchuan's family. What if they truly opposed her? Given her personality, she would likely retreat, and they would part ways, as a marriage not accepted by the parents would be doomed, especially if it was the man's family. Yet, it felt difficult to let him go. Over the past 6 months, she had grown accustomed to him, or rather, had carved out a significant place for him in her heart. Just as she pondered, a notification pinged. Zhao Tingchuan had messaged her, and she could hear Jia Bao's sweet voice. Sister Yeye, are you asleep yet? Not yet, Jia Bao, why aren't you asleep? Daddy just finished telling me a story, and I'm about to sleep. Good night, Jia Bao. Emma. Good night, Sister Yeye, Emma. Stepping out of Jia Bao's room, Zhao Tingchuan immediately called Lin Miaoyue. What are you doing? Getting ready for bed. I miss you. Zhao Tingchuan gazed out at the moon with a hint of melancholy. I miss you too. Then why don't you come back to Zafuyuan? I am returning from this side as well. Ah no, it's too cold, I've snuggled under the covers. I knew you were just saying you missed me. I really do miss you. Then wait for me at Zafuyuan after work tomorrow. Sure. You won't be so busy anymore, right? It will be better. Listening to Lin Miaoyue's gradually calming breaths on the other end of the line, Zhao Tingchuan couldn't help but smile. After hanging up, he lay on his bed, gazing tenderly at the photo of the two of them on his phone screen. Chapter 48 Cloud's Turn, Part 2. When Lin Miaoyue saw the photo on Lu Su's phone of Zhao Tingchuan holding Lu Feiluo, her expression darkened instantly. Although it was blurry, she recognized Zhao Tingchuan immediately. When was this taken? A few days ago. My husband and I were hosting a dinner when I happened to see them. I didn't want to send it to you, but I was worried you might get hurt later. Who is that woman? Do you know? I have no idea, but it seems like everyone there was a big shot, so she likely has some background. Seeing Lin Miaoyue's troubled expression, Lu Su added, don't overthink it just yet. Go ask him what's going on. Maybe that woman was throwing herself at him? If she did, would he just accept it? People in their positions are hard to read. If it weren't for you being with him, I wouldn't have believed someone I know would be connected to him, let alone be his girlfriend. Still, I think you should safeguard your own well-being. Lin Miaoyue nodded, recalling what they had done over the past few nights, then checking the date on her phone. Wasn't that the day she had gone home for dinner? She had planned to tell her parents about her and Zhao Tingchuan, but he had really gone ahead. After work, Lin Miaoyue returned to Zafuyuan. Throughout the day, she felt somewhat dazed. The photo had undeniably affected her, but she still believed she needed to clarify things in person. When Zhao Tingchuan returned home and saw Lin Miaoyue sitting on the couch staring at her phone, he sensed something was off. Approaching her, he wrapped his arms around her. What's wrong? Nothing. Lin Miaoyue replied coldly. Lying comes with a penalty, Zhao Tingchuan teased, pinching her slender waist. Zhao Tingchuan, let go of me. Lin Miaoyue couldn't help but push him away, her eyes reddening as she glared at him. What's going on? Please tell me. Seeing her distress, Zhao Tingchuan grew anxious. Do you have someone else on the side? If you do, I'll leave without a word and entangle you. What nonsense are you talking? You're the only one in my life. Have I been neglectful because of work lately? I'm sorry, it's just been busy, but it'll get better, I promise. Watching Zhao Tingchuan's earnest and hurried explanation made Lin Miaoyue hesitate to bring up the photo issue, so she turned her head away in silence. Alright, I just sent off a group of inspectors. I can finally take a breather and spend some quality time with you, okay? Zhao Tingchuan kissed her ear softly. Stop trying to fool me, you're out there charming others every day. It's you who's the charmer. You have no idea how many people have asked for your contact information since the New Year's performance. That was merely asking for contact details, not like some people who are out there hugging and holding each other, not caring about the impact. Lin Miaoyue frowned at Zhao Tingchuan, then moved to sit elsewhere. Zhao Tingchuan's heart sank. Had she seen Lu Feiluo leaning on him that day? Let me explain, it was a misunderstanding. She was drunk, and since we knew each other, I was just helping her into a car. Nothing happened. Is that how you help someone? Lin Miaoyue pulled out the photo on her phone and Zhao Tingchuan glanced at it and realized it looked quite ambiguous, inwardly cursing Lu Feiluo for causing him trouble. She was quite intoxicated that night. I was so innocent, I nearly suffocated from her perfume. Zhao Tingchuan hugged Lin Miaoyue. I've never had any messy relationships. Since being with you, I've been more careful. Besides, with you in my life, how could I look at anyone else? Then why didn't you tell me? Because there was nothing to tell, I was just helping her into a car. If it must be said, it was her colleagues who were trying to matchmake us, but I made it clear to them that I'm taken. Trust me, there's truly nothing going on. While some of our acquaintances may lead chaotic lives, I'm not one of them. You're all I need. That sounds nice. If we had gotten married sooner, others wouldn't have meddled. Zhao Tingchuan, you sure can talk. Why don't you go marry yourself? Lin Miaoyue exclaimed, getting up to leave. Zhao Tingchuan pulled her back, pinning her down, his gaze fixed intently on her. I don't want to wait any longer. I want to marry you soon. I mentioned our relationship to my parents last night, and they were very happy. When can you accompany me to meet them? You haven't even been accepted by my parents yet, Lin Miaoyue murmured. Then when can I meet your parents? Zhao Tingchuan's voice was enticing as it lingered in Lin Miaoyue's ear. I don't know, how about this weekend? I'll arrange it. Zhao Tingchuan whispered, his tone alluring. Isn't that too fast? Lin Miaoyue stammered. Not at all, I can't wait to marry you. Zhao Tingchuan's hands began to wander restlessly on her body. Get off me, Lin Miaoyue pushed him away. Zhao Tingchuan gently caressed her cheek, speaking softly, look at me, Lin Miaoyue's cheeks flushed as she met his gaze. She heard Zhao Tingchuan's deep, magnetic voice declare, I love you, With that, he leaned in again, capturing her lips in a deep kiss. The atmosphere became increasingly heated, and the temperature in the living room rose. Chapter 49 Cloud Translation, Part 3. Ever since the matter of meeting their parents was brought to the forefront, Lin Miaoyue experienced an inexplicable sense of tension and unease, whether in the presence of her own parents or Zhao Tingchuan's. In stark contrast, Zhao Tingchuan had been radiating smiles during his recent visits to the municipal government, prompting speculation among many that he might be on the verge of a promotion. When Zhao Tingchuan received a call from the Discipline Inspection Commission, he had just finalized arrangements for the weekend meeting, intending to allocate time to visit Lin Miaoyue's parents. The voice on the other end urgently instructed him to cooperate with an investigation, compelling him to organize his recent work. A multitude of thoughts raced through his mind as he attempted to inquire about the reason, but all his efforts were met with resistance. As soon as he hung up, he received a call from the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, requesting him to come to his office immediately. In Secretary Meng Guoqing's office, he encountered Vice Mayor Li, with whom he had not always seen eye to eye. The latter's expression now bore a look of schadenfreude. Tingchuan, you've arrived, Meng Guoqing said, then turned to Vice Mayor Wang to add, Runjin, let's discuss what we talked about tomorrow at the meeting. You can head back to your tasks for now. All right, I'll take my leave then. With that, Runjin rose to depart, casting a contemplative glance at Zhao Tingchuan. He thought to himself, still putting on a brave face. Let's see how long you can keep this up. With only the two of them remaining in the office, Mayor Meng poured a glass of water for Zhao Tingchuan and remarked, You received the call from the commission, I presume? Yes, I just did. They mentioned I need to cooperate with an investigation for a while. Tingchuan, do you know the main reason for this? That is precisely what puzzles me. It pertains to issues of personal conduct, primarily concerning chaotic relationships with the opposite sex. I understand you are still young, but there are indeed matters that require a certain decorum, or this situation, while not insignificant, isn't catastrophic either. I had intended for you to receive a promotion next year, Mayor Lu stated with a hint of regret. Zhao Tingchuan's initial confusion suddenly cleared, providing him with clarity regarding the issue at hand. It could only relate to the incident involving Lu Feiluo. The photo of her lying on him had somehow reached Lin Miaoyue's phone, likely captured by other malicious individuals, making trouble for him a distinct possibility. Thank you for the heads up, Secretary Lu. I now have a clearer understanding of the situation. However, I assure you that my relationships are not chaotic. It seems there are those intent on complicating my career path. Several individuals at the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission were appointed by your father. You should discuss this matter with him, it may expedite a resolution. I understand. If I go to the commission, you will need to appoint someone else to oversee the investment promotion department here. That's fine. You've always been responsible for that. Please resolve the issues over there as soon as possible. I have little confidence in anyone else handling it. Upon exiting the mayor's office, Zhao Tingchuan's expression grew more serious, as if a storm were brewing. He picked up his phone and dialed. I will be on a business trip for a while and may not be able to contact you recently. Where are you going? That must remain confidential. You should stay at your parents' house for now and wait for my return. Oh, all right then, when will you leave? I'm leaving now. Make sure to eat well while I'm away, Zhao Tingchuan replied before arriving at his office and summoning Secretary Li. Lin Miaoyue, having hung up the call, felt a wave of anxiety. She had never seen Zhao Tingchuan so hurried. After briefing Secretary Li on a few matters and dismissing him, Zhao Tingchuan noticed the worry etched on Li's face and smiled reassuringly. Don't fret. This situation is not as dire as it appears. While I'm away, please keep a close watch on the investment promotion team. Director Zhao, do you know the reason behind this? I do, but it's not a significant issue. Otherwise, I wouldn't still be sitting here. You can return to your duties. I need to make a few calls. That's good to hear. I'll take my leave now, Li said respectfully before exiting. After making several calls, Zhao Tingchuan received another call from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, marking the official commencement of his cooperative investigation. It was at this moment that he truly grasped the reason for the inquiry. Comrade Zhao Tingchuan, please take a look at these photographs. The commission officials laid out the images on the table, revealing Zhao Tingchuan in rather intimate poses with several women, Lu Feilua among them. These interactions occurred within a work context. I have no personal entanglement with them, Zhao Tingchuan stated, his demeanor serious and measured. We hope you can sincerely clarify the issues at hand. To assert that I am involved in inappropriate relationships based solely on a few photographs seems rather hasty on your part, he replied. What if we have more than just photographs? Zhao Tingchuan felt a momentary jolt but maintained his composure, saying, if you have anything substantial, present it. I stand on firm ground. The officials exchanged glances and turned the computer screen toward Zhao Tingchuan. The video displayed him and Lin Miaoyue exiting a hotel in Nanjing together, followed by footage of him passionately kissing her in the hotel corridor and entering her room. Even Zhao Tingchuan, accustomed to high-stakes situations, felt a twinge of discomfort. The man in this video is you, correct? According to our information, during your business trip to Nanjing, you spent nearly the entire time with this woman, which has generated a very negative impression. She is my girlfriend. I see no issue in sharing accommodations with her. If this is deemed problematic, then perhaps it implies I should not have traveled to Nanjing with her at all. Your girlfriend, you say? Director Zhao, you certainly possess a silver tongue. You dismiss ambiguous photographs as unrelated, yet you claim a tangible relationship in the video. I am cooperating with this investigation, which does not imply any wrongdoing on my part. It is your responsibility to gather evidence, so please choose your words carefully, Zhao Tingchuan remarked, detecting the officials' unfriendly tone and deciding to match their seriousness. The commission members were aware of his background and refrained from further provocation, yet they needed to pursue further inquiries regarding his disclosures, as the allegations against him appeared to be premeditated. The evidence, photographs, and videos alike, was comprehensive. Esteemed leaders, I have relayed nothing but the truth. I trust that the organization will restore my reputation, Zhao Tingchuan asserted resolutely. The officials exchanged glances and replied, we will continue our investigation. Should we uncover any additional issues, we will address them with the utmost seriousness. With that, they took their leave. Sitting in his chair, Zhao Tingchuan felt a sense of unease wash over him. He could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort, yet he sensed an unsettling disarray. Of this situation clearly seemed orchestrated, and some of the women in the photographs were figures he could hardly recall, yet they had been brought forth as evidence against him. He found some solace in the fact that these individuals had little connection to him, and over the years, he had managed his relationships with the opposite sex without fault. Chapter 50 of The Cloud Turns, Part 4. In recent days, Lin Miaoyue has been consumed by an unsettling anxiety, predominantly due to Zhao Tingchuan. The more she pondered, the more peculiar it seemed. What legitimate business would necessitate surrendering one's phone for several days? After all, he was still a deputy mayor. While she was in the midst of arranging the classroom for the end-of-term examinations, she received a call from the Discipline Inspection Commission. Without a second thought, she hung up. She was not in the mood to engage with a scammer. The caller persisted, ringing 2 or 3 more times. It was only upon receiving a call from Principal Wang that she realized the previous call was not a fraudulent one, but rather from the office of the Discipline Inspection Commission. Her repeated disconnections had resulted in the call being redirected to the principal's office. Principal Wang was also quite curious as to why the Discipline Inspection Commission would seek out Lin Miaoyue, wondering if something had happened to her parents. Teacher Lin, the Discipline Inspection Commission will likely reach out to you again. Please be cautious with your words, and if you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to confide in me. Understood, thank you, Principal Wang. Lin Miaoyue's heart raced. What was happening? Why would the Discipline Inspection Commission be contacting her? Did it relate to Zhao Tingchuan? Lost in her thoughts, her phone rang once more. Is this teacher Lin Miaoyue? We are from the Discipline Inspection Commission and require your cooperation for an investigation. Please come to Office 502 on the 5th floor of number 32 Changyang Road tomorrow at 9 a.m. Alright, but may I inquire what the investigation pertains to? That is not convenient to discuss over the phone. Please arrive punctually tomorrow. Understood, I will be there. After hanging up, Lin Miaoyue felt a chilling sensation creep down her spine. Something must have happened to Zhao Tingchuan. What should she do? How was he? Lin Miaoyue experienced a tumultuous whirlwind of emotions, realizing that Zhao Tingchuan had once told her that if she ever needed to reach him urgently, she could contact his secretary, Li. With trembling hands, she hurriedly dialed his number. Hello? Li's calm voice reminded her of Zhao Tingchuan. Hello, Secretary Li, this is Lin Miaoyue. Are you busy? Upon recognizing her voice, Li quickly set aside his tasks and found a quieter spot to converse. No, what is it? What has happened to Zhao Tingchuan? Is he in trouble? Lin Miaoyue inquired anxiously. Teacher Lin, please remain calm. He is on a business trip, which involves multiple facets, so he may not have been able to contact you. Li hesitated, knowing the situation involved some personal matters concerning Zhao Tingchuan, making it difficult to elaborate further. Do not conceal the truth from me. The Discipline Inspection Commission called me. Lin Miaoyue detected his reluctance to share. What did they say? Li's brows furrowed in concern. They asked me to come to their office tomorrow, but did not provide further details. Teacher Lin, do not worry. Many of us are aware of your relationship with Director Zhao. It is somewhat public knowledge, just be honest, and for any other inquiries, say you are unaware. This is for both your benefit and Director Zhao's. Alright, I truly do not possess any further information. Lin Miaoyue's heart remained in turmoil. But what about Zhao Tingchuan? He surely isn't in any trouble, right? I haven't been able to contact him for several days. There's no need for concern regarding Director Zhao, he has everything arranged, worrying is futile. Thank you, Secretary Li. Teacher Lin, you are too polite. Please keep this matter confidential, the fewer people who know, the better. Yes, I understand. I shall let you return to your duties. After ending the call, Lin Miaoyue felt slightly better, yet her mind remained in a state of disarray, recalling Zhao Tingchuan's hurried demeanor during their last phone conversation and regretting not asking more questions at the time. That evening, Lin Miaoyue went to the Zifuyuan. Upon seeing the house, she felt an overwhelming sense of emptiness and began to miss Zhao Tingchuan intensely. Was he well? Where was he? Was he in isolation? As these thoughts flooded her mind, her eyes began to well with tears. Memories of their moments together flashed through her mind. Given his status, he had always been accommodating to her, not only in life but also in alleviating her work-related concerns. She recalled the time when the school conducted a surprise inspection of the teacher's lesson plans, and she had yet to finish preparing 2 copies. He had volunteered to sit beside her and help her complete them, a sight both amusing and heartwarming. What could he possibly be doing at this very moment? As she contemplated her impending visit to the Discipline Inspection Commission, anxiety gripped her heart. She was not accustomed to such situations, and she feared that a misstep in her words could implicate Zhao Tingchuan. Unfortunately, she had no one to discuss this with. Her parents were utterly unaware of her relationship with Zhao Tingchuan. If they discovered that she was being summoned for questioning due to him, it could jeopardize any future they might have together. That night, Lin Miaoyue's thoughts were a tangled mess, and she found herself awake for quite some time before finally drifting into a restless sleep. The next morning, she was startled by her haggard reflection and hurriedly applied a light layer of makeup before rushing out. Upon her arrival at the Discipline Inspection Commission, Lin Miaoyue's visible anxiety was palpable. The staff members were taken aback by her beauty and youth, and it was no wonder that Zhao Tingchuan found it difficult to resist her, despite her apparent weariness. Lin Miaoyue, is that you? Hello? Yes, it is. Please do not be anxious. We are merely required to ask you a few questions as per protocol. Very well, I am ready. Do you know Director Zhao Tingchuan from the Municipal Finance Bureau? I mean in a personal context. Yes, I do. What is your relationship with him? We are in a romantic relationship and we're planning to introduce each other to our parents soon. Lin Miaoyue spoke candidly. Her straightforwardness caught the investigators off guard. Typically, those summoned for inquiries regarding personal relationships would prefer to distance themselves entirely, yet here was a refreshingly honest individual. When did you meet? At the end of last year. In May of this year, Zhao Tingchuan traveled to Nanjing on business, and you accompanied him? The mention of Nanjing brought a blush to Lin Miaoyue's cheeks, as that trip had indeed deepened their relationship. I went to Nanjing for a competition, and he arrived later for work. Our information indicates that he deliberately adjusted his itinerary because of you. Is that correct? I am not entirely sure. Were you both staying at the same hotel during those days? At this question, Lin Miaoyue's face flushed crimson, wondering if the investigators were always this direct. Biting her lip, she maintained her composure and replied, "That was merely a coincidence. We had no prior knowledge of it." When did you confirm your relationship? I cannot recall the exact date, but it was around April. Lin Miaoyue contemplated that their true relationship had solidified after the Nanjing trip, yet stating that would complicate the narrative regarding their hotel stay. Have you inquired about Zhao Tingchuan's relationships with other women? No, I only know that he had a late ex-wife. Here are some recent photographs of him with various women. Please take a look. As Lin Miaoyue examined the images before her, each featuring different women alongside Zhao Tingchuan, a tumultuous storm surged within her. Her world seemed to collapse in an instant. Could this man, whom she so deeply loved, truly be the one in these photographs? Her hands trembled, and tears pooled in her eyes. How could this be? Lin Miaoyue asked hoarsely, "These photos must be fabricated. Someone is surely attempting to frame him." The investigators regarded her with solemn expressions. "These photographs are authentic. We have conducted thorough investigations." Lin Miaoyue felt as though her heart were being wrenched apart. She was at a loss as to how to accept this reality. At that moment, her worries and longings from the previous night transformed into a cruel jest. Chapter 51 Cloud Transformation, Part 5. Observing the incredulous expression of Lin Miaoyue, which was laced with disappointment and sorrow, the members of the disciplinary committee exchanged glances, feeling a twinge of compassion. We are currently investigating the lifestyle issues of Comrade Zhao Tingchuan. As it stands, you and he are in a normal relationship, correct? Lin Miaoyue nodded, her voice tinged with fatigue. When were these photographs taken? According to your account of being together in April, these photographs span both before and after that time. We will be interviewing relevant personnel as part of our routine inquiries today. Thank you for coming, you may leave now. And him? Lin Miaoyue could not help but express concern for Zhao Tingchuan. We must await the conclusion of our investigation before making any further arrangements, as this pertains to his personal reputation. Very well, I shall take my leave. Lin Miaoyue prepared to rise. One moment, it appears you divorced last year. As you just mentioned, you also met Comrade Zhao Tingchuan last year. What was your relationship with him prior to your divorce? I did not know him before the divorce. I do not typically follow such news. And what was the reason for your divorce? My ex-husband had an affair. Lin Miaoyue glossed over her ex-husband's most common transgression, despite the fact that it was far from the only fault he possessed. Very well, this conversation is concluded. Can you assure the accuracy of our discussion today? I can. Please sign here. Lin Miaoyue let out a barely perceptible sigh and affixed her signature. As she exited the office building, a chill enveloped her, and a gust of cold wind swept by. She tightened her coat and glanced back at the stern-faced individuals behind her, struggling to hold back tears. She mused to herself that winter was truly a wretched season, one that often brought sorrowful matters to light. On the drive back to the university, Lin Miaoyue's mind lingered on the series of ambiguous photographs, recalling the phrase, "There are both before and after you." If such suggestive images existed prior to their relationship, she felt she had no grounds to voice her concerns. However, the existence of such images even after their union raised troubling questions. It implied that everything he had presented before her could be a facade, and the kindness he had shown might have merely been transferred to another. The saying, "Where there is smoke, there is fire echoed in her mind. If he was being reported for personal misconduct, it suggested that this situation had not arisen overnight, and she was not his so-called only one. What did that make her? Just one among many girlfriends, while she foolishly harbored dreams of a future with him. With this thought, Lin Miaoyue could no longer contain her tears, which flowed like a torrent breaking through a dam. She pressed down hard on the accelerator, her car racing down the highway. Meanwhile, the Zhao family was in turmoil. As the individual within the Zhao family enjoying the most favorable prospects in his political career, Zhao Tingchuan's investigation by the disciplinary committee left all family members on edge. Upon learning the news, Zhao's father erupted in anger. He had not anticipated that Zhao Tingchuan would fall under scrutiny due to personal conduct issues. Such matters could be trivial or significant, but they invariably tarnished one's reputation. This was also the reason they had persistently urged him to establish a family in recent years. After all, a married status could deflect numerous romantic entanglements and foster a more favorable image. Now, just as Zhao Tingchuan was on the brink of success, this incident had surfaced. Zhao's mother had been inundated with phone calls inquiring about Zhao Tingchuan's situation, including from his ex-wife's family, to which she responded vaguely, knowing that only the final report from the disciplinary committee would hold any authoritative weight. Otherwise, attempting to explain that her son was not such a person would only lead to further confusion. After more than 10 days, the disciplinary committee had investigated all individuals mentioned in the complaints against Zhao Tingchuan, collecting evidence from all relevant personnel, and found that the accusations did not align with the facts. Among all the women cited in the complaints, Zhao Tingchuan only acknowledged a substantial relationship with Lin Miaoyue, confirming that they were indeed a couple. The women depicted in the photographs denied any substantive relationship with Zhao Tingchuan, stating that the suggestive scenes were merely the result of candid angles, and that there had been more than two people present. Ultimately, the greatest outcome of the accusations and subsequent investigation was the affirmation of Zhao Tingchuan and Lin Miaoyue's romantic relationship. His personal conduct was found to be unblemished. Rather, his long-standing single persona had attracted numerous rumors, overshadowing his otherwise commendable character. As soon as he emerged from isolation, Secretary Li drove up, noticing that Zhao Tingchuan appeared considerably haggard. After all, how many officials could eat well and sleep soundly under the watchful eyes of the disciplinary committee? The moment his phone powered on, it was inundated with calls: family, friends, superiors, colleagues, yet there was no call from Lin Miaoyue, which left him feeling somewhat dejected. "Director Zhao, where are we headed now?" "To my parents' Qingfeng courtyard," he replied while closing his eyes to rest, exhausted by the incessant questioning from the committee. Although it seemed he had not been working, this period had been far more taxing than any regular job. Upon his return, Zhao's mother and others greeted him with beaming smiles, but Zhao's father wore a stern expression, summoning Zhao Tingchuan to the study. Zhao Tingchuan knew well what his father intended to discuss and followed him willingly. How could such an issue arise at this critical juncture? Zhao's father, typically calm and collected, rapped his knuckles on the desk. "It has been resolved. The report from the disciplinary committee should be forthcoming." "A report declaring your romantic relationship as pure and your personal conduct as upright." "Zhao Tingchuan, do you believe this will convince anyone?" Zhao Tingchuan remained silent, his expression impassive as he sat there. After more than a decade in politics, he was acutely aware of the ramifications of this incident. "I have warned you countless times to be mindful of your influence and image." "Father, what has happened has happened. Reiterating these points serves no purpose. I suspect there are individuals fanning the flames behind the scenes. The photographic evidence was not something an ordinary person could obtain, and it was far too comprehensive. I am well aware that someone is instigating from behind the scenes, but the issue is that you provided them the opportunity to do so." Noticing Zhao Tingchuan's silence, Zhao Qingyun felt a pang of sympathy. His son had always been composed and decisive, the most like him among his children. "I have already contacted the provincial authorities to minimize the fallout. You should set this matter aside for now. As you said, dwelling on what has already occurred is futile. However, we must learn from this experience and ensure that we do not provide anyone with such leverage in the future. Additionally, you must keep marriage in mind." "I understand." Zhao Tingchuan rubbed his temples in weariness. "What about you and that Ms. Lin, is she aware of the situation?" "Father, I know how to handle this matter. I am quite fatigued, I will take a moment to rest." As he thought of Lin Miaoyue's cold shoulder, his irritation surged, and he yearned for solitude. Zhao Qingyun, seeing his son's exhaustion, refrained from pressing further and nodded in understanding. After watching him leave, he pondered for a moment before dialing the mayor of City C. Back in his room, Zhao Tingchuan glanced at his phone, skipping over the missed calls and dialing Lin Miaoyue's number, only to be met with a busy signal. Her WeChat calls were also rejected. An overwhelming sense of unease washed over him as he hurried downstairs, exhausted but resolute, and drove away. Zhao's mother, noticing her son's hasty departure, rushed to the study before she could even inquire about the situation. "What did you say to Tingchuan? Can't you see how hard this is for him?" she demanded sharply. "What could I possibly say? Zhao Qingyun, let me tell you, Tingchuan is not that kind of person. If you do not understand your own son, then do not stand there and act superior. He has worked hard for this family over the years." I know, I truly did not speak ill of him. Please calm down, or your blood pressure will rise again." Zhao Qingyun hurriedly soothed his wife. Zhao's mother shot him a glare before finally sitting down, wiping away her tears. Chapter 52 Clouds Transforming, Part 6. As Zhao Tingchuan drove, he pondered whether the winter break had commenced. Prior to his visit to the Discipline Inspection Commission, he had contacted Lin Miaoyue to inform her of his business trip. Upon arriving at the entrance of Chaoyang Middle School, Zhao Tingchuan dialed Principal Wang's number. Enjoying the first day of his holiday at home, Principal Wang nearly leapt off the sofa upon seeing the incoming call. "Hello, Director Zhao." "Principal Wang, has your school started the winter break?" Yes, it officially began yesterday. Both students and teachers have returned home. Is there any special work arranged for Teacher Lin Miaoyue during this winter break?" No, I believe Teacher Lin is probably at home resting right now." "You could call her directly." The perspiration trickled down Principal Wang's back, a consequence of the excessively high air conditioning temperature. Zhao Tingchuan glanced outside the car window, thinking to himself, if I can get through on the phone, do I still need to seek you out? Alright, I understand. Let us leave it at that. Okay, goodbye, Director Zhao. After hanging up, Zhao Tingchuan thought for a moment and drove to Zifuyuan. Upon entering, he immediately sensed something was amiss. The room was noticeably emptier. He hurried to the bedroom, opened the wardrobe, and discovered that Lin Miaoyue's clothes were all gone, along with the adorable little trinkets she often bought. A surge of anger welled up within him. After thinking of her for the past 10 days, he returned only to find her gone without a word. Realizing this, Zhao Tingchuan smashed everything within reach. He must confront her directly and ascertain what had transpired. With a firm press on the accelerator, he arrived at Lin Miaoyue's home, carrying 2 bottles of wine. He knocked on her door. It was mealtime, and upon seeing Zhao Tingchuan standing at the door with wine in hand, Lin Feng rubbed his eyes, hardly believing that Zhao Tingchuan would appear at his doorstep. "Hello, Uncle Lin," Zhao Tingchuan greeted him warmly. "Zhao. Director Zhao, what brings you to my home?" Lin Feng's face was a picture of disbelief, his mind racing to recall any recent achievements that would warrant a personal visit from the director of the Finance Bureau. Lin's mother emerged from the kitchen, carrying dishes, and upon hearing Lin Feng's words, she burst into laughter. "Lin Feng, what are you dreaming about? What director?" Looking up, she was taken aback. "Oh my goodness. It really is Zhao Tingchuan." The dish of braised eggplant she was holding slipped from her grasp and shattered on the floor. Hearing the commotion, Lin Miaoyue rushed out from her room. "Mom, what happened? What did you drop?" As soon as she entered the living room, she was met with a scene that could only be described as chaotic. Zhao Tingchuan stood at her doorstep, his expression fluctuating, clutching 2 bottles of Maotai. Her father stood beside the door, while her mother hovered near the dining table, amidst the wreckage on the floor. In that moment, Lin Miaoyue felt as though she had stumbled into an elaborate scene of doom. "Director Zhao, please, come in." Lin Feng finally regained his composure. Regardless of Zhao's intentions, inviting him in was the least he could do. Lin's mother hurried to welcome him as well. Seeing this, Lin Miaoyue quickly dashed over to insert herself between them. "Dad, Mom, he must have taken a wrong turn. Perhaps you should continue with your meal." "Uncle Lin, I did not take a wrong turn. I specifically came to see Yeye today, as I am her boyfriend." The words boyfriend were pronounced deliberately. This declaration struck like a thunderclap, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Zhao Tingchuan was indeed Miao Miao's boyfriend, the very director of the Municipal Finance Bureau. Lin Miaoyue shot Zhao Tingchuan a glare. How dare he claim to be her boyfriend, who gave him the audacity? Zhao Tingchuan maintained his impassive demeanor, his gaze fixed on her since the moment he arrived, as though she were invisible, even referring to himself as someone in relation to her. What was his intention? Sensing the awkwardness, Lin Miaoyue unceremoniously shoved Lin Feng aside and pushed Zhao Tingchuan out the door, promptly shutting it behind him. Zhao Tingchuan stood silently, scrutinizing Lin Miaoyue, eager to see what she would do next. "What do you want?" Lin Miaoyue asked, avoiding his gaze. "I should be asking you, Lin Miaoyue, what are you trying to accomplish?" Zhao Tingchuan's voice carried a hint of anger. "What do you think I want? You, Director Zhao, should have seen it clearly. Are you intending to sever ties with me?" Zhao Tingchuan's tone remained unhurried. "Isn't that how it should be?" Lin Miaoyue suddenly looked up, locking eyes with Zhao Tingchuan. Just as Zhao Tingchuan was about to respond, he noticed the peephole behind her, leaned down, and whispered near her ear, "If you want your parents to be our best audience, then we might as well continue our quarrel right here." Lin Miaoyue froze, glanced at the peephole, and immediately walked over to the stairwell. Zhao Tingchuan followed suit inside. Lin's parents exchanged glances through the peephole, finally coming to grips with the reality that this was not a dream. Lin Miaoyue's boyfriend was indeed Zhao Tingchuan, and they were currently embroiled in an argument. Once they reached the stairwell, Zhao Tingchuan closed the door behind them, his expression betraying no emotion. "Yue, what is the meaning of this? What happened at Zifuyuan? Why did you take all your things? What have you been busy with lately?" Lin Miaoyue replied, her demeanor unflinching. "I went on a business trip. I had informed you over the phone." Zhao Tingchuan's voice bore a note of fatigue. He did not wish for her to learn about the investigation conducted by the Discipline Inspection Commission, as it would hardly reflect well on him. "Were you not summoned for an investigation by the Discipline Inspection Commission? You knew about that? Am I a fool? How could I not know, or do you, Zhao Tingchuan, think I am merely a fool? The investigation has concluded, there is nothing to worry about. Yue, please, come back with me. Then congratulations, your career can continue to soar." "What do you mean by that?" Zhao Tingchuan felt his suppressed anger beginning to resurface. "I mean exactly what I said. There is no point in our relationship anymore, Zhao Tingchuan, let us end it here." Lin Miaoyue no longer wished to converse with him. The sight of him only reminded her of those haunting photographs, piercing her like needles. "Lin Miaoyue, have you had enough of this? I told you, the matter has been resolved. Someone deliberately sabotaged me. I'll reiterate, whether it has been resolved or not is of no concern to me. Sabotage, more like deceit." Every single photograph featured Zhao Tingchuan prominently. "Are you so eager to cut ties with me because you fear being implicated?" The coldness in Zhao Tingchuan's voice deepened. "Precisely. Director Zhao, I am merely an ordinary person. How could I dare to have any connection with you? It was foolish of me to be so reckless." Unable to contain himself any longer, Zhao Tingchuan shoved Lin Miaoyue against the wall, gripping her chin. "Do you regret being with me?" "Utterly, profoundly regret," Lin Miaoyue replied, emphasizing each word. Zhao Tingchuan could no longer tolerate her words, which ignited his fury. He closed the distance between them and kissed Lin Miaoyue. At that moment, Lin Miaoyue envisioned the duplicity of this man, his public facade and private demeanor, his flirtations with others. Drawing strength from somewhere unknown, she forcefully pushed Zhao Tingchuan away and slapped him hard across the face. Chapter 53 At the Cloud Turns, Part 7. Time seemed to stand still as Zhao Tingchuan endured the first slap of his life, his face turned to the side, utterly motionless. Lin Miaoyue, having struck him, felt a flicker of trepidation and instinctively thought to retreat, only to realize that the wall loomed behind her, leaving her no avenue of escape. Gritting her teeth, she prepared to exit via the stairwell, but Zhao Tingchuan gently grasped her wrist and inquired, "Are you certain you wish to part ways?" "Yes, we truly are incompatible. Is it that you fear I might bring you down with me?" Lin Miaoyue remained silent, her heart reflecting the reality that her fears had indeed manifested. She was merely attempting to mitigate her losses. Zhao Tingchuan slowly released her wrist, an overwhelming fatigue and sense of helplessness washing over him from the soles of his feet. "Regarding the apartment at Zifuyuan, do let me know when you can take care of the transfer." "There's no need. That apartment was originally a gift for you. Director Zhao, you are indeed generous.
Lin Miaoyue remarked pointedly before opening the door and stepping outside, musing whether he had bestowed a similar gift upon every woman in his life. As Zhao Tingchuan watched Lin Miaoyue depart without a glance back, a poignant ache settled in his heart. The 2 bottles of wine he had placed on the ground became a glaring reminder of his sorrow. He kicked them, shattering them into countless pieces. Remaining here felt pointless, so he too exited the premises. Upon returning home, Lin Miaoyue found her parents sitting on the sofa, their expressions fraught with unspoken words.
After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to clarify matters for them.
Mom, Dad, my relationship with him has come to an end. Please consider this affair as if it never occurred, and refrain from inquiring further about him.
We are simply not suited for one another.
With that, she retreated to her room. Lying on her bed, a torrent of grievances washed over Lin Miaoyue. Despite having prepared herself mentally for the breakup, when the day finally arrived, her heart ached with regret. Yet, the memory of those ambiguous photographs haunted her, even after their relationship had begun. Had it not been for the recent inquiry from the disciplinary committee, she might have remained blissfully unaware of Zhao Tingchuan's dalliances outside their relationship, continuing to be ensnared in the illusions he had painted for her like a naive fool. As she retrieved her belongings from Zhifuyuan that day, she had contemplated confronting him about the situation. However, recalling how easily he had dismissed the photographs Lu Su had shared with her, she recognized her own naivety and misplaced trust. These thoughts ignited a flame of self-reproach. She lamented her repeated failures in love and marriage, each more tumultuous than the last. Chen Yaya's words echoed in her mind: the wise do not fall in love. The foolish are ensnared by their affections. Weighed down by exhaustion, Zhao Tingchuan ultimately returned to his residence in Jinjiang City. He wished to avoid the place imbued with Lin Miaoyue's presence, yet the moment he arrived, memories of the first time she had accompanied him home flooded back.
A year had passed, yet it felt like an eternity. His mind was a chaotic tangle, and as he closed his eyes, he hoped that today had merely been a dream, and that upon awakening, Lin Miaoyue would still be there, her charming smile brightening his day. He fell into a deep slumber, only to awaken at 10 o'clock in the evening. As he surveyed the pitch-dark surroundings, he gradually recalled the events of the day. He thought of his father's stern demeanor, his mother's concern, and Lin Miaoyue's resolute departure. Touching his face, he realized that her slap, though not particularly painful, carried an unbearable weight of sorrow. The root of this turmoil lay within himself. He had neglected to prioritize the struggle, allowing others to exploit his vulnerabilities, thus inviting a cascade of troubles. As for the instigator, he had a fair idea in his mind and decided to wait for the storm that would inevitably come. Lost in contemplation, his elder brother Zhao Zhichuan called. Hello, brother. Tingchuan, where are you?
I just returned to Sea City and arrived home. You must come back.
All right, I'm on my way.
With a long exhale, Zhao Tingchuan took his keys and departed. Upon arriving at Qingfengjuan, the household buzzed with a rare liveliness. Zhao Zhichuan's children had also returned, and Xiao Bao, finding a playmate, merely acknowledged Zhao Tingchuan with a nod before dashing off to play.
Mom, why are the children still awake?
They were just about to sleep, but as soon as Zhichuan arrived, they became quite boisterous and refused to rest.
Is Tingzi all right? Zhao Zhichuan approached, patting Zhao Tingchuan on the back.
Though he had been away, he had heard about the recent events from their mother, and as a man himself, he felt a sense of understanding.
I'm fine, it's all in the past now.
Why are you back so early this year?
Just missed home.
Their mother approached, saying, you two should eat something warm, I'll check on the kids. The brothers sat together, enjoying the noodles their mother had prepared, a rare moment of solitude together that felt like a cherished memory. The air was thick with warmth. I've divorced my wife, Zhao Zhichuan suddenly stated.
Why?
Zhao Tingchuan, aware of the discord in their relationship, had never anticipated it would come to this.
We simply couldn't make it work.
This marriage was merely that one misstep leading to another.
Zhao Zhichuan's words carried an underlying meaning. When did this happen? Do Mom and Dad know?
About 2 months ago. I didn't tell them, but seeing her absence this year, they must have an inkling.
Regarding his brother's marriage, Zhao Tingchuan chose not to comment extensively, recognizing that he had just experienced a breakup himself. It struck him that he and Zhao Zhichuan were indeed two of a kind, bound by their shared misfortunes. Zhao Zhichuan produced a cigarette and lit it. Observing his brother's gloomy expression,
he tossed the cigarette pack towards him. To his surprise, Zhao Tingchuan, who rarely smoked, accepted without hesitation.
You hardly seem unaffected by this, why the long face?
Zhao Tingchuan exhaled a puff of smoke, remaining silent. You should be accustomed to these unfounded accusations by now.
As for this latest incident, it's hardly significant. Who among men doesn't understand? Trust me, it won't be long before everyone forgets it entirely. Do you believe me?
My frustration isn't rooted in this matter.
I've moved on from it. Then why the glum demeanor?
After a pause, he continued, is it because of a woman? I heard from Mom that you were seeing a teacher. Yes, we ended things today, Zhao Tingchuan replied, his tone deceptively calm. Zhao Zhichuan coughed, choking on the smoke. Just then, their mother and several children descended the stairs, spotting the two brothers smoking and quickly admonishing them to step outside to preserve the air quality.
Once in the side room, Zhao Zhichuan closed the door and asked, what happened? Just last week, Mom was excitedly talking about a happy event in our family by year's end. It's complicated.
I suspect my recent investigation by the disciplinary committee frightened her into wanting to distance herself from me.
With that, Zhao Tingchuan lit another cigarette. That hardly seems necessary. She couldn't withstand such a trivial matter? She slapped me today. What? In this day and age, someone dared to strike you?
Zhao Zhichuan laughed upon hearing this. His younger brother had always been steady and reliable, never one to cause trouble, and had rarely faced physical reprimand. Now, to be struck by a woman in his current position piqued his curiosity about this female warrior. Chapter 54 Cloud Transformation, Part 8. Teacher Lin truly possesses a fierce disposition, doesn't she?
She even laid hands on you, and I imagine she can be rather intimidating at times. However, I can't quite discern that you enjoy this kind of dynamic.
Yi Zhichuan's barrage of inquiries was laced with teasing, which explained why Zhao Tingchuan appeared so disheveled today.
Please, spare me the mockery.
At this point, my brother and I are equally matched. Zhao Tingchuan shifted his position as he reclined.
No, we are still different. I have long since come to terms with divorce.
I always knew my marriage would be fleeting. To put it succinctly, I am neither sad nor pained. You, on the other hand, clearly seem to be nursing a broken heart.
Is it that obvious? Absolutely.
I truly couldn't tell you were so deeply entrenched in your feelings. When Jiabao's mother passed away, I didn't see you looking this despondent.
Zhao Tingchuan rubbed his face and said, I genuinely liked her.
Being with her was indeed very comfortable, and I couldn't help but want to treat her well, wishing to give her all the good things in the world. Yet, with this incident, she has adopted an attitude of avoidance that has left me somewhat disheartened.
Haven't I already hit rock bottom? Could it be that there is some misunderstanding between you two?
What misunderstanding could there possibly be? She explicitly stated that she does not wish to have any relationship with me. In this day and age, it is often said that men are the heartless ones. However, let me tell you that women are just the same. They love whoever treats them well, but above all, they love themselves.
Yi Zhichuan's expression was serious.
Brother, I didn't realize you had such an understanding of women.
Do you think I have squandered my years in the business world?
With such understanding, and yet you ended up divorced. Truly impressive.
Zhao Tingchuan scoffed.
My marriage to her was a mistake from the outset. I listened to my parents, thinking of some grand union, and I squandered precious years.
So, all those years, you were out there fooling around behind your wife's back? Zhao Tingchuan, please understand, it's not just me.
Both she and I were far from idle outside our marriage. Hearing this, Zhao Tingchuan felt a twinge of disdain. Such a marriage was indeed better off without.
Wait, why are you dragging me into this?
Whether I marry or not is inconsequential, but you being so young and single in the political arena are likely to attract unwanted romantic advances. This incident serves as a lesson. A few years back, I truly did not encounter anyone who made me want to marry.
Now that I finally found someone, it has ended. Shouldn't I be allowed to mourn for a few days? Do you have a picture of this teacher? I would like to see what makes you so enchanted. What's the point? We've broken up. She doesn't want me anymore.
Zhao Tingchuan sighed, seeing Zhao Tingchuan, usually brimming with vitality, in such a low state. His brother Yi Zhichuan felt a pang of discomfort.
Well, there are plenty of fish in the sea. With your remarkable qualities, you are bound to find someone more suitable for you. Zhao Tingchuan felt only a dull ache in his heart. He once believed Lin Miaoyue was his perfect match, in every sense. He wondered what she was doing at that moment. Was she carelessly planning her next trip? He remembered how she had gone to Yunnan alone during last year's winter break. Unable to resist, he opened a saved photo of her, under the fireworks, smiling sweetly, captivating his very soul. Seeing Zhao Tingchuan in such a state, Yi Zichuan couldn't help but shake his head, acknowledging that his brother was beyond saving. As he exited the room. As the year drew to a close, Zhao Tingchuan, who would normally be overwhelmed with work at this time, found himself unexpectedly leisurely. Yesterday, Zhao Qingyun had spoken to Mayor Meng Guoqing, suggesting that Zhao Tingchuan take a few days off before the new year and return after Mayor Meng had already received the documents indicating that Zhao Tingchuan's recent allegations were baseless, and he cautioned all levels of officials to be particularly mindful of their public image henceforth. Initially hoping to ease Zhao Tingchuan's workload, he found it difficult to say anything further upon hearing his father, Zhao Qingyun, express the same sentiment. Zhao Tingchuan was roused from sleep by his daughter Jiao Bao. After a night of drinking with Yi Zichuan, he had succumbed to intoxication far quicker than usual. "Daddy, lazy pig, wake up, lazy pig, wake up." Upon seeing his daughter, Zhao Tingchuan banished the shadows of yesterday. "Jiao Bao, have you been a good girl lately?" "Very good. Daddy, I received an award." "Is that so? Show it to Daddy." "Ta-da!" Jiao Bao proudly produced a certificate she had prepared in advance, awaiting praise. "Zhao Jiayan has been awarded the title of model student for this semester. This certificate is issued in recognition of her achievements." Zhao Tingchuan read each word with feigned seriousness, witnessing his daughter's pride and joy radiate from her. "Jiao Bao, you are truly impressive. To bring home an award in your first semester of elementary school. Daddy, you must send it to Sister Yaya so she knows I won an award." Upon hearing his daughter mention Lin Miaoyue, a flicker of disappointment crossed Zhao Tingchuan's eyes. "Sister Yaya has been very busy lately. How about I send it to her in a few days?" "All right then." Jiao Bao's disappointment was almost palpable on her face. "Jiao Bao, why don't you go play with your brother and sister? Daddy has some matters to attend to." After Jiao Bao left, Zhao Tingchuan took out his phone and dialed Lin Miaoyue's number, only to be met with the same cold, unyielding tone. WeChat was even more severe. Rather than simply rejecting him, she had outright blocked him. "Lin Miaoyue, you truly are heartless." At that moment, Lin Miaoyue was indulging in a spa day with her friend Chen Yaya, having just returned from Africa, animatedly recounting the wild beauty of the African savannah. Lin Miaoyue shared the critical points of her relationship with Zhao Tingchuan, and Chen Yaya, with a nonchalant demeanor, remarked, "The hardships you face are of your own making. The pit you fall into is one you dug yourself. No one stopped you. What do you suggest I do now? That apartment, along with the many precious gifts he gave me. Take them. A sincere investment should yield some returns. Stop pretending to be above it all. If you've suffered losses, at least make an effort to recoup something." "But that is an entire apartment. I feel guilty just holding on to it." "Then give it to me, I won't feel guilty about it." "Really?" "Yeah, stop pretending to be a big shot. Why would you return the gifts Chen Pengfei gave you when you broke up?" "I simply had no use for them. You're just being stubborn." "Never mind, let us not dwell on this. We'll talk about it after the new year. The new year is approaching, and I'm really dreading it." Sob sob sob. "What is there to dread? I, as a single woman of a certain age, am not bothered by it. The scrutiny I face is far greater than yours." Lin Miaoyue pouted. "That's simply a matter of your resolve. You shouldn't let those who have no bearing on our lives affect you." Chen Yaya's words succeeded in making everyone laugh, and she continued, "Miao Miao, whether we marry or not has no impact on them. Their pressure to marry is merely a conversation starter for them. Caring about their opinions only leads to us being taken advantage of." "Yeah, I truly admire your mindset." Lin Miaoyue's expression was one of reverence. "All right, darling. Don't overthink it. Let us focus on your beauty treatment today, and tomorrow we'll get your hair done, and in a few days, we'll go on a blind date." Lin Miaoyue. Chapter 55 The Gathering Clouds, Part
Part 1. When Lin Miaoyue returned after having her hair done, her mother stared at her for an extended period, astonished. Is this truly her daughter? Gone was the long, straight black hair of the past, replaced by a charming perm and a new hue, rendering her appearance both lively and enchanting, imbued with a hint of languor.
Mom, what's wrong? Don't you like my new hairstyle?
It's beautiful, truly beautiful. I have yet to see anyone with curly hair look as stunning as you do. Lin's mother sincerely believes Miaoyue looks splendid. Ever since Zhao Tingchuan had visited their home, Lin's mother had sensed that her daughter was not in the best spirits, yet she refrained from asking. After discussing with her father, they concluded that a separation would be best. The couple seemed incompatible in every aspect, save for their looks. However, given Zhao Tingchuan's status, he would undoubtedly encounter numerous beauties, and relying solely on appearances was not a sustainable strategy. Moreover, Miaoyue had already experienced a divorce and could not afford further upheaval. Thus, the three of them tacitly avoided mentioning the matter. Hearing her mother's words, Lin Miaoyue could not help but joyfully rush to the mirror to admire her reflection. No wonder people say that changing one's hairstyle is akin to changing one's face. Her entire demeanor felt transformed. A few evenings later, Chen Yao arrived as promised at the foot of Lin Miaoyue's building. Upon seeing Lin Miaoyue, she couldn't help but marvel once again at the adage, beauty is justice. With looks like hers, any hairstyle merely embellished her allure. That day, when Lin Miaoyue had finished at the salon, countless eyes had widened in astonishment, with several individuals immediately requesting to replicate her style. How ridiculous, as if they could compare their features to hers.
Miao Miao, hop in the car. Yao, isn't it a bit inappropriate to constantly mooch off you for meals? What are you talking about? Miao Miao, you are doing me a favor. Are you truly uninterested in today's blind date? Then why not just decline outright? If I refuse directly, my mother will have my skin. But what if you find today's date appealing? Just keep an eye on your phone and follow my lead. If I take a liking to him, you should find an excuse to leave. Are you not worried that I might also be drawn to him?
Then he would perfectly serve to mend your heartache.
You truly are a wonderful sister. At the East City Jiahua restaurant. Hello, I am Chen Yao, and this is my friend Lin Miaoyue.
Upon seeing the two stunning women, Hui Chen and Luo Luan, who had been waiting at their booth, immediately stood up. Chen Yao thought to herself that they had brought reinforcements. After the customary introductions, the dishes arrived, and Lin Miaoyue began to diligently play the role of the silent beauty. Rarely did Chen Yao find herself in such harmonious conversation with Hui Chen. Both shared a passion for travel, discussing everything from Southeast Asian islands to the African savanna, from the auroras of Mo to the northern and southern frontiers. While Lin Miaoyue focused on her meal, she sensed a faint gaze upon her from across the table.
Lifting her head and smiling coyly, she casually picked up her phone. What do you think? Can I make my exit?
Don't leave just yet. I can tell that the gentleman across from you seems quite interested.
I'm not interested. Then eat your fill before slipping away. As she pondered an excuse to leave, Luo Luan, seated opposite Lin Miaoyue, spoke up. What subject do you teach, Miss Lin?
I primarily teach Chinese, with history as my secondary subject.
That aligns well with your demeanor. Do I come across as a bookworm? Lin Miaoyue blurted out. Not at all. You exude a gentle and knowledgeable aura. Thank you, that's very kind of you.
After a while, Lin Miaoyue glanced at her phone and said, everyone, I have a matter at home and must take my leave.
Please enjoy your meal.
The others exchanged glances, and Luo Luan promptly offered, Miss Lin, allow me to escort you home. It's not safe for you to be alone.
It's alright, really. I can manage.
It's very close to home, just a quick taxi ride.
Lin Miaoyue declined. Under the table, Luo Luan kicked Hui Chen's leg. Yes, Miss Lin, let Alan see you home, otherwise, both Yao and I will worry, won't we, Yao? Miao Miao, just let him accompany you. It won't cost you anything.
Then I appreciate your kindness. Lin Miaoyue smiled slightly upon hearing this. Luo Luan beamed with delight. Each word reached Zhao Tingchuan, seated nearby, and it was utterly grating to his ears.
That evening, he was dining with Yi Zichuan and several friends when he stepped outside to take a phone call and spotted Lin Miaoyue. After the call, he simply sat down at the neighboring booth. She was truly carefree, having gone to perm her hair,
Looking like a little lamb, one that was quite unruly, despite his recent preoccupations with thoughts of her. Just as Lin Miaoyue and her companions were about to leave, she turned and caught sight of Zhao Tingchuan in the adjacent booth, his demeanor calm yet his expression inscrutable, exuding an air of coldness. Caught off guard, Lin Miaoyue and Zhao Tingchuan held each other's gaze for a few seconds before she averted her eyes, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt. How could she have run into him? Was he not someone who typically avoided dining in ordinary restaurants? Luoluan seemed to sense the tension in the air. Glancing between Lin Miaoyue and Zhao Tingchuan, their contrasting auras left her puzzled about their relationship. Lin Miaoyue hurried toward the entrance to escape the awkward situation, only to find Zhao Tingchuan approaching her.
Miss Lin, are you in such a hurry to leave?
Lin Miaoyue remained silent, pretending not to hear, but Zhao Tingchuan, without hesitation, followed her outside and grasped her wrist. Luoluan, witnessing their struggle, assumed Zhao Tingchuan intended to harass Lin Miaoyue and hurriedly followed suit. Unwilling to engage in a struggle with Zhao Tingchuan, Lin Miaoyue desperately tried to free herself, yet his grip was unyielding, causing her discomfort.
At that moment, his expression was dark and foreboding.
"Excuse me, please let go of my friend." Luoluan attempted to shield Lin Miaoyue behind her.
"Get lost,"
Zhao Tingchuan snapped, his patience evaporating at the sight of this man defending Lin Miaoyue. He rarely resorted to such coarse language. The commotion drew the attention of onlookers, and Chen Yaya rushed out, realizing the gravity of the situation. Noticing Zhao Tingchuan's prolonged absence, Zhao Zichuan emerged, only to witness the scene of Zhao Tingchuan in a jealous frenzy. Assessing the crowd around them, he quickly approached and whispered in Zhao Tingchuan's ear, "Zhao Tingchuan, do you wish to spend a few days at the disciplinary committee? Release her immediately." Realizing his lapse in decorum, Zhao Tingchuan released Lin Miaoyue, turning his intense gaze upon her. Lin Miaoyue felt her face flush. It was her first experience of being scrutinized like a spectacle. Was Zhao Tingchuan out of his mind? Chen Yaya promptly took Lin Miaoyue's arm and led her away, causing the crowd to disperse as the main character exited. Zhao Zichuan intended to say something but watched as Zhao Tingchuan muttered, "I'm leaving now," and walked away. Hui Chen and Luoluan exchanged glances at the restaurant's entrance, remarking on the day's rather amusing blind date. Chapter 56 Gathering Clouds, Part 2. Zhao Tingchuan pressed the accelerator and swiftly drove to Lin Miaoyue's residence, positioning himself directly by her doorstep to await her return. As soon as Lin Miaoyue stepped out of the elevator, she was greeted by the sight of Zhao Tingchuan standing at her door. Their eyes met in an unspoken exchange, and with a clenched jaw, Lin Miaoyue resolved to bypass him and head home. Zhao Tingchuan, incensed by her blatant disregard, seized her arm, exclaiming, "What's the matter?
Are you that eager to find a boyfriend after just a few days apart?"
Lin Miaoyue, unable to contain her irritation, retorted, "Zhao Tingchuan, let go of me."
When he failed to respond, she added, "Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Release me."
With dwindling patience, Zhao Tingchuan grasped her and pulled her into the stairwell, forcefully kicking the door shut behind them. Lin Miaoyue, still simmering from their earlier confrontation at the restaurant, found his obstinacy intolerable and began to strike at him with her hands, resembling a tempestuous lamb. Zhao Tingchuan easily pinned her hands against the wall with one hand while the other cradled her head, kissing her without hesitation. Today, she was particularly obstinate. Even as he forced his way into her lips, she resolutely kept her teeth clenched, ultimately biting him in protest. Noting her fierce reaction, Zhao Tingchuan reluctantly released her, a complex emotion flickering in his gaze.
"Miaoyue, what exactly are you trying to achieve?"
"I'm not trying to provoke you. I genuinely feel that I no longer wish to be with you."
"Can't we part amicably, Zhao Tingchuan?"
"Why?"
"Because it's simply not suitable."
"Then why didn't you voice this during all those days and nights we spent together?" Zhao Tingchuan roared, his eyes glistening with unshed tears.
"It's not too late to speak now, is it?"
Lin Miaoyue maintained her composure.
"And what if I were to say it's too late?" "It's not late at all. Parting now is for the best. I don't want to prolong this any further, alright?"
Lin Miaoyue asserted without hesitation. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Tingchuan stepped back, releasing her. Observing his retreat, Lin Miaoyue added, "And please refrain from visiting my home in the future to avoid any misunderstandings." With that, she opened the door and walked out. Zhao Tingchuan watched her leave, sensing that he had no justification to impede her any longer. He was not one to cling desperately, yet an intense ache settled in his heart. Lin Miaoyue hurriedly returned home, closing the door behind her, gasping for breath. The image of Zhao Tingchuan's reddened eyes lingered in her mind, stirring a wave of sorrow within her. She was merely one among many confidants, perhaps holding a slight significance, yet she could not surrender her future for a position that might vanish at any moment. It was better to decisively end things. He would find other companions, and she would only need to endure a brief period of heartache before everything would fade away. Upon returning home, Zhao Tingchuan found Zhao Zichuan leisurely seated in the parlor, 2 bottles of wine in front of him, beckoning him to join. "Indeed, she is quite beautiful, though she appears significantly younger than you," Zhao Zichuan remarked, taking a sip of his drink. Zhao Tingchuan remained silent, pouring himself a glass and taking a large gulp. "How could she be so heartless? She breaks up with me and immediately goes to get a perm and meet someone else, as if I were merely a name on a blackboard, wiped away without a trace."
Do you believe she should be as heartbroken as you? Now that you see she isn't, you feel a sense of imbalance.
Zhao Tingchuan said nothing further, merely taking another sip of his drink.
"I never anticipated a breakup would affect you this way."
"Come now, try to lighten up a bit. Your current demeanor." Zhao Zichuan observed his usually composed brother in such disarray, shaking his head in disbelief, realizing how deeply he had fallen. After some thought, he called their sister, Zhao Yun, to inform her of the situation. He himself had always been indifferent to relationships, unlike his brother, and was unsure how to comfort him, believing perhaps a woman could provide better solace. Zhao Yun returned home after a long absence and was surprised to witness the harmonious family scene, save for Zhao Tingchuan, who appeared despondent and devoid of his usual demeanor.
"Zhao Tingchuan, this is not like you. Sis, just got back?"
"Indeed, I heard our esteemed director Zhao has experienced a romantic setback."
"If you're here to mock me, you should go find our elder brother. He has just gone through a divorce. You 2 brothers really never spare our mother any concern. Just the other day, she was excitedly telling me that you might be getting married by the end of the year, but now, seeing you like this, she doesn't dare to ask."
Zhao Tingchuan exhaled a puff of smoke, remaining silent. Zhao Yun approached and extinguished his cigarette, handing him a folder.
"Take a good look at this. Consider why she might have chosen to end things with you."
Curious, Zhao Tingchuan opened the folder and flipped through its contents, suddenly standing up in shock.
"Where did you get this?"
"I had it copied from someone at the Provincial Disciplinary Committee." Zhao Tingchuan scrutinized the documents carefully and noted Lin Miaoyue's statement, "We are in a romantic relationship and are preparing to meet each other as parents." His eyes brightened momentarily, but upon reading further, his expression darkened. She had seen those photos. Zhao Yun contemplated, "If I were in her shoes, I wouldn't want to be with you either, older, flamboyant, and now a public subject of scrutiny."
Hearing the words older and flamboyant, Zhao Tingchuan's expression soured even further. "Are you truly my sister? If I weren't your sister, would I risk obtaining this information for you? To help you understand why you were rejected."
Zhao Tingchuan gathered the documents, rubbed his face, and pondered Lin Miaoyue's insistence on breaking up. Now he understood it was foolish of him not to anticipate that the disciplinary committee would summon her for questioning, and infuriating that those scoundrels had shown her those photos. She had kept silent about it, opting instead for a simple breakup to resolve the issue.
"What are you planning to do now?"
Zhao Yun asked, grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds.
"I suspect that no matter what I say now, she won't believe me. Her resolve to break up is unshakable. However, she is truly stunning. She doesn't appear to be nearing 30 at all. How much effort did you exert to win her over initially?"
Zhao Tingchuan lit another cigarette, standing by the window in silence, fully aware of her beauty and that she was no mere ornament.
"However, don't be too stubborn. Fate is elusive. You may very well encounter someone you like even more in the future. I think that file suggested Lu Feilua and you would make a good match."
Zhao Tingchuan replied helplessly, "Sis, please don't complicate matters."
"The last time with Lu Feilua, she and I had quite the argument."
"Zhao Tingchuan, let me tell you, a woman only causes a ruckus when she cares about you. Her determination to part ways suggests she sees you as a scoundrel and feels insecure about the future. Such a relationship is indeed best avoided, especially since she has been married before and is likely more sensitive about these issues."
"Sis, you truly are my sister. I appreciate your insight."
Zhao Tingchuan extinguished his cigarette, embraced Zhao Yun, and, with the folder in hand, stepped outside, the weight of his despondency lifting as he moved forward. Chapter 57 Clouds Gather, Part 3. Zhao Tingchuan ascended the stairs, took a quick shower, changed his attire, and shaved, thus managing to tidy himself up before hastily departing. As the new year approached, the streets were abuzz with a festive atmosphere, adorned with vibrant decorations and bustling with an influx of vehicles. Zhao Tingchuan glanced at his watch, tapping the steering wheel in impatience. Upon arriving at Lin Miaoyue's underground parking lot, he noticed her Volkswagen Beetle was absent, likely indicating she had gone out. At this moment, Zhao Tingchuan felt a sense of calm wash over him as he retrieved the document folder, meticulously reviewing its contents while mentally rehearsing how to articulate his explanations to Lin Miaoyue, feeling more anxious than when preparing a work report. He lifted his gaze outside and saw her returning, his eyes fixated on her vehicle, but he soon realized she was not alone. A young man accompanied her, carrying numerous bags. Was she going on a blind date? A surge of impulse urged him to confront Lin Miaoyue. Feeling the heat of jealousy despite their recent separation, she exited her car, donned in a lemon-yellow coat and white knee-high boots, her hair cascading freely, presenting a soft and inviting appearance that provoked an urge to take a bite. The young man assisting Lin Miaoyue was none other than her brother, Lin Jiangping, who had returned home for the new year. "You are?" Zhao Tingchuan called out as he stepped out of his vehicle. Upon hearing his voice, Lin Miaoyue froze momentarily, glancing at Lin Jiangping before linking her arm with his and turning around. Witnessing Lin Miaoyue so naturally entwined with another, an uncontainable fire ignited within Zhao Tingchuan. He strode forward, seizing Lin Miaoyue's other hand, his tone somewhat brusque as he demanded, "Who is he?" Lin Miaoyue struggled briefly but could not extricate herself from Zhao Tingchuan's grip. "Zhao Tingchuan, let go." "This is my boyfriend," she insisted in a hushed tone. "We need to talk." Zhao Tingchuan endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor, casting a cold glance at the young man beside her. Lin Jiangping, noticing the tension, inquired, "Who are you?" Zhao Tingchuan ignored him, continuing to focus on Lin Miaoyue, awaiting her response. Feeling disregarded, Lin Jiangping's irritation flared, and he released Lin Miaoyue, preparing to confront Zhao Tingchuan. Initially intimidated by the man's imposing presence, his anger now overshadowed his caution. Lin Miaoyue quickly intervened, pushing him away, aware that any confrontation would only complicate matters for her. "Go home first, and don't tell Mom and Dad. I'll explain later, please, for your sister's sake." "Who is he?" "Someone we can't afford to provoke, but he won't harm me. Just go upstairs, quickly." "Can you handle this yourself?" "Yes, just go home, and please don't breathe a word to Mom and Dad. I'll buy you a new pair of shoes later." Lin Jiangping, glancing back several times as he departed, observed the intense interaction between the two, and Zhao Tingchuan felt his patience wearing thin. "How long have you been together? Is it so difficult to part?" Zhao Tingchuan questioned, his expression darkening. "What does it matter to you?" Lin Miaoyue turned her head away, refusing to acknowledge him further. Unable to contain himself any longer, Zhao Tingchuan scooped Lin Miaoyue into his arms and began striding towards his car. Startled, she squirmed and struck him repeatedly, regretting having sent Lin Jiangping away. "Zhao Tingchuan, put me down, what madness is this?" He grimly tossed her into the passenger seat, locking the door before starting the engine and driving off. As Lin Miaoyue fumed silently, her frustration mounting, she glared out the window, refusing to give Zhao Tingchuan the satisfaction of her attention. Upon arriving at Jinjiang City, Zhao Tingchuan's expression remained grim as he clutched the document folder, once again lifting Lin Miaoyue into his arms and carrying her to the elevator. Her struggles felt futile against his strength. Neither spoke as they engaged in a silent power struggle, and as Lin Miaoyue's anger grew, she bit down on Zhao Tingchuan's arm. Despite the winter chill, he wore little clothing, and she easily sank her teeth into his firm flesh. He made no attempt to stop her, merely frowning as she vented her frustration. Once she released her bite, she glared at him, unwilling to exit the elevator even when it arrived. Without a word, Zhao Tingchuan grasped her hand and swiftly carried her home. After securely locking the door, he set her down, but the moment her feet touched the ground, she made for the door, unwilling to engage with this madman. Zhao Tingchuan enveloped Lin Miaoyue from behind, greedily inhaling her scent, longing for the familiarity of her presence. "You err, I was wrong. Today, I learned that you were summoned by the disciplinary committee. I had no idea. I'm so sorry for your distress." "Fine, I accept your apology, now let go of me." Lin Miaoyue's tone was laced with impatience. "I want to release you. You err, I understand you're upset about those photos, and I take full responsibility. But I assure you, nothing happened with them, the images were mere misinterpretations. Lin Miaoyue rolled her eyes.
Zhao Tingchuan, do you truly think me a fool? I don't trust a word you say. Then how can I earn your trust? Should I bring them here to confront you one by one?
Zhao Tingchuan turned her to face him. Whether I trust you or not is irrelevant now, as we have broken up, and you've seen I have a boyfriend.
You broke up with him. You're truly amusing.
Why would I end things with him? He is young, handsome, and possesses integrity.
And you've discerned his integrity within mere days? I just know that I don't wish to argue with you. Let go, I want to go home.
Lin Miaoyue gazed at Zhao Tingchuan, determined to sever their entanglement. Zhao Tingchuan, confronted with Lin Miaoyue's resolute expression, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He leaned down to seal her lips with his, seeking to prevent her from uttering further hurtful remarks. Lin Miaoyue was compelled to tilt her head back to meet his kiss, her struggles resembling those of a trapped beast. A sense of inexplicable grievance welled within her, tears streaming down her face as her sobs echoed with a heart-wrenching sorrow. Seeing her tear-streaked face halted Zhao Tingchuan's advances. Observing her reddened eyes brimming with tears and her quivering shoulders, he began to regret inciting her anger once more.
Zhao Tingchuan, you jerk. Why do you always bully me? I've said we should part amicably. I'll return everything you gave me. What do you truly want?
Her words only intensified her sobs.
Yes, I'm a jerk. Would you care to slap me again? Please stop crying, okay?
He grasped her hand, gently urging her to strike his face. Lin Miaoyue struggled, her freshly manicured nails leaving a long, red mark on Zhao Tingchuan's neck, with tiny droplets of blood surfacing. For a moment, she was at a loss for words, her tears subsiding as she stared blankly at the mark on his neck. Chapter 58 Gathering Clouds, Part 4, Are you feeling any better?
It doesn't hurt, you can hit me a few more times, Zhao Tingchuan murmured, grasping her hand gently. Lin Miaoyue turned her head away, refusing to look at him any longer. Why should she care whether he was in pain or not? Yue, please let me explain. Even death row inmates have the right to appeal. Surely my transgressions do not warrant such a dire fate, he implored. Transgressions that do not warrant death, Zhao Tingchuan, do you dare assert that those photographs were taken before we were together? The sight of you disgusts me. You present one facade to my face and another behind my back. Don't touch me. Lin Miaoyue glared at him, resembling a lamb on the verge of exploding with indignation. She could hardly tolerate his hypocrisy. Seeing her in such a state, Zhao Tingchuan felt a mix of anger and anxiety, but he reasoned that this was likely the most she had spoken to him in over a month, so he chose to endure. Very well. I am indeed repulsive, but can't you bear a little discomfort? No, go find someone else. I only wish to seek you.
Zhao Tingchuan, have some self-respect, will you? I have already declared our breakup multiple times, and you agreed.
When did I ever agree? In the stairwell of my building.
Please stop this relentless pursuit. I genuinely do not wish to have any connection with you. You are the first person I have ever pursued so tenaciously. I have never felt so despondent as I do now. The thought of being without you drains the joy from everything I do.
Spare me your insincerity.
Yue, come here, let us examine those photographs and the conversation records together. With that, Zhao Tingchuan lifted her and seated her on the sofa, presenting the materials for her perusal. Lin Miaoyue regarded him with suspicion. These documents were photocopied by my sister from the Provincial Disciplinary Committee. They are stamped with an official seal. I lack the ability to forge such documents, he explained, holding up the photographs one by one.
I truly do not even know the names of these women. The angles of the photographs were deliberately contrived. This one is from the Provincial Organization Department. This one is from a classmate of mine, this Lu Feilua. Didn't you inquire about her before?
I knew her from years ago, and indeed, our families once hoped we would become a couple. However, we were both disinterested at the time. When we ran into each other recently, she seemed to display an interest in me, but I informed her that I was already in a relationship. If you wish, you can call her to verify. Among these photographs, Lu Feilua is the only one taken after we got together. The others were all prior, and even then, nothing transpired between us beyond sharing drinks and singing. Zhao Tingchuan's voice grew softer with each word.
Yue, I confess that we may encounter temptation,
but I assure you I have never succumbed to it. It is not that I possess the virtue of a paragon, rather, I simply refuse to be caught in a compromising situation and have never engaged with them. Of course, this incident serves as a lesson. Henceforth, I shall maintain a distance from female colleagues, for both work and for you. As Lin Miaoyue perused the records, she noticed a line stating, "He is my girlfriend, it seems there is no issue with us sharing a room." Her previously tranquil heart felt as though it had been struck by a stone. Continuing to read, she realized she was the only one he acknowledged as his girlfriend, yet there were no photographs of her included. How could they know about me without my photo? They have video footage of us from the hotel in Nanjing, Zhao Tingchuan admitted, his voice tinged with awkwardness. What? Lin Miaoyue's face flushed crimson, and she stood abruptly. It was just outside your room. It is not as you imagine. Zhao Tingchuan hurried to grasp her hand. Zhao Tingchuan, meeting you has truly brought me misfortune. Lin Miaoyue struggled to break free. Encountering you is my greatest fortune. When I saw you openly declare to the disciplinary committee that you are my girlfriend, do you know how elated I was? Recently, I feared you wished to break up with me out of concern for being implicated, and I thought you were being heartless. But upon receiving this information from my sister today, I realized that was not the case. You do indeed harbor feelings for me. Upon hearing this, Lin Miaoyue ceased her struggle. Yes, she did have feelings for Zhao Tingchuan, but even more so for herself, and now that she had regained the power of choice, she did not want to opt for a love or marriage that required constant vigilance and anxiety. It was far preferable to live well on her own. Zhao Tingchuan, do you realize how shocked and saddened I was upon seeing those photographs? Yes, I like you, but considering your status, such photographs will only proliferate in the future, and that affection is nearly extinguished. After a pause, she added, thus, I ultimately prefer myself. I do not wish to endure pain and sorrow any longer. It is perfectly valid to prioritize your own well-being, but you cannot summarily dismiss me. This incident has taught me a lesson, both personally and professionally. I, Zhao Tingchuan, will ensure it never recurs. Will you trust me? I know you must have felt deeply disappointed in me at that moment. I am truly sorry. Those incidents occurred before I met you. Since we became a couple, I have had no interest in other women. Having you is enough. Your words are always more melodious than your actions, Lin Miaoyue murmured. If not for this incident, we would have already met each other as families and prepared for the next steps. Yet through this episode, I have come to realize just how deeply I love you, Zhao Tingchuan said, cupping Lin Miaoyue's face with sincerity and affection shining in his eyes. Just as Lin Miaoyue was about to respond, her phone rang. It was her mother. Mom, I will return shortly. What? Which hospital? I am on my way. Panic seeped into Lin Miaoyue's voice as Zhao Tingchuan hurried over to inquire what was amiss. My mother accidentally fell. She is being taken to the hospital. Please, drive me there quickly. On the way to the hospital, Zhao Tingchuan made a call to Secretary Li, briefly explaining the situation and requesting him to make arrangements at the hospital. Observing Lin Miaoyue's restless demeanor, Zhao Tingchuan took her hand and comforted her. Do not fret. I have arranged for a doctor for your mother. This is not a serious issue. Lin Miaoyue nodded, feeling somewhat reassured. Upon arriving at the orthopedic department of the hospital, Lin's mother had not yet been admitted. Secretary Li was there, accompanied by a group of doctors in white coats, and upon spotting Zhao Tingchuan, he immediately approached. Director Zhao, this is the head of the municipal hospital, the deputy director, the chief of orthopedics. Thank you for your hard work. The patient is on the way. Please hold for a moment, Zhao Tingchuan said, shaking hands with each of them. Lin Miaoyue was taken aback. Were they truly keeping so many esteemed figures waiting? Noticing her astonishment, Zhao Tingchuan casually introduced her. This is Teacher Lin, the patient is her mother. Suddenly being singled out, Lin Miaoyue hurriedly said, Hello, esteemed doctors, thank you for your assistance. The group of doctors immediately understood and assured her that it was no trouble at all. Chapter 59 Gathering Clouds, Part 5. Lin Mu was brought to the hospital in a wheelchair, and as Lin Feng and Lin Jiangping arrived, they were met with a crowd awaiting them, stirring a sense of guilt within. Lin Miaoyue hurried over to her mother in the wheelchair, exclaiming, Mom, how are you? Does it hurt? Lin Mu, noticing her daughter's reddened eyes, valiantly suppressed her pain and replied, My ankle is injured, but it's bearable. The furrowed brows spoke volumes.
Miao Yue, don't panic.
Let's allow the doctor to examine you first, Zhao Tingchuan interjected, drawing the attention of everyone present. Lin Feng and his wife exchanged a glance. Hadn't they just separated? Lin Jiangping scanned between his sister and Zhao Tingchuan, sensing the family's atmosphere was delicately strained. A wince from Lin Mu successfully diverted everyone's focus. Under the hospital's arrangement, Lin Mu swiftly underwent a series of examinations, revealing a severe fracture in her ankle joint that necessitated hospitalization and surgery. As Lin Miaoyue prepared to handle the admission paperwork, Lin Jiangping offered, "I'll accompany you, Dad, you stay here with Mom."
Zhao Tingchuan, overhearing their conversation, felt increasingly uneasy. How long had they been together for such familiarity to blossom?
Previously, Lin Miaoyue had been evasive when he suggested meeting them, which left him feeling irritable, yet he refrained from pressing her at that moment. Once the siblings moved aside, Lin Jiangping could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired about the situation.
"Who is that guy?"
Lin Miaoyue, equally agitated by Zhao Tingchuan's presence and her mother's injury, continued processing the admission while responding, "Just a friend, nothing to pry into, I'm quite overwhelmed right now."
"Not just a regular friend, is he? The way he looks at you is anything but innocent. What do you know, you child?"
"Dear sister, I graduated from university 6 months ago."
"Dear brother, kindly keep your mouth shut."
After completing the admission procedures, Lin Miaoyue turned to return to the ward. Lin Jiangping, attempting to playfully cling to her shoulder, was thwarted by Zhao Tingchuan's piercing gaze, which felt like a dagger directed at him. Under the weight of that stare, Lin Jiangping reluctantly withdrew his hand. Upon entering the ward, they found the head of orthopedics conversing with Lin Feng and his wife about the surgical arrangements. Lin Miaoyue gazed at her mother's swollen ankle in silence, while Lin Mu, aware of her daughter's concern, gently patted her hand. Zhao Tingchuan, accompanied by the secretary and the hospital director, entered the room, with the secretary cheerfully addressing Lin Feng, "Officer Lin, the hospital is quite busy these days. If you encounter any inconveniences, feel free to inform the nursing station."
"Indeed," added the director, "you can also reach out to me anytime. This surgery is minor, both I and Director Liu will be present tomorrow." The others chimed in, their concern palpable. Lin Jiangping couldn't help but whisper to Lin Miaoyue, "Since when did the Sea City Hospital become so attentive?" Lin Miaoyue pinched him, signaling him to be quiet. Lin Feng expressed his gratitude, "I truly appreciate all your assistance and care." As Zhao Tingchuan noted that arrangements were nearly finalized, he remarked, "Then tomorrow's surgery will be in your capable hands. Let's allow Aunt Lin some rest for now." Secretary Li added, "Understood, Director Zhao. We shall not disturb the patient any further." Zhao Tingchuan nodded, escorting them out of the ward before returning. Lin Jiangping was still grappling with the title Director Zhao. What kind of director was that? Seeing his bewilderment, Lin Mu cleared her throat and urged, "Jiangping, quickly pour a glass of water for Director Zhao." "Aunt Lin, no need to be so formal. You haven't had dinner yet, have you?" "I'll have someone bring it over." Lin Feng quickly interjected, "Thank you, but that's unnecessary. We can manage. The hospital has a cafeteria, and Dr. Zhang just lent us his staff meal card for convenience." "Truly, you've been a great help." He knew full well that the hospital's special treatment was due to Zhao Tingchuan's presence. Lin Jiangping discreetly checked on his phone, exclaiming, "Wow, he really is the head of the Sea City Finance Bureau, and he looks much younger in person." "Hello. I'm Lin Jiangping, Lin Miaoyue's brother." Taking the initiative, he greeted Zhao Tingchuan, finally understanding the source of Zhao Tingchuan's previous displeasure toward him. That he silently cursed Lin Miaoyue, "You truly are my sister." "Hello, I'm Zhao Tingchuan, your sister's boyfriend," Zhao Tingchuan replied, his smile warm as spring sunshine. At this revelation, the Lin family turned their attention to Lin Miaoyue, who awkwardly laughed, "He's just joking, really." She then turned to Zhao Tingchuan, saying, "Director Zhao, thank you for today. Perhaps you should return to your duties while we manage here." "Alright, please see me out," Zhao Tingchuan said, unable to hide his amusement. He turned to Lin Feng, "Someone will bring food over shortly. Uncle Lin, please take a moment to rest." Lin Miaoyue, feeling flustered, exited the ward first, with Zhao Tingchuan closely trailing behind. "Miaoyue, wait for me," he called, as she rushed toward the elevator. Zhao Tingchuan grasped her hand,
and although she tried to break free to avoid drawing attention, she ultimately allowed him to hold on. Approaching the parking lot, Lin Miaoyue glanced around, attempting to pull her hand away.
Alright, thank you for today, but I need to go home now.
Zhao Tingchuan, however, gently lifted her into the back seat of the car, settling in beside her.
Miaoyue, I truly regret my actions this time.
Can you forgive me? He murmured softly. I'm feeling quite troubled right now and don't wish to discuss it, she replied tersely.
Your mother is fine, don't worry. You saw all those specialists in orthopedics today. Zhao Tingchuan, I'm also frustrated with you. I understand.
From now on, I'll heed your wishes, ensuring you're not burdened, he promised, kissing her ear tenderly. Lin Miaoyue shivered at the touch, trying to escape but finding herself ensnared in his embrace, with nowhere to flee. As he kissed her lips, she protested, Zhao Tingchuan, I haven't forgiven you yet, let go. We'll take our time with forgiveness, we have a lifetime ahead of us, he replied, cradling her face in his hands, his gaze earnest and fervent, as if he wished to melt her resolve.
Lin Miaoyue turned her head away, stating defiantly, who said anything about spending a lifetime together? I wish to spend forever with you, Zhao Tingchuan declared, kissing her once more. After the kiss, Lin Miaoyue breathed heavily, her eyes slightly reddened, resembling a sheep that had just been wronged, yet she feigned strength, asserting, Zhao Tingchuan, this is the last time. I will forgive you just this once. At this, Zhao Tingchuan felt as if countless wrinkles in his heart had smoothed out, pulling Lin Miaoyue into a tight embrace, inhaling her familiar scent, his voice low and sincere, all right, the last time. Thank you, Miaoyue.
Chapter 60 Gathering Clouds, Part 6. When Lin Miaoyue returned to the ward, her family was already dining. Upon seeing her, Lin Mu eagerly called her over to join them.
Sister, this must be the most lavish takeout I've ever had, without a doubt.
Lin Jiangping remarked leisurely.
With food around, you won't stop talking, Lin Miaoyue retorted, serving him a dish.
Noticing her parents' hesitant expressions, she swallowed her food and gently encouraged, Dad, Mom, if you have questions, feel free to ask directly. Lin Feng quickly shot a glance at Lin Mu.
Miao Miao, how did you two meet? How long have you been together, what's the current status? Lin Jiangping chuckled, Sister, you can't escape now, why not just let them ask? He came to our school for an inspection, and we ended up getting to know each other over dinner.
It's been more than half a year, Lin Miaoyue admitted with a hint of shyness.
And now, last time he visited our home, you two were arguing? We were in the midst of a breakup then, but today, so, have you reconciled? Lin Jiangping asked, shoveling food into his mouth. Lin Miaoyue shot him a glare. Miao Miao, you wouldn't be reconsidering things because of Mom, would you? Of course not, Mom, don't overthink it.
Lin Feng, listening intently, finally spoke up, Miao Miao, you need to think this through. Our family is quite ordinary, while his background is beyond our reach. I fear you might face difficulties in the future.
Dad, I'm fully aware of this, Lin Miaoyue replied softly. I'm not even saying I want to marry him. We're just dating. Dating, and what happens if you break up? What will others say about you? Lin Feng, can you please be quiet? Lin Mu interjected, chiding him. Miao Miao is single, and so is Xiao.
Even if they part ways in the future, who can say anything? Besides, Miao Miao is younger, it's his good fortune to be with her.
Old Zhang, I'm just worried about Miao Miao facing hardships.
To be honest, I'd rather she stay home with us forever than endure any suffering elsewhere. Hearing this, Lin Miaoyue felt a pang in her heart. It was evident how much her father disapproved of her relationship with Zhao Tingchuan.
Mom and Dad, please. I know how to navigate this. I've considered everything you've said for now, let's focus on Mom's recovery. Sister, I support whatever you decide, you don't have to worry about marrying. It's perfectly fine if you choose not to, Lin Jiangping reassured her.
Lin Miaoyue nodded thoughtfully, continuing to eat, while Lin Mu shot Lin Feng several disapproving glances for his meddling. When Zhao Tingchuan returned home, his family was preparing for dinner.
Dad, you're back.
Xiao Bao exclaimed, rushing to embrace him.
Yes, I'm home. Were you a good boy while I was away?
Zhao Tingchuan beamed, shaking off the gloom of recent days. Zhao Yun and Zhao Zhichuan exchanged knowing glances, sharing a smile. Zhao Yun, with keen eyes, noticed the long scar on Zhao Tingchuan's neck and teased, looks like you got into a scrap. Zhao Tingchuan touched his neck, feeling a twinge of pain but also a sense of joy.
Tingzi, have you crossed paths with the tiger?
You got slapped last time, and now you have this long scar. Zhao Yun's laughter filled the room, recalling how Zhao Tingchuan, once the family's golden child, had rarely faced such trials. Zhao Tingchuan glanced at Zhao Zhichuan, chuckling, "You'd best consider how to explain your divorce to mom and dad." Seeing all her children gathered brought Zhao Mu immense joy. She cherished the lively atmosphere as she grew older.
Tingchuan, haven't eaten yet? Not yet.
Where's Dad? He's upstairs practicing calligraphy, go call him down. Zhao Tingchuan nodded, his steps light as he ascended the stairs. Noticing his demeanor, Zhao Mu couldn't help but silently ask Zhao Yun, what happened to him? He won the lottery, 250, she replied with a laugh, urging the children to gather for dinner. Zhao Mu, perplexed, turned to Zhao Zhichuan. "I know nothing, don't ask me," he muttered, engrossed in his phone.
"Dad, dinner's ready." Zhao Tingchuan knocked on the door before entering the study. "All right, Tingchuan, come see my latest piece. The verdant mountains are painted without ink, the green waters play melodies without strings. Your brushwork remains vigorous and powerful, undiminished by the years," Zhao Tingchuan sincerely complimented.
Zhao Qingyun chuckled, "You flatter me, after decades, it's a pity none of you appreciate calligraphy, otherwise, I'd have a companion to practice with." Suddenly, Zhao Tingchuan recalled that Lin Miaoyue had some talent in writing and suggested, "I'll find someone who enjoys it, so you can indulge your teaching aspirations." Zhao Qingyun turned, smiling, "Are you implying that this Lin instructor has an interest?" "Her skills may not meet your standards," Zhao Tingchuan laughed, his eyes brimming with pride.
"When will you bring her home for a visit? It's a good time for the family to gather."
"It may not be soon, her mother has injured her foot."
"Have you arranged for enough support? Do you need me to step in?"
"It's all taken care of."
"Now, let's head downstairs for dinner." After dinner, the family enjoyed a warm gathering, but Zhao Tingchuan's thoughts were consumed by Lin Miaoyue that he wondered where she was, still in the hospital or elsewhere.
Attempting to call her, he found himself blocked. Such a disobedient little sheep, he mused. Zhao Yun noticed his distraction and nudged him. "What are you daydreaming about? Dad's talking to you."
"Dad, what did you say?"
"I'm planning to invite Secretary Meng Guoqing and several committee members for dinner in the next few days. Please arrange a suitable time."
"Sure, I'm available. Yuner, Mingqing will be back tomorrow too."
Zhao Tingchuan's yearning for Lin Miaoyue was becoming increasingly difficult to conceal, and with no means of contacting her, he chanced upon the house phone and quickly dialed Lin Miaoyue's number.
"Hello?"
Her soft voice greeted him.
"Miaoyue, it's me. What are you up to?" "Just got home," Lin Miaoyue replied, sounding a bit fatigued. "Miaoyue, are you planning to release me from the little black room?" "What little black room?" "The blacklist on WeChat and my phone." Lin Miaoyue chuckled, "You brought it upon yourself. Miaoyue, be a good girl and let me out. You should remain in there for a while."
"Reflect on your actions, da. I need to wash up and sleep, I'm exhausted."
"Then sleep early, da. I miss you. I'm hanging up now."
After their conversation, Lin Miaoyue hung up, chuckling at Zhao Tingchuan's plea to be released from his little black room. On the other end, Zhao Tingchuan continued to smile foolishly after the call, humming a tune as he walked away. Chapter 61 of The Clouds Part. The surgery for Lin's mother was the first of the day and was executed with great success. Early in the morning, Zhao Tingchuan arrived at the hospital, deeply moving Lin Feng and his wife. At the door of the operating room, Zhao Tingchuan forcibly took Lin Miaoyue's phone out of the little black room and changed his contact name to Most Beloved Chuan Chuan. Seeing her father and brother present, Lin Miaoyue refrained from arguing with Zhao Tingchuan, merely glaring at him. After retrieving her phone, she pinched him hard, internally cursing him as shameless. As soon as the operating room door swung open, the group rushed over to see the frail Lin mother lying on the hospital bed, tears brimming in Lin Miaoyue's eyes. A few surgeons emerged, briefing them on post-operative matters. Zhao Tingchuan approached each doctor, shaking hands and expressing his gratitude. Leaning close to Lin Miaoyue, Lin Jiangping whispered, "Brother-in-law is quite handsome."
Lin Miaoyue shot him a glare.
Later, as Zhao Tingchuan had matters to attend to at home, Lin Miaoyue accompanied him outside, only to be pulled into the stairwell for a few kisses before he left, content. The evening's dinner was arranged at an exclusive restaurant, where toasts and cheers filled the private room. Although Zhao Qingyun had stepped down, as the only senior official present, he was still treated with great respect. However, perceptive individuals understood that he was paving the way for Zhao Tingchuan. Parents always think a step ahead for their children. Despite Zhao Tingchuan's current success, everyone had witnessed the recent turmoil. Zhao Tingchuan was well aware of his father's good intentions and knew he could not drink, so he took his father's wineglass instead, relieved to have Zhao Zichuan and Zhang Mingqing to help him drink. Ultimately, the three Zhao family members managed to intoxicate everyone at the table. Observing his children, Zhao Qingyun felt a sense of fulfillment. Regardless of the field they were in, they were all outstanding. Even though he had once assisted them, their current achievements were primarily due to their own efforts. Upon returning home, Zhao Tingchuan lay on his bed and dialed Lin Miaoyue's number. Slightly tipsy, he felt an overwhelming longing for her, wondering what that little sheep was doing.
Yue, what are you up to? I'm at the hospital with my mom. Could you come and keep me company? No.
I'm drunk, and it's so lonely here.
Aren't you invincible after 1,000 cups? Not today. I'm down and can't get up. Where are you? Jinjiang City. Hearing Lin Miaoyue relent, Zhao Tingchuan perked up.
I don't believe you. The new year is just around the corner, and you'll definitely be with your parents.
Lin Miaoyue replied skeptically. Yue, I really am in Jinjiang City. I'm feeling terrible from the alcohol and really need you.
But my mom, isn't your dad and brother with you? I'm all alone. I'm much more pitiful.
Then I'll come over in a bit. Okay, be careful on the road.
Zhao Tingchuan immediately sprang out of bed and hurried downstairs, his movements betraying no signs of intoxication.
Sister, could you give me a ride? It's hard to get a taxi here. You drank and it's so late. Where are you going?
To Jinjiang City to pick something up.
What could be so urgent to get today?
My dear sister, no questions, just hurry.
With that, Zhao Tingchuan pushed Zhao Yun towards the exit.
Throughout the journey, Zhao Tingchuan was in high spirits, and Zhao Yun vaguely realized his intentions. Upon reaching Jinjiang City. Just as Zhao Tingchuan was about to exit the car, he was stopped.
Wait, I'm coming with you. What do you need to come for?
Zhao Tingchuan asked, puzzled.
To keep you company while you grab your stuff.
Zhao Yun replied playfully.
No need. You should head back. I'll be staying here tonight.
Then I'll just come up for a visit.
Next time, it's not convenient today. Zhao Tingchuan grew anxious. What's the inconvenience? I just want to look around.
With that, Zhao Yun made a move to exit the car.
Sister, can you not be difficult?
Zhao Tingchuan was losing his patience.
Alright, it won't interfere with your secret rendezvous. Go on.
Zhao Yun laughed uncontrollably, leaning against the steering wheel. With no other option, Zhao Tingchuan glanced at her helplessly, opened the car door, and hastily left. Watching her brother's urgent figure, Zhao Yun's curiosity about his little girlfriend intensified. Seeing that Lin Miaoyue had yet to arrive, Zhao Tingchuan felt a slight relaxation and reclined on the sofa, waiting for his little sheep. Lin Miaoyue, without her keys, knocked on the door, which opened unexpectedly, making her seriously doubt Zhao Tingchuan's claim of being drunk. However, before she could inquire further, Zhao Tingchuan pressed her against the door and kissed her. Lin Miaoyue struggled, but Zhao Tingchuan's strength was overwhelming, and she could not break free.
Just as she felt she might suffocate, Zhao Tingchuan finally released her. Zhao Tingchuan, what are you doing? Weren't you drunk?
Lin Miaoyue gasped, her cheeks flushed. Oh, Yue, I truly am drunk, and right now, you are my antidote. With that, he kissed her once more. You're deceiving me again, Lin Miaoyue protested angrily. Zhao Tingchuan gazed intently at her. Yue, while my drunkenness may be a ruse, my longing for you is genuine. It pains my heart. Listen.
He took Lin Miaoyue's hand and placed it on his chest.
Feeling his powerful heartbeat beneath her small hand, Lin Miaoyue discovered her own heart racing, her cheeks aflame. Chapter 62. The Clouds Part 2. A protracted night had passed, leaving Lin Miaoyue, this little lamb, thoroughly bullied by the big bad wolf, devoid of even the strength to speak. Upon awakening, she glanced at her phone and then at Zhao Tingchuan, who was still lost in slumber, tightly clutching her. A wave of irritation surged within her. He had acted like a madman the previous night. Awake, Zhao Tingchuan's voice was tinged with a slight rasp. Lin Miaoyue responded by unleashing a flurry of light punches upon him, only to be seized by Zhao Tingchuan, who pressed a kiss to her lips and murmured, "Don't hurt yourself." "Zhao Tingchuan, you have gone too far." Her voice was hoarse, barely recognizable, a testament to the tears she had shed several times the night before. "I lost control last night. It won't happen again," Zhao Tingchuan admitted, a hint of remorse creeping into his heart as he noticed the state of her voice, before affectionately kissing her ear. After a month of restraint, his ardor had ignited. Lin Miaoyue silently struggled to rise, only to discover her legs ached with fatigue, rendering her unable to stand. She shot a furious glance at the instigator, who, with an innocently bemused expression, remarked, "Don't be troublesome. Let us lie down a little longer." Seated at the edge of the bed, she chose to ignore him, but soon heard him rustling as he got out of bed, subsequently lifting her into his arms and carrying her to the bathroom. Upon seeing her reflection in the mirror, Lin Miaoyue couldn't help but let out a scream. Her body was marked with traces. "Zhao Tingchuan, you beast!" Fully aware of his culpability, Zhao Tingchuan allowed Lin Miaoyue to vent her emotions. Fortunately, it was winter, and her layers of clothing provided some cover. Otherwise, she would truly feel the need to hide from the world for half a month. Nevertheless, faint marks lingered on her neck, which she could only attempt to conceal with foundation. By the time they arrived at the hospital, Lin Miaoyue still refused to acknowledge Zhao Tingchuan, indifferent to his apologies and attempts at placation. "You are not allowed to go to the ward," Lin Miaoyue finally declared, her voice somewhat less hoarse than upon waking, yet distinctively different from her usual tone. "I truly erred. I promise I won't be reckless again." "It has been over a month since you've been by my side. I missed you terribly," Zhao Tingchuan pleaded, grasping Lin Miaoyue's hand. "Let me out of the car. I want to take my keys." Today, Lin Miaoyue was unable to drive, so Zhao Tingchuan had taken her car to the hospital. The sight of the tall and capable man behind the wheel of her adorable Beetle was unexpectedly humorous. "I'll accompany you upstairs and then take you home. Not be ye good. I've told you not to go up, Zhao Tingchuan. If you keep insisting, I will truly become angry." Lin Miaoyue's expression hardened. "Won't your mother be upset if I don't see her?" Zhao Tingchuan continued to resist. "She won't. Then I'll come to pick you up tonight." "No. I'll be staying at the hospital with my mother tonight." Zhao Tingchuan was about to say more but halted upon noticing the frown on Lin Miaoyue's face. He decided to concede to her wishes. In the hospital room, Lin's mother lamented how her injury had marred the family's New Year celebrations. "Mom, you should be grateful that you didn't injure yourself elsewhere. It was merely a sprained ankle," Lin Miaoyue said, slicing an apple and handing it to her. "Oh, if only there were regret pills available. I would buy a dozen." "Mom, your injury has its silver lining," Lin Miaoyue said with a playful smile. "What silver lining?" "This year, you won't have to attend those family gatherings and endure the prattle of distant relatives. You child, idle chatter comes in one ear and out the other. Last year you were in Yunnan for the New Year. This year, you still want to celebrate as a family? A family is together every day. That is our reunion." Lin Miaoyue spoke gently. "Tomorrow night is New Year's Eve. I'll have your father prepare a meal, and we'll have our family reunion dinner at the hospital. On the first day of the new year, you two must not come to the hospital. It's bad luck," Lin's mother instructed Lin Miaoyue and Lin Jiangping. "Mom, don't worry about us. Just focus on your recovery," Lin Jiangping said, engrossed in his game. Observing her careless son, Lin's mother felt a twinge of helplessness. Her daughter was far more considerate and understanding. "Miao Miao, I want to ask you something." Lin Miaoyue had an inkling of what her mother was about to inquire. "What is it? What are your plans with that director Zhao?" "We're just dating." "I am not sure how to articulate it. Though your father's words may have been harsh, they hold truth. He would rather you not marry than endure hardship in the future." "Mom, I understand your concerns. While I am with him, I'm not considering marriage at this moment." "And what about him? What are his thoughts?" "He has expressed a desire to marry and has brought it up several times." "That indicates he genuinely cares for you. Given his circumstances, he could have any number of partners. That's precisely why I'm apprehensive. I fear his affection may be fleeting, and I might regret it later." Lin Miaoyue opened her heart to her mother. "In my view, you women overthink everything, worrying about this and that. I see him as quite admirably tall, handsome, affluent, well-connected, and, most importantly, he cares for you. Yesterday, during my surgery, he was waiting outside the entire time." "Lin Jiangping, could you please focus on your game?" Lin Miaoyue shot him a glance before turning back to her mother. "Mom, don't worry about me. concentrate on your recovery. I know you will always be my support, and I will be fine. Lin's mother nodded in appreciation. On New Year's Eve, the Zhao family exuded an atmosphere of reunion within their home. Zhao Tingchuan had wished to invite Lin Miaoyue to celebrate the new year with them but was met with her cold rejection, as she still harbored resentment from that night. After the family had enjoyed their dumplings for the New Year's vigil, adhering to tradition, they prepared red envelopes for the children. Zhao Jiayan was as cheerful as a child with a newfound fortune, eliciting an indulgent smile from Zhao Tingchuan. After setting off fireworks, Zhao Tingchuan quietly slipped into the kitchen to prepare more dumplings, as the family had made in abundance earlier, with many still uncooked. Seeing him meticulously packing the dumplings into takeout containers, Zhao's mother and Zhao Yan exchanged knowing smiles. "Oh, not full yet, I'm feeling a bit hungry too. Could I have some?" Zhao Yan cheerfully queried as she entered the kitchen. "Let mom cook, there is none for you," Zhao Tingchuan replied without looking up. "Then who are these for, Miss Lin? Is there a problem?" "Zhao Tingchuan, how come I never noticed how thoughtful you were before? That just means your discerning eye is only now opened." With that, he grabbed his belongings and headed for the door. "Mom, I'm stepping out for a bit. Why are you so concerned? She is not even coming to visit," Zhao's mother remarked with a smile. "She has been quite busy with family matters lately. She'll come by when she can," Zhao Tingchuan replied as he exited, unable to conceal his delight. Chapter 63 of the Clouds Part 3. Zhao Tingchuan stood at the doorstep of Lin Miaoyue's home, holding a takeout box. "Miaoyue, open the door." Lin Miaoyue, who was just about to drift off to sleep, looked bewildered. "Open what door? I'm right at your door." Peering through the peephole, Lin Miaoyue indeed saw him standing outside. "What brings you here?" In her loungewear, she leaned against the door, sizing up Zhao Tingchuan. "I brought you dumplings." He lifted the takeout box in his hand. Seeing that he had made the effort to bring dumplings at such a late hour, Lin Miaoyue's earlier concerns melted away. She opened the door to let him in. "Are you home alone?" "Yes, my brother is out with friends." "Hurry and eat the dumplings." "I made them myself." "Really?" Lin Miaoyue picked up a dumpling and took a bite. "How is it?" Zhao Tingchuan asked eagerly. "Delicious," Lin Miaoyue replied, her cheeks stuffed like a satisfied little hamster. "All of this is for you. How can I possibly eat so many? You should have one too." With that, she fed him a dumpling. After consuming a few dumplings, Lin Miaoyue felt full. Glancing at the time, she tentatively suggested, "Director Zhao, it's getting late. Shouldn't you be heading back?" "No hurry. Take me to your room. This is my first time visiting your home. Did you not come last time as well? Last time, if memory serves me right, someone kicked me out." All right, I'll take you." With that, she led him into her room. Upon entering, Zhao Tingchuan was enveloped by a delightful fragrance that was incredibly reminiscent of Lin Miaoyue herself. No wonder she always claimed that her place in Jincheng lacked warmth and felt cold. Zhao Tingchuan turned and lifted Lin Miaoyue, placing her on a chair. She was startled by the sudden lift. "What are you doing?" "I just want to hold you." He buried his head in her hair, inhaling her unique scent, and suddenly said, "Miaoyue, why are you so carefree?" "What do you mean?" "Last time when you and I were on the verge of breaking up, I was feeling down, yet you seemed unbothered enough to go get a perm." Zhao Tingchuan voiced the little knot in his heart. Lin Miaoyue chuckled softly and cupped his face. "So you're feeling a bit jealous, are you?" "A little," Zhao Tingchuan admitted, awkwardly scratching his nose. "I was feeling down too. At that time, my friend was going on a blind date, so she dragged me along to get our hair done before heading out. I thought it would be a nice way to get a free hairstyle for the new year and distract myself." "So when we had dinner that day, you were there to accompany her on her blind date?" "Yes." Lin Miaoyue leaned against Zhao Tingchuan, feeling a bit guilty. "That guy who was supposed to drive you home had an interest in you, didn't he?" "I don't know." Zhao Tingchuan grasped her hand and bit it gently. "Humph. I could tell from his gaze that you're not allowed to accompany anyone on blind dates again." After a moment's thought, he added, "How many times have you gone with her?" "Just twice." "Only twice? How many more do you plan on going?" Hearing this, Lin Miaoyue playfully nestled closer to him.
Fine, fine, I won't go anymore. I was just there as a shield. I didn't even give them my WeChat. And when will you change the habit of deleting and blocking people at a whim? I can't help it. Then, what about Zhang Wenyuan? I deleted him a long time ago. Alright, I promise I won't block or delete you anymore. Miao Yue, please don't bring up breaking up so casually in the future. Show me a bit more trust, would you?
Zhao Tingchuan gently lifted her chin, their eyes meeting earnestly. Lin Miaoyue nodded, and Zhao Tingchuan couldn't help but kiss her. After a lengthy kiss, Lin Miaoyue felt her cheeks flush and her heart race. Zhao Tingchuan glanced at the time. It was nearly 11 o'clock. He pulled out a red envelope from his pocket. This is your New Year's money. Lin Miaoyue burst into laughter. Do I still get New Year's money? Yes, from now on, you'll receive it every year. Zhao Tingchuan smiled at her with affection. However, as Lin Miaoyue opened the envelope, she felt something was amiss. Inside was a bank card, and she looked at Zhao Tingchuan in confusion. This is my salary card, the password is written there. What? This is too valuable, I can't accept it. She quickly tried to shove it back to him. It's not valuable, you're worth more. He kissed her gently. Miaoyue, I truly like you and want to marry you and build a home together. What about you? In Zhao Tingchuan's gaze, Lin Miaoyue saw her own reflection, her heart fluttering like the breeze over a lake in March. Zhao Tingchuan, I'm scared, she confessed, nestling softly against him. Scared of what? Scared of getting hurt, scared of being sad, scared of repeating past mistakes, scared that one day you might change your mind. Miaoyue, please trust me a little more. I'm not as young as you, it's me who should be worried. You're quite the smooth talker. Are you worried about my family? That too. My parents are concerned I might face hardships in the future. My father might seem like an unapproachable figure to you, but to me, he is just a dad. Right now, all he wishes for is for me to find someone to marry. He's asked about you several times. So I'm just a person you picked randomly because of family pressure? Lin Miaoyue immediately stood up. What nonsense are you talking? I admit that marriage has its advantages for me, but I also want to find someone I genuinely like. Otherwise, no matter how smooth my career path is, it wouldn't mean much. What do you like about me? My looks? To be honest, your appearance is what first caught my attention. I can never forget the image of you applying lipstick using my car window as a mirror, but then I realized that every smile and frown of yours captivates me. Everything you do seems particularly intriguing. Miaoyue, I've been in relationships before, but I'd never felt this way. Humph, you're quite the charmer. Where did you learn all this? Because it's all from the heart. Miaoyue, try to accept me wholeheartedly and love me. I won't let you down. With that, Zhao Tingchuan kissed Lin Miaoyue again, and this time she responded with warmth. After their kiss, Lin Miaoyue sensed Zhao Tingchuan's physical reaction, her face turning even redder. She hurriedly attempted to rise, only to be held back by Zhao Tingchuan once more. Zhao Tingchuan, you should be heading back. How about I stay here tonight? No way, you haven't even formally met my parents yet. Will it suffice if I meet them officially? Put away your rogue thoughts. Zhao Tingchuan chuckled, I'll win over your parents. Right now, what matters most is you and me. After giving her a kiss, he set her down. He held her close again, unsure if he could control himself. Hearing the word win over, Lin Miaoyue couldn't help but smile. Shouldn't you be trying to please me instead? Then from now on, during our little mischief at night, you'll take the lead. I'll follow your wishes, Zhao Tingchuan whispered teasingly in her ear. Zhao Tingchuan. Lin Miaoyue's face turned crimson. Seeing her like this, Zhao Tingchuan decided to stop teasing her. I should head back now. Your brother hasn't returned yet, should I check? He opened the door, only to find Lin Jiangping sitting at the dining table, eating dumplings. Hello, brother-in-law. Lin Jiangping mumbled with a mouthful of dumplings. Zhao Tingchuan was quite pleased with this title, smiling as he asked, how do the dumplings taste? These are the best dumplings I've ever had. Indeed, you have good taste, Zhao Tingchuan teased. Lin Miaoyue urged, you should hurry back. Be careful on the way. Upon seeing the two of them at the door, Lin Jiangping couldn't resist taking a sneaky photo with his phone. Chapter 64 of The Clouds Part 4. After Zhao Tingchuan departed, Lin Miaoyue closed the door and turned to find Lin Jiangping grinning mischievously.
What are you laughing at? Lin Miaoyue approached him. I'm just amused by how inseparable you two seem.
Sister, I think he treats you quite well. After all, a high-ranking official like him still delivers dumplings to you in the dead of night, Lin Jiangping remarked seriously after finishing a dumpling.
What do you know? Because I am also a man, Lin Jiangping raised an eyebrow. Lin Miaoyue couldn't help but chuckle. You little brat, just eat your dumplings.
Only you all treat me like a child. I've already graduated from university.
Graduating from university still makes you a child. What are your plans for tomorrow? Mom and Dad won't allow us to go to the hospital.
We'll see, just be careful while you're out to it's the new year, and everywhere is crowded.
You don't need to nag me about that.
Go to bed now, and I'll clean up later. Lin Jiangping waved his hand dismissively upon returning to her room. Lin Miaoyue noticed the bank card on the table, which she had secretly slipped back into his pocket just moments ago. That evening, Zhao Tingchuan had given her his salary card, wrapped as a gift for the new year, leaving her with an indescribable sense of gratitude. He earnestly asked her to trust him more, and upon reflection, she realized she hadn't given him enough trust. She always recoiled at the first sign of trouble, shielding herself from further pain. But is this truly the right approach? Just because she had stumbled in her marriage and suffered, must she forever shy away from love? That seems utterly unworthy. Zhao Tingchuan's kindness was evident, though several breakups were primarily rooted in her insecurity, as she hastily withdrew at the first hint of conflict. And what about the future? Would she continue this way with him? That would be profoundly unfair to him, and it wouldn't be taking responsibility for herself either. Lin Miaoyue, be brave. If you choose to be with him, then be wholeheartedly present. Stop being so cautious. The path is forged through walking, and true security comes from within. With these thoughts in mind, she looked again at the bank card, her eyes filled with newfound determination. On the first day of the new year, it was deemed auspicious to go out. Early in the morning, Lin's mother called, forbidding the two siblings from visiting the hospital. Lin Miaoyue, having stayed up late the previous night, groggily hung up the phone, only for Zhao Tingchuan's call to come in shortly after.
Miaoyue, have you gotten up yet?
Not yet, I'm so tired.
Still not getting up?
Let us go for a stroll, the weather is lovely today.
But I'm really tired. Can I just catch up on sleep and go out in the afternoon?
That works too, sleep a bit longer.
Zhao Tingchuan glanced at his watch. Alright, I'll sleep then.
Lin Miaoyue tossed her phone aside and snuggled deeper into her blankets. After ending the call, Zhao Tingchuan went upstairs, preparing to catch up on some rest himself.
Tingzi, I'm going to play cards with some friends this afternoon, want to join?
Zhao Zhichuan ambled over.
Not going. I have things to do this afternoon. What could possibly be so important during the new year?
That's because you're free, I need to rest. Zhao Tingchuan turned to head upstairs.
Don't play cards this afternoon.
Let us take the kids out for a stroll, Zhao Yun interjected as she walked by. You and Mom can take them, I have prior arrangements.
Suit yourself. Zhao Yun shot him a glare.
Her older brother was perpetually the most playful, and she couldn't help but wonder whom he took after. After lunch, Zhao Tingchuan set out, having asked the housekeeper to prepare some noodles to bring to Lin Miaoyue, guessing that the little lamb would still be asleep.
Miaoyue, open the door. Oh, you're here so early? Don't you want to check the time? Upon opening the door, Lin Miaoyue appeared still dazed, her tousled curls making her resemble a docile sheep.
Go wash up first, then have some noodles.
You didn't eat breakfast, did you? Wow, you really understand me.
Where's your brother?
He went out early to have fun.
Upon catching the aroma of the noodles, Lin Miaoyue felt her stomach rumble with hunger. Grateful for Zhao Tingchuan's thoughtfulness, she rushed over to hug him, pecking his cheek before darting off to the bathroom. As Zhao Tingchuan chuckled quietly, amused by her first spontaneous kiss, perhaps it was due to his striking appearance. Lin Miaoyue quickly tidied herself up, applying a light touch of makeup and tying her hair into a princess bun with a clip. When Zhao Tingchuan saw her, his eyes lit up. She wore a red cape top draped over her shoulders, her curls cascading down, adorned with the pearl earrings he had gifted her. Her delicate features rendered her a truly beautiful little lady.
Would you like to have some more noodles?
Lin Miaoyue was leisurely enjoying her meal.
I've already eaten. Take your time, no rush.
Zhao Tingchuan sat across from her, watching her as if she were a work of art.
Could you stop staring at me like that? People say one looks most unattractive while eating.
Miaoyue, you look beautiful no matter what you do, Zhao Tingchuan said sincerely.
Flatterer. Where shall we go later?
Lin Miaoyue shyly shifted the topic. To the White Horse Temple in the south of the city. The city organized a temple fair there before the new year, and it's happening during the spring festival.
Will it be inconvenient for you to be there? What if someone recognizes you? If it weren't for that dinner last year, would you remember what I look like?
That is true, you all usually dress uniformly, making it hard to recognize you.
Exactly, and with so many people, no one would pay attention to me. But you, being so beautiful, it would be hard for you not to attract attention. Then why don't we just stay home? Lin Miaoyue suggested playfully.
No worries, I'll reluctantly take on the role of your flower protector, Zhao Tingchuan replied. Lin Miaoyue smiled slightly, ignoring his flattery as she continued to savor her noodles. Upon reaching the White Horse Temple fair, Lin Miaoyue was astonished by the throngs of people. Zhao Tingchuan held her hand tightly. His large hand enveloped hers completely. As they navigated through the crowd, Lin Miaoyue was suddenly reminded of last year at the Confucius Temple in Nanjing, where he had held her just like this. She glanced at him. Despite being 7 or 8 years her senior, he appeared to be in his early 30s, exuding a calm aura that instinctively drew her closer. They strolled together through the bustling crowd, Lin Miaoyue still delighting in purchasing the various trinkets that Zhao Tingchuan found monotonous. He patiently accompanied her, cheerfully paying for each item. It was impossible to visit a fair without indulging in food, and Lin Miaoyue relished her candied hawthorn and roasted sweet potatoes, occasionally feeding Zhao Tingchuan a bite. The usually disciplined Deputy Mayor Zhao found himself utterly defenseless against the charms of the beautiful woman. This scene caught the eye of Zhao Yun, who was also at the fair with several children. She nudged Zhao's mother and pointed in their direction, urging her to look. Chapter 65 of the Clouds Part 5. Zhao's mother followed her daughter's gaze, and her eyes brightened. Could this truly be her composed and self-restrained son? Standing beside that young lady, he wore an expression of affectionate indulgence that she had never witnessed before. As for the young lady next to him, she was undeniably beautiful. No wonder her son was so enamored, cooking dumplings and offering noodles during the festive season.
Mom, shall we go over and say hello? Zhao Yun's face reflected mischief, eager to witness the unfolding scene. Don't! Tingchuan is usually so busy, let them enjoy their outing. Oh my, that girl is stunning. How old did you say she was last time? She seems to be nearly 30. She looks no more than 25. That's simply because she is exceptionally attractive. Alright, let us take a detour and browse around, so we don't run into them. After saying this, Zhao's mother took Zhao Bao's hand and moved aside. Zhao Yun chuckled and followed her mother. However, just as they turned the corner, Zhao Tingchuan found a spot to take a phone call, resulting in an unexpected face-to-face encounter. Mom, sister, what are you doing here? Dad.
Upon spotting her father, Zhao Bao released her grandmother's hand and ran towards him, Zhao Tingchuan scooping her up in his arms.
Where is your teacher Lin? Zhao Yun inquired with curiosity.
She is over there picking out some items. Zhao Tingchuan smiled, pointing in Lin Miaoyue's direction.
Dad, I want to find Sister Ye.
Zhao Bao exclaimed excitedly.
Alright. Sister Ye. Zhao Jiayan called out with gusto. Oh my. Zhao Bao, long time no see, Happy New Year.
Lin Miaoyue beamed upon seeing Zhao Bao, entirely unaware of Zhao's mother and sister standing nearby.
Tingchuan, why haven't you introduced us yet?
Zhao Yun playfully chided, her eyes sparkling with joy. This is my mother and my sister, Zhao Tingchuan introduced, and this is Lin Miaoyue, my girlfriend. He had long sought an opportunity to introduce Lin Miaoyue to his family, and now it had serendipitously presented itself.
Lin Miaoyue, realizing the situation, blushed slightly. Happy New Year, Auntie, sister.
Zhao's mother looked at this flower-like girl with a warm smile and replied, "Happy New Year, I've long urged Tingchuan to bring you home for a visit, but he always says you've been busy lately.
It's my fault for not being considerate.
I should have come to see you sooner, but my mother has been recovering from an injury."
Is your mother all right now?
She is gradually recovering. The surgery went quite well, but today being the first day of the new year, she insisted we not visit the hospital.
Don't worry, with Tingzi around, he will surely handle everything, Zhao Yun reassured. Happy New Year, Teacher Lin.
From your photo, I could tell you were beautiful, but in person, you surpass even that. You flatter me. I merely tidied up a bit today, Lin Miaoyue replied, her cheeks flushed, appearing even more enchanting.
Auntie, Sister Yeye is the most beautiful person I've ever seen. Jia Bao chimed in. Humph. What about your aunt?
Zhao Yun feigned anger. Auntie is second most beautiful, Jia Bao replied with a grin. Their playful banter brought laughter to everyone present. Observing the bustling crowd, Zhao Tingchuan worried that Lin Miaoyue might feel uncomfortable in front of his mother and sister, so he suggested, "Mom, sister, how about you and I take Jia Bao around?
It'll be easier for you two to manage." Will that disrupt your date? Zhao Yun teased.
Not at all, we adults have little to shop for, Lin Miaoyue quickly interjected, smiling as she affectionately ruffled Jia Bao's hair. Very well then, we shall head that way, Zhao's mother said, feeling a sense of delight at the natural rapport between Lin Miaoyue and Jia Bao.
Yuer, come over for dinner tonight. Ah.
Perhaps next time. This is all too sudden.
What is sudden about it? It's just a meal. Do not be so polite, Tingchuan. Make sure to bring Yuer back later, understood? Got it.
Zhao Tingchuan nodded with a broad smile.
After parting ways, Lin Miaoyue immediately grasped Zhao Tingchuan's hand and exclaimed, "Oh dear, I haven't prepared anything to visit your home." What do you need to prepare?
Zhao Tingchuan placed Jia Bao on his shoulders, a teasing glint in his eyes.
I can't possibly go empty-handed. Lin Miaoyue expressed her concern.
Only an unrefined daughter-in-law would arrive with gifts. Your beauty alone suffices, Yuer.
Lin Miaoyue burst into laughter at Zhao Tingchuan's remark, lightly swatting him. You're incorrigible. Enough pondering, let us continue our stroll. Dad, please let me down, I want to hold Sister Yeye's hand.
Jia Bao, perched on Zhao Tingchuan's shoulders, felt a bit too high and timid. Jia Bao held both her father's and Sister Yeye's hands, marveling at the difference. Her father's hand was large, Sister Yeye's soft, and her own small. How curious it seemed.
Jia Bao, would you like to eat candied hawthorn sticks? Yes. Let us go buy some.
Zhao Tingchuan observed Lin Miaoyue, who appeared to have found a kindred spirit, and couldn't he help but chuckle, as he too craved a taste. Thus, the trio continued their outing, with Zhao Tingchuan covering the expenses and carrying bags, while Lin Miaoyue and little Jia Bao indulged in snacks and explored various trinkets. Upon returning home, Zhao's mother eagerly dashed upstairs to the study.
Old Zhao, guess who we ran into this afternoon? Which of your old friends is it this time? It's Tingchuan.
He was with that teacher Lin. I must tell you, she is truly beautiful. I've rarely encountered such beauty. Zhao Qingyun, intrigued, noted that his wife had always had discerning tastes, and it was unusual for her to praise someone so highly.
Is she truly that stunning? Absolutely.
Yun Yun saw her too. She seems to have a wonderful personality, and Jia Bao adores her.
That's splendid. Did you invite her over for a visit? Well, you could say that.
Oh dear, I must quickly ask Auntie to buy more ingredients and prepare a sumptuous meal. I'm asking Tingchuan to bring her over for dinner tonight.
Then hurry along, and while you're at it, find out what dishes she enjoys.
Zhao's mother descended the stairs with a beaming smile, feeling elated by the prospect of good news amidst her children's tumultuous marital lives in recent years. Zhao Tingchuan glanced at his watch and gently pulled the two enthusiastic children, suggesting it was time to head home. Dad, I had such a wonderful day, I don't want to go back, little Zhao Jiayan exclaimed, still relishing the day's adventures. Jia Bao, your grandparents are waiting for us to return for dinner.
Next time, Sister Yeye and I will bring you back for more fun, alright? Okay, but Sister Yeye, you must promise me.
Of course, let us seal it with a pinky swear. Lin Miaoyue smiled warmly, her eyes radiating endless tenderness. On the way back to Qingfeng Courtyard, Zhao Bao, exhausted, lay back in her seat, drifting off to sleep. Meanwhile, Lin Miaoyue felt an increasing sense of apprehension. Meeting Zhao Tingxuan's parents had been entirely unexpected, leaving her somewhat worried. Sensing the anxiety in her expression, Zhao Tingxuan pulled the car over to the side of the road, preparing to comfort his little lamb. Chapter 66, The Clouds Part 6. As the car came to a halt, Zhao Tingxuan turned around and gently caressed Lin Miaoyue's hair.
Miaoyue, what troubles you? I'm just feeling a bit taken aback. I don't think I'm quite ready yet.
You needn't prepare anything, simply stay by my side.
It sounds easy when you say it. I'm not only psychologically unprepared, but I haven't even bought anything. Had I known, I would have declined. Lin Miaoyue's expression was one of deep concern.
I've taken care of everything, you only need to help carry a few things later. As for your worries about my family, there's absolutely no need. They will surely adore you because you are the one I've brought home. Besides, you are such a lovely and charming girl. He concluded with a tender kiss on Lin Miaoyue's lips.
When did you prepare everything? I had someone arrange it all.
We can just pick it up later. Be good, just stay by my side when we get home. My parents are not as intimidating as you imagine.
Chuan, you're so wonderful.
Lin Miaoyue said gratefully, cupping Zhao Tingxuan's face and planting a kiss on him. Being with him made her feel as though there were many worries she need not bear. Zhao Tingxuan glanced at the back seat and, with a playful smile, said to Lin Miaoyue, make sure to repay me well tonight. As they neared Qingfeng Courtyard, Lin Miaoyue asked several times whether her makeup would smudge or if her hair would become disheveled. Seeing her anxiety, Zhao Tingxuan felt a sense of joy. Any tension she felt stemmed from care and anticipation.
Miaoyue, you are beautiful, worry not, alright?
The residence was a villa adorned in traditional Chinese decor, exuding an air of classic elegance. Lin Miaoyue looked at Zhao Tingxuan beside her, took a deep breath, and reminded herself to remain calm and composed. Zhao Tingxuan, sensing her thoughts, took her hand and presented her with 2 jars of tea. My father's favorite is tea, and this is the finest Huangshan Maofeng.
Classmate Zhao Bao bounced in with her spoils of the day, eager to show off to her older siblings.
Upon entering the house, nearly everyone was present, and all eyes turned towards Lin Miaoyue and Zhao Tingxuan. He held Lin Miaoyue's hand, introducing her to everyone one by one. The scene was harmonious. Even Zhao Qingyun, who usually bore a serious demeanor, wore a smile. The old lady had indeed spoken truthfully. Standing beside her son was a testament to their perfect match. At the dining table, the family engaged in lively conversation, casually inquiring about Lin Miaoyue's family. She spoke confidently, asserting that while her parents might not boast the same illustrious background as Zhao Tingxuan's, they had devoted ample energy and love towards her, and there was no need to feel inferior due to such differences. Listening to Lin Miaoyue speak, Zhao Qingyun found himself quite fond of her. She was beautiful, spoke softly yet with conviction, and held her own with admirable poise. Most importantly, his son was smitten. Observing Zhao Tingxuan's attentive service as he piled food onto her plate made him want to chuckle. He had never seen him so doting. Lin Miaoyue glanced at her plate and nudged Zhao Tingxuan with her foot, signaling him to stop serving her, as she could not finish the food. The other guests at the table pretended not to notice the subtle interactions between the two. After dinner, Zhao Zhichuan enthusiastically invited Lin Miaoyue to join a game of mahjong, to which she hurriedly replied that she was not skilled at it. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhichuan exchanged a glance with Zhao Yun, and together they playfully ushered Lin Miaoyue to the card table. Zhao Tingxuan recognized their intentions and knew they were scheming to take advantage of him that evening. Still in good spirits, he pulled up a stool behind Lin Miaoyue. Miaoyue, don't worry. If you win, it's yours. If you lose, it's on me. I'll support you from behind.
Zhao Zhichuan immediately objected, No.
A true gentleman observes in silence. You can only watch, not speak. He then turned to Lin Miaoyue, saying, Teacher Lin, just play freely. You won't have to spend a penny. Zhao Tingxuan could only chuckle helplessly. The night's game was destined to be a 3-on-1 affair. Thus, Zhao Yun and Lin Miaoyue faced off against Zhao Zhichuan and Yi Mingqing, and the sounds of their playful banter filled the room, accompanied by the laughter of several children at play nearby. Zhao Qingyun and his wife looked upon the lively household with immense joy. In their twilight years, what more could they wish to witness than such a scene? At first, Lin Miaoyue felt somewhat out of place, losing several rounds.
The others were delighted, reveling in the amusement of having someone generously lose money for them. However, Lin Miaoyue remained unruffled. After a few more rounds, Zhao Zhichuan and his companions sensed something was amiss.
This girl was no novice, her grasp of the game was astute and decisive. As the night progressed, it became evident that the outcome rested firmly in her hands. By the end of the evening, the others found themselves hardly making any gains, prompting Zhao Zhichuan to exclaim that this hidden master was far more than she appeared, clamoring for her to reveal her true skills. Zhao Tingchuan, observing Lin Miaoyue, felt a newfound admiration for her. At the mahjong table, she resembled a poised assassin, still yet lethal when she chose to strike, entirely different from the lovely, gentle Lin Miaoyue he had known.
Zhao Yun glanced at the time.
"I'm feeling a bit tired, perhaps we should wrap this up." She had no desire to be a third wheel all night. Zhao Tingchuan concurred, "Yes, let's finish this round."
He leaned in close to Lin Miaoyue, whispering gently, "Are you tired?"
Lin Miaoyue nodded slightly, and Zhao Tingchuan tenderly massaged her lower back, their affectionate display not going unnoticed by those around them. Once the game concluded, Lin Miaoyue expressed her desire to head home, only to be met with a firm refusal from Zhao Tingchuan.
"Miaoyue, it's your first time meeting my parents.
There's no reason for you to rush home." "Precisely because it's the first time that I should go back, don't be like that. You're making it seem as if you're eager to leave. Be good and stay, but there are no buts, just give your brother a call and explain." In the end, Lin Miaoyue could not resist Zhao Tingchuan's insistence. Upon entering the house, Zhao Tingchuan wrapped his arms around Lin Miaoyue.
"Who would have thought my Miaoyue is a mahjong master? Where did you hone such skills?"
Lin Miaoyue smiled coyly. "My grandmother used to run a mahjong parlor. As a child, I'd play with those tiles as if they were toys, and later I was often dragged to the table."
"No wonder.
I had planned to part with a small fortune tonight, only to discover my wife is a mahjong genius."
"Who is your wife?"
Lin Miaoyue said shyly, a smile gracing her lips.
"You are, my dear wife. My parents were absolutely delighted to meet you, thank you, Miaoyue."
And with that, Zhao Tingchuan captured Lin Miaoyue's lips in a kiss, to which she responded by wrapping her arms around his sturdy shoulders. Zhao Tingchuan gently laid Lin Miaoyue down on the bed, leaning over to cradle her face, showering her with tender kisses.
"Aren't you going to wash up first?"
Lin Miaoyue pushed against his shoulder, breathlessly protesting. "We can do that later, together," Zhao Tingchuan murmured, continuing to plant soft kisses on her, his heart brimming with anticipation for the night ahead. Chapter 67 The Clouds Merge, Part 1. The temperature in the room gradually rose of prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom, equality, justice. That after an intimate encounter, Lin Miaoyue lay there, glistening with fragrant sweat, utterly drained. Zhao Tingchuan gazed at her with affection, unable to resist kissing her forehead before rising to fetch a towel from the bathroom to wipe her down. After a brief rest, Lin Miaoyue felt inclined to wash up, only to discover she had no sleepwear. She reluctantly borrowed a blue shirt from Zhao Tingchuan's wardrobe. When Zhao Tingchuan emerged from the bathroom with his hair still damp, he was greeted by the sight of Lin Miaoyue in his oversized shirt, which hung loosely on her frame, reminiscent of a child donning an adult's clothing. She was still fiddling with the long sleeves, completely unaware of the man behind her, who was watching her with keen interest. As their eyes met, Lin Miaoyue's face flushed.
"I couldn't find your sleepwear."
Zhao Tingchuan slowly approached and embraced her.
"Do you realize how much you resemble a little sprite right now?" "I am a little sprite." "What are you?" Lin Miaoyue playfully retorted.
"I am here specifically to charm this little sprite." He said this with deliberate affection, playfully pinching her cheek. Sensing his playful demeanor, Lin Miaoyue quickly pushed him away and took a few steps back.
"I need to wash up." "No mischief."
Zhao Tingchuan chuckled, taking her hand and leading her to the bathroom. "I won't cause any mischief, you wash up first. My mother prepared everything for you."
Lin Miaoyue, wary of his words, nodded and promptly pushed him out.
Once she had washed up, Lin Miaoyue climbed into bed, only to be enveloped in Zhao Tingchuan's embrace.
"Miaoyue, are you still worried?" "Better than before. My parents are very pleased with you. What more do you have to worry about?"
"I'm unsure about the future," Lin Miaoyue replied, twirling a strand of hair around her finger. "The future will only bring them more satisfaction with you, just as I grow fonder of you."
Really? Indeed. Tomorrow, let us visit your mother at the hospital together. All right.
Lin Miaoyue began to feel drowsy, her words becoming slightly airy. Zhao Tingchuan, unwilling to let the night go to waste, continued to shower her with gentle kisses. Lin Miaoyue, unable to resist the mischief of the man beneath her, warned, "Just once, otherwise, I will genuinely be angry." She tried to convey her warning through the final vestiges of her consciousness. And so, the night unfolded once more in boundless romance. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, Zhao Tingchuan brought along gifts as he and Lin Miaoyue set out to visit her mother in the hospital. Just before leaving, Zhao's mother specifically handed him a precious item, telling him it was ginseng she had treasured, meant for Lin's mother. Zhao Tingchuan glanced over at Lin Miaoyue, who was playing with Jiabo in the distance, and nodded. He understood that his parents had fully accepted Lin Miaoyue to in the hospital room. Zhao Tingchuan and Lin Miaoyue entered together. He had intentionally donned a short black jacket that accentuated his tall, slender figure, while Lin Miaoyue looked stunning in her red coat. The two of them made quite the striking pair. Zhao Tingchuan placed the gifts beside the bed, politely greeted Lin's mother, and mentioned the box of ginseng his mother had asked him to bring. Lin's mother appeared pleasantly surprised, expressing that it was far too extravagant. Zhao Tingchuan smiled and turned to Lin Miaoyue.
"Miaoyue, I forgot my phone in the car, could you please fetch it for me?"
Once Lin Miaoyue had stepped out, Zhao Tingchuan turned to Lin's mother. "Auntie, yesterday Miaoyue and I visited Beima Temple, and we happened to run into my mother and sister there. So, I invited her to my house for dinner last night, and my parents really liked her." He noticed a glimmer of relief on Lin's mother's face and continued, "I understand you may have reservations about my relationship with her, but please trust that my feelings for her are sincere and not a passing fancy."
"Tingchuan, may I call you that?" Lin's mother smiled. "Of course. Since we're on the subject, I will be frank. We can see how much you care for Miaoyue, but you are aware of her circumstances. Although she is beautiful, she has been married before, and we have heard about your family's situation. I have only one daughter, and I genuinely fear she may endure hardships in the future." "Has Miaoyue shared my situation with you?" "She has mentioned some details. My ex-wife passed away, and I have a daughter. Over the years, many have urged me to remarry, but I had no intentions until I met Miaoyue. My parents have no objections to our relationship because they know how much I care for her." He paused before adding, "As for family conditions, Auntie, my parents have retired. They are simply two ordinary retirees, please don't frighten yourself. Ultimately, I am the one who will be with Miaoyue. With me around, she will not suffer." Lin Miaoyue, listening from outside the room, felt her eyes welling with tears. Lin's mother, touched by Zhao Tingchuan's honest declarations of concern and promises, felt deeply moved. She decided to leave the future in their hands. "Tingchuan, your words have alleviated much of my worry. I trust you. Miaoyue is a good child. Aside from her beauty, she has never caused me any trouble. After her marriage, she endured many hardships, and though we felt heartbroken, there was little we could do. Now that she has met you, I sense her happiness returning." "Yes, Auntie, rest assured that I will take good care of her," Zhao Tingchuan affirmed sincerely. At that moment, Lin Miaoyue walked back into the room. "Your phone isn't in the car?" "I just realized it's in my coat pocket," Zhao Tingchuan replied, feigning an apologetic demeanor. "Miaoyue, please pour a glass of water for Tingchuan." Upon hearing her mother's change in address towards Zhao Tingchuan, Lin Miaoyue recognized a shift in her mother's attitude. She looked at Zhao Tingchuan, who was smiling warmly at her. Chapter 68 Yuna, Part 2. A few days later, Lin's mother was discharged from the hospital. On the day of her discharge, Zhao Tingchuan accompanied them to the hospital. The head of orthopedics had repeatedly emphasized that they could contact him if there were any discomfort. Lin Miaoyue was acutely aware that the care her mother received during her hospital stay was largely due to Zhao Tingchuan's efforts. At this moment, observing him standing amidst a crowd of white coats, exuding an air of distinction with his gentle smile, her gratitude took on a different hue. Upon returning home, Zhao Tingchuan naturally assisted with carrying items, pushing the wheelchair, and even arranged for meals to be delivered. Lin's mother was deeply touched by his thoughtfulness. "Uncle, Auntie, I have some matters to attend to at home, so I must take my leave." Zhao Tingchuan bid farewell to Lin Feng and the others. "That's perfectly fine, you go ahead." "You see Tingchuan off," Lin Feng replied with a smile. As soon as they stepped outside,
Zhao Tingchuan grasped Lin Miaoyue's hand, and she did not resist, allowing him to gently squeeze her hand. "Yue, come with me to King Fenjuan," he urged.
"My mother has just returned. It wouldn't be appropriate to leave now. Your father is at home.
My brother is flying to West City this afternoon. It's not convenient for my father to be alone." Zhao Tingchuan's expression fell, and after a moment of contemplation, he suggested, "Then in a few days, I will help you move your things back to Zifuyuan.
The school year is about to begin."
"Chuan, let us wait and see. Why mother hasn't fully recovered yet," Lin Miaoyue said, playfully wrapping her arms around him. "Ungrateful little one," Zhao Tingchuan said, unable to suppress his exasperation whenever he saw her act this way. Lin Miaoyue smiled softly, standing on tiptoe to plant a kiss on his lips. "I truly appreciate your help during my mother's hospital stay, thank you."
She gazed earnestly into Zhao Tingchuan's eyes. "You can't simply offer your gratitude like a fleeting dragonfly skimming the surface."
"Let me teach you." Zhao Tingchuan's voice held a hint of seduction. With that, he cupped the back of Lin Miaoyue's head and kissed her deeply, playfully teasing her lips until she felt breathless, and he finally released her.
"Zhao Tingchuan, you are insufferable!" Lin Miaoyue exclaimed breathlessly, though it sounded more like a playful complaint. "Indeed.
I am insufferable. Yue, I will be starting work tomorrow. There are numerous matters that pile up before the new year, so I will likely be very busy and may not be able to see you."
I have been meaning to ask you, did last year's incident affect you?"
"A bit, but it's not a significant problem." "You needn't worry about it, just behave yourself and don't stir trouble with me, that is the best course of action."
"I am not stirring trouble," Lin Miaoyue mumbled. "However, with this incident, many will certainly learn of our relationship." "Yue, do not be afraid, I will be here for you."
"I know, I will simply ignore the gossip," Lin Miaoyue replied, nodding obediently. "Then I shall take my leave, you head inside first." Zhao Tingchuan kissed her forehead. Upon returning home, Lin Miaoyue was greeted by the warmth of family, a long-lost sense of security that no one could replace. Meanwhile, Zhao Tingchuan returned to a different scene. His parents had gone home the previous day, but chaos reigned at Zhao Zhichuan's residence. Zhao Zhichuan's ex-wife, Song Jia, had come to King Fenjuan, hoping to take their 2 children abroad. The Zhao family opposed this, leading to a heated argument. Upon Zhao Tingchuan's arrival, Song Jia offered a polite smile, having always respected this younger brother, not simply because he was the director of the finance bureau, but because he had remained single all these years, even after becoming a widower, without any scandalous affairs. This alone made him far superior to his elder brother. "Sister-in-law, Happy New Year!" Zhao Tingchuan greeted her warmly. "Happy New Year, Tingchuan," she replied. Zhao Zhichuan glanced at his wife, still seething with resentment. What was she thinking, dreaming of taking the children abroad? "Jia, while we cannot comment on your divorce, we will absolutely not agree to you taking the children abroad," Zhao Qingyun said slowly. "Why not? I have already made arrangements in the US. If I can provide better conditions for the children, why not do so? Better conditions, sending them to a foreign land where they are unfamiliar with the environment and the language barrier, what kind of good conditions are those?" Zhao Zhichuan scoffed. "Zhao Zhichuan, their school is a bilingual one. You might not even know that." "Jia, the children are still young, I believe this matter can be postponed." Zhao's mother interjected, noticing the argument escalating and feeling a headache coming on. "Sister-in-law, shall we step aside and discuss this?" Zhao Tingchuan suggested, observing his mother's troubled expression. Song Jia nodded. "Sister-in-law, our parents were already quite saddened by your divorce. Now you want to take the children abroad directly, that would be difficult for them to accept." "I should have divorced long ago and never had children in the first place." Song Jia's eyes turned red. "I do not know what transpired between you two, nor do I have the right to ask you to endure further. However, I believe that taking the children abroad right after your divorce is not in their best interest. Better to endure short-term pain than long-term suffering. Besides, your brother hardly cares for them anyway. Men do not concern themselves with the children as attentively as mothers do, but taking them away will not be agreed upon." "Then what do you suggest?" "Every child yearns for their parents' love. Even after divorce, you can still co-parent. As for going abroad, that can wait a few years. there is no need to rush. Moreover, they are unlikely to want to go abroad with you at this time.
Song Jia sighed, I will think it over. Is there any chance left for you and my brother? Zhao Tingchuan glanced at Zhao Zhichuan.
None, she replied before moving on to discuss her plans, which the others accepted tacitly. Zhao Tingchuan exchanged glances with Zhao Zhichuan, signaling him to take Song Jia to see the two children. Zhao's mother felt relieved that the children would not be taken abroad, though she remained troubled. Her eldest was always the most worrisome, and this had not changed with age. She turned to look at her younger son, sincerely hoping he would have a smooth path ahead. The first day back at work after the holidays was indeed as busy as Zhao Tingchuan had predicted. Everyone treated last year's events as if they had never happened, while he alone understood that it would not be easy to move on. During a break at noon, Zhao Tingchuan called Lin Miaoyue. After hanging up, a gentle smile lingered on his face. Secretarially, noticing his demeanor, teasingly remarked, Director Zhao, when are you treating everyone to a wedding feast?
Just wait and see.
The next time you see her, please ask her for me. Zhao Tingchuan's smile deepened. When the discipline committee approached teacher Lin last year, she was so worried about saying something wrong that it might affect you, she even called to ask me.
You knew the discipline committee had contacted her?
Zhao Tingchuan was somewhat taken aback, feeling a pang of regret for their argument from last year.
Yes, it was evident that she was very concerned about you.
Hearing this, Zhao Tingchuan felt warmth flood his heart. His little lamb cared for him, though she was perhaps too timid. However, that was all right, he would always protect her from now on.
Secretarially, this incident has taught me a lesson both personally and professionally.
In the future, when dining out for work, please ensure that no women are seated next to me, and also decline any entertainment activities for me. Understood, secretarially replied respectfully, contemplating how Zhao Tingchuan would likely become even more reclusive in the future. Chapter 69 Yuna, Part 3. Lin Miaoyue spent her winter break caring for her mother, feeling quite proud of her newfound ability to prepare several home-cooked dishes, having thoroughly explored the kitchen. Once school commenced, Lin's mother, with the aid of a cane, was able to manage her daily activities independently. Zhao Tingchuan frequently hinted during their phone calls that Lin Miaoyue might consider moving to Zifuyuan. One day, before work was over, Zhao Tingchuan called, "Where, are you finished with work yet?" "Not yet, there are still some matters to attend to at school," she replied, as the beginning of the school year was always the busiest time for teachers.
How about you accompany me for dinner after work? Zhao Tingchuan's voice revealed a hint of fatigue.
Sure. It had been several days since she last saw him.
Good girl, drive safely.
After hanging up, Zhao Tingchuan leaned back in his chair, savoring a moment of tranquility. Dinner was prepared by Zhao Tingchuan, maintaining his customary low-key approach, yet it was an exquisite and serene experience. As Zhao Tingchuan watched Lin Miaoyue savor her meal across the table, it felt as if he were gazing at someone he had not seen in ages.
Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face? Lin Miaoyue instinctively touched her face.
It just feels like I haven't seen you in a long time, so I wanted to take a good look and relieve some of my recent fatigue.
Noticing Zhao Tingchuan's somewhat weary expression, Lin Miaoyue set down her chopsticks. I'm done eating.
You should head back and rest early. No rush, take your time, Zhao Tingchuan replied with a smile. The two returned to Zifuyuan together, and as soon as Lin Miaoyue placed her bag down, Zhao Tingchuan swept her up into his arms.
Realizing his intent, she felt a mix of anger and amusement. What had happened to his fatigue? Isn't someone exhausted? Lin Miaoyue teased, wrapping her arms around Zhao Tingchuan's neck.
Yes, just let me kiss this little enchantress, and I won't feel tired anymore, Zhao Tingchuan said with a flirtatious grin. In a room filled with romance, the two lay entwined, glistening with a light sheen of sweat, Zhao Tingchuan cradling the breathless Lin Miaoyue in his arms, a look of contentment upon his face.
Yue, how about you move in here with me?
I can hire someone to take care of your mother, he proposed. That's not a good idea, my mother would definitely not adapt well.
And what about me, left to guard an empty house?
Zhao Tingchuan playfully squeezed Lin Miaoyue's soft waist. Please take your hands away, she protested, pushing aside his mischievous hands. By the way, my mother is much better now.
She can manage daily life, but returning to work is still inconvenient. Could you arrange for her to have a few more days off? I have already spoken to the Health Insurance Bureau about it. Lin Miaoyue's head shot up in surprise. He had been so considerate? Chuan, you are so wonderful. Where am I wonderful? Everywhere is wonderful, Lin Miaoyue said, planting a kiss on Zhao Tingchuan's neck. Then when shall we get married? Zhao Tingchuan asked seriously, lifting Lin Miaoyue's chin. Can we wait for another 2 months?
I want to thoroughly enjoy our dating process, she said, acting coy. 2 months it is, but that is the maximum limit, Zhao Tingchuan said, before rolling over to pin Lin Miaoyue down once more, and the room was once again filled with blush-inducing sounds. After another passionate encounter, Lin Miaoyue gazed at Zhao Tingchuan, who appeared to be asleep, feeling an urge to stroke his chiseled face. He had such a masculine appearance, and surprisingly, his eyelashes were quite long. Suddenly, Zhao Tingchuan grasped her hand, and without opening his eyes, he clearly said, You are not allowed to leave tonight, stay here with me. With that, he wrapped his arms around her and drifted back into a deep slumber. The next morning, Zhao Tingchuan awoke early, likely due to having slept so well the night before. He glanced at Lin Miaoyue, who lay beside him, her curly hair cascading over her shoulders, making her face appear even more delicate and charming. She was indeed a beauty. Although he had seen others more beautiful and more skilled at winning affection, it was only she who had made an indelible mark on his heart. Even though she often expressed her insecurities and acted out, she had become an integral part of his life, a harbor of comfort. Despite the many recent events weighing on him, her presence brought him inexplicable peace. Everything about her felt perfectly aligned with him. This woman was meant for him. Gently rising from the bed, Zhao Tingchuan felt quite cheerful as he washed up before heading to the kitchen. Lin Miaoyue awoke to the enticing aroma wafting through the air. She turned to see Zhao Tingchuan, wearing an apron tied around his waist, standing beside the bed. Unable to suppress her laughter, she found the sight amusing. Such a tall man in a floral apron was quite the contrast. Time to get up. I personally cooked some noodles today, come and try them, Zhao Tingchuan declared, tossing aside the apron and lifting Lin Miaoyue from the bed effortlessly. They are delicious. Lin Miaoyue exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief as she looked at Zhao Tingchuan. I am not particularly skilled in cooking, but I have some confidence when it comes to boiling noodles. Why is that? I studied in the north during university. When we didn't eat in the cafeteria, we took turns cooking noodles in the dorm. I can't do anything, Lin Miaoyue pouted. You don't need to know how to cook. From now on, I will take care of you, along with a helper, Zhao Tingchuan reassured her gently. After breakfast, the two set out together. Lin Miaoyue felt a sense of familiarity with Zhao Tingchuan, as if they were an old married couple, prompting her to smile. What are you laughing at? I just had the best noodles today. Then you should hurry and move in. I will cook noodles for you every day. Alright, I will do so as soon as possible. Good, I will be waiting. As they each drove off, Lin Miaoyue caught sight of the black SUV trailing behind her in the rearview mirror, a special sense of security blossoming within her. Zhao Tingchuan, observing the sluggish yellow beetle ahead, could not help but smile as well. The day Lin's mother was able to walk freely without her cane, she and Lin Feng cooked together, specifically instructing Lin Miaoyue to invite Zhao Tingchuan over for dinner, grateful for the peace of mind she had been able to enjoy at home thanks to him. After receiving the call, Zhao Tingchuan's smile never faded. He even summoned Secretary Li to help him purchase some items to bring along, embodying the demeanor of a son-in-law visiting his future in-laws. When Lin Miaoyue opened the door for Zhao Tingchuan, she was reminded of the saying, "A small man rises to power." Noticing that he had brought gifts specifically for her parents, she playfully remarked, "So busy pleasing them, you forgot about me." Zhao Tingchuan chuckled, "Your gift will be presented to you tonight." His words carried an unspoken flirtation, causing Lin Miaoyue's cheeks to flush as she shot him a glance. Chapter 70 Cloud Harmony, Part 4. At the dining table, Zhao Tingchuan and Lin Feng were enjoying their drinks, their conversation imbued with an air of humility and courtesy, revealing a rare maturity and composure for their age. Lin Feng's previous worries seemed to dissipate under the influence of the wine. He recognized that everything this remarkable individual was doing was for his daughter. Otherwise, given his own background, it would have been difficult to even share a drink with such a promising director. The last time they met at the police station, the handshake had likely been intentional on Zhao Tingchuan's part. Glancing at his daughter, who was seated diagonally opposite and beside Zhao Tingchuan, Lin Feng could tell that she harbored feelings for him, even though she said nothing. "Tingchuan, I still can't drink, so I'll raise my glass with this beverage instead." Thank you so much for your kindness during this time, please, feel free. Lin's mother said with a warm smile, growing increasingly fond of this man who was composed and respectful, devoid of any bureaucratic airs.
Auntie, you are too kind.
From now on, we are family, so I will drink this on your behalf, wishing you good health and all the best. All right, Lin Miaoyue thought as she watched Zhao Tingchuan down a half glass of baijiu in one go. Concerned he might drink too much that evening, she discreetly pinched him under the table. Zhao Tingchuan, however, appeared unfazed, rising to refill the drinks for Lin Feng and his wife, and filling his own glass as well. When he sat down, he deliberately placed his hand on Lin Miaoyue's thigh, circling it with a casual air. Lin Miaoyue felt alarm bells ringing in her head but dared not make a scene. She turned to see him chatting nonchalantly with her parents as if nothing were amiss. How outrageous! Tingchuan, let us finish this drink and have something to eat, otherwise, we might upset our stomachs, Lin Feng suggested. Don't worry, Uncle Lin, I'll be fine after I finish this. Please enjoy yourselves. Zhao Tingchuan replied with a smile, tilting his head back to down the liquor in one gulp. Lin Feng, thrilled to encounter someone so forthright about drinking, also finished his drink with a grin. Once they had finished their drinks, Zhao Tingchuan thoughtfully offered to serve Lin Feng. Observing this, Lin Feng quickly handed his bowl to Lin Miaoyue, asking her to assist in serving Zhao Tingchuan. Zhao Tingchuan raised an eyebrow at Lin Miaoyue, a look of satisfaction on his face, perhaps due to the potency of the liquor and the convivial atmosphere. Lin Feng began to feel a bit lightheaded after only a small amount of food. Zhao Tingchuan helped him to the bedroom to rest. Lin Miaoyue continuously observed Zhao Tingchuan for signs of inebriation but noticed he kept praising Lin's mother's cooking, which brought joy to her heart. After the meal, Lin Miaoyue prepared a large cup of honey lemon water for Zhao Tingchuan, encouraging him to rest well in her room for a while helping Lin's mother clear the table. Lin Miaoyue noticed her mother still wearing a beaming smile and couldn't help but ask, "Mom, what are you so happy about?" "The more I look at him, the more I like him, Miaoyue. I truly believe he is a wonderful person. Just because he praised your cooking, and he can drink? What nonsense, your father and I can see he is trying to win us over. Why would he do that if not for you?" She sighed, adding, "But to be honest, he is good in every way, except for the fact that he has a daughter. Being a stepmother is the hardest role these days." "Mom, his daughter seems to like me too. You needn't be worried. I feel for her having grown up without a mother." "Miaoyue, you still need to carve your own path. Fate is a complex matter." I understand. You should rest now. I'll tidy up the kitchen." Lin Miaoyue was concerned her mother was too tired. "All right, I am a bit fatigued. Tingchuan might feel the effects of the alcohol later, so keep an eye on him." "Got it. You go check on Dad." When Lin Miaoyue returned to her room, she expected to find Zhao Tingchuan sprawled out drunk, but to her surprise, he was leisurely flipping through his photo album at the desk. "Looks like you can handle your liquor just fine." Tingchuan, Lin Miaoyue said, placing a glass of lemon water in front of him. Zhao Tingchuan reached out, pulling Lin Miaoyue close to him, inviting her to sit on his lap. "It's not that I can handle my liquor. I am simply in a good mood today and haven't gotten drunk," he replied, deliberately exhaling near her ear. The scent of alcohol wafted over, causing Lin Miaoyue to frown. "Drink some honey lemon water to sober up." "And then what?" Zhao Tingchuan asked, taking a few sips from the lemon water. "Then I'll drive you home." "What? I have to go back tonight?" Zhao Tingchuan grumbled, playfully pinching Lin Miaoyue's waist. Lin Miaoyue chuckled, "Yes, my bed is too small for two people, especially with someone as tall and sturdy as you." "Then I'll just have to bear it and be your mattress," Zhao Tingchuan said, kissing Lin Miaoyue, then lifting her up as he headed towards the door, playfully pinning her behind it and locking it. "What are you doing? You can't." Lin Miaoyue pushed against him, attempting to escape. "What can I do? You know what I mean." Zhao Tingchuan chuckled softly. "What kind of thing are you referring to, Teacher Lin? Please be more specific." Lin Miaoyue felt her cheeks flush, this rogue, yet, she felt powerless against him, fearing that too much noise would wake her parents in the next room. Zhao Tingchuan's mischief only grew as he leaned in to kiss her. "You err, I love you. What about you?" Zhao Tingchuan suddenly paused, looking at Lin Miaoyue earnestly. "I love you too, my husband." Lin Miaoyue stammered, entranced by the depth of his gaze, which seemed to hold only her. Satisfied with her response, Zhao Tingchuan smiled, feeling an inexplicable thrill in this room filled with Lin Miaoyue's essence. To be continued. Chapter 74 of The Moonrises, Part 1, the city hosting the competition is N City. Despite Lin Miaoyue having thoroughly memorized her presentation materials, the prospect of participating in such a large-scale contest still made her feel anxious. Several colleagues were lending their support for her competition, as Lin Miaoyue's potential victory would also reflect the honor of their school. Upon learning that she had been awarded the provincial first prize, Lin Miaoyue felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over her. She had finally accomplished this endeavor. In a moment of exhilaration, she embraced several colleagues in celebration. When Zhao Tingchuan received the photos of Lin Miaoyue in class along with her certificate, he was attending the annual economic conference, seated at the head table with a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips. His Miaoyue truly excelled. Upon returning to C City, Zhao Tingchuan once again came to pick her up. This time, her colleagues chose not to impose upon Director Zhao, prompting Lin Miaoyue to summon a car for them.
Observing Lin Miaoyue's visibly fatigued demeanor, Zhao Tingchuan felt a pang of concern.
You look exhausted, please refrain from participating in such competitions in the future.
Lin Miaoyue could only perceive a hazy sensation, utterly unwilling to engage in conversation.
Noticing her unusual state, Zhao Tingchuan gently touched her forehead, discovering she had a fever. Her temperature was notably high, and without hesitation, he started the car to take her to the hospital. Upon their arrival, there were still others waiting, and upon seeing Zhao Tingchuan swiftly carrying Lin Miaoyue, they promptly began making arrangements without delay. Zhao Tingchuan gazed at Lin Miaoyue, whose temperature had soared to 39.8 degrees, her small face flushed with fever, and felt an overwhelming urge to scold her. Was it truly necessary to endure such suffering for a competition? His expression was so dark one could almost extract water from it. Director Zhao, once this drip is completed, her fever should subside.
Please do not worry too much, reassured the head of the department, observing Zhao Tingchuan's evident anxiety.
Even if her fever subsides, will she still be alright? Does she need to take any medication?
Zhao Tingchuan's expression softened slightly.
Even if she does have a recurrence, it should not reach such heights again. We just drew blood. It appears she is suffering from a viral infection, and she will need to rely on her own immunity to recover gradually.
Very well, thank you for your efforts. What medication do we need? Everything has already been prepared for you, and the instructions for administration are written on the box.
Zhao Tingchuan meticulously inquired about every detail, and Lin Miaoyue eventually awoke, finally free from the dizzying sensations that had plagued her. Upon noticing Zhao Tingchuan standing nearby, she asked, Chuan, what is wrong with me?
You have a cold and a high fever. You are currently in the hospital.
As Zhao Tingchuan saw her awake, he gently caressed her face and spoke tenderly.
How much longer will I need this? I want to go home.
Lin Miaoyue replied with a hint of grievance. Once this bag is finished, we can return home now. Be a good girl and drink some water. By the time they returned home, night had fallen, yet Lin Miaoyue's fever had not fully abated, leaving her feeling weak and fatigued. Witnessing her condition, Zhao Tingchuan's brow remained furrowed. Throughout the entire night, he scarcely closed his eyes, frequently checking Lin Miaoyue's temperature, wiping her down, and employing physical cooling methods. When Lin Miaoyue awoke the following morning, she finally felt a bit of vitality returning. Turning her head, she spotted Zhao Tingchuan still lost in slumber and promptly roused him, as if responding to an instinctive reaction. As Zhao Tingchuan rose and felt her forehead, the fever had broken. He let out a sigh of relief. How are you feeling? Any better?
I would like some water.
Observing Zhao Tingchuan's fatigued expression, Lin Miaoyue recalled how he had cared for her through the night, and a wave of warmth surged within her.
Chuan, thank you for your hard work last night. Do not speak such foolishness. It is only right. Are you hungry? Shall I cook you some noodles? No, you should come back and rest a bit more.
I must get to work soon. You are taking a leave today and must not go to school.
Understood. Now come give me a hug.
Seeing her childish demeanor stirred something within Zhao Tingchuan, and he embraced her tightly. From now on, when I go to exercise, you must join me.
No slacking off. All right.
Lin Miaoyue responded eagerly, though in her heart, she dismissed the notion, for only she knew how much she detested physical activity.
Do not even think of deceiving me.
Zhao Tingchuan raised her chin, speaking earnestly. Realizing her thoughts had been uncovered, Lin Miaoyue nestled deeper into his embrace. I know, I am not fully recovered yet. Zhao Tingchuan smiled helplessly at her response.
I will prepare some noodles for you. Eating well will aid your recovery. You must not indulge in snacks today. I will not be home for lunch, but I will arrange for someone to deliver food. Remember to eat it while it is hot. With Lin Miaoyue settled, Zhao Tingchuan left for work, leaving her alone in the house. Glancing around at the empty space, Lin Miaoyue felt a strong longing for Zhao Tingchuan and could not resist touching his pillow, which still carried his scent. After recovering from this illness, Zhao Tingchuan began to place significant emphasis on encouraging Lin Miaoyue to exercise, even arranging for a maid to come daily to prepare nutritious and hygienic meals. Consequently, Lin Miaoyue could visibly notice a slight increase in her weight, yet her complexion had improved significantly. As the end of April approached, the wedding date loomed closer. Lin Miaoyue prepared her bridal gown and reception dress, and even dragged Zhao Tingchuan to purchase a deep gray suit and wedding bands. During their shopping excursion, Lin Miaoyue was filled with joy, as opportunities for Zhao Tingchuan to accompany her were rare. His busy work schedule and the worry of being recognized contributed to this scarcity. Observing her happiness, Zhao Tingchuan realized he had neglected her in this regard, and he felt grateful for her understanding. Thus, he allowed her to take the lead in selecting items. 2 days before the wedding, Lin Miaoyue suddenly felt a sense of urgency about the impending nuptials. For the past few weeks, Zhao Tingchuan had been the one diligently handling the arrangements, and this thought left her feeling somewhat guilty. On the wedding day, Zhao Tingchuan adhered to tradition and arrived at Lin Miaoyue's home to escort her. He knew she was beautiful, but witnessing her in her wedding gown took his breath away. She was truly stunning beyond measure. Those accompanying him to collect the bride could not help but gasp. Zhao Tingchuan was indeed fortunate. There was only one bridesmaid, Chen Yaya, who dared not interfere with Zhao Tingchuan's plans. As Zhao Tingchuan carried Lin Miaoyue out the door, her mother's eyes glistened with tears, silently wishing for her daughter's everlasting happiness. You look absolutely radiant today, Zhao Tingchuan whispered in her ear. Hubby, you look particularly handsome today too. Lin Miaoyue's cheeks flushed with shyness. Had I known, I would have let you wear it solely for my eyes. It's too late for regrets now. Everyone else has seen it. However, only I may take it off, Zhao Tingchuan murmured, chuckling softly beside her ear. Lin Miaoyue's face turned crimson instantaneously. What a rogue! Chapter 75 Moonrise, Part 2. The wedding banquet was held at the finest hotel in City C, where relatives and friends from both sides entered with their invitations. Zhao Tingchuan and Lin Miaoyue stood at the entrance to receive guests, creating a scene of perfect harmony. Today, Zhao Tingchuan was clad in a deep gray suit, tall and imposing, with a simple wine-red bow tie adorning his white shirt. Beside him, Lin Miaoyue wore a strapless satin mermaid wedding gown that accentuated her figure exquisitely. Her hair was elegantly pinned up, adorned with shimmering golden powder, enhancing her beauty remarkably. The wedding ceremony was devoid of excessive formalities. Lin Miaoyue, linked arm in arm with Lin Feng, walked towards Zhao Tingchuan, feeling as if the 10-meter-long red carpet stretched interminably before her, igniting an impulse to dash towards him. Zhao Bao, dressed in a white lace gown, presented the wedding rings to the couple, and her grandmother informed her that she could now call Miaoyue mommy. Filled with joy, Zhao Bao reveled in the thought of having a mother, especially one she adored, Miaoyue. After the wedding ceremony, the newlyweds proceeded to toast their guests. Lin Miaoyue hurried to change into a different dress and refresh her makeup and hair. When she emerged, Zhao Tingchuan was momentarily taken aback by her appearance. She wore a pink radiant strapless gown, adorned with 2 large pink flowers at the waist, her hair still elegantly pinned, accented with lotus flower buds as decoration. With a hint of soft pink blush on her cheeks, she resembled a blooming lotus flower. Noticing Zhao Tingchuan's momentary daze, Lin Miaoyue felt a pang of anxiety. Was she truly that unappealing? She softly inquired, "Husband, do I look unattractive?" "No, my dear, you are simply breathtaking," Zhao Tingchuan replied, taking her hand as they stepped outside. Zhao Tingchuan embraced Lin Miaoyue as they toasted table after table, where she spotted many individuals she typically only saw on television or her phone. Zhao Qingyun and his wife welcomed the guests with beaming smiles, frequently hearing praises such as, "The bride is stunning," and "She surpasses even the stars in beauty."
Listening to these accolades filled Lin Miaoyue with an indescribable pride as she glanced back at the couple, who undeniably stood out amidst the crowd. By the end of the banquet, Lin Miaoyue felt as if her waist might snap and her legs would give way, overwhelmed by the multitude of Zhao Tingxuan's friends, relatives, and colleagues. After mustering the strength to bid farewell to the last wave of guests, she quickly linked her arm through Zhao Tingxuan's. Recognizing her fatigue, he tenderly wrapped his arm around her shoulder and sought a place for them to rest. Their marital home was situated in Qingfeng Courtyard, where the villa radiated an atmosphere of joy. Zhao Zichuan and Zhao Yun, along with others, returned, including Zhao Zichuan's ex-wife. The bustling day seemed to culminate, and Lin Miaoyue, upon entering her room, felt utterly drained and collapsed onto the bed. She surveyed the surroundings, noting the lovely decorations. She recalled Zhao Tingxuan proudly informing her the previous night that he had personally arranged the wedding suite. The door swung open, revealing not Zhao Tingxuan, but Jiabao.
Sister Miaoyue, what are you doing?
Jiabao's voice broke her reverie.
Lin Miaoyue quickly sat up, pulling Jiabao to the sofa beside her. Jiabao, I was just wondering, have you eaten enough? Yes, Sister Miaoyue, Grandma said I can call you Mommy from now on, right? Lin Miaoyue was momentarily taken aback. Yes, Jiabao, you can call me whatever you like. But I've never called anyone Mommy before. That's all right. Take your time now. I haven't been a mother before either. Jiabao, shall we continue being good friends as we were before?
Lin Miaoyue felt a pang of sympathy for Jiabao, knowing she had never known a mother.
Okay. Jiabao replied eagerly. I also have a gift prepared for you, Lin Miaoyue added. What is it? It's hidden in your room. Let's go find it together.
Upon settling Jiabao and returning to her room, Lin Miaoyue felt even more exhausted, collapsing onto the sofa and drifting off to sleep. Zhao Tingxuan ascended the stairs as well. Much of the alcohol from the banquet had been consumed by Zhao Zichuan and the groomsmen, yet he had partaken a little himself. The effects of the alcohol had largely dissipated after an afternoon of mingling. As night fell, Zhao Tingxuan entered the room and found Lin Miaoyue asleep on the sofa, still clad in that gradient gown, her petite feet peeking out. She had indulged in a bit of wine, coaxed by her law school classmates, though he had ensured she drank responsibly. He had witnessed Lin Miaoyue inebriated before and would not permit anyone else to see her in such a state. Gently, he lifted her into his lap, causing her to awaken and lean against him. They both simultaneously asked, "Are you tired?" Zhao Tingxuan smiled, "I'm all right, you must be quite fatigued." He then began to massage her waist.
"A little tired, my feet hurt," she admitted. "Are you happy?" "Yes, very happy, thank you, husband."
Lin Miaoyue caressed Zhao Tingxuan's elegant fingers, absent-mindedly twirling his wedding ring.
"I should be the one thanking you for choosing to marry me. The way everyone looked at you today was mesmerizing. You are simply exquisite. And what about your eyes?" Lin Miaoyue couldn't help but chuckle.
"I spent the entire day waiting for nightfall and the consummation of our marriage."
"I would like to have a drink," Lin Miaoyue said shyly.
"Very well, we shall share a cup of wine.
Wait here while I fetch some."
As Zhao Tingxuan descended the stairs to retrieve the wine, Lin Miaoyue quickly tidied her slightly disheveled hair and makeup.
How many glasses would you like?"
"One glass will suffice," she replied with a smile, thinking to herself that one glass might represent a lifetime. Lin Miaoyue's tolerance for alcohol was evident, likely due to her eagerness to drink. Upon finishing a glass of red wine, her cheeks flushed instantly. Zhao Tingxuan beheld her at that moment, her inherent beauty now enhanced with an alluring charm. From this day forth, this lotus that belonged solely to him would finally be his. Prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony, that this night was truly theirs, and it stretched on endlessly. Chapter 76. Moonrise, Part 3. The following morning, Lin Miaoyue was still blushing at the memories of the previous night. The sight of that utterly embarrassing skirt on the floor was hard to bear. As she attempted to rise from bed, a wave of soreness washed over her, and she noticed several red marks adorning her body, with a faint bruise on her waist that clearly indicated someone had grasped her there. Lin Miaoyue couldn't help but cast a glance at the slumbering instigator, a flicker of annoyance surfacing in her heart. After some effort, she managed to get out of bed and made her way to the bathroom, only to find Zhao Tingxuan entering as well. "Chuan, could you please step out? I need to wash up first," Lin Miaoyue said, her brows furrowed and her cheeks flushed. "What are you afraid of? It's not like we haven't seen each other before," he replied, playfully gripping the back of her head. Zhao Tingchuan, stop fooling around, I'm genuinely upset. Lin Miaoyue raised her voice. Alright, my dear, you will let your husband give you a kiss. After an hour had passed, Lin Miaoyue emerged from the bathroom in Zhao Tingchuan's arms, her face unmistakably displaying her displeasure. Alright, you were not. It's all your fault for being so beautiful. I couldn't resist. Please don't be angry. Lin Miaoyue silently pushed him away and stood up to find something to wear. However, she lost her balance and nearly fell, only to be caught by Zhao Tingchuan. Alright, let me carry you to find some clothes. How am I supposed to face anyone like this? It's the second day since I moved in, and I'm already avoiding going downstairs. What will your parents think of me? Lin Miaoyue exclaimed in frustration. Don't worry, I told them you caught a chill and are feeling a bit unwell. I can't thank you enough for your thoughtfulness. Such transparent excuses were typical of Zhao Tingchuan. After changing into a fresh outfit and tidying the room, Lin Miaoyue chose to ignore Zhao Tingchuan, regardless of his attempts to appease her. Zhao Tingchuan was aware that he had once again irritated her and felt a twinge of regret, albeit not much, reminding himself to tread carefully that evening. As they descended the stairs, Zhao's mother and Zhao Yun were engaged in hushed conversation. Upon seeing Lin Miaoyue, they immediately beckoned her over to join in their chat, leading Zhao Tingchuan to seek out Zhao Zichuan and the others. Miao Miao, are you hungry? I'll ask Auntie to cook some noodles for you, Zhao's mother offered. Thank you, Auntie, but I'm fine, not hungry at all. Lin Miaoyue felt quite embarrassed about waking up so late. Miao Miao, you still call her Auntie? Zhao Yun teased with a grin. I am sorry, thank you, Mom. I really am not hungry, Lin Miaoyue replied, feeling even more awkward. It's not your fault. It's all on me for not preparing a proper welcome gift, Zhao's mother said with a playful reprimand directed at Zhao Yun. Miao Miao, here, this is a bracelet I bought years ago, and I've always wanted to give it to you, but never found the right moment. She then produced a box containing a vividly green jade bracelet, clearly of excellent quality. Thank you, Mom, but this is far too extravagant, Lin Miaoyue exclaimed. Miao Miao, don't be so polite, as long as you like it, that's what matters. We all hope you and Tingchuan will have a wonderful life together. He seems to be the most reliable among the three children, but he can be quite stubborn. Please help me keep an eye on him in the future. Of course, thank you, Mom. I will. Lin Miaoyue replied obediently. Seeing Lin Miaoyue's sweet and sensible demeanor filled Zhao's mother with delight. This was the daughter she had always envisioned. Beautiful and well-mannered. Zhao Zichuan and Zhang Mingqing were engrossed in a game of chess. Upon noticing Zhao Tingchuan's arrival, Zhao Zichuan whistled. The groom has finally risen. Zhao Tingchuan ignored his teasing and poured himself a cup of tea. Tingchuan, do you have any plans for the next few days? Zhang Mingqing inquired after making a move. Probably just a little outing. Why, I was just asking. My sister and I are looking for a place to stroll around. Then you should find your own place. It wouldn't be convenient for us to be together, Zhao Tingchuan replied, causing Zhang Mingqing to chuckle at his forthrightness. After a while, Zhao Qingyun joined them, discussing some recent events with the younger generation. Following lunch, Lin Miaoyue played with Jiabo for a while before retreating to her room, her waist aching terribly during the meal. Zhao Tingchuan had been trying to win her over with dishes and massages. Had it not been for the presence of others, she would have been less restrained in her annoyance. Noticing Lin Miaoyue heading upstairs, Zhao Tingchuan followed her. Upon seeing her unhappy expression, he asked, are you still mad? How could I possibly dare to offend you, Director Zhao? Zhao Tingchuan immediately recognized that she was still quite upset. Alright, let us not be angry anymore, just hit me a couple of times, okay? He said, pulling her hand towards his face. With two loud slaps, Zhao Tingchuan laughed and asked, are you feeling better now? Does your hand hurt? Lin Miaoyue couldn't help but chuckle, playfully punching Zhao Tingchuan. You're simply insufferable, you rogue. I'm only a rogue towards you, Zhao Tingchuan. If you behave so recklessly again, you won't be allowed to touch me for a month. It's all your fault for being so stunning yesterday. I couldn't help myself. You're blaming me, Lin Miaoyue retorted, mockingly angry. Alright, it's my fault, and it's also my little brother's fault, Zhao Tingchuan said, kissing Lin Miaoyue's hand, only to receive another glare from her. Come on, let us do something enjoyable, he exclaimed, rising to fetch the two large bags of red envelopes. So many, come on, let us open them, all the money is yours, Zhao Tingchuan said with a soft smile. Thus, the entire afternoon was spent joyfully opening red envelopes, one person unwrapping while the other recorded the amounts. Filled with laughter and warmth. As they continued, Lin Miaoyue began to tire. When it was her turn to record, she noticed Zhao Tingchuan's handwriting, truly reflective of his character. Where do you want to go next? Aren't you restricted from leaving the city? This time, I received special permission, really. Let us think about where to go. Such opportunities are rare. Let us go somewhere without mountains. I don't want a hike, then let us head to the seaside. Darling, let us go to Dongshan Island in City F. Although it's relatively obscure, it's not crowded, Lin Miaoyue suggested excitedly. Alright, I'm following your lead. I'll buy the tickets later, Zhao Tingchuan said, amused by her enthusiasm. On their way to Dongshan Island, Lin Miaoyue busily scoured various travel guides while Zhao Tingchuan managed some work matters to ensure their upcoming days would be enjoyable. As Zhao Tingchuan rode the electric bike with Lin Miaoyue on the island, she felt completely relaxed. With his long limbs, he effortlessly wrapped her in his embrace, and seeing her radiant smile, he couldn't resist planting a kiss on her ear. Chapter 77 Moonrise, Part 4. In the evening, Zhao Tingchuan and Lin Miaoyue found a seaside restaurant to dine at. Zhao Tingchuan patiently peeled a large lobster for Lin Miaoyue, who sat across from him, exuding an indescribable calmness with every gesture.
Why are you staring at me?
Zhao Tingchuan raised an eyebrow as he glanced at Lin Miaoyue.
I enjoy watching you. Are you happy today? Zhao Tingchuan smiled gently. I am, exceptionally so. What about you, my dear husband?
Your happiness brings me joy. However, I must admit I feel quite relaxed here as well. Indeed, here you are just an ordinary person, free from the weight of expectations.
Miaoyue, I have always been an ordinary man.
It is merely my profession that has burdened me with numerous labels. Having said that, Zhao Tingchuan placed a piece of lobster meat into Lin Miaoyue's mouth.
Why aren't you eating?
I wish to ensure you are well fed first.
Dealing with this lobster shell is quite the task.
After their meal, the couple strolled hand in hand along the beach, occasionally leaning down to whisper sweet nothings or playfully teasing one another. As the wind picked up, Zhao Tingchuan grew concerned that Lin Miaoyue, clad only in a sundress, might catch a chill. He gently pulled her toward the shore, but Lin Miaoyue, caught up in the enjoyment, resisted. Without hesitation, Zhao Tingchuan scooped her up and carried her to the land, carefully rinsing the sand off her feet.
Be good, we shall return to play tomorrow. On the shore, they continued to amble about leisurely.
Lin Miaoyue spotted a shop selling couples attire, showcasing the quintessential beach style with floral shirts and vibrant shorts. She whimsically picked up an orange floral short-sleeve shirt, modeling it against a nearby stranger, while Zhao Tingchuan's face visibly flushed with embarrassment.
He had never donned such flamboyant clothing. Husband, shall I buy this for you?
Lin Miaoyue asked, her excitement palpable. No, Zhao Tingchuan promptly returned it to the rack. But darling, I have never worn couples attire with you, please, let us buy it.
Lin Miaoyue pleaded, her expression one of pitiful insistence.
Observing her earnestness, Zhao Tingchuan reluctantly replied, then let us choose a different color, this one is too gaudy. He pointed towards a blue version. No, the blue won't photograph well, let us get this one.
I beg you, husband.
Lin Miaoyue's playful charm was irresistible, and Zhao Tingchuan could only nod in acquiescence. Upon returning to their lodging, Zhao Tingchuan noticed Lin Miaoyue still beaming at her new purchase.
Was the acquisition of 2 shirts enough to elicit such joy?
Husband, we shall wear these when we go out tomorrow, she declared. As you wish, but it is getting late, let us retire early, Zhao Tingchuan whispered softly in her ear. You go shower first. I will review the photos from today, she replied. Let us shower together. With that, Zhao Tingchuan seized her phone and carried her toward the spacious bathroom. As the bathroom echoed with sounds that could make anyone blush. The following day, Lin Miaoyue awoke to find herself alone in the room, her phone revealing it was already past 10 o'clock.
Zhao Tingchuan entered, carrying breakfast and smiling. Awake at last, my little sleepyhead? And you, the big bad wolf? Lin Miaoyue peered out from her cocoon of blankets, pouting.
Yes, I am the big bad wolf, and you are the little lamb, who should be getting up for breakfast soon.
Zhao Tingchuan chuckled, tousling Lin Miaoyue's curly hair.
After breakfast, Lin Miaoyue presented the floral shirt she had purchased the day prior, insisting that Zhao Tingchuan change into it, having washed it with care knowing his preference for cleanliness. Zhao Tingchuan examined the loud shirt with a frown, secretly hoping Lin Miaoyue might forget about it, and bashfully asked, Miaoyue, must I truly wear this?
Of course, I will change into a matching floral dress, she replied, stepping into the bathroom. Husband, you must be ready when I emerge.
Zhao Tingchuan sighed in resignation and reluctantly donned the bright orange floral shirt, retrieving a pair of sunglasses from his suitcase.
Wow, husband, you look so handsome.
Lin Miaoyue exclaimed as she dashed towards him, her eyes sparkling. Zhao Tingchuan, typically attired in shades of black, white, blue, and gray, appeared entirely transformed in the vibrant shirt and white shorts, exuding a different charm altogether.
Really? He asked, slightly skeptical. Absolutely, so handsome. Lin Miaoyue gushed, planting a kiss on his cheek.
Witnessing her lively demeanor, Zhao Tingchuan felt his previous reservations dissipate. After all, there were no acquaintances around, and what mattered was Lin Miaoyue's happiness.
Are you ready? We should be leaving soon.
Just a moment longer, she called, retreating back to the bathroom. When Lin Miaoyue emerged, she was a vision, her hair styled into two relaxed braids, and the matching orange floral dress on her was anything but garish. Although May on Dongshan Island was still relatively mild, Lin Miaoyue excitedly rambled about their itinerary, while Zhao Tingchuan patiently listened, holding an umbrella over her. Despite Dongshan Island being lesser known, the crowd during the May Day holiday was considerable. As the couple walked along the streets, they could sense the occasional gaze upon them. They were indeed a striking pair. Zhao Tingchuan, tall and graceful, naturally drew attention in his floral shirt, while Lin Miaoyue, though not petite, appeared particularly delicate beside him, especially with her sunglasses perched atop her nose. Upon reaching the beach, with its azure waters and clear skies, Lin Miaoyue joyfully sprinted onto the sand, leaving a trail of footprints behind. Zhao Tingchuan stood quietly to the side, watching her spirited figure, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. Suddenly, a gust of wind lifted Lin Miaoyue's dress and hair. She turned to Zhao Tingchuan, her eyes sparkling as if they were the only two souls in existence. Moved by the moment, Zhao Tingchuan approached her and gently enveloped her in his arms. On the beach, a vendor offering photography services quickly approached the striking couple, and Zhao Tingchuan, smiling, drew Lin Miaoyue closer. In agreement. Under the photographer's guidance, they captured numerous photos, each one endearing to Lin Miaoyue, prompting Zhao Tingchuan to request prints of them all. Dongshan Island was small, with limited attractions. After spending 2 days on the island, Lin Miaoyue expressed a desire to visit the neighboring Z province to see the Tuluwa the night before their departure. She insisted on having the famous four-fruit soup, specifically requesting to go to a trendy eatery. Thus, Zhao Tingchuan rode his scooter, taking Lin Miaoyue on a delightful quest, his patience unwavering throughout the search. As they traversed the island's nightlife, filled with the aroma of earthly delights, Lin Miaoyue felt a surge of happiness, instinctively wrapping her arms around Zhao Tingchuan's slender waist, resting her cheek against his back, savoring the tranquility within.
Noticing her tightening embrace, Zhao Tingchuan inquired, "Wife, are you tired?"
"Not at all, I simply feel an overwhelming sense of happiness in this life." Zhao Tingchuan smiled, "Being with you grants me an unparalleled sense of bliss." After winding through the streets, they arrived at Zhao Epo's four-fruit soup shop, where Zhao Tingchuan was taken aback to find a familiar face, one he had not wished to encounter. Chapter 78 Moonrise, Part 5. Zhao Tingchuan mused to himself that with so many people around, perhaps the other party would not notice him, and so he lowered his head, feeling relieved as he continued to queue for his meal. "Tingchuan Gu, is that really you?" Lu Feiluo, who had been waiting in line with friends, caught sight of Zhao Tingchuan's silhouette and initially thought he was merely an attractive stranger. Upon closer inspection, she was astonished to discover that the casually dressed man in a simple t-shirt was indeed Zhao Tingchuan. The disparity between this image and her previous impression of him was striking. "Yes, what a coincidence. Are you here for a vacation too?" Zhao Tingchuan replied with a gentle smile. "Indeed, I'm here with my friends." She then called her companions over, saying, "We were just commenting on how your silhouette exudes charm," and to our surprise, it turned out to be you. Lu Feiluo's friends approached and greeted Zhao Tingchuan warmly. Lin Miaoyue, who had been seated inside, glanced outside the window, feeling somewhat bored at Zhao Tingchuan's absence. To her astonishment, she saw him conversing with two beautiful women. Upon closer inspection, one of them appeared somewhat familiar. Suddenly, she recalled the photo Lu Su had sent her and quickly scrolled through their chat history. The woman leaning against Zhao Tingchuan was indeed her. When she looked up again, Zhao Tingchuan had entered the room, followed closely by the two ladies. Lin Miaoyue hastily put away her phone and composed herself. "This is my partner, Lin Miaoyue," Zhao Tingchuan introduced, then turned to the women, and this is before he could finish, Lu Feiluo interjected with her introduction. "Hello, sister-in-law, I'm Lu Feiluo, and I grew up alongside Tingchuan Gu." Zhao Tingchuan thought to himself, "It's merely an acquaintance. Greetings, please, take a seat. When did you arrive?"
Lin Miaoyue warmly invited Lu Feilua and her friend to sit down. We arrived just yesterday. What about you? We've been here for several days. Ting Chuan-gu, you've truly gone too far. You got married without even notifying me. I only learned about your marriage during a conversation with my mother. Lin Miaoyue turned to Zhao Tingchuan and added, indeed, we grew up together, yet you didn't inform us at all. Zhao Tingchuan noted her half-smiling, half-serious expression and felt an unexpected wave of unease. The timeline was too tight, and there were many things I didn't considered. I was only focused on bringing her home as soon as possible. The next time I return to Sea City, we'll treat you to a meal together, Zhao Tingchuan said, casually squeezing Lin Miaoyue's hand. Noticing the affectionate interaction between the couple, Lu Feilua scrutinized Lin Miaoyue, acknowledging her youthful beauty and admirable demeanor. It was no wonder her mother had praised the bride's beauty at their wedding, exclaiming that Zhao Tingchuan was indeed fortunate. At that moment, seeing Zhao Tingchuan's adoring gaze towards Lin Miaoyue invoked a sense of sourness within her, especially recalling his previous indifference towards her. Sister-in-law, where do you work? I teach at Chiang Middle School in Sea City. A teacher, how fortunate to have such a flexible job. No wonder you're so beautiful. You have time to groom yourself, unlike us who toil away at work, looking disheveled. Please, don't say that. Our tasks can be quite tedious, but you just can't see it, Lin Miaoyue replied, her distaste for the stereotype of teachers being leisurely evident. No matter how busy, it's still better than our situation. Ting Chuan-gu understands my struggles, but as a district director, he has even more responsibilities. I'm not familiar with the conditions in S City, but I only know that the young ladies at the city government leave work in quite a hurry. Zhao Tingchuan chuckled, subtly distancing himself from Lu Feilua. Lu Feilua's friend, Ping Jiawei, sensed something amiss. Recalling her previous visit to Sea City for inspections, she thought of how others remarked that Lu Feilua had let a good opportunity slip by. Could this Zhao vice mayor be the one in question? She contemplated before easing the atmosphere. Every workplace has its own challenges, but with a beauty like Teacher Lin, others wouldn't dare to burden you too much. You flatter me. I'm just an ordinary person, Lin Miaoyue replied with a slight smile. Sister-in-law, you're being too modest. What ordinary person could be fortunate enough to marry a district director like you? You must be both beautiful and capable, Lu Feilua remarked with a light laugh. Feilua, let us not dwell on titles. Here, we are all just ordinary tourists. How many more days do you plan to stay? Zhao Tingchuan shifted the conversation, perhaps 2 more days. Do you have any recommendations? Southgate Bay and Huandao Road seem quite lovely. Yuo has taken many photos she is proud of. Sister-in-law, could you share those with me? Of course. Just a moment. As Lin Miaoyue unlocked her phone, a picture of Zhao Tingchuan with Lu Feilua appeared on the screen. However, the two seated across from her remained oblivious, while it sent a shiver down Zhao Tingchuan's spine. He discreetly observed Lin Miaoyue's expression, which remained cheerful, leaving him uncertain of how their interactions would unfold once they parted ways. Wow, sister-in-law, you look stunning, Lu Feilua exclaimed, swiping through the photos, her voice filled with admiration. It is the scenery that is beautiful, enhancing the charm of the person, Lin Miaoyue replied modestly. Ting Chuan-gu is quite skilled at photography as well. Indeed, wouldn't you agree? Lin Miaoyue replied nonchalantly. After reviewing the photos and exchanging WeChat contacts, Lin Miaoyue shared travel tips for Dongshan Island. Zhao Tingchuan then remarked that it was getting late and that they should head back. Lu Feilua laughed, saying, it is indeed late. We shall not be your third wheel any longer. Do enjoy yourselves and stay safe. Zhao Tingchuan smiled, naturally taking Lin Miaoyue's hand. At that moment, Lu Feilua felt her previous envy dissipate as she observed the couple's harmonious rapport, realizing that some things were simply a matter of fate. In comparison, she felt she had little to offer besides her longer acquaintance with Zhao Tingchuan and a slightly better family background. Sister-in-law, we'll take our leave now, wishing you both a joyful marriage and a harmonious life together. Thank you, I hope you have a wonderful time as well, Lin Miaoyue replied sincerely. As Lu Feilua and her friend departed, Lin Miaoyue withdrew her hand from Zhao Tingchuan's grasp and turned away, stating coolly, let us head back. Zhao Tingchuan immediately wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Are you upset? No, I truly have nothing going on with her. I said I'm not upset. Lin Miaoyue raised her voice. Alright, please share what is on your mind. I am tired. I want to return to the accommodation now. Zhao Tingchuan had anticipated this reaction. Observing the surroundings, he noted the hour was indeed late and resolved to soothe her once they returned. Upon reaching their electric scooter, Zhao Tingchuan attempted to lighten the mood by saying, wife, sit in my lap. There is hardly anyone on the road now. No, I'll sit behind. Lin Miaoyue thought of the image of Lu Feilua nestled in his embrace, feeling a tinge of distaste. Zhao Tingchuan began,
wishing to say more. I'm tired and want a rest. Please ride faster, Lin Miaoyue replied, her calm demeanor sending a chill through him. On the ride back, Lin Miaoyue no longer clung tightly to Zhao Tingchuan but instead crossed her arms over her chest, leaning against the rear compartment, as if wishing to distance herself from the rider. Zhao Weissmayer felt a sense of unease bubbling within him, silently cursing Lu Feilua for stirring trouble, as he endeavored to engage Lin Miaoyue in conversation, but she remained indifferent, leaving him in torment. Chapter 79 Moonrise, Part 6. Upon returning to the accommodation, as soon as Zhao Tingchuan parked the scooter, Lin Miaoyue disembarked without a word and ascended the stairs without looking back. Zhao Tingchuan felt a wave of irritation wash over him as he witnessed her behavior. He had explained the photo to her from the very beginning. Please, I assure you, there is nothing between us. I already explained that photo to you, didn't I? Zhao Tingchuan patiently continued to coax Lin Miaoyue once they were in their room. Yes, you explained it, but I'm not angry now. Lin Miaoyue replied nonchalantly as she searched for her sleepwear. You're clearly upset, but I can't comprehend what you're angry about. I've told you I'm not angry. Lin Miaoyue raised her voice, pushing Zhao Tingchuan aside. If you don't believe me, I can call her right now, and you can ask her whatever you wish. Zhao Tingchuan's patience began to wane. I have no interest in that. Do as you please. Clarify what you mean by do as you please. Do you believe I have some involvement with her and plan to disregard you? Who am I, a mere nobody, to dictate the actions of Zhao Weissmayer? Are you being a tad unreasonable? Zhao Tingchuan frowned. Indeed, I am unreasonable. I can't compare to others who are rational. And now, please step aside. I want to take a shower. Not until we clarify things. Clarify what? I've said I'm not angry. You're the one who feels guilty. What do I have to feel guilty about? I've told you, if you don't believe that there is nothing between me and her, I'll call her right now, he said, pulling out his phone and offering it to Lin Miaoyue. Lin Miaoyue regarded Zhao Tingchuan, who appeared resolute, thinking to herself that only a fool would make that call. Regardless of the outcome, it would only end up embarrassing herself. Or with an even calmer demeanor, she replied, I trust you, fine? I trust that your relationship is pure and flawless, and that I am simply being petty. Lin Miaoyue, look in the mirror. Does that expression reflect trust in me? What on earth are you fussing about? Zhao Tingchuan's voice rose slightly, revealing his dwindling patience. Zhao Tingchuan, what am I fussing about? Did I hit you? Did I curse at you? Or berate your childhood sweetheart, in your heart? I have no idea what you're talking about, and I don't wish to argue with you. Move. With that, she forcefully pushed Zhao Tingchuan aside and dashed into the bathroom, promptly locking the door behind her. Caught off guard by Lin Miaoyue's sudden push, Zhao Tingchuan was momentarily dazed. He approached the door to knock, but it remained shut, leaving him feeling increasingly frustrated and tempted to kick it down. Lin Miaoyue took nearly half an hour in the bathroom, unsure of how to face Zhao Tingchuan, though he had explained the photo long ago, and she had believed him at the time. Meeting the woman in person made her feelings shift. Hearing her address him as Tingchuan Gu only further irked her. What was worse was that Zhao Tingchuan had raised his voice at her, as the instigator. Wouldn't he take more care to soothe her? Emerging from the bathroom, Lin Miaoyue deliberately walked to her side of the bed, avoiding Zhao Tingchuan's gaze as she meticulously browsed through the travel guide for Z City, refusing to acknowledge him. Zhao Tingchuan had been watching her the moment she stepped out, but she didn't spare him a glance. He felt a surge of frustration building within him and walked straight to the bathroom to wash up. When Zhao Tingchuan returned, he found the room dimly lit by only the lamp beside his bed, with Lin Miaoyue cocooned under the covers like a chrysalis. Once the lights were turned off, the room was enveloped in darkness, and Zhao Tingchuan glanced at the cocooned figure beside him, feeling quite satisfied that only her back was visible. After a while, he could no longer resist the urge to gently nudge the cocoon. There was no response. Are you asleep? He asked, but received no reply. Seeing this, Zhao Tingchuan sighed, extending his long arms to pull Lin Miaoyue, along with her bedding, into his embrace. Lin Miaoyue, who had not been asleep but was simply sulking, felt him close and thought to herself how annoying he was. I was wrong, please don't be angry. I swear there will be no more photos like that in the future, Zhao Tingchuan said, resting his head against hers. Lin Miaoyue rolled her eyes, but unfortunately for her, he could not see. Wife, please don't be upset, talk to me. Noticing that she was still ignoring him, Zhao Tingchuan lifted the covers and crawled in beside her, turning her to face him for easier cuddling. At last, Lin Miaoyue moved, pushing the bare-chested man away with all her might. He was truly infuriating. Zhao Tingchuan easily restrained her hands above her head with one hand, pinning her legs down with his long ones, before leaning in to kiss her, his tongue skillfully coaxing hers until both were breathless. Wife, Please tell me what you're actually angry about, Zhao Tingchuan asked once their breathing had steadied. Zhao Tingchuan, you're bullying me again, Lin Miaoyue replied, her voice laced with grievance. How am I bullying you? I've already explained that photo to you. I assure you there is nothing between me and Lu Feilua. Besides, I've always stood up for you in front of her, Zhao Tingchuan hastily defended himself. You raised your voice at me. Goodness, when did I raise my voice at you? Zhao Tingchuan exclaimed, feigning innocence that I'm referring to earlier, before I showered, when you called my name loudly and said I was being unreasonable. Zhao Tingchuan chuckled, both exasperated and amused. All right, my dear, I apologize for raising my voice, but what about your indifference toward me beforehand? I wasn't ignoring you, I simply didn't call you Tingchuan Ge like some people do. It doesn't strike me as endearing, Lin Miaoyue replied, her tone revealing her own unexpected petulance as Zhao Tingchuan burst into laughter, finding joy in the fact that this particular jealousy of hers was anything but ordinary. With a playful smile, he said, Wife, that was just a form of address. My mother and her mother have known each other for a long time. It's certainly not what you think, like a childhood romance. I am several years older than her and found her quite annoying as a child. Besides, she can't just call me by my name or Director Zhao, can she? After a pause, he added, as for her sharp remarks tonight, that was purely out of jealousy, jealous of your youth and beauty, and frustrated that I rejected her to marry you instead. Humph, as if you're so desirable, Lin Miaoyue retorted. Of course, you are the desirable one, I'm merely stinky tofu and acquired taste. We are truly a match made in heaven, Zhao Tingchuan said, planting a kiss on Lin Miaoyue's cheek. Lin Miaoyue couldn't help but laugh at his words. Get off me, stinky tofu may smell foul but tastes delightful, care to give it a try, Zhao Tingchuan quipped before leaning in to kiss Lin Miaoyue again. As Zhao Tingchuan's kiss left Lin Miaoyue feeling dizzy, a flutter of excitement coursed through her, as if she wanted to grasp onto something in the room, initially shrouded in darkness, was now illuminated by the soft glow from outside, casting a delicate and shy light within. Chapter 80 of The Rising Moon, Part 7. The following day, Zhao Tingchuan was roused from his slumber by the persistent ringing of the alarm clock. Glancing at Lin Miaoyue, who was still lost in a deep sleep in his embrace, he couldn't help but smile and lean down to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead. After turning over and getting out of bed to freshen up, he returned to the bedside and playfully pinched Lin Miaoyue's cheek. Miaoyue, it's time to rise, we are heading to Z City today. Ah. I am so tired. Just let me sleep a little longer, just a little, Lin Miaoyue murmured, her eyelids still firmly shut. Then I'll start packing our things, you can indulge in 10 more minutes of sleep, Zhao Tingchuan replied affectionately, stroking her hair gently. Once he had organized their belongings, he lifted Lin Miaoyue into his arms. Miaoyue, it's time to wake up, otherwise, we'll miss the high-speed train. At last, Lin Miaoyue opened her eyes groggily, entirely oblivious to how she had fallen asleep the previous night. All she recalled was their animated debate over the delightful aroma of stinky tofu and how he had coaxed her into uttering those blush-inducing words. Oh dear, what should I do? I can never look at stinky tofu the same way again. Dongshan Island is in close proximity to Z City, and they arrived just in time for lunch. They casually selected a restaurant, and as they dined, Zhao Tingchuan observed Lin Miaoyue, who resembled a content little squirrel. Over the past few days, he had come to realize that despite her seemingly delicate nature, she was remarkably resilient and rarely complained. Even though the meal was rather mediocre and the service slow, she displayed no signs of impatience, instead reminding herself to enjoy their outing without letting frustrations spoil the moment. Of course, this was only one side of her. In any physical activity, she was as fragile as a dainty flower. For instance, she had fainted during their escapades last night, indicating that he would have to encourage this lazy lamb to exercise more in the future. Are you just going to finish that? Lin Miaoyue inquired, puzzled, noticing that he had barely touched his chopsticks. I'm not that hungry. I had quite a bit of your leftover breakfast this morning, he replied. Lin Miaoyue pouted slightly and continued to eat at a leisurely pace. After settling into their hotel, Lin Miaoyue busied herself with changing outfits and applying makeup while Zhao Tingchuan patiently waited, even offering suggestions on what would suit her best, showing no signs of impatience whatsoever. Thus, Lin Miaoyue felt that Zhao Tingchuan was an exceptionally suitable companion for outings. He was patient and unhurried in all matters, and he excelled at planning their itinerary, provided he was informed. The only drawback was his picky palate. He must have indulged in exquisite delicacies too often. He never touched the dishes she cherished and occasionally threatened to discard the food at home. Breakfast, in particular, had been a painful waste, and she had forcefully insisted he eat it. Darling, let us go, Lin Miaoyue announced, clad in a flowing blue v-neck floral dress, her hair styled in a side braid, adorned with pearl earrings, and carrying a petite white handbag, exuding a languid yet gentle aura. Zhao Tingchuan felt a touch of enchantment, convinced that the woman before him was extraordinarily beautiful. Holding her hand as they stepped outside drew admiring glances, filling him with a sense of pride as a man. Their afternoon destination was the ancient city of Z City, which Zhao Tingchuan found rather unremarkable. However, Lin Miaoyue was brimming with excitement, lured by the myriad of delectable treats.
Darling, take a bite. Just one bite. Reluctantly, Zhao Tingchuan took a small nibble, and Lin Miaoyue eagerly asked, "Is it delicious?"
"It's acceptable," he responded.
"Then have a bit more, it's not good." "I think so too," Lin Miaoyue frowned and murmured.
Zhao Tingchuan inwardly sighed. Capturing photographs was a top priority for every woman on an outing, and he had overheard numerous couples squabbling over photo sessions at the scenic spots in recent days. He was grateful for the few days he had dabbled in photography during university, especially since Lin Miaoyue's beauty made capturing her essence effortless. As dusk descended, the ancient city took on a different charm, and the couple strolled hand in hand, savoring the tranquility of the moment. "Darling, my feet are sore," Lin Miaoyue complained, looking quite pitiful.
"Come, let me carry you," Zhao Tingchuan offered. Lin Miaoyue glanced around at the throng of people, feeling shy. "Never mind, we should probably head back." "Miaoyue, I also checked the itinerary. It appears there is a fireworks display in the ancient city tonight." "Are you sure you don't want to see it?"
"Really, of course, I want to see it. Let us find a place to sit," Lin Miaoyue exclaimed with newfound enthusiasm. Zhao Tingchuan surveyed the area and found a prime location in a tea house, wrapping an arm around Lin Miaoyue as they entered. "Ah, Chuan, there is someone playing the pipa," she exclaimed.
Not as well as you do," Zhao Tingchuan whispered softly in her ear.
After confirming with the proprietor that they could view the fireworks from their spot, they ordered some refreshments, settling in comfortably to await the spectacle.
"With such a splendid vantage point, why are there so few people here?" Lin Miaoyue puzzled.
"Because it requires payment, and it's not inexpensive," Zhao Tingchuan replied, taking a sip of tea that surprisingly tasted quite good. "Well, my husband must be quite wealthy," Lin Miaoyue said with a playful smile. Zhao Tingchuan chuckled. "All my salary cards are with you. It's you who is wealthy, Miss Lin."
"Who is to say you don't have a secret stash?"
Lin Miaoyue remarked, her attention divided between the pipa player and their conversation. "I do, and quite a bit," Zhao Tingchuan replied with a low chuckle. Upon hearing this, Lin Miaoyue turned her head, still not being honest about it. "I always thought my wife was noble and viewed money as mere dust." "Have you finally seen through me?" she teased. "Yes, I see clearly now. My wife is a money lover, and an exceptionally beautiful one at that." "Flatterer." "How long until the fireworks start?" "About half an hour," Zhao Tingchuan glanced at his watch. "That has quite a wait," Lin Miaoyue said, feeling a touch bored.
"Do your fingers itch?" "Do you want to play the pipa?" he asked playfully. "This is their establishment, how could I possibly play?"
Hearing this, Zhao Tingchuan stood up and approached the owner, conversing with him briefly. "Miaoyue, go and play," he encouraged.
"How could you have the audacity to ask him?" Lin Miaoyue laughed.
"You needn't worry. Just go," Zhao Tingchuan reassured her, patting her head with a smile. "Darling, I'm going now," Lin Miaoyue beamed like a child, and Zhao Tingchuan nodded, watching her descend to the teahouse owner, intrigued, wished to hear the talented beauty's pipa skills. Lin Miaoyue ascended the stage with a smile, bowing to the previous player and then to the audience, radiating confidence and vitality. As she embraced the pipa, her smile faded momentarily as she adjusted the strings with precision. Upon completing the classical piece Spring River, Flower Moon Night, she was met with resounding applause, many in the audience capturing the moment on their phones, drawing in curious onlookers from the street. Subsequently, she performed Lanting Su and Shang Shang Man, and the audience grew ever larger, erupting into applause as she stepped down from the stage. Lin Miaoyue felt a rush of warmth, her cheeks flushed. This was her first time performing solo in front of such a crowd. She glanced up at Zhao Tingchuan on the upper floor, where he stood with his hands in his pockets, a smile of admiration lighting up his eyes as he watched her.
Their gazes locked, and an unexpected wave of intimacy washed over them. Chapter 81 The Bright Moon, Part 1. The proprietor of the tea house below was grinning from ear to ear, for the enchanting beauty performing on the pipa had drawn a substantial influx of patrons to his establishment. If only he could persuade her to reside there long-term to grace the stage with her melodies, his business would undoubtedly flourish. He recalled the man who had approached him earlier, requesting for his wife to take the stage and play the pipa. Initially hesitant, fearing it might disrupt the atmosphere, he eventually relented when the gentleman offered to cover the tea expenses for the audience below. As Lin Miaoyue descended from the stage amidst the applause of the crowd, the fireworks display was about to commence. She hurried to find Zhao Tingchuan.
Darling, how did I perform?
Individuals often yearn for the praise of those they hold dear, and Lin Miaoyue was no exception. The echoes linger, akin to heavenly music, Zhao Tingchuan replied, gently caressing her fingers.
Is it truly that exaggerated?
Lin Miaoyue blushed slightly.
Indeed.
I felt as though you were radiating light. My moon, how many facets of you have I yet to discover?
Did you not witness my pipa performance last New Year's Day?
That was a duet, and your makeup was overly heavy, overshadowing your beauty. Very well, I shall reluctantly accept your words.
Let us position ourselves by the window.
The fireworks are about to begin, Zhao Tingchuan said, glancing at his watch. As 8 o'clock approached, the area around the ancient city was teeming with people, some chanting the countdown. 19, 18, 17, 16, caught up in the excitement, Lin Miaoyue joined in the countdown. Zhao Tingchuan, amused by her enthusiasm, embraced her from behind, resting his chin atop her head, savoring the indescribable happiness that welled within him. When the fireworks erupted, the crowd erupted in cheers. This year's display was grander than ever, with multiple fireworks blooming simultaneously, showcasing rare patterns. Lin Miaoyue, capturing the moment on her phone, gasped in awe at the beauty before her. Thankfully, Zhao Tingchuan had reminded her to take it all in, lest she regret missing this visual feast. Darling, Zhao Tingchuan said, noticing Lin Miaoyue's face lit with excitement. Yes, my love, she replied absent-mindedly. With a tender smile, Zhao Tingchuan lifted her chin and kissed her. The kiss was filled with deep affection and lingering warmth. As the kiss ended, Lin Miaoyue gazed at him, breathless, as he earnestly declared, Miaoyue, I love you. Thank you for marrying me, I shall not disappoint you. Tears welled up in her eyes as she responded, I love you too, Tingchuan. Zhao Tingchuan kissed the delicate beauty in his arms, her eyes glistening with emotion, and his heart swelled with infinite tenderness. The fireworks served as a backdrop to their silhouettes. The display lasted for half an hour, during which Zhao Tingchuan held Lin Miaoyue close, both wishing time would linger a little longer, just a tad more. As the final fireworks faded and the crowd began to disperse, Zhao Tingchuan led Lin Miaoyue out of the private room, only to be greeted by the beaming proprietor.
Hello, hello. I am the owner of the tea house, forgive my intrusion, beautiful lady.
Lin Miaoyue glanced at the owner and then at Zhao Tingchuan.
Hello, is there something amiss?
The owner scratched his head in embarrassment.
Miss, would you be interested in performing the pipa here regularly? We can negotiate the fees.
Lin Miaoyue chuckled softly. I'm afraid that one tea be possible, but I am from out of town and will be leaving in 2 days.
You could stay longer.
We provide accommodation, the owner suggested. But if she were to play the pipa here regularly, what would become of me?
Zhao Tingchuan interjected with a smile. Indeed, it seems you are quite inseparable, the owner remarked, chuckling in understanding.
I must express my gratitude for allowing her to perform tonight, Lin Miaoyue said. Ah, I was initially reluctant as well, but your husband offered to cover the tea expenses for the patrons below. Lin Miaoyue was taken aback, glancing at Zhao Tingchuan, realizing how thoughtful he had been to spend so much just to allow her a few moments of performance.
All right, Miaoyue, we should be heading back now.
Please take care, and you are always welcome to perform here any time, the owner said with a smile.
Thank you, and goodbye, they replied.
As the couple descended the stairs, the owner watched them leave, filled with admiration. On their way back to the hotel, Lin Miaoyue linked her arm with Zhao Tingchuan, unable to contain her feelings. Tingchuan, I feel pained by the thought of that expenditure.
Miaoyue, did you not feel joy before knowing I had paid for your performance?
Yes, I was quite happy.
Then that is enough.
Money exists to bring joy, and my funds are meant to bring you happiness.
Thank you, my love, Lin Miaoyue said, playfully nuzzling against him. Zhao Tingchuan chuckled at her childish antics, recalling how she had been prickly just the night before. During their subsequent journey to Z province, they visited the Tulu and several film shooting locations. Lin Miaoyue even had a series of flower hairpin photographs taken.
Adorning flowers in this life, becoming beautiful in the next.
Many young women came to capture similar photographs, yet clad in a white traditional top and a red skirt, Lin Miaoyue remained the most radiant among them. As she posed, Zhao Tingchuan watched her with adoration and delight. The elderly woman assisting with the flower hairpin exclaimed in her imperfect Mandarin that Lin Miaoyue was the most beautiful she had ever seen, whispering, "Your husband can't take his eyes off you." Lin Miaoyue, hearing this, looked over at Zhao Tingchuan, who was indeed fixated on her, unlike others who were distracted by their phones.
Tingchuan, do I look beautiful? Absolutely stunning.
You are breathtaking, Zhao Tingchuan replied without hesitation, his words brimming with sincerity. At that moment, Lin Miaoyue's enchanting visage was suffused with an irresistible charm, her heart soared with joy, and she couldn't help but admire her reflection in the mirror. On their return flight to City C, Lin Miaoyue reflected on how swiftly time passed as Zhao Tingchuan embraced her.
Miaoyue, there are many days ahead, there will be more opportunities. Darling, will you have more chances to accompany me on outings? Certainly, but perhaps not as many as I would like. Very well, be good. I promise to accompany you whenever I can.
On the plane, Lin Miaoyue fell asleep against Zhao Tingchuan's shoulder, and he tenderly covered her with a blanket. As he closed his eyes, he reminisced about the delightful moments shared with her over the past few days. This sense of ease and contentment was unprecedented. Despite the occasional quarrel, happiness prevailed. He knew his little lamb cared deeply for him. Gradually, Zhao Tingchuan slipped into slumber as well. Chapter 82 Moonlit Night, Part 2, Life after marriage appears to have undergone little transformation compared to the period preceding it. To facilitate Lin Miaoyue's commute, the couple continues to reside at the academic garden, with a housekeeper coming daily to clean and prepare meals. One day, Lin Miaoyue whimsically decided to pick up Zhao Tingchuan from work, and thus, she called him in advance, only to find the line disconnected. After a while, Zhao Tingchuan returned her call. Miaoyue, I was occupied with something earlier, what's the matter? I finished work early today and thought of coming to collect you, she replied.
Do I have the honor of such an arrangement?
Zhao Tingchuan chuckled softly, handing over some signed documents to his secretary, Li.
Indeed, do you wish to accept this honor? I do. I still have a bit of work to finish.
Lin Miaoyue took a taxi to the municipal government, and the ambience felt completely different this time. Gazing at the solemn and majestic hall of the government building, her mind wandered. Miao, what brings you here? Zhang Wenyuan was taken aback upon spotting Lin Miaoyue. Waiting for someone to finish work, she replied nonchalantly.
Is it a boyfriend? Zhang Wenyuan's heart skipped a beat. No, it's my husband. I am married now. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Lin Miaoyue wished to avoid further conversation with him, especially in this setting. You're married? Zhang Wenyuan's voice rose significantly, causing several onlookers to glance over.
Lin Miaoyue felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, shooting him a disgruntled look before turning to leave. Zhang Wenyuan hurried to catch up, disbelief lacing his voice. Miao, even if you don't want to talk to me, please don't joke about such things.
Zhang Wenyuan, do you truly believe I would jest with you?
Lin Miaoyue was exasperated, finding even a glance at him a nuisance.
Which department does your husband work in? I know some people at the municipal government.
It's none of your concern, please keep your distance, I wouldn't want others to misunderstand.
Miao, even if you're averse to reconciling with me, don't just marry someone on a whim. I'll repeat myself. My choices have nothing to do with you, stay away. Then tell me, who exactly are you waiting for?
A sense of inexplicable anxiety gnawed at Zhang Wenyuan.
I'm waiting for me.
Zhao Tingchuan's voice rang out from behind them.
Zhao.
Director, Zhang Wenyuan stammered in surprise. Lin Miaoyue shot him a glance and walked over to Zhao Tingchuan, smiling, husband, let us head home. Zhao Tingchuan took Lin Miaoyue's hand, smiling as he turned to Zhang Wenyuan. Xiao Zhang, unless it's necessary, I'd appreciate it if you refrained from intruding on Miaoyue's life. She is quite well now, and this is beneficial for everyone. Yes, my apologies, Zhang Wenyuan nodded vigorously, a chill running down his spine from Zhao Tingchuan as final remark. Zhao Tingchuan smiled, leading Lin Miaoyue away. Zhang Wenyuan watched their retreating figures, his heart a tumult of emotions. She was married, to Zhao Tingchuan, no less. How did they come to know one another?
Everything from today left him utterly stunned.
Upon exiting the government hall, Lin Miaoyue couldn't help but steal glances at Zhao Tingchuan's expression, which revealed nothing of his feelings. Of furrowing her brow, she lamented the unfortunate encounter with Zhang Wenyuan.
Chuan, are you upset? No, why do you ask?
Lin Miaoyue, visibly dejected, confessed, I hadn't anticipated running into him.
Had I known, I wouldn't have come.
Silly Miaoyue, I was genuinely pleased you came to pick me up today. Encountering him was unplanned, but it might just help him relinquish any lingering feelings, thus preventing future disturbances.
Is that so? Indeed, yet he did remind me of something. What is it?
Zhao Tingchuan smiled slightly. I want to tell you, be good now, let us go eat.
He gently caressed Lin Miaoyue's face.
After dining and returning home, Zhao Tingchuan attended to some matters in their room. He kindly made a phone call to the director of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, advising him to remind his subordinates about work discipline, particularly those with gambling records, to avoid tarnishing the institution's reputation. Stepping out of the room, he found Lin Miaoyue seated on the sofa, engrossed in her assorted snacks while watching television. Zhao Tingchuan approached her, lifting her into his arms and discreetly snatching the chips from her grasp.
Miaoyue, may I discuss something with you?
Lin Miaoyue, her attention still on the screen, replied distractedly, sure.
Where is your household registration book? I'm not sure.
Seeing her response, Zhao Tingchuan picked up the remote and turned off the television.
Hey! Husband, what are you doing? Lin Miaoyue pouted, her brow furrowing in displeasure. What did I just ask you? What did you ask?
Lin Miaoyue felt a twinge of guilt.
Is the television more captivating than I am? You're handsome. My husband is the most attractive. Lin Miaoyue pecked Zhao Tingchuan on the cheek. Husband, what were you asking me? Where is your household registration book? It's at my parents' place, why do you ask? It seems we've overlooked an important step in our marriage. Obtaining our marriage certificate. Lin Miaoyue burst into laughter. That is true, we still qualify as an unmarried couple, doesn't that mean we're living together illegally?
Zhao Tingchuan tightened his embrace around Lin Miaoyue. Let me, a distinguished law graduate, enlighten you on what constitutes illegal cohabitation. There are 3 scenarios. 1, if either party is under 14, 2, if one knowingly cohabits with a married individual, 3, if one is a spouse of an active duty military member. He paused. We are legally cohabiting, but I desire to make it even more legitimate.
He then playfully pinched Lin Miaoyue's cheek. What prompted this sudden desire for greater legitimacy?
Seeing that Zhang made me ponder.
I thought you were completely unfazed by him. Lin Miaoyue nestled closer into Zhao Tingchuan's embrace. Are you insinuating I should be jealous of him? Not precisely.
I merely worry you might be bothered by my past. What is swirling in that little head of yours? I'm not jealous, I simply find him unworthy of comparison. Besides, I believe we should be bound together legally as well. Miaoyue, trust me, your past holds no sway over our future, just follow me forward, and I promise you won't be disappointed. A warmth spread through Lin Miaoyue's heart, and she couldn't resist kissing Zhao Tingchuan. I understand.
Thank you, husband.
Then tomorrow evening, let us have dinner at your mother's place and pick up the household registration book.
Sounds good. When shall we apply for the certificate? Isn't the trend of May 20th quite popular among you young people?
I desire the 21st of May.
However, that day happens to fall on a weekend. Let us settle on the 21st of May, then the weekend poses no issue. I shall make a brief visit to ensure that the Civil Affairs Bureau accommodates us that day. Is that truly advisable? It seems rather laborious. It is already a relief that they are not required to come to us. Zhao Tingchuan tenderly kissed Lin Miaoyue.
However, Lin Miaoyue wished to express more, yet Zhao Tingchuan interrupted her, saying, "Enough with the buts," and sealed her lips with his own. The atmosphere in the living room became exceedingly intimate. Chapter 84 of Moonlit, Part 3. On the day of their marriage registration, Zhao Tingchuan rose particularly early, personally preparing breakfast and lifting Lin Miaoyue from the bed to carry her to the bathroom. Lin Miaoyue had long since grown accustomed to his ways. Zhao Tingchuan had a habit of rising early for exercise, often urging her to join him in the morning workouts. However, her lack of interest and resolve in physical activity frequently led her to lazily wait in some corner for his return. Once everything was tidied up, observing Zhao Tingchuan's earnest demeanor today, Lin Miaoyue couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, recalling the day they had gone home to retrieve the household registration book. Zhao Tingchuan had even brought along 2 bottles of fine wine and skincare products, speaking humbly and sincerely to her parents, fearful that they might refuse to hand over the household registration book. Noticing the slight curve of Lin Miaoyue's lips and her gaze lingering on him, Zhao Tingchuan queried with mild curiosity, "What are you looking at?" "I'm looking at you. Why have you never shown such fondness for looking at me before? Today, you're exceptionally handsome, alright, you're particularly beautiful too." With that, Zhao Tingchuan, while driving, took Lin Miaoyue's hand and kissed it gently. Today, Lin Miaoyue indeed looked stunning, adorned in a cream-colored qipao, her hair elegantly styled, and ruby-red earrings gracing her ears. Her already exquisite features were accentuated by the meticulous makeup she had applied, rendering her even more charming. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, the staff, who had been waiting for a considerable time, hurried forward upon seeing Zhao Tingchuan and Lin Miaoyue enter, presenting them with a bouquet of flowers. "Director Zhao, these flowers are our gift to you and your wife. May you both enjoy everlasting happiness and a harmonious union." Zhao Tingchuan smiled with satisfaction upon receiving the flowers, saying, "Thank you, you are very thoughtful. I shall borrow these flowers to express my gratitude." He then turned, beaming, and presented them to Lin Miaoyue beside him. Since only the 2 of them were registering their marriage, the process was remarkably swift. As Zhao Tingchuan and Lin Miaoyue exited the bureau, the staff couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Finally sending off the esteemed guest, the director of the bureau secretly rejoiced at having taken his wife's advice to prepare flowers, marveling at how the typically stern and aloof director Zhao transformed completely in the presence of his wife. Once in the car, Zhao Tingchuan glanced at the marriage certificate again, smiling as he remarked, "We are now legally husband and wife." Seeing Zhao Tingchuan's demeanor, Lin Miaoyue couldn't help but smile in return. "Indeed. Thank you, as Zhao Tingchuan turned to her, drawing her in for a kiss. After the kiss, Lin Miaoyue's cheeks tinged slightly pink. "Alright now, dear husband, where shall we go next?" "Let us return to Qingfeng Courtyard. We haven't been back in 2 weeks." At Qingfeng Courtyard, upon seeing Zhao Tingchuan and Lin Miaoyue's return, Zhao's mother hurriedly instructed the maid to prepare several dishes they loved. During lunch, Zhao's mother joyfully announced to everyone that her daughter Xiaoyun was pregnant. Everyone shared in her joy. Although Xiaoyun often spoke of leaving things to fate, they all knew she had longed to be a mother ever since her earlier miscarriage. Zhao's mother beamed, saying, Miao, you are truly our family's lucky star. Ever since you married in, our household has been filled with so much joy." "Mom, that is not true. It is all thanks to my second sister and her family's good fortune. Really. By the way, I heard you registered your marriage today." Lin Miaoyue smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. "What wonderful news. I am genuinely delighted today." Zhao Qingyun looked at his wife's expression and could not help but chuckle. "Now you won't feel embarrassed in front of your old friends, will you?" "Old Zhao, let me tell you, ever since the day Tingchuan and Miao held their banquet, I've had no such feelings. Whose daughter-in-law can compare to Miao's beauty and thoughtfulness?" As the family sat together, enjoying their meal and conversation, laughter filled the air. Zhao Tingchuan suddenly felt a long-lost sense of tranquility within. Turning to glance at Lin Miaoyue, who was happily chatting with his parents, he felt fortunate that he had not settled previously and had not easily let her go after meeting her, unable to resist gently pinching her delicate waist. After the meal, Zhao Tingchuan and Zhao Qingyun retreated to the study to discuss matters, while Lin Miaoyue accompanied Jiabao to complete her school assignment. "Aunt Yaya, when will you have a baby?" Jiabao couldn't help but ask, having overheard her grandmother and aunt discussing the hope of an early pregnancy for her. "Jiabao, do you wish for me to have a baby?" "Of course, that way, I'll have a little brother or sister." Lin Miaoyue affectionately ruffled Jiabao's hair. "I'm not sure, but Jiabao, no matter when I have a baby, your father and I, along with everyone else, will love you very much." Aunt Yaya, I hope you have a baby soon, so I can meet my little brother or sister earlier." Lin Miaoyue couldn't help but smile at this. After marriage, Lin's mother had subtly suggested having children soon, but Jiabo was the first to bring it up with her. "Alright, Jiabo, this is an adult matter, let us continue with our craft project." Leaning against the doorframe for some time, Zhao Tingchuan had listened to their conversation and saw the two sitting on the carpet, cutting and gluing happily, and walked over. "Jiabo, what craft are you making?" "Daddy, we are making a windmill collage, may I help you?" He sat down beside them. Thus, the three of them spent time crafting in Jiabo's room, filled with laughter. Lin Miaoyue observed Zhao Tingchuan, who looked at Jiabo with such affection, and her thoughts drifted to the child they had lost. A dull ache stirring in her heart that night, on the third floor of Qingfeng Courtyard, Zhao Tingchuan embraced Lin Miaoyue, who had just finished washing up and was emanating a subtle fragrance. He whispered, "Yue, let us have a child. Why bring this up all of a sudden? Have your parents urged you?" "No, it's my own wish. Don't you want to?" "I do, but I'm a bit scared." "What are you afraid of?" "Afraid I won't be able to take care of him well. No need to worry. I will be here for everything." With that, Zhao Tingchuan rolled over, pinning Lin Miaoyue beneath him. "Yue, I know what you're thinking, but I won't let that situation occur, trust me." He then leaned down, capturing Lin Miaoyue's lips in a kiss. Upon hearing Zhao Tingchuan's words, warmth surged in Lin Miaoyue's heart, as she entwined her arms around his neck, responding to his fervor. Chapter 85 Moonlight, Part 4. As Lin Miaoyue prepared for pregnancy, she, who had never been fond of exercise, began to pay attention to her physical fitness. Although her level of activity remained modest, Zhao Tingchuan regarded it as a commendable improvement. However, those who were always preparing for pregnancy often found themselves unable to conceive. 2 months passed, and Lin Miaoyue's menstruation arrived punctually, much like the school bell, which inevitably left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Observing her despondency, Zhao Tingchuan could only comfort her, suggesting that the timing was not yet right and that their efforts were insufficient. Gradually, Lin Miaoyue adopted a more relaxed mindset, choosing instead to relish the present moments of her life. In the months of May and June in City C, heavy rains poured relentlessly. After several days of torrential downpours, many riverbanks overflowed, prompting Zhao Tingchuan to oversee the relocation efforts in the affected counties and townships. As Lin Miaoyue scrolled through the reports issued by the municipal government on her phone, her heart filled with worry upon seeing Zhao Tingchuan braving the stormy night in a raincoat, flashlight in hand. For several days, their phone conversations were brief and hurried, and during their video calls, his eyes were bloodshot. He must be exhausted. With this concern weighing heavily on her, Lin Miaoyue found herself fervently wishing for the rain to cease, so that Zhao Tingchuan could return swiftly. In the middle of the night, Lin Miaoyue was jolted awake by a phone call. Groggy, she saw it was Secretary Li, which instantly brought her to full alertness. Why would he be calling her at such an hour?
Was something wrong with Zhao Tingchuan?
"Hello, Secretary Li. Teacher Lin, I apologize for disturbing your rest. Are you able to come to the municipal hospital now? Zhao has sustained some injuries."
"All right. I'll head over right away. What happened to him?"
Lin Miaoyue hastily scrambled out of bed, her body trembling, though she was unaware of it. "Please do not worry too much. It's just that his vehicle overturned on the road during the night, and Director Zhao has suffered some minor injuries." Upon arriving at the hospital, Lin Miaoyue found the ward crowded with people, who parted to make way for her, causing her heart to race with anxiety.
"Teacher Lin, you've arrived." Secretary Li approached her. "How is he?"
Lin Miaoyue asked, her gaze fixed on Zhao Tingchuan, who lay in the hospital bed, looking pale. "He has been overworked these past few days, and he just received some stitches after being administered a local anesthetic, so he has fallen asleep."
"Where is he injured?" "His arm and palm have several lacerations from shattered glass."
Once everyone else had exited, Lin Miaoyue gazed at the once strong and protective Zhao Tingchuan, now so frail and vulnerable, tears welling in her eyes. His face bore wounds from the glass shards, and she couldn't help but gently caress them, overwhelmed with mixed emotions, yet relieved that he had not sustained more serious injuries. When Zhao Tingchuan awoke, he felt excruciating pain in his arm and inhaled deeply, inadvertently startling Lin Miaoyue, who had been resting her head on the bed. Their eyes met, both reddened, his from exhaustion, hers from concern.
"Darling, would you like some water?" Lin Miaoyue asked in a hoarse voice. "What's wrong with your throat?" "Nothing much." "Does it hurt? Are you uncomfortable anywhere else?"
"Yue, don't fret so, it's just a minor injury," Zhao Tingchuan reassured her, observing her worried demeanor. "I was terrified when I received the call last night." Lin Miaoyue poured a glass of water and offered it to Zhao Tingchuan.
"See? I'm perfectly fine now, he said, his spirits lifted. By the way, don't tell my parents, I'd rather they not worry. Alright, but they will find out sooner or later. Then let us wait a bit before they know. Yue, come sit here. Zhao Tingchuan patted the edge of the bed with his uninjured hand. Lin Miaoyue complied and sat beside him. When the accident happened, your image filled my mind. In that moment, I was terrified of losing you, of being left unprotected. What nonsense are you talking about? We are destined to live long lives together, she said, covering his mouth, unwilling to hear him speak of death. Yes, together for a long life, Zhao Tingchuan replied, kissing her hand with a smile. I missed you so much. These past few days without you at home felt empty. This injury is a perfect excuse for you to rest at home for a few days, and you can keep me company. Lin Miaoyue nodded, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief and gratitude that Zhao Tingchuan was ultimately all right. During the days she cared for Zhao Tingchuan's recovery at home, Lin Miaoyue poured an unprecedented enthusiasm into the kitchen, meticulously studying soup recipes online, all in hopes of hastening his recovery. Zhao Tingchuan found her in the kitchen, donning an apron, to be both endearing and refreshing. Despite having suggested several times that they could hire a cook, she insisted on preparing the soup herself. What are you researching today, Yue? Zhao Tingchuan asked, entering the kitchen in his loungewear, smiling. I'm looking into a recipe for stewed pig's trotters with soybeans. They say it's rich in protein and can help heal stitched skin more quickly, Lin Miaoyue replied, focused on adding various ingredients to her claypot. Zhao Tingchuan approached her from behind, wrapping his uninjured arm around her. Thank you, Yue. There's no need for thanks. Oh, you should really go rest outside, she urged. I want to stay here with you, he said, resting his head on her shoulder gently. Lin Miaoyue found herself unable to refuse him, so she continued her preparations with increased speed. The cook outside watched the affectionate couple with a smile. Having worked in Zhao Tingchuan's household for years, she had never seen him so warm and relaxed before. As for Lin Miaoyue, she was indeed a remarkable person, beautiful yet unpretentious, always polite in her demeanor, and her recent attempts at cooking reflected her gentle and courteous nature, which undoubtedly endeared her to Zhao Tingchuan even more. Chapter 86 Moonlight, Part 5. During these days at home, Zhao Tingchuan relished Lin Miaoyue's meticulous care. His injury allowed him to compel her into doing many things she typically resisted, such as bathing. Due to the numerous stitches and their scattered locations, the wounds could not come into contact with water. However, in such sweltering weather, going without a bath was uncomfortable, prompting Lin Miaoyue to wipe him down instead. This task was one of the most challenging aspects of caring for Zhao Tingchuan at home. Although they had shared intimate moments countless times, facing his body so openly made her feel bashful. To make matters worse, every time she wiped him down, she found herself hastening through the task, only for him to either wince in pain or express dissatisfaction, often uttering suggestive remarks that left her flushed and sweating by the end. A week passed, and many of Zhao Tingchuan's wounds had scabbed over. Today, the doctor who came to change his dressings remarked that his injuries were healing well. That evening, as Lin Miaoyue prepared to wipe him down, she gazed at the various scars on his lean arms and back, her heart heavy with sorrow. Noticing her distress, Zhao Tingchuan gently pulled her closer. Yue, don't worry, under your attentive care, I am healing quickly. Lin Miaoyue managed to smile but said nothing, continuing to wipe his face and neck with a towel. Zhao Tingchuan, with a subtle movement, pulled her onto his lap. Don't be silly. Yue, I missed you. Zhao Tingchuan's brief words conveyed a multitude of sentiments. You're injured, we'll discuss this once you're better, alright? It doesn't affect with that. Zhao Tingchuan leaned in and kissed Lin Miaoyue. Startled by his urgency, Lin Miaoyue hesitated, afraid her movements might aggravate his wounds. Zhao Tingchuan, stop. What if your wounds start bleeding? When he showed no signs of stopping, she feigned anger. No, you can't think about that until you're healed. Seeing her steadfastness and genuinely fearing the possibility of reopening his wounds, Zhao Tingchuan felt a twinge of disappointment. All right then. Good, darling. Once you're healed, I promise I'll listen to you, okay? Lin Miaoyue said, unable to bear his crestfallen expression. Wife, remember your promise, Zhao Tingchuan replied with a triumphant grin. Lin Miaoyue. On the day Lin Miaoyue returned to work, she woke earlier than usual, tenderly dressing Zhao Tingchuan in his timeless white shirt. As she buttoned it for him,
he thought to himself that, in a certain sense, this injury was worth it. While he could manage dressing himself, Lin Miaoyue had taken it upon herself to care for him, treating his well-being as her utmost mission. This feeling of being cared for was truly delightful.
Yue.
Yes, what is it? Lin Miaoyue inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion.
Zhao Tingchuan leaned down and kissed Lin Miaoyue. Thank you for your hard work during this time. Lin Miaoyue smiled, then you should recover quickly.
After a week of rest, Zhao Tingchuan returned to the office, where he sat before the cold, unyielding files. He suddenly longed for the intimate moments spent at home with Lin Miaoyue. This injury had afforded him Lin Miaoyue's devoted care, while also enhancing his public image. Reflecting on the countless calls of concern he had received while at home, Zhao Tingchuan intended to summon Secretary Li, only to find the city secretary, Lu Guoqing, entering.
Tingchuan, how is your injury?
Lu, much improved, Zhao Tingchuan replied as he rose to greet him.
That's wonderful to hear. The provincial government is aware of your injury and has recognized our city's efforts in flood relief. That is only to be expected. However, once you've healed, I will need you to undertake another task.
What task? I would like you to conduct a one-year review with the companies that invested in our city last year to see if we can attract more businesses to promote development, enhance employment, and invigorate the city.
That sounds like an excellent idea. I will see to the arrangements.
As June approached, Zhao Tingchuan, youthful and vigorous, found himself nearly recovered, having diligently maintained his fitness. He busied himself preparing to host a delegation of investors, while Lin Miaoyue became increasingly occupied with the impending end of term. One evening, upon returning home, Zhao Tingchuan found Lin Miaoyue sprawled on the sofa, her expression one of utter despondence as she munched on potato chips. He couldn't help but chuckle as he scooped her up, playfully asking, "Teacher Lin, what's the matter?"
Don't call me teacher.
I am so annoyed, she sighed, shoving a chip into her mouth.
What's troubling you? Share it with your husband. I've been reported by a student's parent for the first time in my life. What was the reason? I insulted their child's character. Did you truly insult him?
With the end of term approaching, the homework load has increased, and that student hasn't completed the assignments I assigned. I merely criticized him for his poor attitude. How is that insulting? Lin Miaoyue said, her face a portrait of frustration.
Where did the parent report you? To the Education Bureau. They even threatened to call the mayor's hotline.
Husband, I feel so wronged. Did you mention that your husband is quite familiar with the mayor? They meet regularly, Zhao Tingchuan teased.
Go away. I'm really quite annoyed. Lin Miaoyue couldn't help but laugh at his antics. All right, my dear teacher.
As long as you haven't crossed any lines in your teaching, you needn't worry about such reports, regardless of where they may call.
Really? Yes, I promise. With that, Zhao Tingchuan leaned in and kissed Lin Miaoyue.
Yue,
when will you learn to stop snacking on all these unhealthy treats? Sorry, but I can't change that. Is it that you can't change it, or that you simply don't want to?
Zhao Tingchuan squeezed her hand, his gaze lingering on her relaxed form, which sparked a different kind of thought within him.
Humph.
Why should you care? Lin Miaoyue feigned anger, preparing to rise, but Zhao Tingchuan playfully pinned her beneath him as the sofa in the living room began to resonate with a new melody. Chapter 87 The Past and Present, Part 1. The spring semester concluded quietly, and Lin Miaoyue gradually began to take the incident of being reported in stride. For one who stands upright has no need to fear shadows. Zhao Tingchuan envied Lin Miaoyue's summer vacation, not for her free time, but for the opportunity to spend cozy days together at home. He started to understand why ancient emperors would forego morning court.
Yue, don't cook tonight. Let us go out for dinner. A friend of mine is visiting Sea City with his family.
Zhao Tingchuan remarked while fastening his shirt. Lin Miaoyue adjusted herself on the bed, finding a more comfortable position.
Sure, who is your friend? A senior from university, now working in Nanjing. He arranged my trip to Nanjing last year and has been eager to meet you in person, Zhao Tingchuan said, planting a kiss on Lin Miaoyue's face. Okay, just make sure to come back early to pick me up. Yes, and don't forget to have breakfast. If you skip it again, you'll see how I deal with you.
Zhao Tingchuan playfully pinched Lin Miaoyue's eye in the evening. When Zhao Tingchuan returned, he was struck by how beautiful Lin Miaoyue looked as she prepared herself. She seemed even more radiant than when he first met her, exuding a sense of inner ease. "Yue, you look stunning," Zhao Tingchuan exclaimed as he embraced her from behind. "Hey husband, stop it." "I am putting on lipstick," Lin Miaoyue replied, glancing at Zhao Tingchuan's eager eyes in the mirror, feeling as if she had just quenched her thirst in the scorching sun.
"I'm starting to regret agreeing to take you out to dinner." "Why? Do I look unpresentable?" "You're too beautiful, I'm worried other husbands will feel inadequate." "Flattery, I'm ready now, shall we go?" "They're all accompanied by their families, so let us also pick up Jiabao from Qingfeng Courtyard to avoid you feeling bored there." When they arrived, Zhang Duan's family and a few other friends were already present.
Upon seeing Lin Miaoyue, Zhang Duan couldn't help but marvel at Zhao Tingchuan's good fortune. The other women present exchanged jealous glances, all wondering how someone so young and lovely could exist. "Yue, this is my senior, Zhang Duan, and this is his wife," Zhao Tingchuan introduced Lin Miaoyue to everyone.
"Hello. It is great to finally meet you in person. I couldn't make it to your wedding, and during your previous visit to Nanjing, Tingchuan kept you hidden," Zhang Duan said with a smile.
Lin Miaoyue greeted everyone warmly, her grace and poise enhancing her beauty even further. As they dined, Zhao Tingchuan and Zhang Duan chatted amiably over drinks while Lin Miaoyue attended to Jiabao. However, she sensed Zhang Duan's wife, Li Wenxiu, observing her with an inscrutable gaze, which left her feeling somewhat perplexed, though she maintained her cheerful demeanor. Li Wenxiu had known Zhao Tingchuan's late wife, Zhang Yan, quite well, and seeing Lin Miaoyue seated beside him evoked a poignant sense of loss. Watching Jiabao beside Lin Miaoyue tugged at her heartstrings. As a mother herself, she understood the profound impact of maternal absence. Nevertheless, Jiabao seemed content with Lin Miaoyue, indicating that she must be a good person. Li Wenxiu hoped this nurturing relationship would persist. With these thoughts in mind, Li Wenxiu raised her glass and smiled warmly at Lin Miaoyue.
"Teacher Lin, let us toast to our first meeting." Surprised by the toast, Lin Miaoyue hesitated, but as she reached for her glass, Zhao Tingchuan stood up and said with a grin, "Sister-in-law, she can't drink. Let me drink in her place."
"Tingchuan, your protective instincts are showing too much." Teacher Lin is. Li Wenxiu glanced meaningfully at Lin Miaoyue's abdomen. Zhao Tingchuan chuckled, "Not yet, we're in preparation mode." "Her tolerance for alcohol is quite poor, sister-in-law, so I'll drink for her." Li Wenxiu did not press further and clinked glasses with Zhao Tingchuan. Instead, she noticed the tender care he exhibited towards Lin Miaoyue, a stark contrast to how he had treated Zhang Yan in the past. As Zhao Tingchuan observed the subtle scrutiny from their friends, he felt a pang of regret for bringing Lin Miaoyue to this gathering. It was unnecessary for her to be compared and judged in this manner. Turning to look at her, he saw her whispering to Jiabao, blissfully unaware of the undercurrents swirling around them, which only deepened his sense of guilt. He couldn't help but gently squeeze her waist. Startled by his unexpected gesture, Lin Miaoyue shot him a playful glare and pushed his hand away. The onlookers at the table exchanged knowing glances, marveling at how Zhao Tingchuan had transformed. He was no longer the same man they had once known. As the dinner progressed, the children began to feel sleepy, leading to the absence of any further activities. The men, having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, encouraged Zhao Tingchuan to join them in toasting, especially with his new wife by his side. With Zhao Tingchuan unable to drive due to the alcohol, and Lin Miaoyue feeling apprehensive about navigating his SUV, she decided to call for a designated driver. Carrying the already asleep Jiabao back to Shuefu Garden, Lin Miaoyue returned to their room after changing her clothes. Zhao Tingchuan, feeling the effects of the alcohol, lay sprawled across the bed. With a sigh, Lin Miaoyue realized she had to care for both the small and the big. She resolved that he could not indulge in such drinking habits again. As she approached to wipe his face and change his clothes, Zhao Tingchuan unexpectedly grasped her hand, his eyes clear as he said, "Wife, I'm sorry." Lin Miaoyue was taken aback by his sudden apology. Chapter 88 of the Past and the Present, Part 2. "My dear, it seems you have indulged a bit too much," Lin Miaoyue gently remarked as she wiped Zhao Tingchuan's face. Zhao Tingchuan chuckled softly, "Yes, I have indeed had my fill." With that, he pulled Lin Miaoyue in for a kiss, reveling in the intoxication that emboldened him. Witnessing this rare, inebriated side of Zhao Tingchuan left Lin Miaoyue feeling somewhat helpless. The night, always accompanied by whispers and tender sentiments, saw the lights in their room extinguished much later than usual. The following morning, Lin Miaoyue, accustomed to sleeping in, was roused by Jiabao's cheerful voice. Zhao Tingchuan had already ventured out for his morning run. Startled awake by Jiabao, Lin Miaoyue hastily wrapped herself in the quilt, anxious to conceal any remnants of the previous night's escapades. The vivid memories lingered, and she found herself at a loss as to how to hide the marks left on her skin.
"Auntie Yaya, the lazy pig is finally up," Jiabao chirped. "Well, Jiabao, it appears you are the industrious little bee," Lin Miaoyue replied with a yawn. "Father is even more diligent. He rose earlier than I did." "Jiabao, why don't you go play outside for a bit? Auntie Yaya needs to get dressed," she suggested. "Okay."
Jiabao agreed, scampering off. Lin Miaoyue, suppressing her discomfort, hurriedly got out of bed to change her clothes. A fleeting glance in the mirror revealed her disheveled state, prompting her to mutter an exasperated beast at Zhao Tingchuan's antics from the previous night. His drunken demeanor had inexplicably stirred a maternal instinct within her, allowing him to run wild, while he appeared as lively as ever.
Once dressed, Lin Miaoyue emerged to find Jiabao leisurely watching television in the living room.
"Jiabao, have you washed your face and brushed your teeth?" she inquired with a smile.
Yes, Auntie Yaya, I want to brush with you."
After they finished their morning routine, Zhao Tingchuan returned, bearing an assortment of breakfast items. Lin Miaoyue cast him a sidelong glance but remained silent. Sensing his wife's displeasure, Zhao Tingchuan seized the opportunity to pull Lin Miaoyue into their room when Jiabao was momentarily distracted.
"My dear, what troubles you?" he asked. "Nothing much.
Just feeling a tad unfair about how energetic certain individuals seem," she replied with a hint of sarcasm.
"Ah, that is simply because some individuals engage in regular exercise," Zhao Tingchuan remarked with a resigned smile, aware that he had caused her some distress the night before.
Realizing her own frailty, Lin Miaoyue pouted, "Let us go eat breakfast before Jiabao is left alone." Zhao Tingchuan took her hand, leading her out, while Jiabao beamed at the sight of them. Afterward, Zhao Tingchuan departed for work, leaving Lin Miaoyue to take Jiabao shopping, embodying the role of a fashionable mother eager to dress her daughter. Seated in KFC, watching Jiabao blissfully gnaw on a chicken leg, Lin Miaoyue felt a profound sense of joy at having a daughter.
However, the thought of her recently timely monthly visits brought a wave of melancholy. "Auntie Yaya, why aren't you eating?" Jiabao asked.
"I have eaten, Jiabao. We're not in a hurry, take your time," she encouraged.
"Thank you, Auntie Yaya,"
Jiabao replied with a bright smile.
"Zhao Jiayan.
What a surprise to see you here," a child's voice piped up nearby, prompting both to turn their heads. It was Jiabao's classmate along with her mother, who had also come to the restaurant.
"Hello, Li Mushi," Jiabao greeted politely. "This is my Auntie Yaya." Jiabao spoke with pride. "Isn't Auntie Yaya beautiful?"
Lin Miaoyue smiled graciously as she exchanged pleasantries with the mother and daughter duo.
The two children chatted animatedly about the origins of their names.
"My father's surname is Li, and my mother's name is Wanshi, hence I am called Li Mushi. My father's surname is Xiao, and my mother's name contains the character Yan, so I am Zhao Jiayan." Lin Miaoyue learned for the first time the story behind Jiabao's name, and a surprising pang of jealousy struck her heart, realizing that Zhao Tingchuan had once genuinely cherished Jiabao's mother. By the time they returned home, it was already afternoon. Lin Miaoyue and Jiabao dropped their bags filled with purchases onto the floor and collapsed onto the sofa.
"Auntie Yaya, I want to sleep," Jiabao declared. "Jiabao, first wash your hands and face, then you may sleep. Be good."
"I want you to sleep with me." As Zhao Tingchuan returned from work to find an array of bags scattered on the floor, but no sign of Lin Miaoyue or Jiabao.
Peeking into the small room, he discovered the two nestled together under a blanket, sound asleep. A wave of tenderness washed over him, and in that moment, he felt an immense gratitude for having married Lin Miaoyue. Unable to resist, he gently brushed his fingers against her face, which was scarcely older than Jiabao's. However, his touch disturbed Lin Miaoyue's peaceful slumber. Blinking awake, she caught sight of Zhao Tingchuan and mumbled, "What time is it?" "It's nearly 6, he replied, lifting her from the warmth of the bed and carrying her to the living room. "I want some water," Lin Miaoyue mumbled lazily. Zhao Tingchuan poured her a glass of water, his spirits lifted as he fed it to her. "Did you enjoy your shopping today?" he inquired, still holding her close. "Yes, I bought some clothes," she replied, her enthusiasm seemingly waning as she neglected to mention her encounter with Jiabao's classmate. Were you not happy while shopping?
Zhao Tingchuan asked, sensing her subdued mood.
No, it's nothing. What shall we have for dinner? Lin Miaoyue quickly shifted the topic. We'll return to King Fengyuan for dinner. My mother is taking Jiabao to the provincial capital tomorrow.
What is the purpose of their trip to the provincial capital? My mother is visiting my sister, and Jiabao will be staying with her grandmother for a while.
Lin Miaoyue nodded, striving to mask the peculiar feelings stirring within her.
The past involving Zhao Tingchuan was unchangeable. Why should she dwell on it now? After all, she too had a past. Lin Miaoyue, do not be so petty. Chapter 89 of The Past and the Present, Part 3. As twilight descended upon Qingfeng Courtyard, Jiabao alighted from the vehicle, her laughter ringing with delight as she clutched the items Lin Miaoyue had purchased for her that day. Eagerly, she presented them to Mother Zhao, who felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction upon seeing the numerous packages. It was evident to all that Lin Miaoyue treated Jiabao with utmost care and warmth, and her demeanor was equally balanced in all aspects. It was no wonder that her son held such affection for her. Observing the somewhat glum expression on Lin Miaoyue's face, Zhao Tingchuan felt a pang of confusion, yet, when he inquired, she remained reticent. Thus, he resolved to seek answers from Jiabao instead, finding a quiet corner to converse. Jiabao, where did Auntie Yaya take you today? To the shopping mall. We bought clothes and had KFC. Oh, and Daddy, I even ran into a classmate. Really, how coincidental. And what did you do then? We ate together. Jiabao continued to fiddle with the toy in her hands. Daddy, did you know, my classmate's name is a combination of her parents' names? What do you mean? My classmate is named Li Mushi, her father's surname is Li, and her mother's name has Shi in it, so she is Li Mushida. I told her my name is also a blend of yours and Mama's names. Was Auntie Yaya nearby when you spoke? Zhao Tingchuan asked, suddenly grasping the reason behind Lin Miaoyue's melancholy, his tone growing more serious. Yes, Auntie Yaya was there, and so was Li Mushi's mother. With a sigh, Zhao Tingchuan inquired, Jiabao, do you miss your mother? I don't know, how can you not know? Daddy, I don't even know what Mama looks like. Then do you like Auntie Yaya? I do. Auntie Yaya likes Jiabao very much too. Since you don't know what your mother looks like, would you consider Auntie Yaya as your mother? But Auntie Yaya feels more like an older sister. Isn't having a sisterly mother even better? Besides, your mother is even more beautiful than your classmate's mother. Haha, that is true. Alright, shall we check if Grandma Zhang has finished preparing dinner? Zhao Tingchuan gently redirected Jiabao, rubbing his forehead before turning to find Lin Miaoyue. At that moment, Lin Miaoyue was in the study. Zhao Qingyun gazed at the characters Lin Miaoyue had penned, feeling a surge of admiration at the strength and vigor in her seemingly delicate strokes. He seldom shared his treasured calligraphy, but today he retrieved a few cherished pieces. Although Lin Miaoyue had little knowledge of collecting, she was well versed in calligraphy, and their conversation flowed harmoniously. Noticing Zhao Qingyun writing the Lantinggi Su, Lin Miaoyue felt a spark of interest, laughing as she said, Dad, my hands are itching. I want to try writing too. Wonderful, let us each write a piece and later have someone critique our work, Zhao Qingyun responded, visibly pleased. Let us skip the critique, I'd be merely showing off in front of the master, Lin Miaoyue replied with a smile, dismissing her earlier gloom. As Zhao Tingchuan entered, he was greeted by the sound of Zhao Qingyun's hearty laughter and saw Lin Miaoyue at the table, her brush dancing gracefully. He was taken aback. He knew his father rarely allowed anyone to touch his calligraphy desk, a sacred space filled with his beloved brushes and ink. Dad, what are you two discussing? Tingchuan, you've arrived just in time. Lin Miaoyue and I are each writing a piece of Lantinggi Su. You should come and judge our work later. How can an amateur like her compete with you? Zhao Tingchuan said, though his eyes reflected approval. Don't underestimate Miaoyue, she just penned a square piece that surpasses the work of many from our calligraphy association. Listening to the exchange between father and son, Lin Miaoyue merely smiled, her brush strokes unwavering. Indeed, practicing calligraphy brought a sense of tranquility. Zhao Tingchuan approached Lin Miaoyue, observing her as she focused intently on her writing. Her hair was styled in a side braid, and her long eyelashes fluttered gently, making her face appear even smaller. Her fingers, slender and elegant, held the brush with a unique grace. The characters she wrote, while different in style from her persona, flowed like water, grand and majestic, evoking a sense of vitality, unlike Zhao Qingyun's more rigid strokes, yet equally captivating. Downstairs, Mother Zhao called for dinner multiple times, but seeing no one descend, she decided to go upstairs herself. Upon opening the study door, she found Zhao Qingyun standing there, brush in hand, while Lin Miaoyue sat engrossed in her writing, with Jiabao standing beside her, eyes wide with pride as she gazed at her wife. Are you all so engrossed in writing that you've forgotten to eat? Huijin, you and the others go ahead, Miao Yue and I will finish our work and join you shortly. Mother Zhao couldn't help but laugh. It's not like you can't eat after writing, Miao Yue, don't mind him, let us go eat. Mom, you all go ahead, I'll finish my writing first, Lin Miao Yue replied cheerfully, fully immersed in her task. Yes, you all go ahead, and please don't disturb us, writing requires peace, Zhao Qingyan said, dipping his brush into the ink. I truly cannot deal with you two, Mother Zhao sighed with a smile. Observing her husband's rare enthusiasm brought her joy. After retirement, Zhao Qingyun had developed a fondness for this pastime, but unfortunately, none of their children shared his interest, leaving him yearning for companionship in his passion. To her delight, Miao Yue not only engaged with him but also impressed him with her skill, making her a rare find indeed. Thinking of this, her fondness for Miao Yue grew ever stronger. Chapter 90 of the Past and the Present, Part 4, Zhao Qingyun, indeed a daily practitioner of calligraphy, completed the entire piece in one seamless flow. Approaching Lin Miao Yue at the adjacent table, he observed that she was nearly finished as well. Her handwriting was genuinely impressive, however, as Lin Miao Yue continued, she began to feel a twinge of discomfort in her back and hands, lamenting her lack of practice and exercise. Setting down her brush, she flexed her wrist and glanced at Zhao Tingchuan, who had been quietly observing her. Their eyes met, and they exchanged a smile. Feeling tired? Zhao Tingchuan asked as he took Lin Miao Yue's hand, gently massaging her wrist. She attempted to withdraw her hand but found it steadfastly held in place, her ears flushing with warmth. How could he be so bold with his father present? Zhao Qingyun, noticing their interaction, thought to himself that his son truly had no sense of propriety. He cleared his throat deliberately, prompting Zhao Tingchuan to continue his ministrations for a moment longer before finally releasing her hand. Miao Miao, why don't you take a break and have dinner first? You can resume writing afterwards, it won't make much difference, he suggested. No worries, Dad, I'm almost done. Lin Miao Yue replied, picking up her brush once more as Zhao Tingchuan watched her with a contemplative expression, remaining motionless. Seeing his son thus, Zhao Qingyun couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head as he stepped outside. Yue, how many surprises do you have that I am unaware of? Zhao Tingchuan leaned down, speaking softly above Lin Miao Yue's head. I've mentioned before that I practiced calligraphy for a few days, she replied. Your skill hardly reflects a mere few days of practice, he countered. I have no real skill, just dabbling, she retorted before adding, oh, please don't disturb me. I can't converse until I finish writing. Lin Miao Yue frowned in concentration. Seeing her so engrossed brought Zhao Tingchuan a sense of amusement, and he fell silent, simply watching her. Once she completed the characters on the page, a wave of relief washed over her, and she gazed at her creation, feeling a small sense of accomplishment. Zhao Tingchuan regarded the piece, the Lantingyi Su, with admiration, and affectionately squeezed Lin Miao Yue's hand. Are you tired? He inquired. Not particularly, she replied, her gaze fixed on her work, not lifting her head. My wife is truly remarkable. Zhao Tingchuan exclaimed, lifting her chin to meet his fervent gaze. Really now? How do you plan to critique me and Dad later? Lin Miao Yue teased. Without a doubt, I shall declare that my wife has outshone us both. Zhao Tingchuan replied, pulling her close. Then be prepared for Dad's withering glare, she quipped. As Zhao Qingyun entered the study, he caught sight of the two in an intimate moment. Lu Huijin, trailing behind, shot him a reproachful glance, seemingly unaware of the need to knock. Miao Miao, have you finished writing? Zhao Qingyun called out. Yes, I have, though it may not be particularly impressive, she responded. Zhao Mu approached, examining her work closely, and could not help but marvel at the depth of Lin Miao Yue's calligraphy skills, which truly deserved the phrase flowing like clouds in flowing water. As it was in running script, it possessed both the spirited grace of dragons and phoenixes and the delicate charm befitting a young woman, providing a stark contrast to Zhao Qingyun's own work. Zhao Qingyun nodded appreciatively, turning to Zhao Tingchuan with a smile. What do you think of my and Miao Miao's rendition of the Lantingyi Su? How can a layman like me offer an opinion? If pressed to compare, I would certainly say Miao Miao's is superior. Zhao Tingchuan replied with a grin. You truly have no talent for subtlety, Zhao Qingyun said, his face alight with laughter. Mom, you must surely think Dad's is better, right? Zhao Tingchuan jested. Not at all. I genuinely prefer Miao Miao's work. Her writing embodies both strength and softness, unlike your father's, which is rather blunt and lacks the nuances of running script, she countered. Director Liu, your critique offers little in the way of dignity for this old man, Zhao Qingyun chuckled, drawing laughter from all present. After dinner, Lin Miaoyue returned to her room, suddenly aware of the intense soreness in her neck, surely a result of her earlier hunched posture while writing. Zhao Tingchuan, having concluded discussions with his father, eagerly hurried back to his room, finding Lin Miaoyue preparing to dry her damp hair. Without a second thought, he approached, lifting Lin Miaoyue and seating her on the bed, then took the hairdryer to tend to her locks. A comfortable silence enveloped them, yet an undercurrent of unspoken emotions lingered, leaving Lin Miaoyue feeling inexplicably lonely and Zhao Tingchuan somewhat choked with sentiment. Once he finished drying her hair, Zhao Tingchuan excused himself to wash up. When he emerged, the room was dimly lit by a bedside lamp. Lin Miaoyue appeared to be asleep, though he knew this was merely a fade. Gently, he wrapped his arms around her from behind, sensing the small knot of unease in her heart. He tenderly kissed her cheek.
You're feeling down, aren't you?
No, not at all. I am just a bit tired today, she replied. I know it's more than that. You're upset because of my ex-wife, he said softly, caressing her face. Lin Miaoyue was taken aback. She believed she had concealed her feelings well.
Nonsense.
How could that be, she stammered, slightly flustered. Zhao Tingchuan chuckled, applying gentle pressure to turn her to face him, allowing her to lean against his chest. No matter the time or circumstance, if you ever feel wronged or sad, you can always confide in me, even if it pertains to my past. As Lin Miaoyue felt the strength of his heartbeat and listened to his words, the day's turmoil seemed to find a path to resolution.
The name Jiabao was chosen by her mother, Zhang Yan.
At the time, she indeed intended to combine both our names, but that was the extent of it. It was not as profound as you might think. She had someone else in her heart, Zhao Tingchuan revealed. Lin Miaoyue gasped in surprise, raising her gaze to Zhao Tingchuan, incredulous that he had been able to endure such a revelation. Zhao Tingchuan, noticing her wide-eyed expression as if he could see through her thoughts, smiled gently. Had I known she harbored feelings for another while she was alive, I would have found it unbearable. However, it was only after her passing, while sorting through her belongings, that I discovered this. Her feelings for me were not as you imagine, nor were mine for her. At the time, after several years of working, I felt I had experienced enough of life, and with pressure from home, I acquiesced to their wishes for a marriage deemed suitable. My emotional obligation to her played a significant role. Consequently, our brief marriage was rather mundane, especially given the long-distance nature of our relationship. I knew little of her likes or dislikes, and while Jiabao's birth did bring us slightly closer, it was only for a short while before she passed away. She died in a car accident, and I was indeed quite sorrowful, as one would be for a spouse. Yet, as the years have gone by, I've found that I can scarcely remember her face. Only upon seeing her photographs do fleeting memories resurface. Ultimately, neither of us held genuine affection for the other. Thus, even after her demise, my parents attempted to arrange several matches for me, all of which I rejected, including Lu Feilua, as I had no desire to marry someone I did not love.
Chapter 91.
The Past and the Present, Part 5. Listening to Zhao Tingchuan's slow narration, Lin Miaoyue felt as though the knots in her heart were gradually unraveling. She instinctively reached out to embrace him, her cheek brushing against his. Zhao Tingchuan tightened his hold on her and, gazing earnestly into her eyes, declared, My feelings for her and for you are entirely different. Although it began with mere physical attraction and my methods were not particularly honorable, my affection for you is genuine.
You are now the most important person to me.
It was as though Lin Miaoyue heard the sound of something within her collapsing, her eyes brimming with tears as she choked out, Darling, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have let your past bother me. Foolish girl, I understand that this is all because you care about me. However, I still hope that you will share any unhappiness with me. Fortunately, I asked Jiabao what had transpired today, otherwise, I would never have known about your discomfort, and the issues between us would have only grown larger.
Jiabao, how does she know?
Lin Miaoyue inquired, puzzled. She mentioned running into a classmate at KFC today and discussing the origins of names, which made me understand your unease.
How are you so clever? I've had more years of experience than you, so I ought to be of some use.
After a pause, he continued, Jiabao also said she really likes you and enjoys being with you.
Really?
Yes. Even my parents hold you in high regard. Just the other day, I overheard my mother on the phone with my sister praising your thoughtfulness and your adept handling of situations. As for my father, when he saw the piece of Lantingi Su you wrote, his eyes lit up. From now on, your status in his eyes will likely surpass ours. Lin Miaoyue couldn't help but smile, her heart feeling as though it had been illuminated.
Darling, am I being too sentimental? I too have a past. Now you understand how I felt during our argument over Zhang Wenyuan last time. Let us not mention him.
A look of distaste flashed in Lin Miaoyue's eyes.
You err, no one has past matters anymore.
What matters now is just the two of us, and in the future, our children. But today, I would like to ask you, how do you perceive me?
Lin Miaoyue was taken aback by the question.
It had always been Zhao Tingchuan expressing his affection and love for her, while she had seemingly never articulated her own feelings. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "From the very first moment I met you, I sensed you were different. My impression of high-ranking officials was that they were bald and portly. When we had dinner and you sat beside me, I could feel your care for me, though I didn't think much of it at the time. Later, when I realized your feelings towards me, I thought you wanted me to be your mistress, and I despised you for it. For your constant physical advances. I merely felt it was bad luck to encounter a bad romance, wishing you would vanish from the world." Lin Miaoyue glanced at Zhao Tingchuan, noticing the playful smile in his eyes and the inquisitive expression on his face. Feeling her ears flush, she continued, "Seeing you unexpectedly appear that night at the Confucius Temple, and then our muddled encounter, your words 'you deserve it' stirred something within me. Although I seemed to have moved on, I still felt utterly wretched inside. Your words touched me to the point of tears. Those fluttering feelings made me realize I was increasingly dependent on you. The sense of peace I found in your presence was unprecedented. Though I had initiated breakups several times, it was merely out of fear that my love for you would deepen, leading to greater pain. I would think of withdrawing at the slightest disturbance. Yet gradually, I discovered that you had become increasingly significant to me. I thought perhaps I should look forward, instead of allowing a single misstep to deter me from walking. Darling, I love you too. Thank you for your patience and love, you mean so much to me."
With that, Lin Miaoyue embraced Zhao Tingchuan's shoulder and kissed him tenderly.
Seeing the woman he cherished express her affection, Zhao Tingchuan felt his heart thawing like a river in spring, and he gently cupped her face, kissing her as one would a precious treasure. With their hearts laid bare, the two welcomed a warm spring in their lives that night. The following morning, Zhao Tingchuan, an early riser, woke first. He looked down at Lin Miaoyue, who was peacefully asleep in his arms, and the memory of her words and rare enthusiasm from the previous night warmed his heart once more. His little moon not only possessed beauty but also a heart that was clear in love and hate, pure and kind. Meeting her amidst the tumultuous currents of life felt like a stroke of fortune, for with her, there was no need for convoluted games, and their marriage was free from superficiality. Unable to resist, he leaned down and kissed Lin Miaoyue's forehead, cherishing her as she lay there like a sleeping beauty. He rubbed his slightly stubbled chin against her smooth cheek.
What are you doing?
It tickles, Yuer. It's time to rise. We need to take your parents to the airport shortly. Zhao Tingchuan whispered near her ear, his warm breath tickling her neck. Slowly, Lin Miaoyue opened her eyes, glancing around and recalling her behavior from last night, causing her cheeks to flush.
She feigned nonchalance, burrowing deeper into the blanket.
Darling, you get up first, I'll just snooze for 2 more minutes. That one tea do, as husband and wife, we must share our blessings.
With that, Zhao Tingchuan pulled the blanket, and they engaged in a playful tussle beneath it.
By the time they descended the stairs, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Zhao's mother was bustling about, organizing items to take along, while Jiabo was selecting her favorite toys to bring to her grandmother's house.
Aunt Yaya, can you help me braid my hair?
The way you did yesterday. Jiabo was particularly fond of the fishtail braid Lin Miaoyue had styled.
Of course.
Lin Miaoyue replied with a radiant smile. As the two chatted and laughed while braiding hair, Zhao Tingchuan turned to assist his mother with the items.
At the airport, Jiabo exclaimed, Aunt Yaya, remember to think of me while I'm away.
Of course, Jiabo. Be a good girl at your grandmother's house, do your homework diligently, and I'll check it when you return.
All right.
I'll do my best. Jiabo responded with a look of disdain at the mention of homework. The adults couldn't help but chuckle at the exchange. Chapter 92, Life After Marriage, Part 1. In the sweltering heat of July and August in City C, although it could not be described as a furnace, Lin Miaoyue adhered to the philosophy of staying indoors whenever possible, spending nearly every day nestled at home. Only on weekends, under Zhao Tingchuan's persistent coaxing and gentle persuasion, would she reluctantly venture outside, usually to some summer resorts to escape the heat. Zhao Tingchuan maintained that summer should embody the essence of summer, rather than being spent confined within air-conditioned rooms, especially for Lin Miaoyue, whose constitution was rather frail. She ought to bask in the natural breeze, preferably breaking a sweat and savoring the true essence of summer. On this particular Friday, Zhao Tingchuan returned home to find Lin Miaoyue conspicuously absent, a rarity for this hour when she would typically be practicing calligraphy in her room.
"Yue, where are you?" he inquired. "I'm outside, dear husband."
"Please eat without me, I'll be back later," she replied.
"In this heat, what on earth are you doing outside?" he pressed. "Humph, isn't it some people who complain about me hiding at home every day?"
Zhao Tingchuan chuckled upon hearing this. "Well, the certain someone is now wishing for your company at dinner."
"That one tea do."
"I have something to take care of, I'll return in an hour. You gotta go now, busy here." Lin Miaoyue hastily ended the call as Zhao Tingchuan, puzzled by her sudden departure, wondered what she could be up to. At that moment, Lin Miaoyue was at a cake shop, perspiring profusely as she learned the art of cake decorating. She recalled that in just over half a month it would be Zhao Tingchuan's birthday, and last year they had quarreled, leading to a cold war while she had accompanied her mother out of town. Thus, she wished to celebrate his birthday properly this year while acquiring a new skill for herself. Upon returning home, the evening lights had begun to shimmer. Lin Miaoyue's hands felt slightly sore and swollen. Cake making was indeed laborious work. Noticing Zhao Tingchuan working in his study, she leisurely poured herself a glass of water and sauntered over.
"Darling, have you eaten?" "I have. What were you up to today?"
Zhao Tingchuan swiveled in his chair, pulling Lin Miaoyue onto his lap. "I was helping a friend move," she fabricated, not wanting to disclose her cake-making endeavor.
"With your physique, you're moving?"
"I won't be lifting, but I can certainly tidy up."
"Don't underestimate me."
Yes, our Lin teacher is the most formidable," Zhao Tingchuan chuckled, pausing before adding, "Would you accompany me to Qinghai County tomorrow?"
"What for?"
"The resort we visited last year has expanded its facilities, and the city is organizing a trip for us to check it out this weekend."
"Since it's the weekend, we can bring family along."
"But it's so hot, you didn't complain about the heat while helping your friend move. Be good, come with me tomorrow."
"Otherwise, I'll be the only solitary soul while everyone else brings their families." All right, I'll go."
Zhao Tingchuan smiled, capturing her hand and planting a kiss on it. This weekend, the Qinghai County Resort was exclusively catering to the inspection team from City C. When Zhao Tingchuan arrived, a considerable number of attendees had already gathered. As the benefactor of this inspection, even if he arrived late, a premium room would be reserved for him. Upon spotting Zhao Tingchuan, the resort manager, Fan Ming, promptly approached him, smiling at Lin Miaoyue beside him, recognizing her as last year's beauty.
"Director Zhao, welcome, I hope your drive was pleasant." "You're too kind, Fan. I trust everyone has arrived?"
"Nearly lunch will be served in the Qinghai Banquet Hall, followed by some leisure time this afternoon. We've organized a lawn party for the evening to celebrate together," Fan Ming explained, keen to ensure everything was in order. "You handle the arrangements for today, but tomorrow morning, I'd like a tour of the resort," Zhao Tingchuan instructed.
"Certainly, no problem."
"I'll guide the leaders around," Fan Ming assured him.
"My room is."
"Allow me to show you." Upon entering the room, Lin Miaoyue gasped in awe. The decor was simply exquisite, spacious and bright, complete with a terrace and a small swimming pool.
"Darling, this room is magnificent." "Indeed, it's acceptable."
"Here, have some water," Zhao Tingchuan replied, twisting the cap off a bottle for her. During dinner, I'll likely be seated with my colleagues, and you may have to join the other spouses."
"Is that all right with you?"
"Of course, I understand, you focus on your work, but it won't be like that for every meal, right? I'd be dreadfully bored."
"No, just lunch. I share your sentiments. I prefer not dining with them, as they are people I see every day."
During lunchtime at the Qinghai Banquet Hall, Zhao Tingchuan was seated in a private room with several senior officials from the city and the top leaders of Qinghai County. Meanwhile, Lin Miaoyue found herself at a central table with the other leaders' spouses. Some at the table recognized her from her wedding, yet she did not know them, leaving her to respond with faint smiles to their subtle inquiries, which she found somewhat exhausting.
Teacher Lin, I recall my husband mentioning you work at Chaoyang Middle School.
What subject do you teach? Inquired Zhang Xiaohong, the wife of Vice Mayor Wang, her smile warm. She had heard her husband speak of Zhao Tingchuan's new bride, who was youthful and beautiful, but she had not expected her to be so young.
I teach Chinese and history. And may I ask how to address you?
Lin Miaoyue replied with a smile. I'm Zhang, my husband is Wang Xiaoming, allow me to introduce you to everyone, she offered, proceeding to introduce the others. It was then that Lin Miaoyue realized she was sitting among the spouses of high-ranking officials in the city, many of whom were considerably older, making her presence stand out.
Teacher Lin and Director Zhao truly make a lovely couple.
On the day of your wedding, I told my husband that I had never seen such a beautiful bride, remarked Yang Liping, the wife of the minister of the organization department, who appeared to be the eldest at the table.
Oh no, you flatter me, Lin Miaoyue replied with a hint of awkwardness.
As the conversation continued, Lin Miaoyue began to feel more at ease, discovering that they, too, were ordinary individuals, merely elevated by the unspoken prestige of their husbands' positions. Chapter 93. Daily Life After Marriage, Part 2. After dinner, Lin Miaoyue dispersed with the others and returned to her room, where she lay on the bed, utterly unwilling to move. Before she knew it, she had drifted off to sleep. Zhao Tingchuan, noticing her deep slumber, kindly tucked her in with a blanket before heading to take a shower. Having consumed some alcohol at noon, the private room still bore the lingering scent of smoke from several seasoned smokers, a smell that Lin Miaoyue particularly detested. Lin Miaoyue was awakened by a phone call from the wife of Vice Mayor Wang, and Zhao Tingchuan was roused simultaneously.
Teacher Lin, do you know how to play mahjong? We're one player short.
Zhang Xiaohong's group, consisting of those who had dined together earlier, was calling upon her. A few older members were disinterested in the game, while others had children to tend to, making Lin Miaoyue an ideal candidate. Director Zhang, I'm afraid I don't know how to play, Lin Miaoyue politely declined.
Not to worry, we'll teach you.
Just come and have a go at it, Zhang Xiaohong insisted cheerfully.
Isn't it inappropriate? I wouldn't want to dampen your spirits, Lin Miaoyue replied hesitantly.
Not at all, Teacher Lin. Zhao Ju is usually quite decisive in his work, so you shouldn't be so hesitant, Zhang Xiaohong encouraged.
Very well then, where shall I meet you? Lin Miaoyue relented, a hint of resignation in her voice. At Mingyue Pavilion on the ground floor, we'll be waiting for you. Zhang Xiaohong exclaimed joyfully, her enthusiasm akin to that of a wolf spotting a plump lamb.
In a daze, Zhao Tingchuan observed Lin Miaoyue's reluctance and said, if you don't want to go, then don't give me your phone, I'll speak with her.
Let it be, I've already agreed. When will you return?
I'll be back shortly, you go ahead, consider it a way to pass the time. I had a bit too much to drink at noon and would like to sleep a little longer.
Darling, when I play mahjong with them, should I aim to win or just play casually?
I'm unsure how to navigate this, Zhao Tingchuan couldn't help but chuckle. Those women have been playing mahjong for decades, do you really think you can win? But if you happen to win, feel free to do so without worrying about me. I wouldn't want you to feel any discomfort in their company. Ah, then I merely hope not to lose too much. Losses are inconsequential, just enjoy yourself, Zhao Tingchuan said, gently ruffling Lin Miaoyue's hair. Dressed in a simple white t-shirt and blue jeans, with her hair tied in a bun, Lin Miaoyue arrived at Mingyue Pavilion, instantly captivating those around her. Zhang Xiaohong warmly invited her to take a seat. Lin Miaoyue glanced around the room, noting several mahjong tables, resembling a small mahjong parlor, albeit with a more refined ambience, adorned with an array of fruits and snacks. The 4 players at the table were all acquaintances from their earlier meal. Maintaining her characteristic humility, Lin Miaoyue remarked, ladies, I must confess, my mahjong skills are quite lacking. Please forgive me if I make any mistakes.
Oh, we're just playing for fun, merely passing the time.
Here's the plan, we'll play the first 3 rounds without any stakes, and we can discuss the rest later, Zhang Xiaohong cheerfully proposed, secretly confident that with Lin Miaoyue present, they would not incur significant losses. In the initial rounds, Lin Miaoyue sensed that her opponents were concealing their true abilities, their play lacking any discernible strategy. It was only when the stakes were introduced that they revealed their genuine skills. As they played, the conversation flowed freely, and the others treated Lin Miaoyue as one of their own, discussing everything from family matters to work and life experiences.
Hey sisters, I just drew a winning hand. Lin Miaoyue exclaimed with a bright smile. Shaolin, your luck is impressive. Zhang Xiaohong responded. It's not just luck.
It is skill, someone else chimed in with a laugh. Having not enjoyed such a leisurely game in a long while, Lin Miaoyue felt genuinely pleased, surrounded by individuals with both good skill and sportsmanship. As the afternoon progressed, more people arrived at Mingyue Pavilion, seeking refuge from the sweltering heat while playing mahjong. Watching Lin Miaoyue engage in spirited play with the slightly older leaders' wives, one couldn't help but be surprised, lingering nearby to observe the lively scene. While Lin Miaoyue had grown accustomed to being the center of attention, the others were not as accustomed, becoming increasingly flustered under the scrutiny, which inadvertently allowed Lin Miaoyue to flourish. Noticing the growing discomfort on the faces of the other players, Lin Miaoyue scanned her surroundings, played a few hands that eased the tension, and suggested with a smile, "Oh dear, my luck seems to be waning. Shall we take a short break?" The others, having similar thoughts, readily agreed. After a brief respite, they switched seats and resumed play. Lin Miaoyue adopted a mindset of moderation in winning and losing, positioning herself as a mere participant, especially given her youth and the fact that these women as husbands were all figures well acquainted with Zhao Ju. Moreover, even if she won money, she pondered whether it would be appropriate to accept it. Thus, as the afternoon wore on, Lin Miaoyue found her results to be nearly balanced, earning a light-hearted quip from Zhang Xiaohong. This is the pinnacle of mahjong playing. It was clear to her that Lin Miaoyue was adept at playing the role of the unsuspecting underdog, while she had merely been accompanying the game, all the while believing her to be an easy target. The other players also recognized Lin Miaoyue's skill, appreciating her tactful demeanor, understanding that given her age and status, it would not be fitting to win excessively. In truth, there was no need for such concerns. Her husband was nearing the pinnacle of his career, while Zhao Tingchuan was in his prime, with a promising future ahead, making Lin Miaoyue's position enviable. After the game concluded, Lin Miaoyue returned to her room, only to find Zhao Tingchuan absent. A quick phone call revealed he had gone swimming.
Has our mahjong champion returned? Zhao Tingchuan laughed over the phone. Champion, hardly. When will you be back? I'll swim a few more laps. Care to join me?
No, I can't swim, she replied. I'll teach you, Zhao Tingchuan offered, his tone warm and inviting.
I'm not interested, she said.
Zhao Tingchuan glanced around, noting the sparse crowd, mostly male, deeming it unnecessary to invite her, wishing to spare her from any unwanted attention.
Then wait for me in the room. I'll change and be right back.
As Zhao Tingchuan emerged from the water, his well-maintained physique drew envious glances from those nearby, all of whom frequently mingled with others yet seemed to carry excess weight, leaving them to wonder how he managed to maintain such form. Chapter 94: A Daily Life After Marriage, Part 3. Dinner was a buffet at the Qinghe Banquet, and the resort had informed everyone in advance that there would also be a barbecue buffet at the lawn party that evening, having even invited a band to perform nearby. Zhao Tingchuan leisurely held Lin Miaoyue's hand as they made their way to the lawn. The evening was bustling with not only members of the municipal government but also some representatives from the Qinghe County government, creating a lively atmosphere. As Lin Miaoyue caught sight of the barbecue, a flicker of desire ignited within her. She glanced at Director Zhao beside her and let out a soft sigh, recalling how he always discouraged her from indulging in such fare. If you wish to have some barbecue tonight, you may certainly do so, Zhao Tingchuan remarked, having discerned her thoughts.
Why? Aren't you usually opposed to my eating such things?
The ingredients they are using for the barbecue are exceptionally fresh. The beef, lamb, and pork were all slaughtered today. They are incomparable to what we find outside. Let us go have a look, Zhao Tingchuan suggested, leading Lin Miaoyue in that direction. At the barbecue stall, Zhao Tingchuan handed Lin Miaoyue some food, and he couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of her enjoying it with sheer delight. No wonder she claimed not to be hungry during dinner. She had been saving her appetite for this.
Darling, why aren't you eating? She inquired.
I do not particularly enjoy such food, Zhao Tingchuan replied, pouring her a glass of water. Now I understand what it means to embody the spirit of an old bureaucrat, Lin Miaoyue remarked after taking a sip of water.
Is abstaining from such food akin to being an old fogey? Essentially, it seems that everything I like, you disapprove of. However, I have always indulged your desires. I have never hindered you from pursuing what you wish.
That does seem to be the case, Lin Miaoyue conceded after reflecting on it. Aside from matters concerning food, Zhao Tingchuan had never imposed restrictions on her in any other regard.
Teacher Lin, are you here enjoying skewers? Zhang Xiaohong and her husband approached.
Lin Miaoyue suddenly felt a bit awkward, realizing that this group of high-ranking officials likely did not partake in such food. She smiled sheepishly and nodded. After exchanging pleasantries with Zhao Tingchuan's group, Zhang Xiaohong noticed Lin Miaoyue's apparent discomfort and leisurely picked up a beef skewer, bringing it to her lips with a grace that captivated Lin Miaoyue. As the gathering of leaders settled in, some freshly grilled food was promptly delivered. Observing Zhao Tingchuan and his wife savoring their meal, others couldn't resist joining in. The summer evening breeze in the mountains was particularly refreshing, and everyone sat together, relishing various barbecued dishes, sipping beer, and engaging in conversation, shedding the seriousness that usually accompanied their roles. The band commenced their performance, opting for a more subdued atmosphere, aware that their audience comprised no rowdy youths. Nevertheless, the lead singer enthusiastically invited members of the audience to showcase their talents on stage. Vice Mayor Wang, who had always held a grudge against Zhao Tingchuan, despite his current position being slightly lower, was acutely aware that this would not always be the case. With Zhao's charming wife by his side and power firmly in hand, he felt a pang of envy and, after taking a sip of his drink, jested, "Tingchuan, I heard that after last year's municipal cultural performance, your little Lin is quite the master of the pipa. Why not have her demonstrate her skills for us?" "She is hardly a master, she merely joined in for fun." The square dance led by Sister Zhang truly shone during the national sports meet, Zhao Tingchuan replied with a knowing smile, leaving no room for interpretation. Vice Mayor Wang's smile faltered. The difference in prestige between square dancing and pipa playing was glaring. Just as he prepared to retort, his wife interjected. "Director Zhao, please don't say that the square dance is for middle-aged and older participants. I wouldn't dare compare it to the lofty pipa."
Zhang Xiaohong, ever candid, added.
"Director Zhang, whether it is square dancing or pipa playing, they are merely hobbies, devoid of any hierarchy. Personally, I find square dancing to be more beneficial. It combines dance with physical exercise, while I am far too indolent to move," Lin Miaoyue sincerely stated. "I simply adore hearing Teacher Lin speak.
It's all about passion." The extended tone of her last words elicited laughter from the crowd.
Ah, the Qinghe County government is truly filled with talent. Several individuals have taken to the stage to both sing and play, remarked Li Jiaheng, the deputy director of the Development and Reform Commission, as he observed the small stage.
"Director Li, why don't you and your spouse take the stage as well?" Vice Mayor Wang suggested. "Let's not.
Others sing for a fee, while we sing for our lives," came the retort. "Teacher Lin, you and Director Zhao should perform a few songs to showcase Qinghe County's spirit, otherwise, people may think our city cannot compete with the county," Zhang Xiaohong casually proposed, inadvertently voicing her husband's thoughts.
"Director Zhang, perhaps you and Mayor Wang could lead the way."
"You go first, and we shall follow suit," Zhao Tingchuan replied with a grin.
"Old Wang is out of the question. After all these years of marriage, I've yet to hear him hum a tune."
"I shall embarrass myself with a song, but do remember to support me,"
Lin Miaoyue declared, appreciating Zhang Xiaohong's optimistic and straightforward nature, which seemed far more approachable than her husband's demeanor.
Zhang Xiaohong's rendition of Lotus Pond Moonlight was particularly fitting for the evening. Although there was no lotus pond present, her performance lifted everyone's spirits under the gentle night breeze. Vice Mayor Wang couldn't help but smile at his wife's display.
"Teacher Lin, come on, go sing,"
Zhang Xiaohong urged as she stepped off the stage. Fearing that Lin Miaoyue might feel nervous alone, Zhao Tingchuan intended to accompany her, only to be gently declined. It would be somewhat inappropriate for a high-ranking official to sing in such a setting. Anticipation gleamed in Zhao Tingchuan's eyes as he watched Lin Miaoyue take the stage, knowing that her pipa skills were commendable, yet he had never heard her sing. After exchanging a few words with the band's lead singer, she placed the microphone on the stand and pulled out her phone. Standing before the microphone, Lin Miaoyue captured the attention of many. Some recognized her as Zhao Tingchuan's wife, while others simply admired her beauty, captivated by the prospect of hearing such a stunning woman sing.
"Hello.
Allow me to present a Cantonese song, Evening Breeze in My Heart, and I hope you all enjoy it and have a wonderful time.
Should one day the wind and flowers, snow and moon be golden, I will wait eagerly for your return.
In this mundane world, with mountains and rivers, let the endless rain free my heart, and may the evening breeze carry me into your heart, as the evening lights illuminate the flowers in full bloom." As Lin Miaoyue stood on stage, one hand clutching the microphone and the other holding her phone for the lyrics, the spotlight illuminated her, and even in her simple white t-shirt and jeans, she exuded an irresistible charm. Her voice flowed melodiously, akin to a nightingale, enchanting all present. As the song concluded, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Such hidden talent, teacher Lin not only plays the pipa beautifully but also sings magnificently. Zhang Xiaohong enthusiastically praised her.
Lin Miaoyue's cheeks flushed slightly. Director Zhang, please don't tease me.
Afterward, she glanced at Zhao Tingchuan, whose eyes sparkled with astonishment and pride, gripping her hand tightly as if fearing she might slip away. The lawn party continued until after 10 o'clock, and Lin Miaoyue was invited by the female lead singer of the band to join in a duet for 2 more songs. Many attendees were curious about this stunning beauty and inquired about her background, eventually leading to Zhao Tingchuan. Upon discovering that she was the wife of director Zhao, their previously restless hearts settled into calmness. Chapter 94: A Pregnancy, Part 1. Upon returning to the room from the grassland soiree, Lin Miaoyue found herself pressed against the door, kissed fervently by Zhao Tingchuan, an act he had contemplated throughout the night. In the evening light, she seemed to reveal a different facet of herself. As she stood on stage, serenading the audience with her gentle voice, he was momentarily entranced, feeling as though she were the sole occupant of the universe at that moment. When she approached him from the stage, naturally entwining her arm with his, he felt that power, wealth, and all temptations paled in comparison. Such emotions had eluded him for decades. Perhaps it was fate that brought her into his life at this age, but he was grateful nonetheless for their encounter. Zhao Tingchuan held her tightly, offering no opportunity for Lin Miaoyue to refuse or evade his advances, as if he were a wanderer who had finally found his way home.
Lin Miaoyue sensed a different intensity in Zhao Tingchuan, though she could not quite pinpoint what had changed, and thus allowed him to take the lead. The night was invariably dim, yet the illumination in Zhao Tingchuan's room seemed to linger until dawn.
While Fan Ming animatedly shared plans for the resort's construction with Zhao Tingchuan and his entourage, Lin Miaoyue remained blissfully asleep, oblivious to the incessant ringing of her phone. Prior to leaving, Zhao Tingchuan had drawn the curtains tightly and silenced her phone, wishing to let her rest, feeling somewhat guilty for his actions the previous night. Zhang Xiaohong, unable to reach Lin Miaoyue by phone, lamented the likelihood that the trio could not form a full team. Feeling a hint of regret over the past few days, she had genuinely come to admire Lin Miaoyue, who was not only exceptional but also humble, indeed, a hidden gem. Upon their return to City C, Zhang Xiaohong enthusiastically invited Lin Miaoyue to join her for future mahjong games, to which Lin Miaoyue responded with a bemused smile, secretly disliking the game. As Zhao Tingchuan drove steadily, he occasionally took the opportunity at red lights to squeeze Lin Miaoyue's hand playfully.
"Miaoyue, have you been happy these past few days?" he inquired. It's been all right.
I missed the roasted lamb from last night," she replied.
"How come I never noticed you were a foodie?" he teased.
"That only means you don't know me well enough," Lin Miaoyue yawned, feeling perpetually tired. "Then I shall take the time to know you better tonight," Zhao Tingchuan remarked suggestively, causing Lin Miaoyue's drowsiness to dissipate. With a blush creeping onto her cheeks, she turned to him and murmured, "Rogo." Zhao Tingchuan chuckled, ceasing his playful banter. After returning to City C, Lin Miaoyue continued her daily visits to the cake shop to learn the art of baking. With Zhao Tingchuan's birthday approaching, she found herself in a quandary over what gift to prepare for him. After all, he seemed to possess no particular preferences. She was just about to consult Chen Yaya, who had accompanied her to the cake-making classes, when Chen suddenly declared, "Miao Miao, I'm getting married." Startled, Lin Miaoyue squeezed too much icing from her piping bag.
"Married? To whom?" she gasped. "To Hui Chen, the guy from my last blind date." Chen Yaya replied nonchalantly. "You two are really together, how come I never heard you mention it?"
"I initially thought it would be a casual fling, but now our families are pressuring us, so we might as well tie the knot."
"So, you're marrying out of pressure?" Lin Miaoyue asked. "Not entirely.
I do have feelings for him, though I sense something is still amiss," Chen Yaya confessed, then turned to Lin Miaoyue and said, "Miao Miao, let me ask you something, don't be upset."
"Go on," she replied. "Do you think your two marriages differ in any significant way?" "Not just different. They are vastly dissimilar," Lin Miaoyue answered candidly. "In what way?" Chen Yaya pressed.
Looking back, marrying Zhang Wenyuan felt somewhat rushed. It was as if, after being together for several years, not marrying would lead to an unsatisfactory conclusion.
But as you know, the outcome was quite different.
As for Zhao Tingchuan, I feel an inexplicable sense of security with him. He manages all the wedding arrangements. I was terrified of getting hurt before marrying him, yet I went ahead. Perhaps subconsciously, I believed he wouldn't betray me, or maybe my affection for him surpassed all else. Meow meow, I feel a bit of that same urgency with Hui Chen. Everyone knows we're dating, and breaking up would be awkward, yet I genuinely have feelings for him.
Yeah, one cannot step into two rivers at once.
I can't offer you advice, but had I not encountered Zhang Wenyuan, I might never have accepted Zhao Tingchuan, for people often only realize what they truly want after experiencing pain. I am quite grateful to have met Zhao Tingchuan. Indeed, it's evident to all that your relationship with Zhao Tingchuan is flourishing. They say love nurtures like a gardener, and he tends to you splendidly.
Lin Miaoyue couldn't help but blush and smile. Your gardener is not far behind.
In the evening, Lin Miaoyue intended to return home before Zhao Tingchuan, but received a call from him.
Miaoyue, what are you up to? I just went shopping with Yaya and am about to head home.
I have a business engagement tonight and won't be back for dinner, Zhao Tingchuan said wearily as he leaned back in his chair.
All right, just don't drink too much, she cautioned.
I still prefer coming home to dine with you, Zhao Tingchuan replied softly. After marrying Lin Miaoyue, his social engagements had significantly decreased. He told others that his wife was strict, but in truth, he simply preferred the intimacy of sharing meals with Lin Miaoyue at home. As Lin Miaoyue surveyed the meal before her in the empty living room, a sense of emptiness washed over her. Just as she was about to ladle her favorite fish soup, a wave of nausea struck, prompting her to rush to the bathroom. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror, Lin Miaoyue recalled that her period was overdue this month, and her heart raced with the thought, could it be a pregnancy? Yet, fearing a false alarm, she reminded herself to remain calm and composed.
Chapter 95 A Pregnancy, Part 2. Upon exiting the obstetrics and gynecology outpatient department, Lin Miaoyue sat in the car, finally daring to believe she was truly pregnant. This child was something she had longed for deeply. Suppressing her joy, she chose not to disclose the news to anyone, as Zhao Tingchuan's birthday was just 2 days away, and this would be the most splendid gift she could offer him. That day, Zhao Tingchuan unusually finished work early. Noticing Lin Miaoyue's pallor and fatigue over the past few days, he thought to return home sooner and take her to a delightful new restaurant for a meal. However, upon arriving home, he found Lin Miaoyue was not there. "Yue, where are you?" he called out. I went out to pick something up. Have you returned home?" In truth, Lin Miaoyue had gone to the cake studio to finalize the birthday cake. "On such a hot day, why would you go out when you're already feeling unwell?" Zhao Tingchuan expressed his concern.
"I'll be back soon, then drive carefully," he cautioned, still worried. Upon returning home, Lin Miaoyue found Zhao Tingchuan had changed out of his white shirt into casual attire, which only added to his air of elegance. "Husband, why are you home so early today?" she inquired.
"I wanted to check on you."
"You haven't looked well these past few days," Zhao Tingchuan remarked, observing her empty hands.
"You mentioned picking something up. Where is it?"
"It's in the car, husband. I've made dinner reservations for tonight," she replied. "How coincidental, I also made reservations," Zhao Tingchuan said with a smile.
"That won't do. We must go to the place I reserved." "Fine, we shall do as you wish."
Lin Miaoyue had chosen a music-themed restaurant, and before leaving, she had changed into a light purple dress and applied a subtle makeup, exuding an indescribable grace and charm. Since Zhao Tingchuan found such places too noisy, Lin Miaoyue had specifically requested the staff to seat them in a quiet corner. Observing the unusually cheerful demeanor of his wife, Zhao Tingchuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had thought that his recent absence had affected her mood and complexion.
"Husband, what would you like to eat?"
Lin Miaoyue gently pushed the menu toward him. "You may choose," he replied with a smile, though his gaze remained fixed on Lin Miaoyue's exquisite features. While waiting for their food, Lin Miaoyue frequently glanced at the projection screen in the restaurant, as if anticipating something. Today marks an ordinary yet extraordinary day. A lady named Lin Miaoyue has dedicated a song, "A Little Happiness," to her husband, Mr. Zhao, wishing him a happy birthday. She would also like to express that meeting Mr. Zhao is her greatest fortune. Zhao Tingchuan was momentarily taken aback. Was today really his birthday? it seemed he hadn't celebrated one in years. Seeing Lin Maoyue's twinkling eyes fixed on him, he felt a stirring in his heart. No wonder she insisted on coming to this restaurant. "Husband, I originally intended to sing it to you myself, but then thought it would be more discreet in public," she confessed.
Thank you," Zhao Tingchuan replied sincerely. "Meeting you is my fortune as well."
With that, he took her delicate hand, feeling a warmth that transcended words. As they dined amidst the soft music, dim lighting, and the graceful movements of Lin Maoyue, Zhao Tingchuan found himself appreciating this trendy music restaurant for the first time. Upon returning home, Zhao Tingchuan embraced Lin Maoyue with intentions that were quickly thwarted by her serious refusal, citing that there was still a surprise to come. Shortly thereafter, the cake studio delivered the cake that Lin Maoyue had painstakingly crafted herself. Zhao Tingchuan looked at the cartoonish depiction of himself on the blue cake, dressed in a white shirt, next to a thermos, and couldn't help but chuckle, feeling as if a cup of water had melted several spoonfuls of honey within his heart. "Husband, I made this with my own hands," Lin Maoyue said, her eyes sparkling with excitement.
"Is this true, Yuer?" Zhao Tingchuan was taken aback. "Of course. If you don't believe me, take a look."
Lin Maoyue had even edited a short video capturing her journey of learning to bake the cake, along with her birthday wishes for Zhao Tingchuan. Watching the vibrant and lively Lin Maoyue in the video, Zhao Tingchuan felt a swell of emotion as he witnessed her meticulous cake-making process, culminating in her cheerful message, "Husband, happy birthday, always love you." He set down his phone, swept her into his arms, and kissed her, murmuring, "Thank you.
This is the first time someone has celebrated my birthday in such a thoughtful manner. Husband, make a wish and blow out the candles."
Although Zhao Tingchuan had never been one to believe in deities or wishes, seeing Lin Maoyue's excitement, he closed his eyes and made a silent wish, "May I live a long life with the person before me."
After blowing out the candles, Lin Maoyue turned to gently cradle Zhao Tingchuan's head, asking, "Husband, are you happy?" "I am happier than ever before.
Not only am I delighted by the surprise you've given me, but I am also thrilled by the thoughtfulness with which you prepared it," Zhao Tingchuan replied, his gaze brimming with tenderness.
"Are you not curious about your birthday gift?"
Lin Maoyue leaned against Zhao Tingchuan, subconsciously caressing her abdomen.
"You are the best gift," he said. "Considering how charmingly you speak, I shall bestow another gift upon you."
"Close your eyes," she instructed. Zhao Tingchuan obediently closed his eyes, patiently awaiting the birthday gift Lin Maoyue had prepared, feelings of anticipation rising within him. With a playful smile, Lin Maoyue produced a small box and urged Zhao Tingchuan to open it, her eyes fixed on his reaction. Upon opening the box, he found a pregnancy test, 2 lines. His pupils widened as he looked at Lin Maoyue, stammering, "Are you pregnant?" Lin Maoyue shyly smiled and nodded, then gestured for him to look at the folded ultrasound report beneath it. Seeing the round image of life on the report, Zhao Tingchuan's heart surged with overwhelming emotions. Although he knew this day was inevitable, the joy he felt after all the surprises Lin Maoyue had prepared for him could not simply be described as happiness.
Thank you, truly thank you,"
Zhao Tingchuan said, kissing Lin Maoyue, his voice laced with profound affection.
"When did you find out?" "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" he inquired.
"Just a couple of days ago. My cycle has always been irregular."
"Did you still go to make the cake?" "Why be so delicate? I wasn't out in the scorching sun."
"You are inherently delicate, and now you must take extra care of yourself," Zhao Tingchuan said, worry flickering in his eyes. Her health had always been frail, and now that she was pregnant, it was even more crucial. "Tomorrow, I will have Aunt Kai move in to help take care of you." Thinking of having someone nearby to assist her, Lin Maoyue nodded in agreement. Zhao Tingchuan couldn't resist placing his hand on Lin Maoyue's abdomen, feeling the presence of a new life, a new being that was a blend of both of them. With this thought, he felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation. This is the most unforgettable birthday of my life, and I thank you for this most precious gift," Zhao Tingchuan declared, his heart brimming with gratitude. Lin Maoyue beamed, nestling comfortably in Zhao Tingchuan's embrace, feeling that everything had come together just perfectly. Chapter 96 Pregnancy, Part 3. The news of Lin Maoyue's pregnancy reached both the Zhao and Lin families shortly after it was confirmed, bringing immense joy to all. Lin's mother, still haunted by her daughter's previous miscarriage, felt compelled to care for Lin Miaoyue personally. However, upon learning that Zhao Tingchuan had already arranged for a nanny to live in their home, Lin Miaoyue decided that such elaborate measures were unnecessary. Zhao's mother, observing her daughter's burgeoning belly, was filled with excitement at the thought that Lin Miaoyue's belly would soon swell as well, bringing 2 children into the family. Since discovering Lin Miaoyue's pregnancy, Zhao Tingchuan was eager to remain at home as much as possible, avoiding social engagements whenever he could. When such obligations were unavoidable, he merely went through the motions of drinking at the dinner table. The day before the new semester commenced, he personally called Principal Wang, expressing the need for additional care for his wife due to her delicate health. Initially, Zhao Tingchuan intended for Lin Miaoyue to refrain from attending classes for the next 6 months, but she found the prospect of spending every day at home rather dreary. With the school's schedule for her courses significantly reduced and mostly comprising trivial subjects, she considered attending as a means to pass the time. Lin Miaoyue experienced minimal pregnancy symptoms, though her frail physique concerned Zhao Tingchuan, prompting him to repeatedly instruct Aunt Kai to ensure she had nourishing meals. By the end of the year, Zhao Yan gave birth to a son, filling both the Zhao and Zhang families with joy. After all these years, his arrival was indeed a momentous occasion. Lin Miaoyue's belly gradually expanded, yet it seemed that only her abdomen grew, leaving the rest of her frame unchanged. Zhao Tingchuan grasped Lin Miaoyue's slender wrist, feeling an increasing weight of worry in his heart about her frailty and the potential suffering she might endure during childbirth. After consulting a maternal-fetal medicine specialist, he learned that appropriate exercise could alleviate some of the discomfort during labor. Consequently, Zhao Tingchuan took it upon himself to coax Lin Miaoyue into evening strolls after dinner, accompanying her diligently through rain or shine. On New Year's Eve, the Zhao family sat together in a harmonious gathering. Zhao Zhichuan returned with 2 children, while Zhao Tingchuan attentively peeled shrimp for Jiabao and Lin Miaoyue. Since Lin Miaoyue's pregnancy, his attention towards Jiabao had noticeably diminished, whereas Lin Miaoyue consistently showered Jiabao with gifts. After the meal, Jiabao approached Lin Miaoyue, clutching a red envelope.
"Aunt Yaya, how long until the baby in your belly is born? I can hardly wait to play with them."
"When many, many flowers bloom, that is when they will arrive," she replied.
"Will it be a boy or a girl? Aunt Yaya doesn't know either." "What do you hope for?"
"I hope it's a boy."
"Why is that?"
"So he can protect us with Dad. Boys are stronger."
Jiabao's innocent remarks brought laughter to Lin Miaoyue. "Oh, Jiabao, it doesn't matter whether it's a boy or a girl. They will surely adore you as their sister. In fact, they told me in my dreams that they have a gift for you."
"Really? What kind of gift?"
Jiabao's excitement grew. "What do you think it is?"
Lin Miaoyue asked with a playful smile.
"A noodle machine?" Perhaps, Lin Miaoyue mused, realizing Jiabao's desire for a noodle-making device.
After enjoying fireworks with a group of children, Zhao Tingchuan took Lin Miaoyue's hand as they ascended the stairs.
"Are you tired?" "No, not at all."
"I noticed you and Jiabao were whispering for quite some time."
"What were you discussing?" Zhao Tingchuan inquired, his curiosity piqued.
"It's a secret, I won't tell you," she teased. "Is that so? Then I shall resort to severe interrogation," he said, playfully becoming more mischievous since Lin Miaoyue's pregnancy had rendered him almost monk-like in his restraint. After having a bit to drink that evening, combined with Lin Miaoyue's newfound allure due to her pregnancy, and her sitting on his lap, Zhao Tingchuan found himself increasingly distracted.
"Husband."
"I am pregnant," Lin Miaoyue blushed, her cheeks turning rosy. "Don't worry, I've consulted with the doctor. As long as we are gentle, it's perfectly fine."
Lin Miaoyue was taken aback. How could he have the audacity to ask such a thing?
What ensued was a tender interlude that ultimately fulfilled Zhao Tingchuan's desires. Afterward, as he held Lin Miaoyue close, his eyes gleamed with a sense of relief and satisfaction.
Have you thought of a name for the baby?"
"Not yet, since I don't know if it's a boy or a girl. I would be pleased with either, but we can certainly prepare names in advance."
"Do you have any ideas?"
Lin Miaoyue asked with interest.
"How about this?
You choose a name for a boy, and I'll choose one for a girl."
"That sounds good. What name are you considering?"
Zhao Tingchuan pondered briefly before gently placing Lin Miaoyue down and stepping into another room to retrieve a piece of paper. With a flourish, he wrote, "Nourishing the spirit and cultivating vitality, Chuan Yu shines upon Yinxi. If it's a girl, shall we name her Zhao Yinxi? It sounds gentle, just like you, he suggested. Lin Miaoyue felt warmth spread through her heart as she gazed at the name he had penned, and she looked up, her voice soft. Yes, that's a beautiful name. Then I leave the boy's name to you, Teacher Lin. Tomorrow is New Year, Lin Miaoyue murmured, and she inscribed on the paper, May the New Year bring peace and prosperity to all. Husband, if it's a boy, let us name him Zhao Jinxi, wishing him a brighter future with each passing year.
What a splendid name.
My wife is truly cultured, Zhao Tingchuan remarked, admiration shining in his eyes as he couldn't resist planting a kiss on Lin Miaoyue. As time passed, the fatigue of pregnancy took its toll, and Lin Miaoyue soon fell asleep. Zhao Tingchuan gazed at the paper in his hand, noting the stark contrast in their handwriting, his flamboyant scrawl versus Lin Miaoyue's elegant and refined script. Contemplating the names they had chosen, he found himself repeatedly whispering, Zhao Yinxi, Zhao Jinxi, relishing the sound of those beautiful names. Chapter 97 of The Arrival of a Child, Part 1. In the vibrant month of April, as the grass flourished and the orioles sang, the sun shone brilliantly. Lin Miaoyue gazed upon the freshly washed tiny garments, her heart brimming with an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Observing her daughter immersed in blissful anticipation, Lin's mother felt a wave of happiness wash over her as well. With Lin Miaoyue's due date approaching, she had decided to stay home to accompany her. Although Zhao Tingchuan had hired 2 experienced nurses to be on standby, there was still no substitute for her presence. In the early hours of the morning, Lin Miaoyue was suddenly jolted from her slumber by a wave of discomfort, her abdomen cramping intensely. She quickly roused Zhao Tingchuan. Husband, my stomach hurts. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Tingchuan sprang from the bed, shedding his usual calm demeanor, despite having read extensively about pregnancy. As they drove to the hospital, Lin Miaoyue struggled to articulate her pain, and Zhao Tingchuan, glancing anxiously in the rearview mirror at Lin Miaoyue nestled in her mother's embrace, felt an acute sense of urgency. Despite the late hour, upon their arrival at the hospital, they were met by the head of the obstetrics and gynecology department along with the head nurse, who were already awaiting their arrival. The sight of the tall Zhao Tingchuan, his face etched with worry as he swiftly carried Lin Miaoyue into the hospital, instilled a sense of inexplicable tension within them. When Zhao Tingchuan witnessed Lin Miaoyue being assisted by the medical staff into the delivery room, his heart was not only filled with concern but also with profound sympathy. At that moment, Lin Miaoyue, on the brink of childbirth, appeared so frail, her silhouette amidst the bustling medical team hardly resembling that of a woman in labor. Overwhelmed by an impulse to enter the room and offer support, he hesitated, recalling her repeated requests to refrain from entering the delivery room. Outside the delivery room, Zhao Tingchuan paced anxiously, his brow furrowed. Lin's mother, unable to contain herself, remarked, Tingchuan, why not sit and wait? This is Miaoyue's first child, the process may take some time.
It's all right, Mom. Why don't you rest a bit? I will wait here. How can I rest easy?
The worry in Lin Mu's eyes mirrored that of her daughter, for historically, childbirth has always been a perilous journey for women. Although medical advances have improved safety, Miaoyue had always been in delicate health, and the doctor had mentioned that the baby weighed nearly 7 pounds. Before long, Zhao Qingyun and Lin Feng arrived. After exchanging greetings, Zhao Tingchuan continued his restless pacing outside the delivery room, occasionally pressing his ear against the door to catch any sounds from within, growing increasingly anxious with every cry he heard. Zhao Qingyun exchanged glances with Zhao's mother, taken aback by the sight of their son in such a state of distress. It was a sight of Zhao Tingchuan they had never witnessed before. As the delivery room door swung open, Zhao Tingchuan almost instinctively rushed forward.
Is there a family member of Lin Miaoyue here? I am here. How is she? Is she all right? Has she given birth?
The head nurse couldn't help but smile. Please don't worry, she is progressing well, but we are short on some items in the delivery bag. Lin's mother approached and, upon learning what was missing, promptly went to retrieve it. Listening to the clearer sounds of cries emanating from the delivery room, Zhao Tingchuan's anxiety intensified, and he struggled to suppress the urge to rush inside. The head nurse, noticing his distress, reassured him, Director Zhao, please remain calm. Your wife is doing well, she has received an epidural, and the cries you hear are not from her. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tingchuan's tense expression began to ease, and he thanked the staff for their hard work. As the delivery room door closed once more, Zhao Tingchuan remained in a state of frenzied anticipation. Morning broke, and the hospital's leadership arrived. Seeing Zhao Qingyun and the others seated stiffly in the chairs, they inwardly chastised the obstetric staff for their lack of awareness and hurriedly suggested that they wait in the doctor's office instead. Zhao Qingyun kindly insisted that it was no trouble. The door to the delivery room opened again, accompanied by the sound of a baby's cries. "Family of Lin Miaoyue, here is your baby, a boy weighing 6 pounds and 6 ounces. The head nurse expected Zhao Tingchuan to eagerly take the child, but instead, he inquired, "How is the mother?
Is she all right?" completely overlooking the newborn in his hands. "The mother is fine, though a bit weak after delivery. Thank Buddha, may the Bodhisattva bless us, please hand me the child."
Zhao's mother, seeing that Zhao Tingchuan had not taken the baby, stepped forward to take him from the nurse. Lin's mother gazed at the child, her eyes brimming with tears. Her daughter had endured so much. As Lin Miaoyue was wheeled out, Zhao Tingchuan's heart ached at the sight of her pallid complexion, and his eyes instantly welled with tears. Lin Miaoyue weakly murmured, "Husband, it hurts so much." Zhao Tingchuan's voice trembled as he replied, "It's all my fault, we won't have another child again." Witnessing this side of Zhao Tingchuan, Lin Miaoyue felt the pain ebb slightly, while those around him were taken aback. Was this truly the efficient and commanding Director Zhao of the Municipal Finance Bureau? Upon returning to the hospital room, Zhao Tingchuan gently placed Lin Miaoyue on the bed, meticulously inquiring about post-delivery care from the doctor. He devoted himself entirely to caring for her, remaining by her side even as she drifted off to sleep, holding her hand with a sense of having regained something precious. Thus, on the first day of Zhao Jinxiu's arrival into the world, he was splendidly overlooked by his father, surrounded only by his grandparents. When Lin Miaoyue awakened, regaining some of her strength, she looked at Zhao Tingchuan and inquired, "Where is the baby?"
"Dad and Mom are over there watching him. Are you feeling any better?" "I'm feeling better. Have you held the baby?" "Not yet, I've been too focused on you."
Lin Miaoyue playfully chided, "What kind of father are you? Go bring him to me."
For the first time, Zhao Tingchuan looked intently at the little one before him.
He was so small, his face still flushed. Clumsily, he cradled the child with both hands, his heart swirling with tumultuous emotions. Observing his awkward hold, Lin's mother stepped in to guide him on how to properly embrace the infant.
As Lin Miaoyue gazed at her newborn, she felt a pang of difference from her expectations, exclaiming, "Why does he seem a bit unattractive?"
Her remark elicited laughter from everyone, as Zhao's mother affectionately reassured, "Newborns often appear rosy and wrinkled.
With time, he will grow fairer. I see his features resemble yours, Miaoyue, he will undoubtedly be handsome."
Lin Miaoyue gently caressed his tiny face, realizing this was her child, a result of 10 months of anticipation.
Zhao Jinxiu, welcome to the world. Chapter 98.
The arrival of the baby, Part 2. Lin Miaoyue is recuperating in Qingfeng Garden after giving birth, for its spaciousness facilitates the care of both mother and child by 2 maternity nurses. Zhao Tingchuan, who has returned to work after a half-month paternity leave, is gradually evolving into a seasoned father, adept at cradling the baby and preparing milk formula. In contrast, Lin Miaoyue finds herself somewhat idle, resting for the most part except for occasional walks around the house. Due to Lin Miaoyue's insufficient breast milk, Zhao Tingchuan has decided against breastfeeding, reasoning that the frequent midnight awakenings for nursing would disrupt her recovery during this crucial postpartum period. One day, Zhao Tingchuan is basking in the sun, holding the well-fed Zhao Jinxiu, who is still tiny in his arms, dressed in comfortable home attire. Zhao Tingchuan's gaze is intently fixed on the baby's face, a gentle smile gracing his lips, which warms Lin Miaoyue's heart as she observes them. She approaches and sits down beside him, her husband's concern evident as he notices her lingering fatigue. "Why aren't you resting?"
he inquires. "Lying down all day would drive anyone mad," she replies, pondering for a moment before adding, "Darling, shall we give him a nickname?"
Lin Miaoyue cradles Zhao Jinxiu in her arms, her eyes filled with tenderness. "Go ahead and choose," Zhao Tingchuan encourages, gently tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Although she appears somewhat haggard with her hair styled in 2 braids, she still radiates an ethereal beauty. "How about calling him Yuanbao? It's both catchy and lovely," Lin Miaoyue suggests, addressing the baby. Yuanbao, Yuanbao, I am your mother, and this is your father." As she engages in this playful banter, Zhao Tingchuan comprehends the profound essence of maternal radiance and cannot help but express his gratitude. Thank you." This sentiment has lingered on his mind for several days. Lin Miaoyue gives him a playful glance. "What's there to thank for? Such sentiments ought to be shared between spouses. Without you, I would not possess this current happiness." Your thoughtfulness regarding Jiabao and our family makes me feel inadequate. Lin Miaoyue understands he refers to her prior gesture of purchasing gifts for Jiabao, attributing them to Yuanbao, thereby ensuring she feels acknowledged and enhancing her bond with their child. Since returning home from the hospital, Jiabao has made it a point to visit Yuanbao after school or engage in conversations with her, his words laden with affection for the little one.
Darling, it's only natural, she replies. Promise me that whenever you feel wronged, you will confide in me. I will always stand by your side, he implores. I understand, Lin Miaoyue replies with an appreciative nod.
On the day of Zhao Jinshu's, Yuanbao's, full moon celebration, Qingfeng Garden is filled with a vibrant atmosphere. Zhao Yun has also returned to her parents' home for a brief stay. Observing Lin Miaoyue, who has retained her slender figure post-delivery, she cannot help but marvel at the advantages of youth and the swiftness of recovery. Cradling Yuanbao, who has gained over 3 pounds in a month, Lin Miaoyue exudes maternal warmth. The baby's once rosy complexion has faded to a soft pallor, his features reminiscent of Lin Miaoyue, although his prominent nose echoes Zhao Tingchuan's lineage after the elders from both families adorn him with a longevity and wealth lock and bracelet, he appears even more endearing. Lin Miaoyue has specifically requested Zhao Tingchuan to prepare 3 jars of Maotai liquor for preservation, each corresponding to significant milestones in life. The Guanli wine to be opened during the coming-of-age ceremony, sealed by grandparents. The
Zhuang Yuan wine to be opened upon achieving academic success, sealed by maternal grandparents.
The Yideng wine to be opened upon entering matrimony, sealed by parents. That evening, cradling the milk-drunk Yuanbao, Lin Miaoyue is filled with nostalgia, recalling that this time last year, they were preparing for their wedding, and now she holds their child. Watching him grow day by day, her mind drifts back to the day of his birth. She recalls the pain of childbirth and agony she had underestimated. The sensation akin to being torn asunder occasionally resurfaces in her memory, causing her to shudder. Thankfully, the modern world offers pain relief, otherwise, she fears she might have fainted from the torment. After receiving the epidural, she overheard a nurse mentioning Zhao Tingchuan's anxiousness outside the delivery room, desperately wanting to enter. Fortunately, she had threatened him multiple times that he was not to be present during childbirth. This was not out of a desire to appear strong, but rather a fear of him witnessing the embarrassing aspects of childbirth, a concern that came from wanting him to see her at her most radiant. Upon exiting the delivery room, Zhao Tingchuan's reddened eyes and choked voice alleviated her pain, revealing the genuine concern he harbored for her. During her recovery, he has attended to her every need with meticulous care, adhering closely to the maternity nurse's instructions, fearful of any misstep. His sudden expression of gratitude that day left her momentarily speechless. In truth, she ought to thank him as well, for providing her with a stable life and genuine security. As Zhao Tingchuan ascends the stairs, the sky has darkened. The family had indulged in a bit of wine that evening, buoyed by the festive spirit. Spotting Lin Miaoyue seated on the sofa with Yuanbao, enveloped in an aura of tranquility, he marvels at her beauty as she gazes down at the baby, radiating femininity. Yet, he has been standing there for several minutes, unnoticed by her. To break the silence, he deliberately makes a noise, and their eyes meet. Zhao Tingchuan approaches, lifting Yuanbao and placing him in the crib before turning back towards his wife. Your heart and mind are now solely occupied by Yuanbao, he remarks as he lifts Lin Miaoyue to sit on his lap. Speaking softly, Lin Miaoyue smiles at him. Are you jealous of Yuanbao? Is that so wrong? Zhao Tingchuan kisses the baby in his arms. Director Zhao, don't be so petty. Not petty, I love you, he declares, his sincerity evident through the haze of alcohol. I love you too, my husband. Thus, they sit together in serene silence, cherishing this tranquil moment. Darling, do you think I've gained a lot of weight? Not at all, you still look slender. I've been wondering how others tend to gain weight after giving birth, while you seem unaffected, but I feel like I've gained weight, and I feel older. You feel older, that is quite disheartening for me. Regardless, I feel like my spirit has diminished since giving birth. This is only temporary, with more rest, you'll soon return to your former self. Let us hope for that. I will love you regardless of your weight, I will cherish you no matter how you are, he says, kissing her hand tenderly. Chapter 99. Parenting, Part 1. When Yuanbao turned 1, it was indeed the most exhausting time for Lin Miaoyue. After completing her maternity leave, she returned to work, entrusting the child to Lin's mother, who had opted for early retirement. Zhao Tingchuan had purchased a duplex villa long before Lin Miaoyue's pregnancy, strategically located near her school. During the renovation, Zhao Tingchuan inquired about Lin Miaoyue's preferred style. She browsed online, selected a few images that resonated with her, but held little hope that the outcome would match her expectations, as the disparity between seller showcases and buyer realities is well known. Upon seeing the finished home, Lin Miaoyue was astonished to find it was nothing short of her dream abode. The entire residence exuded a vintage American charm, adorned with walnut-colored hardwood flooring throughout. The living room featured a set of deep brown leather sofas, radiating comfort and sophistication. A collection of artistic paintings graced the walls, adding an air of cultural elegance. The dining room boasted a substantial solid wood table, accompanied by a vase brimming with fresh flowers, evoking a sense of warmth and romance. Ascending the wooden staircase to the second floor, the bedroom's arrangement left Lin Miaoyue utterly delighted. The bed was a grand four-poster, intricately carved at the headboard. The bathroom featured an expansive bathtub, promising indulgent moments of relaxation. As Lin Miaoyue strolled through this dream home, her heart swelled with happiness and contentment. Observing her radiant expression, Zhao Tingchuan wrapped his arms around her and inquired, "Yuer, what do you think of our new home? Do you like it?" "I adore it. It's truly my dream residence." "I'm glad you like it. Honey, this house must have cost a fortune from purchase to renovation, right?" "Not really, it's quite manageable. Your husband can certainly afford a house." Lin Miaoyue glanced at Zhao Tingchuan and couldn't help but chuckle. "Wealthy man, you are truly remarkable. Speaking of which, your salary card is with me." "How did you manage to buy it?" "Haha, relying solely on that salary wouldn't suffice to support you all. I've been involved to some extent in my brother's business ventures outside the city." Zhao Tingchuan lifted Lin Miaoyue and carried her to the floor-to-ceiling windows, casually inhaling her fragrant scent, relishing their rare moment of intimacy. Since giving birth, Lin Miaoyue had devoted most of her energy to Yuanbao, and sometimes Zhao Tingchuan found himself regretting not waiting a couple more years to enjoy their coupledom a while longer. "Yuer, once your maternity leave is over and you return to work, we should move in here." "Sure, that sounds wonderful." Lin Miaoyue replied softly in Zhao Tingchuan's embrace, her gentle demeanor stirring an irresistible longing within him. With a heart full of desire but lost in inaction, he carried her toward the bedroom. Afterward, Zhao Tingchuan, holding the blushing Lin Miaoyue's hand, explored the house together, discussing what additional items they needed to purchase. Lin Miaoyue dutifully noted everything down in a little notebook, preparing for a grand shopping spree upon their return home. Zhao Tingchuan simply smiled indulgently. He could easily have those items delivered with a phone call, yet allowing Lin Miaoyue to feel more involved in their home was a delightful notion. Many of Lin Miaoyue's colleagues remarked that parenting was a source of happiness but not necessarily joy, yet she felt that raising Yuanbao was both fulfilling and joyous. The birth of Yuanbao seemed to enrich her life, even though she occasionally heard Director Zhao's complaints about focusing entirely on the child. However, upon returning home from work, when there were no social engagements, Director Zhao's affection for Yuanbao was no less than her own. At times, she truly felt that the man in his administrative jacket was a different person from the one caring for their child, one serious and clear-eyed, the other filled with warmth and devoid of pretenses. As for himself, aside from the occasional grumbling, Zhao Tingchuan was the epitome of a devoted husband. Concerned that carrying Yuanbao while learning to walk might strain his back, he took it upon himself to participate actively, justifying it as ensuring that a child raised by a father would be braver, though the reality was that his towering stature made bending down to accompany Yuanbao much more taxing. Yuanbao's favorite pastime was sitting on Zhao Tingchuan's shoulders, babbling joyfully. During these moments, Lin Miaoyue would quietly observe Jiabao's expressions, fearing she might feel left out. On this mid-autumn festival, the air was fragrant with osmanthus blossoms in Qingfeng courtyard. Yuanbao was engaged in play with a newly acquired toy car alongside Zhao Qingyun, while Lin Miaoyue keenly noted that Jiabao had recently become particularly withdrawn, frequently retreating to her room. Now in the third grade, she was undeniably blossoming into a young lady. Feeling a pang of concern for her quiet demeanor, Lin Miaoyue decided it was time for a heartfelt conversation with her. Chapter 100 Parenting, Part 2. Knocking gently on the door, I entered Jiabao's room and found her engrossed in a book. My heart stirred. "Jiabao, what are you reading?" Upon seeing Lin Miaoyue, Jiabao blinked her eyes uneasily. "Aunt Yaya, what brings you here?" "Where's Yuangbao?" "Yuangbao was too noisy, so I thought Jiabao would be the quieter companion," Lin Miaoyue said as she settled down beside Jiabao on the floor. At her words, Jiabao couldn't help but smile, feeling a sense of being noticed.
Jiabao, have you been feeling down lately? Is it because Yuangbao has been too mischievous? Aunt Yaya, no, it's not about Yuangbao. That's good to hear. Yuangbao truly adores you as his sister. Really? Absolutely, we all cherish you, but perhaps because Yuangbao is learning to walk and is more prone to accidents, the adults tend to focus on him a bit more. Do you feel upset about that? Upon hearing this, Jiabao's eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears, her lips quivering as a plaintive voice emerged. Woo. Grandpa and Grandma only care about Yuangbao every day, they don't pay attention to me. Lin Miaoyue quickly wrapped her arms around Jiabao, gently patting her, allowing her to cry freely. Only when the sobs began to subside did she speak. Jiabao, Aunt Ye also has a younger brother, who was born when I was in the 2nd grade. Before his arrival, I was the sole darling of the family, and everyone adored me. However, after he was born, I felt as though my parents only had eyes for him, and it made me so sad that I harbored resentment towards him. But one day, when my mother took me and my brother to the amusement park, someone snatched my toy away. I was too timid to retrieve it. You know what happened? My little brother, in a fit of anger, rushed over and declared, "This belongs to my sister, give it back to her." Even at such a tender age, he instinctively knew to protect me and my belongings. From that moment on, I no longer disliked him. Because of him, I gained a brother who loves and protects me. The same goes for Yuangbao. His presence will not diminish the love we have for you, but rather, it will add another person who adores and safeguards you. Jiabao listened, her understanding still somewhat nebulous, yet the earlier gloom had lifted from her eyes. Lin Miaoyue continued, Jiabao, if you ever wish for Grandpa and Grandma or your father to spend time with you, do not hesitate to tell them directly. Do not hold back simply because they are attending to Yuangbao. He is indeed still a little baby, but you are our big girl. It is essential to voice your feelings, alright? Upon hearing the term big girl, a spark lit up in Jiabao's eyes. Okay. Thank you, Aunt Ye, a good girl. Jiabao, above all, I hope you can always share your problems with us, for we will always love you. Zhao Tingchuan had initially intended to take the family out for a stroll in the pleasant weather and was about to call for Jiabao when he overheard the conversation between Lin Miaoyue and Jiabao at the door. His heart felt as if it had been doused with a blend of emotions, joy at Lin Miaoyue's thoughtfulness and guilt for neglecting Jiabao. In that moment, he felt unworthy to face them and turned to retreat to the 3rd floor room. After comforting Jiabao, Lin Miaoyue noticed that her spirits had lifted, and she cheerfully went off to find Yuangbao. She couldn't help but reflect on how Jiabao was still just a child, yet she reminded herself to pay more attention to her emotions in the future. Seeing Zhao Tingchuan sitting somewhat despondently by the window, Lin Miaoyue's heart skipped a beat. She had never witnessed him in such a state. Darling, what are you up to? Zhao Tingchuan turned to her with a smile. Yeah, come here. With that, he opened his arms, drawing Lin Miaoyue into an embrace. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Lin Miaoyue inquired cautiously. I just overheard your conversation with Jiabao. What about it? Did I say something wrong? Zhao Tingchuan chuckled softly. No, I am the one at fault. It seems I have been overlooking her all along. Thank you, my dear. You're a man, it's only natural that you might not be as attentive. Besides, as an elder sister, I can relate to such feelings, unlike you, who is the cherished youngest child in the family. Lin Miaoyue fiddled with the wedding ring on Zhao Tingchuan's finger, which he hadn't removed since their marriage. His fingers were long and delicate, with a certain elegance that hinted at a modeling potential. I must admit I haven't been attentive enough. Will you remind me in the future? Zhao Tingchuan kissed her gently. Do you know the downside of being the youngest? What is it? When I was a child, if something got broken at home, I was always the one to take the blame. Lin Miaoyue couldn't help but laugh, finding it hard to imagine him as a child being bullied by his siblings. On a whim, she asked, what did you look like as a child? Our family is rooted in City B, and we all grew up there. Later, my father took a position in the provincial city, and we moved there as a family. Those old photographs are in our house there. What a pity I can't see them. That's no trouble, when we have some free time, we can visit and take Jiabao along. Sounds great. As Zhao Tingchuan gazed at the gentle and considerate woman before him, a wave of guilt washed over him. She had navigated the complexities of being a stepmother remarkably well,
yet she was also new to motherhood. This thought prompted him to hold her even tighter. When the family ventured to the park, both children were brimming with excitement.
Jiabao chattered animatedly to Lin Miaoyue about the upcoming school autumn outing, while Yuangbao flailed his arms joyfully in Zhao's mother's embrace. Upon reaching the park, they spread out a blanket.
Zhao Tingchuan took Jiabao to fly a kite, while Yuangbao crawled restlessly on the blanket. Lin Miaoyue seized the moment to delicately address Jiabao's feelings of jealousy. Zhao's mother felt a sense of appreciation for Lin Miaoyue's attentiveness, grateful that Zhao Tingchuan had married such a thoughtful and compassionate person, young and beautiful, with a kind heart. Recalling the last time Jiabao's grandmother had called her, probing about Lin Miaoyue's feelings towards Jiabao, she felt a sense of protectiveness over her. After all, Jiabao's grandmother now had a child of her own and was eager to bring Jiabao into the Zheng family's fold. Lin Miaoyue skillfully deflected the conversation, knowing that her actions had spoken volumes. Yuangbao, unable to contain his desire to walk, refused to play on the blanket any longer. Lin Miaoyue took him by the hand, leading him slowly across the lawn. Zhao's mother watched the family's retreating figures, a smile blossoming on her lips.